up and we back live, man. Just kidding. So, clinic bomber calls out RAt100 captured 6 weeks prison state. Drake and keep paying. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip Fast Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, Jose Bird, Benny Bo, the one with the word, the one with the flow. This one for sure is going to be a long stream. Hopefully, the numbers will go with the stream. Yeah, man. So this is going to be a long stream, probably at least 8 hours, maybe more. And it's going to be the first couple videos are going to be with Luece Cannon. Speaking about the clinic bomber in Palm Springs. If you don't know the clinic bomber, I am only affiliated. I'm only not affiliated. I said I'm only familiar with him a little bit, which I think that I heard that it was somebody that was bombing a bunch of hospitals or clinics in the Palm Springs area. Two men, an Asian man and a white man. So this right here is going to be how the clinic bomber jumped to his demise at the MDC Los Angeles facility. And it's going to be Luece speaking about it. Appreciate everybody liking, commenting, subscribing, hitting that notification bell so I know y'all there so I can throw it to us in the air. Appreciate everybody liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting that notification bell so I know y'all there so I can throw it to us in the air, man. Definitely got a lot coming. We're trying to get to 4,000, man. We almost there. 3,752, man. Let's get to 4,000 subscribers, man. When I do get to 4,000 subscribers, I am going to be doing a giveaway. So stay tuned for that. If y'all haven't yet, go ahead and check out the last 3 streams I just dropped. Lil Brazy, Pressed by the Southsiders, Sharice Mills calls out Whack. Calls out Whack and Adam 22, as well as the Yomoto Boss interview, very dope interview. Swifty Blue and 19 Mexican Mafia members indicted in Swifty Blue murder plot. So yeah, man, I got a bunch of content that I just dropped, man. So just check it out. Oh, as well as Hassan Campbell calls out Adam 22. So yeah, man, check out all the latest. Check out all the latest content, man. It's all right there for you. I am going to be doing a lot more posts on my homepage. So, you know, I'm always, every single time I go live, I'm going to make a post. So everybody going to see it for sure. But yeah, man, without further ado, let's get into this content.
What happened yesterday with the bomber dude, he committed suicide. And then we all seen it, and now the news is running that he died in his sleep, and that's not true.
So what happened to dude? How long has he been in there?
Just a couple of days. And he jumped off the top tier head first.
Are you kidding me?
And then we all watching it in here because they locked us down, and then they unlocked it, right? And then basically now they saying that he died in his sleep and stuff like that. We was like, did everybody tell him to do that or say that or anything? It's just so goofy, but people have to know the truth.
Yo, that is. Is he the dude that blew up the abortion clinic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. The news was saying that they didn't know how he passed away. That they didn't have no information on that.
Yeah, he killed himself. But the news we was watching, they were saying that he died in his sleep.
God, why are they trying to cover that up? I mean, that type of crime, dude was gonna be screwed either way.
Of course. I mean,
that's just as bad as the work. You know what I'm saying? That's just as bad as hurting a kid. Worse.
He was a coward because a coward did that. He should have faced it when he had to face, but cowards killed themselves.
Did everyone know when he got in there? Did everyone know? Like everyone knew about him? Was he like a big name going in there? People were upset that what he did and stuff.
No, you have to understand that they once we found out like what he was in there for, he died the same morning.
Damn. I'm shocked at that. So you saying he jumped?
Yep, he jumped off the top tier onto his head. Jumped off the trash can so he could get higher, and then fell onto his head.
Yeah, that's a crazy way to go out, isn't there? Man, I feel like there got to be other ways, man.
No, a coward did that because he knows he was doing a cowardly act, so he went out like a coward.
They put y'all on lockdown for that? How long were you guys on lockdown for?
A couple of hours.
Damn. Yeah, that's wild. Honestly, you're gonna be the first person to really break that because I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah.
Man.
It's crazy because everybody is.
How high is that? How high is that jump? Like, how far is that? Is that straight on concrete?
Yeah, it's straight on like concrete. It's about maybe like 12 feet.
Damn. Right on his head. That's brutal. I remember that story. That was a big story. That was nationwide. That wasn't even just in Cali. You'd be hearing about that on the East Coast as well.
Hey, Padre. Hey, oh boy that died. The news is saying that basically he killed himself, right? Yeah, in the sleep. But yeah, he jumped off the tier head first.
Why are they saying that he died in his sleep? What are they trying to protect? I mean, that's the person that no one wants around anyway.
I know, but come on. You got to think about it. The police tell us what he's in there for, and then he died.
Was he on suicide watch at all? Did you show any signs of it?
No, because we didn't know why he was in here at first. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, they try to keep that in the low. I feel like I don't even believe he made it that long.
We all seen it, so shit. I wanted to get somebody else to tell you what happened right now. You get what I'm saying? So
it's big news, man.
These niggas call chase stars, this and that. You get what I'm saying? So I wanted somebody else to confirm it while we was right here. You get what I'm saying?
That's crazy news. We gotta know the truth. You can't be lied to like that. I mean, that was a big story, Cannon. That's a big story.
But yeah, the story is crazy.
Yeah, I know. I was reading an article just now, and it said that they found him non-responsive in his cell.
Non-responsive.
But from what you're saying, he jumped over something. Then that's completely different to what they're stating on the
He jumped off the tier. He said 12 feet down the concrete.
That's crazy.
He climbed on top of the trash and went in first. That's why when if you were listening, I called one of the people that was over here that stayed with me.
Now you could hear it. You could hear him say that, Cannon. You could hear it.
No, but it's just that's kind of traumatizing to see. Like, oh my God.
I'm about to say, what he do it right when they popped the cells this morning in front of everyone?
Yep, in front of everybody.
Man.
Damn.
Man, that's crazy as fuck, bro. It's crazy as fuck, bro. We ain't gonna go to this just yet, man. It's not just yet, bro.
Now to an update on that Palm Springs fertility clinic bombing that happened last month. We've learned the alleged accomplice died this morning while he was in custody.
Yeah, Daniel Park was found unresponsive at the L.A. Metropolitan Detention Center. The 32-year-old later died at a hospital. Right now, his cause of death has not been determined. Investigative reporter Eric Leonard live at our News Operations Center with the very latest. Eric.
Hi, Michael and Colleen. Well, federal prison officials have told us that Daniel Park was discovered around 7:30 this morning.
Okay, so yeah, of course the news is gonna lie, but Look, it's 3 weeks ago though. It's kind of old, bro. This will go to trap.
Last night a bitch nigga shot a real nigga, but we don't make no diss records, we just deal with it. Plus I be going through a lot, I never talk about it, and they using niggas songs in court, so I can't talk about it. Rap niggas think I'm dumb, like I don't see the play. I let them think they got the ups and get them out the way. On FaceTime, my brother telling me he shot my mama, telling me to chill, but I know he seen that nigga face. But that's enough about that part. Talking about respect, well, it's a must about that part. Playing with my money, well, then it's up about that part. Cause when it's time to play ball, don't give a fuck about that part. They know I'm that nigga when they see me. Her man crush been a hater, her little brother won't beat me. Her friend been on my dick since I was passing out CDs. Her baby daddy a mark and her boyfriend probably a weed. 3,300 on my book bag with some niggas in the past, but I don't look back. Shit kinda different, I ain't the man that I was. I seen death in too many forms and I ain't never really shook that. Don't let him rock you to sleep, true colors better believe it. I know that God got me, but I be riding with my reaper. Praying with my kids and even then I got my heater. And I be stepping so hard, this hoes in $1,000 sneakers. Take your bitch when I meet her and you ain't seen her in about 3 days. Knew I was a threat, I passed that stick like a relay. Spin it back to back, it's like a motherfucking replay. Turn your son into a bitch when I shoot, I think I'm D-Wade. Told him I'm a savage, if I want it, I'ma have it. Playing with my lettuce, cook your head like a cabbage. Tell them that I'm rich and I'm solid, that's the advantage. Bitch, bad kids, fresh little nigga, you can't stand it. Tell them big checks, yardsticks, not a roof. All I smoke is ops and I don't never smoke a hookah. Looking for a blessing that's worth it, Jesus and Judas. Tell them niggas game 6, my whole team full of shooters. I slide on a nigga like a motherfucking flip-flop. Pressure on your homie and I promise he a flip-flop. Talking that wookie-woo, something. I know the police listen, so I ain't really saying nothing. I know these niggas envy, they can't manage how they feel. Jealousy's for bitches, you niggas pussy for real. A nigga get the drop and he happen to shoot. First we heal up and get back. We ain't going on the shirt, I swear to God.
Now woo-doo-woo, something. Know the police listen, so I ain't saying nothing. Talking now woo-doo, something. Nigga cock back and aim and leave you bleeding where you printed. Swear to God, nigga.
What's the deal, y'all? What's the deal? Rich Rapper tapping in, TNN Trap News Network. Back in the same, like cracking the same here at TNN Trap News Network. It's not good news you can use. It's not good knowledge. You ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. It's Sunday. So all I'm gonna tell y'all is if y'all want to be a part of the Trap News Network family, hit me up on Instagram, TRAPNEWSNETWORX, Trap News Network. Become a part of this Rich Rapper family, man. We'd like to have you aboard. Get into that. You would like to get into that. We finna slide over here to these YouTube strizzies. Slizide into these YouTube strizzies. These YouTube strizzies. You feel me, man? There's been a lot of things going on. We got Luece Cannon talking about Luece Cannon responds to Adam 22 and Bubble Butt. RAt100 is trying to save face. So let's see what Turtle is talking about. We got Tales from the Turtle Tank. Let's see what's going on here. Let's get into it. Let's go.
You may begin speaking now.
People cannot keep my name out their mouth. People keep saying.
No one's talking about you, bro. No one's talking about you. Let me be the first to tell you that.
This and that, and I'm losing steam. I'm losing that. No, I give people numbers. I feed the people. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, whack. Talking about like the money situation and stuff like that. He can't lie when it comes down to certain things that he knows that we both do. He can't lie and say that we don't own this, we don't have businesses, we don't have our own money, we don't do anything. Bricks, baby, Puka, but he's broke. Everybody know that. We know about Big U, aka Big Useless, Big Unisex, Big Uniform, that he don't have any money. I'm the only one that's really got a pay lawyer. Everything is in good standing, but I think a lot of people should stop being messy and really start embracing them. Because me, my wife, my IBM crew, everybody else, we stay intact. People be trying to say things and try to.
Man, you on like season 7 of the IBM crew. How does that even make sense?
Make us look bad and try to seem like we liars and stuff like that because we stand on the truth and we say the truth, and people don't really understand that who we say we are it's like, if I say, oh, I got into it with this, and somebody else that wouldn't do this or do some buster stuff will be like, oh, that didn't happen, that never happened, this didn't happen or anything like that. But then being the bench, talking about, Luece Cannon, you crazy than a motherfucker. Like, I'm hearing everything that's going on. Like, these people be like on like some straight sucker stuff, like sweetheart, sweetie pie, soft as cotton. Like, soft as melted ice cubes.
Soft as melted ice cubes would be a liquid, and that's water. So I don't know if he knows, but like melted ice cubes are just water. I don't know if he's aware of that, but yeah, melted ice cubes would be called that would be called water, big dog. That would be called water.
Yogurt, like soft as Bill Cosby pudding. Like, this is how soft they are, and they want to make up content and try to go against me, because when you put my name in the algorithm, they get paid, they get money, they get income. When you put my wife's name in the algorithm, now people getting paid and what's name. But y'all got to speak on the truth, or whatever. Like that when Adam was trying to be messy, but at the
Your wife's name does no numbers. We don't care about her.
At the end of the day, it's like everybody knows. We've been doing this for a while, a long time. People don't even understand how we get it. They just know that we get it, but that's nobody else's business. I give people hints. I try to give people drive and motivation every single day when it comes down to actually getting the bag. They don't know. They should understand what IBM stands for: integrity before money. We all have integrity, but we get money. And it's like,
never mind. We're gonna let him. How much longer does idiocy we have to listen to? Oh, goodness gracious! Another 9 minutes of this. All right.
With the algorithm, I'm helping with the money when it comes down to no jumper. I'm helping a whole lot of situations when it comes down to your company. And it's like, we good for each other. We help each other out. But at the end of the day, it's like, don't lie and try to smut my name because you running you have a bunch of drug addicts and everything like that. But shout out to Flacco, shout out to Remo. But everybody else is like crackheads up there, dead homies. So it's like, if we're gonna speak on something positive, you should be like speaking on like everything like that we done good, because we went from nothing to something, a household name, like the fastest rising thing, and we did it our way. We didn't do it nobody else's way. We did it our way, and I appreciate like going on No Jumper and doing certain things, and y'all posting and giving me into the algorithm and stuff. But I took over it. I made my own name. But when it comes,
that's not true, bro. You're just living in delusion.
Down to like the posting and paying and stuff like that, we pay for promotion and stuff. But we became a partnership when he seen how good things was going. He got his money. Everybody have different avenues that helps each other. So when we talking about like people is doing like helping, or if we come with a business idea and you get paid your percentage, or when we pay you, when you come to us and we help you out and we get paid a percentage, that's how business works. It's nothing more, nothing less, or anything like that. It's just called partnerships in this world. And we have to stop doing all the crazy BS talking or anything like that, because y'all know when I'm out and I get out, nobody's gonna stand on nothing they're gonna say. They won't say it to my face. They know better. So it's like, why do y'all try to blame shame on my wife, Therese Williams? The other goofy stuff is irrelevant, that people be trying to pop and stay in cloud chase, but this never happens when I'm on the street.
This call is from a federal prison.
People do a whole lot of talking when I'm in jail. That's a coward move. When I get to jail, then people want to talk about, oh, we're going to say this and we're going to say that. Y'all know if I was out, y'all wouldn't do none of this. So why do it now? But y'all think that, oh, I'm gonna be locked up for a while, is y'all could get away with certain things, or it's just
Bro, no one was afraid of you when you were in. What are you talking about, bro? Luece Cannon lives. He just lives in the cocoon opposite of Cancun. Shout out to Kid Cudi, because this nigga right here, boy.
content. Certain things is not content. Certain things ruin relationships or livelihoods. Y'all don't think about that. I'm a husband. I have kids and everything like that. But don't tell. So soon we'll show everything like that, and then it's gonna be like, oh, kudos to them. Like, listen, a lie spread faster than the truth, and that's what we're going through. But we're gonna embrace it, and we're gonna explode on everybody. It's not gonna stop us. We're gonna keep going and keep going and keep going, and it's like, and shout out to all the people that keeping our name alive. Shout out to my wife, Sharice, that keeps doing the content even though she don't want to do it, but she's still doing it because I asked her to. She's my backbone. She's everything to me. So it's like,
so that's why Sharice, like I said, sounds so irritated doing all them videos, because she don't want to do the videos. She don't want. That girl don't want to keep going on the internet lying for you. That girl do not want to keep going on the internet lying for you, Turtle.
Ain't gonna be like taking too much disrespect, because when y'all talk about like disrespect, y'all already know how I'm gonna come, and it's not gonna be very, very good for y'all. So
it's not gonna be very, very good for you if you keep talking about disrespect. It's not gonna be good for you.
You're gonna do it like speak my name in the light and speak my name in the truth. Y'all know me and my wife is a power couple. We get money.
A power couple? A power couple? What y'all power run off? Double D batteries? You and your wife is a power couple. What? Like, which? Because you put a fork in an electric socket? What are you talking about, bro? Power couple. Okay. Powerfully stupid.
Get bags. We get everything.
The grocery store give you bags every time you buy a honey bun.
So, sweetie, to all the people, and we're gonna always stay sucker free. A Cuban Rob is my god, and the thing is,
Cuban Rob is also about to get a case for that flu, flammery, skullduggery, and that larceny at the No Jumper Studio, so it's gonna be free Cuban Rob in a second.
I sent him the Chris Brown record. So when I sent Cuban Rob the Chris Brown record, he did his thing on it, and it's not like if I introduce somebody to somebody, I expect them to build a relationship. And me and Cuban Rob built a relationship with the whole music thing. So how can that be like anything negative if I'm helping them? If you introduce me to Cuban Rob and I think he's very talented, why wouldn't I do business with him? Bubba Butt. How did you?
Why are you a grown man in jail keep referring to another grown man's rectum as bubbly?
Run a play on a relationship that you don't have no control over. Me and Cuban Rob, we built our own relationship besides you. And I told Cuban Rob to make a video and go back and forth so he could get some publicity and get people to search his name and stuff. It's because we came up to that. You didn't like that. You didn't like that me and him was building a bond. You didn't like how your number one guy that you never do anything for was rocking with me. Shout out Creep. Everybody knows that you a scumbag. Creep said that he been around you for 11 years and only made $700. Come on, Wack. You got to do better than that. You got to stop acting like you put these people in position and you running plays. You don't run no plays, but you just lie on the internet. People thought you was real because I was with you. Not like that.
You not like that. Sweetie. Sweetheart. Snickerdoodle. Oh, this nigga right here, boy. Oh, Luece Cannon.
You know, when I get out, you have to stand on everything that you said. That's the part that's killing you. That's the part that's going to make you listening because you ruined our relationship. It's not like that we didn't say, oh, okay, let you be the godparents and stuff like that. We was actually had love for you, Wax, but then you talking about F my wife and F my baby. Like, bro, do you know? And you did it while I'm in jail? That's 1,000 times worse.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do anything about it even if you weren't in jail, so.
Just stand on everything that you said. Like, you act like, oh, I'm going to take things and say, oh, okay.
This call is from a federal prison.
Things that you say you have to hold on to. You have to abide by that. Because at the end of
You have to abide by that. Abide is the word you were looking for. Who will words be kicking this? How much longer do we got of this? We don't just let him struggle through these last 2 minutes on his own.
the day is, I don't tongue wrestle. I'm not these other guys.
See what I mean when I said struggle? As soon as I said it.
Tongue wrestle. You know that. And your sidekick, Powerpuff Girl, I don't even want to say his name. He's a goofy. He's nothing. Soft as cotton candy. We know there's no point to even mention him, but we have to really understand this. Do a public apology. Tell the world the truth. And I won't beat you up that bad when I see you. But it's gotta happen. You know that.
Speaking of knockout, honey, did you hear that Powerpuff Girl got knocked out in less than 10 seconds in his fight in Europe?
Oh my God. Oh no. No.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that.
Dang, that's crazy.
It wasn't that funny. It wasn't that funny. I forgot to tell you. It's so funny. It just. Shut up. Just shut up. Just stop talking. Shut your pretty little mouth, you stupid pretty bear. Stop talking. Just hush.
10 seconds. It's over with. Give it up. But we know the type of person he is. He's soft. What is the softest thing? There's cotton.
At least cotton has a soft texture, and you just say ice that's melted, which would actually be water. So, chemistry is hard. Don't worry about it. Gas, solids, liquids. It's only things you should learn in second grade, but don't worry about it. Second grade was hard, between finger paint and clay. It's a lot going on. You feel me?
Charmin tissue.
God.
Soft as I don't know. Just soft. Softer than baby.
The most honest thing he said this whole thing is, I don't know. That's probably the most truthful thing he said.
It's like there's no point to even argue and deal with him. It's over with. 10 seconds. Oh, that's sad. But you know what? We off this. I love you, wife.
Uh-oh.
Stop it, wife.
Everything all right?
Uh-oh. Sound like he got fired on. Stop it, wife. Sound like uh-oh. Free Avenue and Luece, free. Got a blast. Fuck everybody. That's on my body. My kids first. And God got me. You got your alarm set, baby? Okay. I am about to lay my ass right down with you. I love you. Yeah. We talk about it tonight. We can talk about it tonight. I love you.
And that's fine when he. All right. right, there we go.
This call is from a federal prison.
He's just trying to get on by any means necessary.
Any means necessary. And you know how you've been out a little bit. I know you know 607 Unc. You know they hired him full time, right? And he just quit yesterday because he's saying that is all over. This is the biggest viral thing. They're saying that he said that Adam and Josh backdoored him because when he got there, there was a bunch of 40s. A bunch of the 40s were there. There was no security, and they threatened to kill Unc behind the scenes. And then they started to film the podcast, and during the podcast, Full Extra just went off on him. He almost hit him, and he had to threaten him. Then everyone on the camera had to come in and separate him.
They kept on telling me 40s. I said, what the f that mean? Right? They all say 40.
Slow down.
First of all, what it means.
First of all,
no, say what the f that mean. No, I don't mean it like that. You see what I'm saying? I can't say nothing.
Don't do that, cuz. Don't say
See what I'm saying? I didn't know what the f. See what I'm saying?
Don't do that.
See what I'm saying? My bad, gang.
He didn't mean it like that.
My bad. I didn't mean it like that.
Don't say what it means, nigga. Westside police.
There we go. There we go.
This is why.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
That's serious.
My bad. My bad, gang.
He didn't mean it.
Dead homies. My bad, gang.
He didn't mean it.
I ain't talking. You talking to cuz.
All right.
That's my fault, gang. That's my bad, gang.
Dead homies, nigga.
That's like a
nigga.
Yeah, but the Four Extras is not about to do something. 607 had to do something. Four Extras for a Four
Well,
Extras.
see, he did. So over the last week, he said a bunch of stuff. So apparently and this is, I can't be talking this politics because, it's not my business. I'm just telling you the story. But apparently, so he to Munchie, 607 Unc told Munchie, he called him the S word. On camera, he said that, and that caused a big problem. And then apparently he said that he has Hoover tattooed on his stomach, and once he got there, he just bugged up on him. And even on camera, he said some crazy stuff. He's like, I'll kill you right at no jumper. He went crazy, bro.
Oh, Four Extras?
Yeah, right on camera. He said, I'll kill you right here at no jumper. And Lush had to get on camera. Josh had to get on camera. And to the point where he quit. Then Wack got him on a live trying to get him to come back, but Unc wouldn't come back.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be trolling like that. Calling a man gay and all that other stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, the Bloods are after him too right now. They saying he's gonna leave California because he caused a lot of problems over the last week, big time. Like people are like, some things are content, but you're in California, you gotta watch how the culture is around here.
So, but he called Munchie the S word.
Yep. To his face on camera. Yep.
I feel very defensive of Munchie. Like I want to protect Munchie because number one, we kind of came together from a situation in which we maybe weren't super cool, So him even wanting to do podcasts or even building that bridge and the fact that we've developed a relationship means something to me. And then in addition to that, with the whole blindness thing, I just want to look out for you to help you out in whatever situation you might need help in, I know you never mentioned being blind. You downplay it so much, but to be just totally real, you need help. You need help getting out to the fucking car or whatever. And it's I don't want to ever be somebody who's not looking out for you. That's important to me.
I just trip off because just the week prior, I said, man, I'd rather sit away from him because he too unpredictable, and spontaneous.
And that was just because he had been unbuttoning his belt, and you felt like he looked kind of zesty right over there.
He got on his knees, and then he getting up dancing, and I'm like, I don't want the nigga to dance in front of me or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Somehow I don't want to.
Yeah, that's disrespectful. But Munchie can't throw a punch and see him. So
Munchie didn't even know where he was. It was kind of it was. Well, he made fun of it.
Yeah, no, but he can't see him. He'd be bumping into a wall or something trying to swing.
Crazy, man.
Trying to get him out of here. Peanut butter man is not like that. So yeah, I mean, the word got disrespected in his face, but I really say 607 can't get on strikes for that because he's blind. It's like calling.
What you think about it? They say he's from St. Louis, so the rules don't apply to him. He said he a different type of Crip. The Crips in St. Louis are different. You know more about that than me. So what do you think about that?
The Crips in everywhere, it's the same thing, bro. He knew what he was saying. He just knew the blind nigga can't get to him. That's all.
Blood on me
listen,
tripping,
so
bro.
yesterday they got it confused, right? I was talking about some shit that happened in St. Louis back in the day. We'd say Hoover, boot remover, right? But that caused a problem because the way y'all clipped it up and made it like I was disrespecting the Bloods. I can't disrespect the Blood if I'm a Blood, right?
Mean, there's no more disrespectful phrase you could.
But I'm a Blood though, so they got to understand. See, California be on some real fucked up time. They taking every word serious. What serious that I'm here to help? That was serious. What's serious that I'm here to help, right? And I'm really a Blood. They don't understand I'm a Blood and I'm a Crip though. So they be kind of confused. How the fuck you gonna be a Blood and a Crip?
You can't play like that over
I'm not
Cali,
playing.
though. You can't play, dog.
Listen, if I was
be
playing
blue one day and red one day.
I went to Chicago, GDBD Vice Lord. They try to kill me. You see, I'm still GDBD Vice Lord, right? So I'm in LA, bro. I'm a prophet of God. I don't.
It's crazy, man. That's been it's been blowing up. Munchie's been getting a lot of flack for it. Apparently, like, so he don't even feel comfortable there no more. But you don't feel comfortable there.
Munchie is gonna bring all the disabled people and everybody that's at the SSI building that get a check.
You think 4Extra was doing content? You think that was content?
No, that ain't no content. Not for 4Extras. 4Extras is not even gonna get into that. When you diss somebody and call them gay and stuff like that, that's nothing to play with. You get what I'm saying?
You know, I agree with that.
Why you think? Yeah, why you think Puka Bus, when I told everybody about the transgender, he's not like mad about that because he knows it's true. You get what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
And I'm in here with him.
By the way, he never said you were lying about that.
I know. He can't say I lied about that. He just said that Adam introduced him and brought transgenders around, so he's comfortable with it.
What you think about all these new hosts? They're going through hosts like crazy. This other dude, Brandon, came in. He left. It's getting weird over there, bro.
Yeah, no. I mean, Adam is smart. I think he's gonna figure it out. So he's gonna always figure it out. He's been doing it for a while, so I have to give him his credit. But yeah, so shout out to all the fans and stuff like that. But yeah, don't get too mad at Munchie. He can't see anything. It's not like he could throw a punch.
All right, so I got another one for you. Today, Unc said he'll put up $50,000. He wants to fight 4Extra on camera. $50,000. What do you think about that? Who do you think's going on that?
4Extra is gonna beat the shit out of him.
I think so too. I don't think Unc needs to even bark up that tree.
No, so it's different. We from LA. That's what we do is fight.
They calling 607 Unc now. He's like the big fan favorite though. That's the crazy part. For some reason now the fans are loving 607 because Adam pushing him like he's the next Brick Baby.
All rights to the contents posted on this YouTube channel, including videos, images, and audio, are reserved solely to the owners, Sharice Mills and Luece Cannon. Please refrain from continuing to post any unauthorized use of our content from here on out. Please reach out to cutthecontent@gmail.com for authorization rights to any of our posted contents moving forward.
Or now. To accept this call, press 5. You may begin speaking now.
Hello.
Hey, baby.
What's up?
Nothing. I'm okay. How you doing?
Not okay.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot. It's a lot going on right now. So I'm recording the call so that we can do the content to let people know what's going on and what happened, because there's a lot of chatter on the internet with obviously the first gentleman talking about you getting stabbed by the Hispanics, and the second person saying that you got sliced and it wasn't as bad, but you were medically seen and then put in a hole. So can you please just let people know what's going on so that we can clear the air? Ain't nobody was trying to run no play on no situation like that.
Oh,
It's
no.
ridiculous.
So basically, they have the whole facility locked down. And just because the Hispanics feeling a certain type of way, they brought out the reps to come and talk to them to make sure that it don't translate from outside to in here. Things got heated, and when things got heated or whatever, it was an altercation. So what they did was call it a cooling off period. It wasn't okay. So before it's chow time. So when the chow time come, everybody grab their bowls and spoons and stuff like that when they come down the lockdown and put the stuff that's in the trays in the thing. So somebody had a spoon, fork thing in their hand when they got taken off on. I took off on one, turned around, took off on the other, whatever, took off on another. And then somebody, had the fork in their hand, and when they was swinging, it hit me. But it wasn't like no life or death thing or anything like that. Everybody else is locked up. So when everybody else is locked up, things basically just everybody assumed what happened because everybody locked down. So it's chatter. Everybody talking. Everybody gossip like hoes. So by the time it got to you, somebody had a whole different story, and then my celly cleared it up, I guess, with you, right?
Yeah, he said that he said you just got slashed with the you didn't get stabbed. But,
Yeah.
obviously the first call I got was that you got stabbed and you were taken to get seen by medical. So, obviously that got me a little worried, and not little, a whole lot worried
Yeah.
actually. But, it spreaded the wrong information. And it's not like that was something that we were trying to do or running a play. Everybody's trying to put their own spin on this, like this was something that we were trying to. Nobody plays about life or death situations. Okay, let's get that freaking straight, because I'm tired of people trying to play with my motherfucking name. Real talk. All right. And at the end of my motherfucking day, recordings are put out not in real motherfucking time. Okay, so let's get that straight. Second of all, if I'm hearing something, I'm gonna believe what I hear first. I'm not gonna think this is a fucking play or think that this is not truthful or anything like that. And it is my right to go and tell your family, hey, this is what I've heard, this is what's going on. I'll keep you informed of the updates, right? So now people are acting like as if I'm trying to tell the family or running with the family, like I'm telling them things just to get them worried. No, my nigga, this is what you do when you hear a news like that. Because if I did it and it was real and actual, they'll be mad at me that I didn't say something right away. So let's get that motherfucking straight on the motherfucking record. All right? Y'all need to stop with my motherfucking name, because I don't even bring up people and say address or talk about people like I should. But at the end of the day, I'm just gonna do me. And whoever got a problem with it or whoever got something to say can kiss my motherfucking ass at this point. Okay? I don't play about things like this. I don't play about race. I don't have a problem with people. I don't do that, especially at a time like this. Are you kidding me right now? Families are hurting. Nobody plays about a race war or nothing like that. These people are just weird as fuck and always want to have people's name in their motherfucking mouth. Go mind your motherfucking business, like straight up. And nobody talking about you or worried about you. Y'all need to stop with this shit. Y'all think this is a motherfucking game right now. Ain't nobody got time for that shit right now. And I'm over here dealing with the mourning of my goddaughter. My best friend's daughter just passed away, and people over here playing these internet games, yo. I ain't got time for this shit. I'm so blessed and grateful that my husband is all right and he's well. But y'all need to motherfucking stop with this nonsense. And it ain't like this is wrong. He actually did get into an altercation with people. It just wasn't to the extent that we thought it was, because when rumors get spread, everybody puts their spin on it. And I'm not mad at the first nigga that called me and said what he said, because he called me out of concern. But at the end of the day, though, like I'm gonna be who I am, and if I want to say what the fuck I want to say that's going on with my man, I'm gonna say that. And if it gets clarified or updated, here's the update. Ain't nobody else can give an update but me. Ain't nobody can do that but me.
Yeah, but people don't understand that we both public figures. We both celebrities. So it's at the end of the day, it's like if my wife find out something first, she's supposed to report it. Just like Did they have a problem with Tory Lanez when that story came out? Did they have a problem with such and such story came out? They don't have a problem with nothing.
No, they also was talking shit like, oh, he how could he get stabbed so much? That's a lie. That's a this. Listen, ain't nobody got time to play no games about a life or death situation. All right, like real talk, and ain't nobody trying to take nobody's story. You know how many people get stabbed? Tory ain't the only one that gets hurt. So let's get that clear. All right, and we ain't got no problem with the Browns. We ain't got no problem with the Mexicans. This is not about starting no issues with no Mexicans either, because a few don't stand for all right. My husband has many Mexican friends up in jail, and they all are alliances. So y'all need to cut that storyline out right now.
What they keep saying that, listen,
like as if you insensitive or you like no. Cut the bullshit.
I'm insensitive. First of all, I'm not gonna be insensitive. I'm gonna be politically correct. At the end of the day, is they saying F America, they standing on certain things. I stand with Trump, and nobody's gonna say that. Like, I love my Mexican people, but at the end of the day, is don't use this to burn down the city. We've seen what happens with that. So at the end of the day, it's like, don't turn one tragedy into some terror. They got the U.S. Marshals, they got the Army, they got the Navy, they got what's the name? We got snipers pointing out our window or whatever like that, just in case somebody tried to escape. It affects everybody on the inside and outside. So it's like, it's not doing us no justice. They got 50 people on horses. They got all types of things. So it's like, we see everything. It transpires on both sides, but I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat it and tell them like what they doing is right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the right way to do something, and it's the wrong way to do something. And if Trump is trying to save the city for getting burnt down, we just had a national disaster when the fires came and burnt down cities. Why do we want to keep burning down and rioting and looting? It don't even supposed to be about looting and rioting when it comes down to you standing for something.
Mm-hmm.
Now y'all just being criminals. Y'all doing something that is not even supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. It's turning the matter not to a peaceful matter, now to a matter of getting away with things, which is true. And it's so unfortunate that you got the radicals, the radicals standing out more than the actual activists and whatnot. And we got to make sure to separate that. We got to make sure to separate that to where it's not about that. It's about other things. But nonetheless, this has got to stop with all this nonsense with you. If I hear news about you, I'm gonna say it. And if there's an update that you're well, I'm gonna say that. If you're well and good, amazing, hallelujah, thank the Lord. That should be the news, and that should be the response, not the y'all just lying and running a play. No, sweetie, no, sweetie, stop with the nonsense. We appreciate y'all tuning in and whatnot. Keep tuning in. Okay. Thank you, baby, for this call to clarify this. I know you only got about 10 seconds left. Is there anything else you want to say before we end the call?
I love the people. We had to get right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All rights to the contents posted on this YouTube channel, including videos, images, and audio, are reserved solely to the owners, Sharice Mills and Luece Cannon. Please refrain from continuing to post any unauthorized use of our content from here on out. Please reach out to cutthecontent@gmail.com for authorization rights to any of our posted contents moving forward.
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To hear the cost of this call, press 4 now. To accept this call, press 5. You may begin speaking now.
Good morning.
What's up, wife?
Nothing much. What's going on with you?
Man, nothing about the workout in a second.
So word is on the block that Big U finally went officially pro career.
Yeah. No, but
I've been doing that for 20-something years. So I'm like, only thing that keep me safe is this. One thing to keep me safe. The fact
this nigga want that shit to be known. I knew him for 25 years, champ. Like, you want to be down with the arrest squad, champ? Oh my soul.
That I knew Cuz, right? Cuz know that I'm genuine. I'm genuine.
That's the only thing.
That's my trump card against y'all bitch ass.
No,
Cause y'all didn't know that. Y'all didn't know that. Y'all didn't know that.
I thought you was anointed, bro.
No, yeah, I'm not with the consciousness of the streets, nigga.
Okay, so you're anointed.
Then when you in
so
LA,
you're supposed to be around people like this. It's got nothing to do with checking.
Yeah, I go. When you in LA,
showing respect. Okay, let me ask you.
Know where you at?
You said you knew that Faux Extra was going. You quote unquote knew.
Yeah.
That Faux Extra was going to beat your ass, quote unquote. That's what you just said 5 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
Why did Faux Extra want to beat your ass?
I got a big mouth.
Okay, so you elaborate on that. What specifically?
Because well, listen, let me tell you my perspective. Let me take my perspective. Don't say no dumb shit. I'm not. Listen again. When Adam 22 kept on saying the fight, now mind you, when it's on the internet, I think it's the internet. If I'm on the internet, I'm on the internet for the internet. If I'm in the streets, I'm in the streets for the streets. So I know how to distinguish the two. Me personally, me. So when I saw the fact that he was on content with Adam 22, I'm thinking, say for extra name, take up no jumper, right? Take up the content. So I think content. I'm not knowing, and I'm thinking that Adam think the same thing. I'm not knowing that Adam got a gorilla that's gonna f me up for the content, right? Right.
You're not thinking that Adam is a real street nigga, champ. You're not thinking that Adam is the big homie, champ. You heard him say that he wants to protect Munchie B with his own life. This is what Adam said. He said, man, I be feeling like protecting Munchie B. This nigga's a hardened criminal, champ, that allegedly caught bodies and all that. Nigga, how is you supposed to protect Munchie B? Adam feels like he's the big homie, champ. I thought Adam was on content, but I didn't know that he controls 4 Extra. How come Adam can play with him, but I can't? Because Adam controls 4 Extra. A known gangbanger that gets paid from No Jumper and Adam. Adam gonna find himself in the same situation as Irv Gotti, bro. Adam is gonna find himself in the same situation as Irv Gotti, where they want one of these guys because these guys is really doing something in the streets, and they're checking Adam because Adam is paying them for it. Adam is contributing to these niggas feeding they gang and potentially other shit. This is just facts. It was all content just a week ago, champ.
To be fair,
and that's fact.
100 gorillas versus Faux Extra.
That's fact.
That's a fair fight.
That's fact, right? Like, yeah. So the thing is, y'all knew that. So when I'm telling you, I'm like, damn. I was Chicago. I'm GDB Vice Lord. I'm here. I'm that. You like, okay, Uncle's all good. You Crip blood. Yeah, we're gonna put down with Faux Extra. It's all good. No. Only person said something to me. What's that nigga with the curly hair? He said he gave me rules before this. He said, don't say this. Don't say this. Don't say this. Don't say that. And you should. And he said, listen. He said you should be okay. What the you mean you should? That's what he told me. He gave me rules. I said, what? I said, what is this supposed to talk about? He told me what not to talk about and said I should be okay. Get in. What the
Adam loves this whole universe he set up for himself. He works with the feds. He pushes buttons and throws his co-host workers in jail. This is facts. This is facts. That's facts. Now, my question is it legal or illegal? I was supposed to be on here with the homie RAt100 today. Y'all go subscribe to RAt100. And he has some, not information, but you know, he got some words on this, what may happen to No Jumper shit. You can't have gangbangers at your control and paying them and all this other shit. If you think if something happened to Adam, right? Let's just say some bloods run down on Adam. Do y'all think For Extra or one of these guys that's there is not going to try to protect Adam? Might have gotten a loophole to do this without any consequences, right? So this is the only way, which I was talking to J-Rod earlier, right? This is the only way that when we see people doing outrageous things online and we like, yo, how this nigga's not locked up? 9 times out of 10, they working with them boys. Period. But the thing that these guys don't know, just like with Brick Baby and the other people, son, right? They be working with these people, and then allegedly, right? They be working with these people, and then they end up getting too confident, like nothing's gonna happen to them, and they do more and more shit. And then once the boys have enough, they lock their ass up too. That's just how that goes. I believe Adam is doing too much. I'm not gonna hold you. I believe he's doing too much.
Adam running over here. But that's what he does.
I know y'all trying to go up and fight and trying to prove he can fight, but you're not gonna fight me. I didn't come to the squad.
No one wants him to fight you, bro.
Yeah,
I promise.
Come on, gang. What the fuck you mean? He just gonna fight me 5-6 times.
No one wants him to fight you.
Stop playing on me. Y'all want to go up.
The last thing we want is for you to fight.
So interview questions there. What kind of interview questions you got there? Because you supposed to be doing show me. Show them right here. Say no extra stuff on. Show me right now. Show me.
I don't have any interview questions.
Y'all wasn't ready. I was the interview.
For Extra, think this shit is funny. Talib Shakur salute. Is that the OG Talib champ? Is that the OG Talib champ? Salute to Talib Shakur champ for being a subscriber. Hey man, it's looking crazy out here. For Extra laughing and doesn't understand that he may be implicated in some things, bro. You can't be seen as the muscle and you got a gang with you and you got 50 dudes with 50 guns and you know you're moving at somebody else's call or your own call, champ. For Extra is laughing because he loves jail. He doesn't care what happens, bro. It's nasty work, bro. That's a real Mook trait right there. That's a real Mook characteristic right there, champ.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys are both content gold. I'm content gold.
So why the script at? Content supposed to be scripted.
No.
Yeah. So why it's not scripted?
No, it's not scripted.
See what I'm saying?
Okay, so you just saw that's because it was a hit, champ. And Adam is so confident. Adam got so much swag. Adam believes that this is not a problem. Oh, I'll just go live and say that 4 Extra was wrong for bringing that many people up there, and I don't know what he was thinking and all of that. When you're running the show, the person that runs the show always get in trouble eventually, champ. You always get in trouble. It takes for one slip up, one person that wants to bring you down, or one person that is working in your behalf to go a little bit too far for the whole building to come crumbling down. Let's get back to the poll. Pause. 60 votes. Is 607 trying to end no jumper? 70% of y'all said yes. 30% of y'all said no. And like I said, if you think not, let me know why. Let me know why you feel no, hearing everything that Unc said from beginning to end. Let me know why you feel like it is a no, champ. On my soul. Let me know why. All right? It's nasty work to me, champ. It's nasty work to me. Your man, the munchiest of bees, champ, drops a video. He responds to 607 Unc, calling into no jumper, champ. I want to hear what he has to say, if he's making any threats to as well, because this is what these guys tend to do, champ. All right. I feel like they should probably leave that situation alone. I feel like if they prove try to prove too much about what's real and all that now is gonna be a very, very big problem for everybody. Hit that like button, subscribe. Is Munchie crashing out, champ?
Because of the not young, shout out Young Ant. Because of the 607 Unk situation. Then from that, leading to 4 extras, marking out Young Unk, my bad. 607 Unk. So look,
nigga, you're drinking that petroleum, champ. On my soul, nigga, you drinking that fire water right there, champ. You're drinking that fire water. It could also be a work. Adam mentioned WWE afterwards, which is spooky. Yo, bro, listen, man. Even Vince McMahon got sued and things sort of fell apart for him, bro. Except with this situation, it may be some type of jail time, bro. I feel like niggas is playing too much right now, bro. It's not really about content at this point. It's about trying to seeing somebody about to crash out. That's what it's about now, bro.
Look, I'm saying Young Ant because I got some Young Ant content coming up too, though. On everything. The homie be he real consistent. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Young Ant. That's my bro. But look, everybody got an opinion, right? And that's expected from content creators. That's what they there for. They go get a opinion, they POV. And you know what I'm saying? You can't get mad at these people. You know what I mean? I don't. Unless you just like directly disrespect me by calling me out my name and just trying to just, you know what I'm saying? Instead of just critiquing the content or the situation, you know what I'm saying? But we had the plumber himself, you know what I'm saying? We had Aaron the plumber, you know what I'm saying? He had some things to say, you know what I mean? I was like, damn, man, I just put up a bet that Aaron the plumber, if him and 4 extras fight, I got $1,000 on Aaron the plumber, and then he said what he said regarding me. But guess what? The bet still stands. You know, I still think that Aaron the plumber will whoop 4 extras. You know what I'm saying? Based on he been training and he been training with professionals that's helping him get it right. A cool little skill set, and yeah. But although I still got my money on Aaron the plumber, let's hear what Aaron the plumber had to say about the recent no jumper shenanigans regarding me and 607 Let's go.
And I got disrespected. You made a video talking about, yeah, it's a W for Inglewood. You know what I'm saying? When Aaron the plumber got spit on by my homie, well, you just got spit on. Oh, mamas, he just literally spit on you, you know what I'm saying, with no consequences whatsoever. And what this gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Me telling the truth gonna piss them off. They're gonna be in my DM talking about, we gonna kill you. We gonna get on
Pause.
you. You ain't get on the nigga that just disrespected.
And that's somebody else that just said that they called the police, champ. Not gonna hold you. That's somebody else that said that they just called the police too. I'm not gonna lie, champ. That's why it's good to make content to where you not too crazy on a certain situation. Like when that whole Munchie B shit happened, I was like, damn, I think somebody should have did something. Should have been a little bit more hoopla going on. But from what he's saying, it should have got very popping, champ.
No, sir. No, sir. I am not gonna get on the internet or in your DM saying I'm gonna kill you. No, sir. That's not what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
Don't crash out, Munchie.
Shout out Donut, Inglewood Queen Street Bloods. He spit on Aaron the plumber. I ran across the content. I didn't do content on it, but I gave my opinion on it. I don't remember even saying this, but I'm like, I have to jog my memory. I think it did come up on No Jumper, and I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, Inglewood, we always take W's, but getting spit on ain't equivalent to 60 Unk saying the S word. He spit on your person, but let's keep going.
You to your face. Yeah, that's what I be talking about, but that's key. Y'all be selective, picking and choosing what y'all want to address and what y'all don't want to address. You know what I'm saying? In a real way, but that's key. And I'm gonna tell you one thing: when I
That's a tight ass hat on my soul. That is a children's place hat. If I ever seen one, champ. That's a hat you supposed to wear when you swimming. That is a swimming hat, champ. You can wear that hat in the water and it won't come off because it just gets tighter. There's more waters you put on it, champ. It turns into a scully on my soul. Tight ass hat, champ. I can't like, bro. And why like your eye swole up, champ?
was active,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Ain't
he was
nobody
blinking.
ever said that to me. Oh my.
My son blinked with one eye. Hold on, champ.
What y'all don't want to address. You know what I'm saying? In a real way, but that's key. And I'm gonna tell you one thing: when I was active, you know what I'm saying, ain't nobody ever said that to
My
me.
son definitely
Oh
blinked
my,
with one
ain't
eye just
nobody ever
now.
said that to my face without no severe consequences. But that's key. But yeah, you in a different position. You gotta know when to throw them, know when to fold them.
Pause.
Nah, but that's key.
Okay. When I was active, nobody ever said that to me without severe consequences. Said that. Okay, help me out in the comments. Was Aaron the plumber a blood or something from Stockton or a power or something like that? And when you was active, you snitched on that man in Tulsa, Oklahoma, bro. That dude from Rolling 60s in Oklahoma, you told on him. He shot you behind a bitch and you told on him. Come on now. When you was active, you told on somebody.
I don't think he told on son, but I do think that he definitely called the police on Whack 100, champ. I definitely believe that he did that. I don't believe he told on son.
Aaron, when was you active? Was you plumbing or was you banging? I just want to know. Because plumbers make bread. You know what I'm saying? It's a good trade to go, you know what I'm saying, go after. Get your dollars, get your money on. Was you unclogging toilets or was you banging? Don't confuse the viewers. This ain't Zeus, fool. I'm just asking. Let's keep going.
You know what I'm saying? That man knew exactly what he was doing. And Adam put him up to it in a real way. Behind
Adam is in trouble, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. These guys don't even know. Adam is in trouble, bro. You hear this guy also saying, and Adam put him up to it. And Adam put him up to it. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, it's gonna turn from No Jumper is this place where it's a bunch of gangbangers to Adam is controlling gangbangers at this place of business. That's what it's gonna turn into, champ.
I'm just asking. Let's keep going.
You know what I'm saying? That man knew exactly what he was doing. And Adam put him up to it in a real way. Behind the scenes, Bradesky, Adam for surely, hey, I need you to say this. It's going to spark up content views. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You know what I'm saying? In a real way, I guarantee you he did. Bradesky, that man knew exactly what he was doing. You feel me? Because when they start mentioning 4 extras, hey, you going to tell 4 extras? He wasn't in character then. He was very respectful when it came to 4 extras, you know what I'm saying? But you, they know they could play with you, Bradesky, because they didn't play with you before in a real way. They know they can't play with 4 extras because he going to turn up. He going to get activated. Nigga, disrespect 40 Crib to 4 extra face. I guarantee you he tear up that whole platform.
All right, pause.
On mamas, but you, nah.
All right, for one, stop comparing 4 extras to Munchie B. Two different people from two different sides of the track. Now,
Scotty says No Jumper been having the same program for years. I don't get it. All right, niggas be having trap houses for years. Don't be thinking nothing's gonna happen, and then they get busted. That's just how it works, bro. You can't have a bad thing for too long. You can't. You can't have a bad situation for too long. Now it's more information getting out about certain things, bro. That's just the way that shit go, bro.
who played with me before? The 60s in Tulsa, Oklahoma shot you, and then you let Luece Cannon play manager with you, and he's a wannabe 60. They playing with you, brother. They not playing with me. Now, I guarantee you, I could bet any money in my pocket in both bank accounts. For extra, he won't double down and agree with you that Munchie B's a bitch out here. You gotta think, we're from the same. His hood in South Central Mars in Inglewood is. Listen, we all fucking with the same little whoopty whoop, whatever. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Everybody know who's who out here as far as who do what, who did what, or who got the respect and who's a bust.
Yeah, a lot of y'all are still living off y'all past. A lot of y'all made y'all names off of y'all past, and this is the problem. To the average viewer, they care about your past, but it gets to the point where nobody really wants to it's like, what have you done lately? On my soul. The law, Black Beyond the Block says the law behind these LA dudes have been completely exposed once they discovered the internet and content creation. They all look goofy. Well, they have to keep portraying this image. They have to keep portraying this image. Now, over the years, Adam has gotten more and more involved in this gang shit. He's gotten himself. I know people, y'all been watching this for a long time, but y'all can't say that the content hasn't changed. It went from my son Boot Gang passing out because he took too much drugs, and it was sort of borderline rockish. So to me, watching it, it's become a totally street podcast with real street gang members that come up there every day and talk about the opposition or whatever else the case may be, champ. He's doing street vlogs, and he's going into gang territories, and he's going to New York, and he's doing all this shit. Is growing into something that may lead him into trouble, champ. You can't deal too closely with the streets legally. You just can't do it, bro. It's gonna lead you in trouble, bro.
I guarantee you on Darby Park, I could bet you 3,400 that 4Xers won't say I'm a bitch at all, brother. Now listen, don't let this Bad Girls Club Zoo shit you got going on get to your head, bro. You already sound feminine.
He was always a fan girl for thugs, yeah, and now he's controlling and got thugs on his payroll. You can't, God forbid, one of these niggas get in trouble again. God forbid, champ.
Baruski, I never heard of that bullshit. Whatever. I know that ain't no Stockton shit. EBK not saying that shit. Shout out J-Bo. J-Bo, you better get your boy. You know what I'm saying? I got money on him squabbling, but he gonna lose with something else. He come there late and he gonna put all Foots, Chucks, and Jordans in his ass. But keep going.
Bradesky, that's an L. That's an L, man. You talking about this a W for Inglewood. That's an L right there, Bradesky. You know what I'm saying? Let the man blatantly disrespect you to your face. No consequences whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? You should have at least had a homie up there and boom bopped him on the side. You feel me? But nothing happened on me. 607 Punk, you know what I'm saying? And all these no jumper dudes, Bradesky. You know what I'm saying? People, y'all got to stop going to no jumper. It's cancer. It's cancer up there, Bradesky. Anytime somebody goes up to no jumper, what happens? What happened? You got a man got beat up and stripped booty hole butt naked. You know what I'm saying? You got now they making fake paperwork. They doing anything they can to get some views and some clout. Why? Because there's no talent up there.
Listen, ain't no fake paperwork, bro. If it's fake paperwork, show the real paperwork. You got shot in Tulsa, Oklahoma, however how you say it. So if that's fake paperwork, where's the real paperwork? Saying that you didn't make a statement on that man when you was in the hospital. You told Aaron the plumber, you can't discount Munchie B, bro. I've been shot on 6 different occasions and no one's in jail behind me. We handle things out here in this on this concrete pavement. That's how we do it. We don't do courtrooms. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that. I don't know. I'm not going to disrespect Stockton and say how they do it in Stockton because there's some gangsters out there. But I don't know how Aaron the plumber do it. You know what I'm saying? Because
you want to know what? Not even just Adam, the lawyer. What's the lawyer's name? What's 4 Extra lawyer's name? Somebody tell me his lawyer's name. His lawyer got a YouTube page. But he's clout chasing. I'm telling you, bro. They're gonna be like, yo, this Adam is supplying the bread, and this nigga is everybody's lawyer, and he know what's going on too. And bro, I'm telling you, bro, shit about to get real nasty.
you hollered at the police and you was in danger for your life. You know what I mean? Don't play with me, Aaron. Okay? Okay? Wasn't you on a reality show looking for a bitch or something, looking for love, nigga? Like, or some weird shit, bro. That ain't player, nigga.
That shit
Bitch,
definitely
they
ain't
got on you
player,
and bagged on you about your profession or something and got you fired. I don't know. That's either here or there. But brother, you're not what they call
Rosenberg,
gangster,
yep.
bro. Then you let
Rosenberg.
Whack threaten you and you felt like you was in danger. Whack ain't gonna hurt nobody. Whack probably ain't even gave his kids a whipping when they messed up as kids, bro. Whack ain't gonna touch nobody. And you got spooked and went to the law. You a 2-time loser. You's a snitch. From now on, you're not Aaron the plumber, you're Aaron the snitch. Okay? And stop rolling your neck and rolling your tongue like a little bitch. Stop it. God damn. Keep it going.
In a real way, there's no talent up there. Who come on No Jumper? Ain't been no talent on in this to the man that got disrespected.
All right. That was the end of that. You know what I'm saying? Say ain't no talent coming up there. That's an Adam issue. Holler at Adam. You know what I'm saying? Holler at Adam. But you know, I feel I articulate myself very well. You know what I'm saying? I could interview people. I mesh well with people. I could communicate. You know what I'm saying? I could talk on all levels. I mean, if I could interview, you know, I plan on having like.
We're gonna get back to the Munchie B shit. Since when have y'all ever seen a lawyer at the Hood Day, champ? Hood Day with 4 Extra, No Jumper, Crip Walk competition, and good vibes. Attorney Nicholas Rosenberg, 1.14K subscribers. This nigga, he said Blind Fury. Nah, nigga look like Scott Storch. My son out here looking like a 50-year-old Scott Storch, champ.
Off the back. Off the back. Off the back. Off the back.
Nah. Yo. Bro, all y'all niggas going to jail, bro. These niggas got the lawyer dude crip walking in the middle of the hood, bro. If y'all think this ends well, listen. If y'all think this ends is too much, it's bro. Listen, I'm a dude. I'm real, bro. I'm always gonna say real things. It's too much. It's too many things happening. That's wrong. When that starts happening, it's the end. I'm telling y'all right now. It's the end, bro. He's too involved. It's a conflict of interest. Yo, bro. Yeah, show the gang insignia, champ. Show it,
Okay,
champ.
guys, Nicholas Rosenberg here, Cheviot Hills Park. We're here with 4 Extra and the Rolling 40s Hood Day. It's a beautiful day out.
Look at his bodyguard behind him. My son got Jason Statham. Oh, my soul. He got Jason Statham. Yep, and it's all documented. Exactly, champ. Open the shut case.
Nicholas Rosenberg punching back. My lawyer, dead home. Come on, get in his picture, brother.
Okay, look. Letting that dude film at Hood Day is diabolical. You're right, champ. You're right.
So listen, if y'all ever need an attorney and y'all fucked up out here and you get a felony misdemeanor, whatever the fuck it is, this should go to God. Neighborhood crib off the back. This the nigga the fuck with. Hey,
Cody!
off the back. This the nigga the fuck with. Hey,
Cody! What's up, my nigga? You straight to me, nigga. That's no jumper right there. No jumper hate, man. Hey, West Side.
Yeah.
Hey, that's Flip. Flip. I get Blanco on this bitch. Get Blanco on this bitch. Shoot it. These niggas out here. What is that, dog? That's my IG. Hey guys, we're here. Attorney Rosenberg. We're out here. 4 Extra. Off the back. Off the back. Off the back. No, hell no. I'll hook you up, bro. I got 400 for the 40. For the 40. 400. 400.
I got 400 for the 40s, champ. Why did you have to do that on camera, champ?
No, hell no. I'll hook you up, bro. I got 400 for the 40. For the 40. 400. 400. This week, yeah, this week. Oh, yeah. Rosenberg, thank you. See what it is, nigga. My lawyer comes.
It's not just clientele, champ. It's not just he's showing he's invested. He's showing he's invested in what they got going on, bro. Y'all thinking everything is just peachy keen, champ. Oh, yeah, it's just, I'm saying, oh, come on, man. That was for the hall pass. Exactly, champ. Exactly. Oh, my soul. Exactly.
Straight up here.
Nigga, Rosenberg, nigga, we out here side with Rosenberg.
I'm up here,
nigga,
I'm out here with my lawyer.
Listen,
I'm
bro.
out here doing no gang activity.
If you need him to get you out of jail
Come up
with
here.
the bullshit that they put you on, you holler at Rosenberg, bro.
Off the back.
Straight up, nigga.
Off the back.
We gonna get your sentence like...
Hey, man, as Crip Mack would say, get your increments right.
That's
Off
it.
the back.
Off the back.
Off the back.
Off the
Hey,
back.
hey, for the nav, though. For the nav. Yeah, Blue Nose, big Blue Nose. Everybody know me. You're going viral now,
That's
right?
it. Yeah, you already know. Big
Okay,
Blue Nose.
guys, Rosenberg, I'm here at the 40s Hood Day with 4 Extra. Look who pulled up. Tell me what's good today.
Big Blue Nose popping out for this.
Since when has a lawyer paid its clients? Exactly, champ.
Shit, turn everybody up. We do this every year, bro. You know the 40s go viral because it's our time of year, so show them with the glove game.
Hey, guys, we're doing whoever's got the best C-Walk gets 100 from Rosenberg.
Too invested, bro. Hey, hey, oh, 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 oh.
Give it to her. She got that shit. She got that shit. Wait. Thank you. Much love. You gotta share it. And I'm 50. I'm here, sir. Where'd they go? Oh, there. Y'all serious? Right there. You're right there. I think this is when 4Extra got locked up, Chief. There you go, Larry. Yeah, we're not doing the music though. On my soul. There he go to save the day. Oh my soul. You too invested, bro. You too invested. Just like Adam 22, he's too invested in these gang activities, bro. You cannot play around with these things, bro. You just can't. So you're getting niggas out of jail and you're also giving them niggas bread and helping them niggas live. Adam, you're paying for these niggas to potentially make their gang stronger, bro. It becomes a problem, bro. It becomes a very big problem. Let's get back to Munchie B. I think he talks about the 607 Unk shit too. Let's get to it, champ.
Crazy.
Nasty work, bro.
Interviewing Lecrae, you know what I'm saying? From the Bay Area, you know, he do music, he do gospel music. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Stockton though. Shout out. I run this clip. I'm gonna let y'all know the lesson I learned, and I'm gonna you know what I'm saying, commentate, you know what I'm saying, based on what Unc about to say right now, and let's go.
Extra is not tough. You said all that shit. I look to the left, niggas standing over there with guns. I look to the back, niggas all surrounded everybody with guns. Bro, you a coward. That's how a coward move. Listen, I don't want no problem with LA. I ain't got no problem with the 40s. I'm talking to 4Extra. 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 Fight me, gang. Like all bullshit aside, all this shit, I'm gonna die in LA, all this bullshit off of content. And you do content. I see if you didn't do content, but you a content ass nigga. Right? Now nigga ask you to fight. You ducking phase from King Peel. You ducking phase from everybody. Cause you want to fight the plumber and he gay. Right? I don't know what you own, bro. Like, you trying to start a gang war? I'm for a motherfucking guy, gang. I'm not for all this shit you own, but I want to fight. Like real shit, no bullshit. Man to man, I want to fight you. I bet you won't fight. You're going to come with some kind of excuse to be scared so you can't fight. You're going to jump to that bullshit because you scary. I know you scary. I know a scary nigga when I see one. But I wasn't finna test this. 4Extra is not tough. You said all that.
Hey, Aaron, 607 Unc just called you gay. He called you gay. So you got Donut, he spit on you. 607 Unc just called you gay.
Yo.
So I mean, what you gonna do about that? Barusky or whatever you say. He just played your manhood and called you gay, dummy. He called you gay. Now, would 607 get a fade with 4Extras? I don't know. Because I was just talking to somebody. And even though he more so team King Peel, he kept it real. He say it'd probably be smart for 4Extra not to fight King Peel. Why? Because 4Extra got everything to lose and King Peel don't. So let's just say if King Peel get in there, squabble up, boom, 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 and whoop him out, it's bad for 4Extra. You know why? Because 4Extra didn't tell stories about fighting 10 people in a row. He knocked out everybody he fought. He is just, you know what I'm saying? Versus King Peel. King Peel entered the internet really trolling y'all. He come to No Jumper with the baby oil, he was barefoot and all that. in y'all mind, y'all don't expect too much out of King. I mean, yeah, King Pill, but guess what? I got references that King Pill be in jail and he be spanking ass. You know what I'm saying? So let's just say
pause, champ. Pause. Gotta pause that much. But is it safe to say that, you know, Unc talk shit once he got away because he said what he meant to say? So he meant to say what he said to you, champ? Are you gonna come to that conclusion or not?
if King Pill did lose the fight, okay, it's like, okay, at least he got down. That's how they gonna look at it. Versus if 4Extra get in there with him and then he get put down or knocked out or lose, it's gonna look bad on 4Extra. So I'm like, yeah, you right. You know what I'm saying?
Ray Balls is nasty
But
work.
607, his pride is hurt. You know what I'm saying? His pride is hurt. Now, this is what I say. Because look, would a 607 Unc and 4Extra fight happen? I doubt it. But he talking about they came in there with 50. They came in there 50 deep. They had guns, all that. People that was there, they told me, like, man, then nobody show no guns. Then there wasn't no guns hanging up nobody waistbands. Was nobody clutching. Didn't nobody reference any guns. And then they say it wasn't 50 deep. It was more like 30, 35. Even that's a lot. That's a whole lot. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I said, 30,
that is a whole lot.
35.
But I think that's the most Crips he done seen in one place before. He don't know that's how in LA, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, his hoods is deep. The 40s is deep. The 60s is deep. The Inglewood families is deep. The Swans is deep. The Bounty Hunters is deep. Like people hoods is like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, but will 4Extras give 607 Unc a fade? A lot of people looking at the size difference and they think it's an easy win. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe if the chili there, I heard 607 Unc say he got 50,000 to put up. So let's just see. Let's see my hotline blinking. Let's see if it come together. You know what I'm saying? But okay. 607 Unc. Did he quit No Jumper or did he not? I just came from No Jumper last Tuesday. It was supposed to be me, Adam, Lush, Young, and Hefe, and 607 Unc. He didn't show up. He said he was still in Texas or somewhere. He had the days mixed up. But I wanted to holler at him myself, you know what I'm saying, and get an understanding. You know what I mean? And the following day was Wednesday. It's gonna be me, Adam, and 607 Unc. He didn't show up. So like maybe the dude did quit. Maybe he did quit. Cause he talked about when me and him, the big old S word incident, he said, you know, after he said it, he apologized. I was really like, I wasn't reciprocating energy with him. And then shortly after we was done potting, I left right away. I didn't say peace out to nobody. So he figured like I was on some, you know what I'm saying, probably out of bloods outside or something like that. Nah, I don't never linger around No Jumper. You know what I'm saying? I used to be getting on. And then he do an interview with 4Extra. And now he really nervous. 4Extra then spooked him. Scared Straight program. That's what I'm gonna call that, Scared Straight program, because 4Extra wasn't gonna touch him because 4Extra knew he didn't have to. All he had to do was do all the shit he did. And Spooky Johnson, the dude, 4Extra wasn't about to touch him. Come on, bro. But we go get into when he called in the No Jumper, hollering at Remo and the rest of the crew. I'm gonna stop and go. Let's go.
Where your scary ass at, man? They think California scared you off, man.
Ain't nobody scared me off. What I'm scared of?
So what happened, man?
I want y'all to hit that check so I can buy my switches.
So look, bro. Me, you, and Adam was just in Texas. We were supposed to do the Tuesday show, and then you sent the message out saying you quit No Jumper. What the fuck is going on? Why you ain't here?
I quit No Jumper because Adam backdoored me. He knew for a fact that X was gonna come on that bullshit with all the. That's why he got that security, and he didn't tell me. He even quit. He quit that day.
I ain't the only one to quit no jumper. Adam didn't show up.
You
Why
hated
he
on
ain't
the
show up?
security though. You said he wasn't protecting you. You said he was too small to protect you.
It's small like
He wasn't protected. Did he jump up when that man jumped up at me? I
All
got
right,
a gun in my
pause.
pocket, man. If I shoot him in there, then what?
All right, listen. Though I think Adam set 607 Unk up. Nah, I don't think that. Okay. Now, do I think Adam enjoy that this clip or clips that he putting out is going viral? Yes, this is the most viral clip he done had in a long time.
So you're dumb enough to think that Adam doesn't understand what the algorithm is and what Clouditine is? Salute to Rich James for the 9.99 euros, champ. Salute for the euros, champ. On my soul. Do you really think that Adam doesn't know what's going to bring views and what's not going to bring views? You think somebody has 5 million or 4 million subs and doesn't understand how he's going to get views and what's going to go viral or not? Do you really believe that much, EB? Or are you saying that because your lips are white and you're drinking that clear, which is not good, champ, right? And you're trying to protect Adam, bro. All of y'all gonna say Adam didn't do nothing wrong. Adam didn't do nothing wrong, champ. You think Adam doesn't know what's gonna happen, champ? Salute to Scotty for the goddamn super sticker, champ. Salute to y'all, champ. Y'all showing out tonight, champ. Y'all showing out.
Now, what Adam didn't approve of or didn't like was the fact that 4Xers came with so many people. You know, he had come with some homies, but I don't think he ever came with 35 people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I call it the Scared Straight program. That's why I call it that. Like it's easy to rattle people like 607 because
salute to D Will, champ.
You don't know
salute
until you
to
figure
D
it out.
Will.
Now
Y'all
you figured
niggas
it out. You know what I'm saying?
champ.
I mean, shit, 4Xers
Y'all
taught him a
showing
lesson.
out. Salute to y'all, champ.
Now it is funny. I ain't gonna say funny. It is a coincidence. Every time Adam is out of town, something bad happened. Last time he was in New York, suspect hopped out with the knife, like he about to carve somebody up. Okay,
right. The last time he was in New York, he set up for Brandon and Almighty Suspect to meet up again. That was their second time. That's when Son got spit on. Adam knows what's going to happen before it happens. Of course, he has to fire people and say certain things to make it look like he had no idea. It's called plausible deniability, champ. He can always deny it. Oh, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that was going to happen, champ. You knew it was going to happen, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Niggas be telling me every day, bro, you shouldn't do LA content. You think people building a page don't know what to do content on, what not to do content on, bro?
Okay. And now he leave town again. 607, he surrounded by the Crips, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll go check them clips out. You know, be whatever. But let's keep going.
See, I'm not for.
Whoa.
I'm not for all that.
Whoa. But
I got a gun on me.
But
don't say that, dog.
I got it.
Doing nothing.
I got a question, brother. Like, so your whole mission is to stop the gang violence, to make people realize we all on the same level. Why challenge 4Xer to a fade and poke the bear when that goes against the UNC mission?
He's trying to get paid, homie.
No, that didn't get my mission. My mission is balance, gang. Listen, he challenged me to a fight where I couldn't win. Only time I'm gonna fight when I know I can win and I'm getting threatened. He challenged me to a duel where I couldn't win. To satisfy his mind, I tell him challenge me to a duel where I know I can win. Listen, man, he walked in that door with 50 and guns. Who the fuck does that to see somebody 100 pounds? So now he act like he want to fight me. He say he gonna knock me out. Well, fight me now then, because like just prove the win, lose, or draw.
What you got to even the odds?
But to be
You
fair,
got an equalizer?
to
What
be
you mean
fair,
fight me now?
he roll around like that regularly. It wasn't like he was.
No, man, shut the fuck up.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But that's a fact.
Pause.
He really do. He really.
I agree with Unc. Hey, Les, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to self-censor. Man, he ain't walking around every day just 35 deep. No, he ain't, bro. He come with some homies. He had a Crips with him. All right. But, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it was the Scare Straight program that day. You know what I'm saying? See, that's why they call you a glazer. Lush, stop. You don't work at Krispy Kreme. Stop glazing. Stop. Now, Unc, you deserve this, bro.
So you think being able to control 30 to 50 people at a time is not going to end up coming back to haunt 4 Extra and Adam 22?
I don't know what made you, bro. You see messing with the gangs is gonna get you clicks. You know what I'm saying? Okay, GD, VD, Vice Lord, all that shit. All right, boom. And then you come to the gang.
That's the same thing Adam knows, though. Messing with the gangs is gonna get you clips. So he got y'all on there being messy with each other, talking y'all gang politics. He know what's gonna bring clicks. Just like I know, if I keep pointing out how much of a buffoon you guys are, champ, it's gonna get clicks. Everybody knows what they're doing. Adam knows what he's doing. 607 knows what he's doing, but niggas may not know what comes behind that, champ. Oh my soul. J Rod says, don't forget 4 Extra just got out of jail. He could be on papers. Yo, listen, just because, even if he's not on papers, right? Even if he's not on papers, being as though he's not on papers and he maxed out, bro, they may be looking at him even harder. It's like low-hanging fruit. And I'm saying, like, you know this person is going to mess up again. Now they're just on no jumper. Somebody saying they brought 50 dudes in there with 50 guns, bro. You think it's not going to happen again? Like, you really think it's not going to happen again?
Gang capital, the birth of the Bloods of the Crips in California, and you think it's a smart idea to play with this gang culture shit? All right, keep going.
Roll around like that, bro. Beyond the Block says, so Unc saying he with gang members and guns could get 4 Extra locked back up? Yes. Yes. All Crash got to do is know, like, okay, so he didn't rehabilitate himself. He's not a changed person. All they got to do is run down on him. They know what days he's at no jumper, or they could be following him and just catch them niggas. It's just that simple, bro. You letting people know how you move on camera. It's just that simple. They already was watching you and hopping out on you all the time when you was on papers. If you're not on papers, they're just waiting. They're just gonna build a healthier case, champ. You didn't move, you didn't switch your ways. You're even worse. We never seen 4 Extra act like this on camera before. I said he was gonna get more loose. He roll around like that, bro. That's like his every day. But with that being said, you feel me? Like, Unc, you really think you're beating Rich James Beach salute for the next super chat champ? Right? He says adamant is both his personality and expertise. Facts, champ. Facts, champ. It's only a hop, skip, and jump away. Yo, bro, listen, man. I'm telling you, bro. They think it's sweet, but it's not. It's not, bro. 4 Extra in a one-on-one fade?
Bro, he uses his game for protection, bro. I want to survive in California.
He uses his gang for protection. I'm telling you, bro. The nigga up, bro. He uses his gang for protection. Oh, so he's in charge. So he controls the gang, champ. Listen, man.
The only way I survive in California is they know I'm a member. Listen, they catch fades, right? So I'm gonna catch the fade. I'm a member, gang. They not gonna tell me I'm not a member. Listen, I'm a member because I don't gotta be Crip, Blood, GD, none of that. I'm a member because we all share the same soul. We all share the same soul. So I'm not gonna let him just debo me. I got spiritual people that's trying to turn their life to God. Now, what about the young that think they gotta be a bitch ass nigga to get their life to God? No, I gotta show them you can still be strong. So I can be strong, but I don't gotta sacrifice my life to prove that I'm strong. Listen, I don't gotta prove that I'm tough. At that moment, he had to prove that he's tough. I know that I'm tough. So right now, I'm asking him to get in the ring so I can knock him the fuck out.
So you think one-on-one, you're confident in your fighting skills? You would beat
I know for a fact I did not niggas out bigger than him. The only reason I didn't move because I'm not gonna die for content. I'm not gonna die for content. I will fight for content, but I'm not gonna die for content. That's the only reason I didn't move.
Hey, I'm telling you, he's a genius.
All right,
J-Cat.
pause.
I'm telling you. Hey, it's
all right. That's that with that clip, right?
How come Munchie B is not reacting to the day after when 607 Aunt came up there and said the other shit he said about Munchie B? What he was gonna do? He would have hit me and then he would have never seen the hits coming. I didn't know he was blood. He blind. All these other shits that he was saying direct. Munchie think he's smart. He gonna beat around that. He not gonna talk about that. He not gonna talk about that. Unc loses me when he start blending all the cap together to make him seem innocent and all this, and he a cap god. Nah, facts, bro. He knows exactly what he's doing. But all these guys know exactly what they're doing, or so they think, champ.
Okay, basically, Unc saying he gonna get out of a sticky situation and wait till he in a better position and then reapproach it. That's what Unc is saying. Now, what I don't like, all the no jumper staff. I ain't gonna say Young Ant because Young Ant don't give his opinion on this particularly too much. But other than
that's because y'all trying to save face because y'all know you wasn't supposed to let nobody from out of town talk like that in front of y'all. Y'all was laughing and joking, and then he said some crazy shit to you, champ. So this is why Ant is not really talking about it too much, and neither are you. You're going around it. You're mentioning RAt100 and Aaron the plumber and all that. No, bro came up there the very next day and violated you some more, champ. He did.
And Young Ant, Hefe, the whole no jumper staff is so that 4 extras is knockout king, right? And none of them seen him fight before. None of them. So I don't like to do Booty Braze, the Buster and Jill that got life. Baby Braze not big at all. He came out victorious with 4 extras. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna just mention that one because that's the story that was told on the internet. I know other fights that 4 extras and they lost, but that's not my job to be talking about. That ain't what I do. You know what I'm saying? I don't blast people and all that little shit. I don't even care about that. You don't get stripes off the internet. That's bunk. But I'm trying to see
my son
why people so positive that he just whooping everybody ass. Like, and I'm talking to the no jumper staff particularly. Like, I'm talking about production, co-host, like, god damn, bro. Like, y'all just believe in Santa Claus. Now, do I think 4 extras a whoop 607 Unc ass? Of course. I think he would smash him.
Munchie never seen 607 Unc, champ. Unless Munchie lying, he never physically seen 607 Unc. Somebody probably described 607 Unc to him. He like 5'7", 120 pounds. He wear big shoes, small ankles, champ. He got big shoes, small ankles, champ. If you can imagine that, you'll see Unc. You know what I'm saying? If you can envision. But you never seen 607 Unc, champ. Or have you?
But it's just like y'all just so positive though, bro. I've been in the street so long. I done seen some shit, bro. I got a homie named Baby Bisco that's 5'3", that's whooping ass, bro. And a lot of people can't see him, bro. Free Baby Bisco. You know what I'm saying? But man, that's that, man. We got Aaron the plumber calling me out because I said something about the homie Donut from Inglewood. Y'all probably know him as Hollywood Donut. He do security for Ray J and all that. He spit on Aaron the plumber. He didn't like how I commutated with that. Okay. And now he's saying I took
Commutated is
an L.
crazy.
But then you got 607 Unc calling you gay, Aaron. How you feel about that? Are you offended?
607 Unc said that you're worthless. Not gonna hold you. 607 Unc said that you're worthless, Chan. He said if you would have hit him, he would have hit you wild times and you wouldn't have seen it happen. So you just would have been beat up, champ. This is what 607 Unc said, bro. The very next day, I've been waiting for you to talk about it, and you have never spoke about it, champ. It's nasty word.
What come first? You being a man or a gangbanger?
J Rod says, thanks for the 60 likes. We got 142 in the building. Let's get it to 100 likes. Yo, J Rod, this is what I realized, right? So first, sometimes you gotta leave and then come back in, right? First of all, right? Nope, it's 61. Yo, bro, listen, right? This is what I came to realize, bro. A lot of people watch, they be like hate watching. So they really not about to like and do all that shit, bro. A lot of dudes be hate watching, bro. On my soul. A lot of people come here just to troll. This is why I put subscriber only mode on. Because at least if you're gonna troll, you're gonna subscribe first. Facts. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. If y'all want to hit the like button, hit the like button. If not, it doesn't matter, champ. On my soul, it doesn't matter to me.
Because he said slide, but he called you gay. I don't know. That's for you to decide. And then you got Unc that called in a no jumper. He felt Adam set him up. You know what? He probably feel that because Comparator did content with 607 Unc and Adam
set him up.
And Adam did kind of instruct him to troll him. You know what I'm saying? They was trolling Comparator.
Right.
So he probably thinking that's the case with everything. But I don't think
if a dog bites you, you're gonna believe that dog bites, correct? If a dog bites you, listen, I remember my homie Milk. We call him Milk. He was wild light skinned. Pause. But that was his name. We call him Milk. Matter of fact, we called him Leche. On my soul. He had a big white ass pit bull with a big head named Trouble. And Trouble used to but my dog and his dog was cool, but my dog was a puppy at the time. So it's like he was cool with me because of my dog. But he bit one of my mans. One of my mans was playing with him, my homie P Sice. He was playing with the dog, and the dog bit a chunk out of my son P Sice's face. After that day, I was like, I'm not playing with that nigga no more. He bites. Oh, nah, he good with you. No. He bites. Let's just keep it funky. That nigga bites. If you see a dog bite, understand he bites. Y'all be wanting to give people the benefit of the doubt, bro. So you're trying to say that because you don't think that Adam spoke to 607 Unc and had him try to violate you guys up there. Scotty says these guys keep getting violated but keep going back like a Diddy accuser. Oh my soul. Adam wouldn't do nothing like that, but he done it before. If somebody do something, understand that's what they do. This man got 4 million something subs. You think he don't know what he's doing? You got caught in the trick bag. He pointed to Aunt Hefe and said, I didn't put you in the trick bag yet. He didn't tell you that. You were sitting right next to him. He didn't say, yo, I didn't put both of you guys in the trick bag yet. No. He was talking to Aunt Hefe. He put you in the trick bag too, champ. This is what Adam does.
He instructed him in this case because Adam think 4 Extra is Tookie Williams, and he wouldn't put you in danger like that. He wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So what was he instructed to do? Anything like send 4 Extra at you? I doubt it. I don't think so. Now, damn, hold on, man. Little Garbiana's calling. Look. Now, what people got to realize, minus the disrespect and the gang culture thing, he played with 4 Extra, talking about he gay or something about him in jail. So 4 Extra already came in with a chip on his shoulder, came through the door, collared him up, got at him, breathed on him off camera, then breathed on him on camera. You know what I'm saying? But you know, whatever. But look, I want everybody to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell.
He didn't do shit, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. He didn't do a goddamn thing, champ. All right. All he did was make himself hot. LA is not. So New York is more of a hustler culture, bro. Not gonna lie. When we hop off the porch, we hop off the porch with a pack, not a flag. I hopped off the porch with an 8-ball of krills, champ. That's what I hopped off the porch with. It wasn't a flag. It was krills. You know what I mean? We understand that if you're too loud, you're gonna make yourself hot. If you just one of those niggas that just run their mouth and you're yelling and screaming and you're beating niggas up on the block and you're making it hot. He's making it hot. 4 Extra done made himself hot again. Where he could have just came out, did his boxing match, got his bread, 50K. He's making it hot. He's going to get himself in trouble for what he did, bro. I can't see it going no other way. But let's go to the poll one last time, champ. If we can, if I can find it, champ. Champion. Champ. Matter of fact, let's close the poll and see what it says, champ. Oh, my soul. Where is it? Hold on, champ. So I just sit back and watch. I love watching chaos. Me too, champ. On my soul. I just like calling it out because 9 times out of 10, I be right. I ain't gonna lie. 9 times out of 10, I be right. But that leaves the question too that I have for y'all, right? So 74% of the people in the chat out of the 85 votes says that Unc is trying to end no jumper. To 26 people that says no. We're gonna end the poll right there, champ. If you voted, thank you, champ. Thank you. If you voted, thank you, champ. That leaves this little last question that I have for y'all, bro, that we going to talk about, champ, in the bodega real fast, right? Is people hating on Steno, champ? I just want y'all to let me know if people is hating on Steno, champ. I've been seeing quite a few people say dumb shit. I feel like it's dumb. Right? It's people hating on Steno. Now, I believe I'm doing something that nobody is doing. When you get on the internet, you have to do certain things that people is not really doing. So seeing a New York dude talk about LA characters is something that you're not used to really seeing like that, champ. But I'm seeing a lot of people say, or some people, it's not even a lot of people, but some people I feel like is hating on the situation, right? And I want to know what y'all think. Do y'all think Steno is bugging? Or do y'all think Steno should keep it trucking? Let me know what y'all think about, how y'all think about that in the comments. Leave it in the comments. I'll be back tomorrow for more content, all right? Salute, hit that like button, subscribe. I'm out of here, champ.
When the 2025 criminal complaint dropped on Big U, the world will be introduced to a dark trail of alleged crimes. But the complaint itself wraps up all of these activities under one umbrella organization, with the so-called Big U enterprise allegedly engaging in an array of criminal activity, including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, other financial crimes, obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Some of these crimes seem absolutely crazy in the modern day and make you think more of the Black Hand mafia extortion scene in the Godfather movies than gangbangers in South Central LA. In fact, Big U actually previously referred to his life as a modern-day mafia story, but things were much more complicated than that, because to cloak this alleged criminal activity, according to the complaint, Big U's non-profit was at the front and center, and this, along with his persona he presented to the public as a reformed gang member, actually allowed Big U to navigate both the criminal underworld and the halls of legitimate power and business at the same time. His non-profit umbrella organization, Developing Options, which controls a number of seemingly innocent entities attempting to do positive work in the community, actually received over $500,000 from the GRID program controlled by the City of LA, with a total of over $2.3 million from the City of LA being handed over, hundreds of thousands of which Big U allegedly withdrew personally as a salary. He would also allegedly embezzle funds that were meant for community work, in a practice where he would solicit donations from celebrities for his charities, then taking the money for himself personally. The criminal complaint later called Big U's organizations a front and part of a plan for Big U to control the streets of LA undercover, and according to wiretaps, Big U's persona as a reformed community activist was just a facade, and behind the scenes, he was openly claiming how he was still the same man that they said he once was. Big U was also heard on a wiretap saying that no one can beef with him because he'd kill them, apparently even later bragging to someone about being the only gangster from his era still murdering people in the modern day and age. Big U's alleged right-hand man and enforcer and underboss was a man named Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, with Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, being a trusted lieutenant. Big U's name and crew pulled a lot of weight and called a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to the nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back up his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan security team, being left bloodied and carried away by the police.
Whoa, 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 go, hey! Stop, 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 stop! Get that boy out. Oh! Hey, you, Mike, hey, just stay down. He's good. You, Mike. Hey, close the gate, Mike. Close it up. Hey, close it up. Get him inside.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right now. Go. Get him out.
Be cool. Be cool.
I don't want him in this. I don't. Get out.
Get him out here. Back up. Come on. You, come on. You. Big you strike out. Huh? No, he just swung in my car. Leave him on the ground. No, he goes to jail. He goes to jail tonight. Nothing to see, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Move. Hey guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing?
Big U later claimed that he had gone head-to-head with 15 Samoan security guards.
At the supper club up here. We was going in. It's only 30, 40 minutes left from the club. This dude hired something. The homeboy house. Yeah, they won't let him in. I'm like, I'm gonna stay out here with him. He just get off on the security guard for no apparent reason.
Get off, meaning?
He just fired on the dude.
Oh!
All the security together is me by myself.
Big you strike out.
So I made the assessment. It's 15 of them. You 50 get your whooped. But how the rules go, I'm gonna get down where I'm mad at. I took flight. So when I'm on the ground, I'm wrestling with the one dude came and kicked me. If you look at the film, he kicked me in the side of the face.
Back up. Come on. Hey, give me one fight diving over here. Back up. Back up, man.
So the blood, while I'm on my back, wrestling with the blood filter in my eyes. I couldn't see.
Hey, guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing?
I think I did pretty good, me versus 15. You know what I'm saying?
Big U would also claim that in the aftermath, hundreds of goons from different gangs came to Hollywood following that incident to back him up.
And dudes from every set in LA really stood up and was offended by what they had seen. My homies is Bloods, that's Cuz, that's from every set was upset.
In a subsequent video, Big U was seen bloodied and in cuffs as rappers The Game and T.I., along with Big U's son and an army of 6-0s, square up to the police, initially believing that it was the police that brutalized Big U.
Are you trigger happy too? We not bothering you. You trigger happy? TMZ, put it on it. TMZ, hey, get the camera on Big U. Hey, listen, right now. Police didn't do it. You have security did. Hey, T.I. Who did it? T.I. Police didn't do it. T.I. Who did it? Who did it?
But after the crowd realized that the security were responsible for jumping Big U, they begun to confront and scuffle with the security, with one of the people personally involved in beating up Big U taking off running from the mob.
Who did that to you? What? Who did that to you? Please. Who did it? You up. Your people said who did it? Who just did it?
Hey, Scott, I got you.
Then, rapper The Game even squares up to security himself, ready to fight.
Look at Game sweating the security right now on the police.
Then, what sounded like young Rollin 60s members ready to crash out would escalate things further, looking for those responsible and saying that they had never seen Big U in that sort of state, with everyone trying to remove them from the situation before things escalate and get deadly.
I'm talking to you, 6-0 kid. I ain't never seen no like that. Who hit you though? Who hit you? Hey, what happened? No, I can calm the whole situation down. What happened? I can tell you.
Look, it's a full Mexican standoff right now. We got a whole Mexican standoff with Game's crew and the police.
The Game would still try and square up to the security, who was saying that Big U has to go to jail tonight.
Watch back, watch back.
The whole situation was a mess, and according to one rumor, this actually led to a gang war between the Rollin 60s, backed up by other gangs, and the Samoan security gangs that run the nightclub doors in Hollywood, with Big U saying in his Hip Hop Uncovered series how things got so serious that 4 to 5 people were expected to die over this, with some Redditors even taking this to mean that 5 people had indeed lost their lives as part of this beef.
It was a lot of violence against just clubs and security against clubs, and people expected 4 or 5 people to die. We got so many people dying over bull crap. I didn't really want to add to that. That's not the legacy I wanted to have. That was a misunderstanding, you know what I mean? Went too far. So we ended up shutting Hollywood down. We had to meet with the powers that be.
Now, I wasn't able to find any evidence or cases relating to murders that happened in Hollywood following this incident, but apparently after things reached a boiling point in the streets, the Supper Club and Big U had a meeting to try and resolve things. This ended in the Supper Club allegedly cutting Big U a check for $200,000 and doing a food drive for his community movement.
You know, we had sat down with the owners of the Supper Club. They wrote me a check for over $200,000. We used about $70,000, $80,000 to do a food giveaway, toys. It was amazing.
The Supper Club's giving all these free toys and food. They're underprivileged, right? And so I start talking to Big U, the organizer of the event. How come the Supper Club was so keen to be involved?
Well, we've been messing with them since back in, the incident we had. They want to reach out and help the community. For me, being able to take something bad that happened for me and turn it into a positive, instead of continue to let it be a negative, that's what I'm all about.
Supper Club later put out a public statement suggesting that Big U was the victim of a rogue security officer who took things too far, saying that Big U was not arrested and had no part in the violence, with club owners distancing themselves from the security that were working that night and promising that they would never book them again. Clearly, Big U was flesh and blood, like any man, and could also be caught slipping. But just as clearly from what came after, he was a formidable force in the streets who wouldn't accept this kind of violation lightly, and nightclubs would seemingly be a regular target for extortion attempts by the Big U enterprise. The 2025 criminal complaint would outline a situation where Big U shook down club owners, promising them T.I. and Wiz Khalifa to turn up to an event in exchange for 33% of the profits. These artists never turned up, but Big U demanded a $30,000 payment from the club, plus more of the profits, despite not keeping up his end of the deal, with a taped recording depicting Big U pressing the club owner and promising to tear the club up if he didn't get what he wanted, apparently vowing to bring 5,000 Rolling 60s members to destroy their club if he wasn't paid the money, and famous people weren't safe either. The criminal complaint would mention a litany of celebrities and athletes that had paid Big U a checking-in fee when coming to LA, checking in being an extortion method that out-of-town people often fall into, as they're pressured to get into contact with the local gang members, this often involving payments for protection and to not get robbed. The criminal complaint explained that checking in was a street tax that had to be paid to guarantee safety from gangs and criminals in the city, and according to the complaint, the Big U enterprise claimed control of LA and expected to collect tax from entertainers in the city conducting certain types of legit or illegal business. The criminal complaint outlined an incident where boxer Adrian Broner and his friends were part of a fixed dice game against some NBA players, who then checked in with Big U and allegedly paid him $100,000, after which Big U gathered his goons and went to confront Broner, allegedly roughing him up along with his friends for not checking in and for apparently cheating NBA players out of their money. But even as far back as 2020, people on Reddit would debate why Big U pretends to be a reformed gang member whilst also openly enforcing the checking-in extortion method publicly. People knew that he was living a double life years ago, and this was an open secret in LA. Big U would even be seen in video clips on social media going to film sets where he had apparently forced the production to check in with him, saying that if they didn't, he would be taking all of their equipment.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, man.
Top flight, baby. Yeah.
GB running this here movie set in the hood. Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it. Sure. Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
Oh, well.
check your. We're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. We're gonna check in all of your equipment.
Big U was openly the gatekeeper for LA check-ins, warning out-of-towners in numerous clips that if you choose not to check in, you're not safe and you'll suffer the consequences, as well as saying that he too checks in when going to other cities.
When I go to Chicago, I respect Chicago wholeheartedly. I check in. When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in. And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers, like who really real killers. Like if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down. You understand what I'm saying? You just caught slipping. You know, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, why do it? You know what I mean? And it's just about, sometimes it's about respecting, you know, yourself and then trying to get home. So, I mean, you know, I hear a lot of back and forth on that, but I mean, I don't know that it's a perfect answer other than me, myself, I check in.
But it appeared that Big U even had issues with podcasters like Gilly and Wallow of $1 Million Worth of Game.
Gilly and Wallow, they got a problem. I couldn't Philly. Them the only two dudes I'm looking for. I got no problem with nobody else, no beef with nobody else but Gilly and Wallow right now.
RAt100 and Luece Cannon would both tell academics that the Rolling 60s, on the orders of Big U, once stripped Gilly and his son and sold their jewelry for $100,000, with RAt100 also revealing that Nipsey Hussle allegedly ended up giving Gilly $20,000 back because he felt bad for him.
Man, you better ask Gilly. Gilly
no?
No, Gilly got stripped down by the homies because of Big U.
Wait, Gilly?
Yeah, the homie Rose and them stripped.
We're talking about Gilly the kid. We're talking about the guy with the podcast. We're talking about $1 million worth of game.
He got his son stripped down, and they stripped down Gilly.
What do you? And for what? Like what? What do you mean? Gilly never got robbed though.
Yeah, him and his son got stripped. They stripped him in the 60s. Big U lined them up. They stripped him, took all their jewelry. And did it, came on the stage and said he did it, and they get mad at me like I did it. I ain't did it. I ain't do it. I went, man.
No.
What mad at me for?
Gilly official from Philly, man. Gilly not going like that.
Gilly had his hands up in the mother air with his two kids. A father that couldn't protect his two kids. That's what he is. I told that, look, bro, don't be popping at me because with another saying, nigga, that's from Rolling 60 Crip for real. Everybody know that is. He telling you, Big, you lined your punk ass up.
Now, if you got your ass robbed over there, you and your kids, he said Nipsey went over there and gave it 20,000 because he felt bad for him.
However, it seems that whatever may have happened, Gilly would repair the relationship with Big U, as they could later be seen acting very friendly with each other. But no one was safe from the Rollin 60s extortion racket. But it seemed that the biggest targets were grey market businesses that couldn't rely on the law to protect them, particularly unlicensed smoke shop dispensaries, with Big U and his henchmen allegedly running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery allegedly carried out by Rollin 60s on a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit, and this is where Luece Cannon enters the picture. According to some sources, Luece Cannon, real name Tremaine Ashley Williams, had a tough upbringing in South Central LA, losing his father to a death sentence in prison. Luece found himself deep in the politics of LA streets and prison yards, eventually turning to the music business as a producer, making beats for people around him like Nipsey and Draco the Ruler, before turning to rapping himself, collaborating with Nipsey Hussle during his come-up, and allegedly almost getting signed by none other than Dr. Dre, who according to Luece produced his song Bringin' California Back featuring Nipsey Hussle and YG. But in the end, Dr. Dre ended up signing Kendrick Lamar, as he considered him to be the safer choice, who didn't have as many potentially disruptive ties to the streets.
Some piece in it, man.
Yeah.
You had a record with him in 2013, right?
Yeah. Bringing California Back, produced by Dr. Dre, featuring YG.
Hold on, you said produced by Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Like Andre Young.
Yeah.
Oh, worked with Dre?
Yeah.
How closely did you work with Dre on that? You just got the beat, or you were able to link with him?
When I went to jail, it was like he wanted to sign me or whatever. It was me, Nip, and Kendrick Lamar. So at the end of the day, he was like, y'all getting people killed, people getting killed out there. I don't want to be around with this gangbang. I learned my lesson from dealing with the last situation, and he chose Kendrick Lamar.
That makes sense.
However, in another early interview, Luece would also imply that he was in fact the producer of the song, making the melody of the beat with a church piano while being locked up.
So you basically wrote everything. Did you produce that track too, right?
Yeah, I produced it. I did everything.
So when you're in jail, how were you able to kind of make that beat?
They had church, right?
Oh, okay.
I used to go in the church, use the keyboards like that. That's how I did it. And it came out dope. So
no, for real. I remember that was the first song I actually heard, that you created and that you were in. I was like, hell yeah, this is dope as hell, because you had YG and Nipsey, and it was about, bringing Cali back, the hardcore, just kind of a party vibe with it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just when I do music, and people don't even understand the hook, me singing on it, rapping, I did so it's I do everything. I make it easier for other artists.
Perhaps the beat might have been a collaboration between Luece and Dre, although according to a poster that was posted by Luece himself, the producer is tagged as Buckwheat on the beat, but perhaps this version was a remake. But anyway, Luece has indeed allegedly racked up production credits and writing credits on projects with numerous major artists like Rihanna, Snoop Dogg, The Game, Nas, and 50 Cent. And he supposedly even worked as the opening act for Drake and 21 Savage during their It's All a Blur tour, although he's not included in the Wikipedia page about the tour for some reason. These discrepancies seem to raise some interesting questions about Luce's background or lack thereof. In fact, according to Luce's twin brother Jermaine Williams, much of Luece Cannon's alleged music production credits are actually not true at all.
Even though he has a little bit of music on his platform, he's got the Draco song, he's got the Nipsey song, he has claimed all kind of music success with people that I know for a fact he doesn't even know. He don't know Nas. But the Luece Cannon I know has been worked with Nas for probably a decade. He doesn't know none of these other people that he's claimed to produce, that he's worked with. Have you heard some of his claims of his music success?
I could only go by what I did for him. He had songs with Game. He got songs with J-Rock. He got songs with Nip, YG. Songs that I produce. I can't speak on anything that he's produced. I mean, that I heard little clips. People send me little clips. He would have been too young to work with these folks when they was doing their music and they did hits and all that stuff. So if people wants to believe the that he says,
so big. All I could do is say what I did with him.
Moreover, LA YouTuber Street TV, together with guests like the rappers Munchie B and Spider Loke, have claimed that Luece has stolen his entire public persona from an older hip-hop industry insider that also has the name Luce Cannon.
Got me on this Luce Cannon, anti-Luce Cannon, anti-fake Luce Cannon campaign is because I have a personal friend that I've known since, I want to say 13 years old, 14 maybe, that goes by the name Luce Cannon. That's been in the music business since I've known him. That he's introduced me to some of the biggest rappers that I've ever met. I met them through the real Luce Cannon.
Because you guys, I believe this is the reason why Luce Coochie Lips Cannon chose Luce Cannon as a name to run with, because of the credits that were already attached to it and the lack of a apparent profile that was so obvious. Because if you from rolling anything, especially 60s, I don't care if it's 90s, 40s, 30s, anything, and you have a name that includes O's, to eliminate the O's is so contrary to what we do when we play with words and represent what we represent. He had to take that name for the purpose of receiving the exact same credit that your partner was getting.
The real Luce Cannon hit me up during the MySpace years.
That's what it was, MySpace.
And he asked me, who is this dude, Luce Cannon? He's supposed to be from 60s. And I remember I think he called Steve Lobel because he knew Steve Lobel was tapped into the 6-0s. And he said that, I think Steve Lobel told him that, oh, it ain't nobody. There's nothing to worry about.
My mama, dad, homies, daughters, lokes, loved ones, everything I love and live for, my sister and my sons. Just the same thing I did. It wasn't Steve, but I hollered at Big U. He called me back with the exact same report, bro. Back in 06, when I ran across this mother content of Luce Coochie Lips Cannon lying on me, claiming he had met me and disrespected me, and I had no idea he existed.
Oh, you don't say cuz you not no crip.
Look how far he would go. That's why you guys know he been trying this since 06.
Normally I wouldn't care,
right?
But I grew up with the real Luce Cannon.
Right.
The real Luce Cannon is getting calls all the time about what this dude is doing, about claims that he's been with other celebrities that the real Luce Cannon never been with. So he's got to take these calls. Nah, I never did a song for 50 Cent. He has worked with Nas. He has worked with some major dudes. Right. This dude, the fake dude, is just putting it all out there.
Robbing dispensaries is one thing, but robbing song credits and your entire career history is just wild. But Luce's former partner, Jasmine Gigi Adams, also told Street TV that Luce has told many outlandish lies about himself, painting him as a possible pathological liar.
Tremaine, he kind of gets you into a place. I mean, it's real intense. When he first meets you, as you guys can all see, I'm sure from the interviews that everybody has seen, the lies are outlandish, and he's very good at, when he's outed for the lies, he'll come up with an even bigger lie. And then he's got, little minions around him to support the lies. And then, next thing you know, you don't know what to believe, even though you have the proof in front of your face.
Okay, all right. How about Nas?
No, Nas is cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
what was it like when you were working with him?
It was just like, cause gifted a whole nother level. So it was like a different vibe. It was like out of here. It's like a different atmosphere.
What did you do with him?
Produce for him.
Oh, what did you produce?
The song with him and what's that factory? I produced so many records, I'll be forgetting the damn names.
But I think that was kind of the reason why I stayed, because the fake Tremaine it's not like he had tons of money or anything when I met him. So I think it was more so about myself. It was just me.
When you look back at it, was there anything about him that you actually liked?
He was very persistent. He was showered you right away with just like flowers, very persistent, and taking you out, kind of just treating you like like a lady. He never pressured you for sex or anything like that. He was just very persistent, kind of came off as a gentleman. And then of course he's, telling you these lavish stories. I own Subways, I own GameStops, I have my life together type thing and stuff like that. And I had my own businesses too. So it was kind of like he makes you feel like you've met your match.
But whatever the case, Luece Cannon would eventually find himself in the podcast world, appearing frequently on LA's leading rap culture podcast, No Jumper, arguably becoming a loose link when it came to the secretive code of the streets. But before Luece had fully transitioned to a more sanitized media presence, he was allegedly towing the line for Big U in the streets, specifically conducting robberies of dispensaries that were being shaken down. According to the criminal complaint, on July the 5th, 2021, a robbery went down at an unlicensed dispensary that had been paying up to $25,000 a month to the Big U enterprise, but they ultimately got tired of being extorted and decided to stop paying up. On that day, 11 thugs were sent to the store, including Luece Cannon personally, with them running into the dispensary with guns and masks, robbing the store of cash, stock, and even sticking up the customers. Apparently during the robbery, one of the masked men put the store owner on the phone with Big U, who invited the victim to his home, and when he arrived there, he found Big U and the robbers with the proceeds of the robbery, telling the victim that he just robbed himself, giving him back some of the stolen things and demanding $10,000 so it doesn't happen again. Now, this is a crazy extortion method as it is, but to make matters even more crazy, years later, after falling out with Big U whilst on the No Jumper podcast, Luece Cannon would discuss this incident openly, saying how he found it strange how Big U would send them out on robberies and then the victims would later turn up to take their things back.
So basically it's like, cause he'll be like, he'll manipulate things. Like we'll go and do something, and as soon as we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to counting everything, right? And we be like, how do they get the? Oh well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But cause it's actually putting us in paperwork, right?
Luece also claimed that Big U had supplied guns to the homies, but noted down the serial numbers for these guns as collateral.
Seen it get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his right hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Ultimately, it would seem that Luece Cannon's fallout with Big U was a big contributor to his downfall, as Luece would go on podcasts and lives on his own social media and speak openly about illegal things that he had done under Big U's leadership. Another crazy situation that emerged in the criminal complaint and on a podcast was an apparent run-in with the rapper Meek Mill, where Luece and other 6'0s had allegedly grabbed hold of Meek at a venue and threatened to kill him unless Rick Ross, Meek Mill's label boss, gave them $50,000, which was apparently paid up.
I heard Wack on the interview talking about what I did to Meek Mills.
Wait, you did something to Meek Mill?
Oh Lord.
It said y'all was trying to kidnap him. No, that's cap. There was a Big U portion of it.
Yeah. So basically, Meek Mills was talking real reckless on Twitter and stuff like that. So
talking reckless.
Doing
it now.
Yeah, so we caught him at the club where he was performing at. As soon as he walked in or whatever, all the security that was with him, they spent around and grabbed Cubs. Get on the phone with Ross.
Honey, all right, that's enough now. We're not gonna tell all the details.
No, we gotta hear this one.
I said, get on the phone with Ross.
Now this one will go high. What?
Get on the phone with Ross. Neighborhood Crips. So he got on the phone with Ross. I took on the phone with Ross.
Wait.
Because we needed that bag, or because
Oh, he owed y'all money.
No, he didn't owe no money. We took the money.
Oh, this was extortion. Oh,
not extortion.
Ken, all right.
See, yeah, we don't want
See, I might have to probably bail him out after this interview.
don't want to
No. We'll just say Meek Mill snitch on him. It's fine. Meek ain't gonna tell.
Look, we don't want to get the extortion part. It was just a business transaction. You get
how much I charge him?
50. That's it.
50,000?
Yeah.
I hear Rose. Hey, look, I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want this to get out. We need 50. He brought 52, Crenshaw, and 48. He brought that money. He brought it fast. And when he brought it, I hit Big Useless and said, we on our way. Gave Meek Mills his stuff back and left.
Now, for the record, Meek Mill later denied this, and if one thing's clear, Luece Cannon is certainly somebody that will happily lie for clout. But Luece was seemingly so fresh out the streets, he didn't seem to realize that he shouldn't have been talking so openly about these crimes on podcasts. Combine this with the comments that he made about Nipsey Hussle's death and the subsequent cease and desist Big U sent to No Jumper, it was then emerging that Big U had a serious problem on his hands, as the inner workings of his street empire were now being aired out on podcasts for the whole world to hear. Apparently, as a result of a fallout between the two, Luece Cannon was now openly disrespecting Big U any opportunity that he had. But this wasn't just a spontaneous switching of sides. In actual fact, it seemed that Big U's downfall was orchestrated by one man, a former friend turned mortal enemy named RAt100, who after befriending Big U's former enforcer Luece Cannon would discover a shocking revelation that Big U might have been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Wack ultimately conspiring to drip feed the information to the public and Big U himself in order to accelerate the downfall of his former friend turned enemy. But Wack 100 couldn't take all the credit, as the reality is the downfall of Big U was seemingly his undoing, as the 2025 criminal complaint would reveal just how dark and badly executed this alleged murder was. But despite this, it would be 4 years before anyone would learn the details, and by then it would be far too late for Big U to escape these serious charges.
Roscoe's. Yeah. So I felt it was like super messed up, because at the end of the day, it was me and Big Useless in there when it happened.
Click like. The clip you're about to hear of Luece Cannon putting himself directly at the scene of PNB Rock's tragic demise is insane. Maybe he was lying for clout. Get in the comments. Before we get to the clip, this is what happened.
So when it happened, I wish I could have just told him, like, bro, just give up the jury and we get it back to you later. But it just happened so fast and he wasn't cooperating. And that's when they took it off of him by force. You get what I'm saying?
What do you say to a person who won't give up their jury when something like that's happening?
No, give it up and then check in with the real people. So we're going to find a jury and we're going to get it, because we know all the pawn shops, we know all the people that's going to melt it down and everything like that. So as soon as it comes on their table, we got it. Okay, get it, go in that back room, make that phone call, put them on the phone. That's how it works.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been 2 years since the murder of rap star PNB Rock in broad daylight. He was from Germantown, you may recall. He was shot and killed while eating lunch at a restaurant in Los Angeles. And now there's new exclusive video coming out that sheds light on what really happened that day. The news magazine True Crime News is devoting a special edition tonight to the never-before-seen videos. The host of the True Crime News, Anna Garcia, joins us live here right now at CBS News Philadelphia. So, Anna, tell us about this video, this surveillance video.
So it's got two components to it. One is the actual shooting, the murder. And what that video very clearly shows is that PNB Rock, Rakim Allen, never stood a chance, because the shooter came in, put the gun up, asked for the jewels, and within seconds he was already shot. So the opportunity to hand over the $500,000 in jewelry wasn't even there. And PNB Rock was carrying a gun. He had it in the back of his waistband, but didn't even have enough time. The man is shot, and then the shooter, you can see him grabbing the jewelry off of him, also points the gun to the girlfriend who's having lunch with him, takes some of her jewelry, but she is not shot.
Now let's talk about the girlfriend, because at first, wasn't there kind of like an implication that maybe she was involved in some way on this?
The implication was she had posted a picture from Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles where this happened.
So the location, she's saying where we are.
Where we are, and she posts a picture of the food, the chicken and the waffles, not of them, not that she's with him. And then the shooting happens. But what we didn't know now that we do, what we didn't know then that we know now is that that photo had nothing to do with the murder of PNB Rock. The setup had started the minute he walked into the restaurant. He's wearing $500,000 in jewelry. There's someone there who spots him, does a fist bump. We see this on the video. He contacts someone else, a father and son team. And the food was delayed by almost 40 minutes. But it was just slow that day in the restaurant. So keep that in mind. She didn't get to post that video, that photo till much later. And it was those two that were responsible for the death of PNB. And it was, the whole setup was just to steal all his jewelry.
Wow. Well, you've been following crime stories for years. I mean, this was your beat as a general assignment reporter. I mean, the show's now 2 months on the air.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of response are you getting from folks?
Wonderful. We're here in Philadelphia talking about this incredible case. We need to set the record straight. She blamed herself. The girlfriend blamed herself for this murder, that it was all her fault. It wasn't her fault. We need to make sure that everyone knows that, because social media and other celebrities jumped all over her, blaming her. So it's important to have that discussion, to tell the entire story of a crime.
As opposed to news nuggets.
Yes.
This is what I always tell people. You don't know the full story until you know the full story.
Exactly. And today we can tell you the full story. It's the entire half-hour episode on tonight here on your station.
This is a great focus. And I mean, I know the folks here in Philadelphia, because of the connection with Germantown, people are going to be very interested.
They should be. I think it will be very revealing about what happened. He never stood a chance. And then the agony that she goes through in the interrogation room, she couldn't go to the hospital with him.
Wow.
When you see her fear and her agony as you know, the world is just blaming her for something, and she starts blaming herself, and it wasn't her fault.
Well, we look forward to watching this. Thanks so much for joining us. And again, you can watch True Crime News tonight and every night on our sister station, Philly 57 at 9 p.m.
This PNB is slow.
Yeah.
They delayed your food by 40 minutes. They was lining your up. Never before footage reported showed that PNB Rock was set up by a restaurant employee and his food was delayed by 40 minutes. He was supposed to got out of there.
Bro, you want to play that clip? Hold up. I'm gonna
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. What is these niggas? But I told you what he told me. God got me.
He told you God got him? What?
Nigga, we was in New Mexico. I'm show out there, Blueface was headlining. And he comes to the back in the holding room, Jerry down. They got about $1 million on him, right?
Oh my God.
I say, nephew, who you here with? He said, Whack, I'm by myself. By yourself? I said, oh no. Pitbull was with me. I say, Pitbull, get on this. Why? I said, nah, something happened to you, they gonna blame me off the rip. New Mexico ain't no different than Arizona and Vegas. Bunch of from all type of LA sets on the run. Body hunters out there, all kind of out there. I said, Pitbull, stay on that man all night, man. I put Pitbull on him. And he told me, he said, God got me. And it wasn't about 3-4 weeks later after that, he got, and he been out here like 6-7 years, so he know what's happening. Nigga looked at me and said, God got me. Oh, no.
Yeah, they said they had a gun on him and everything.
Nigga robbed you. Nigga robbed that nigga when we was there. They gonna swear Whack get it.
Well, Unc, he wasn't lying. God got him. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Geechee, that's all I got good with Geechee. Geechee walked in the no jumper. I just got up from, that's the day I took Reek down there, I think. And I was in the alley. This is when he was at the old spot, that old murder alley they had. And I'm sitting on the phone. I see a carload jump up, working their way through the back door. I stopped them right there. Homie, where you from? Where you from? Who you here for? We here with Geechee. Is that right? Yo, call Geechee out here. Geechee come out. Whack, what up? You know these? Yeah. I said, yo, bro, is this all everybody you got here? Yeah, well, nigga, I'm finna leave. Cause if something happened to you, he said, Whack, they gonna blame you for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure. They gonna blame you. For sure. What happened? What? Who was there? Oh, yeah. So I'm finna get on up out of here, man. You got cars pulling up? Nah. But yeah, he told me that. And he looked at me and said, God got me. You know you ready.
Yeah, it's at the top, right?
Yep. All right.
A nigga said, let's hear this.
2 years after rap artist was gunned down outside a popular restaurant in South LA, the men convicted of murder and robbery today learned how much time they'll be spending behind bars.
The rapper killed outside of Orozco's Chicken and Waffle restaurant, and Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia is live at the Compton courthouse where the victim's family members spoke out at the sentencing. Sid.
As you mentioned, it was 2 years ago this month, and the man regarded as the mastermind behind the murder and robbery, he is now headed to state prison. Rakim Allen, known professionally as rapper PNB Rock, was a Philadelphia-based rapper who walked into a South Los Angeles Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles restaurant with his girlfriend 2 years ago this month. According to court testimony, PNB Rock was wearing a few $100,000 worth of jewelry at the time. The jury found that Freddie Trone ordered his then 17-year-old son to go in and rob Allen. The teen was armed with a gun. The rapper was shot and killed and his jewelry stolen. This is Freddie Trone in court earlier today when he heard Rakim's mother and aunt give their victim impact statements. The court did not allow the camera to show their faces. The first to speak to Trone was Rakim's mother.
Rakim was a shining light in our family.
He was a star to us. He was our Michael Jackson, and we are devastated. We are trying to live with this, but it's very hard. It's very hard. We can't, it's hard.
That is manipulation of the evidence that was presented to them.
Trone's attorney asked for a new trial in this case. Judge Connie Quinones denied that motion. Trone was sentenced to 31 years and 4 months to life in state prison. The second person to speak was the late rapper's aunt.
He worked very hard for everything he achieved, always trying to provide for his mom and his 4 brothers to create a better future. But in an instant, his life was stolen, leaving a void that will never be filled.
Another defendant, Tremont Jones, was sentenced to 12 years for his part in the robbery that day. Rakim's mother and aunt also told Jones that he and Trone had caused them a lot of pain. And Trone's son, who is now 19, is still awaiting trial. Reporting live from the Compton Courthouse, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness
Click
News.
subscribe and get in the comments with thoughts.
Bag fuel, baby.
Bag fuel, we back. Told you West Coast edition. Luece Cannon, RAt100. What's my man name?
600.
600.
He exposed it.
I just met him. I just met him today. That's why I didn't know who he was. 600. We on the West Coast and we talking some shit. I got my partner to the left of me, of course.
Yes.
We in the building. I'm gonna jump right on there because you know I wanted y'all to come here. Why y'all fake niggas feel niggas gotta check in? Oh, y'all be talking about niggas gotta come over here. Don't y'all want niggas to check in?
No.
What is the check-in
You from New
situation
York?
about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so here goes the problem with my New Yorkers, right? Okay. It's really you are older brother, so you should know.
I know, but we on the camera
right now. If I gotta be in New York Tuesday, I'm gonna call over there. I'm gonna tell my team I'm gonna be there Tuesday. They know my movement. They may say, "Whack, you know that spot you stay at, it's a little hot." Or whack, or what you gotta do? Okay, you know what? We usually don't. We're gonna pick you up from the airport and move. Usually they might meet me at the W in the lobby and we move, right?
Yep.
So checking in where I come from is just you communicating with your team. I could show up in New York with 100 niggas. What that mean? I'm in that jungle, right? So if you come in this way, right, and you are artists and you moving around, right, you should want to check in with your team, right? That way, either if you need some assistance, you know where to go to. Checking in ain't about you getting extorted or you got to pay for something.
But that's what niggas.
That's what it ain't.
No,
No, it ain't. All right.
it's not
No,
that.
it's not. That's
That's a
cap.
big
misconception.
That's
okay. Now, give me one artist. Wait, give me one artist.
Before y'all go into this, right? I saw this man in action one day at Macau a long time ago. Ezekiel Elliott and them was there. I'm not going to name the names that was on the rooftop.
Where was that?
Macau. Remember,
Okay.
remember the restaurant that was attached to the W, Hollywood? Man he owned?
One
I'm
man
gonna
he
tell you
owned.
the night it was.
We coming in like 30 deep.
Ezekiel Elliott was in there. It was a long
Gordon
time
was
ago.
in there from Compton, from basketball.
I saw him in action. Tell niggas at the table, y'all niggas didn't check in. And I'm not gonna say the rapper name on
Yeah,
camera.
but this way.
I'm not gonna say
hold
the
on.
name on camera.
Well, hold on, but here go.
Wag,
But no,
who's the name?
No, but here go. No, but here
on camera.
Hold on.
I'm gonna say it on camera.
Here's the conversation.
Hold on. Let's. When
He sends me a text, right? No, he sends
Hold
me
on.
a text
Hold on.
saying, "Bro,
I was there,
I
bro.
got pulled up on, right?" So I looked back and told him, "We don't even know you here." Right? Headliner Mike, he run Live.
I know.
When headliner, you know, he always, when there's something big going on, he locked down one of the clubs.
Got you.
He goes on the text blast, right? With like 9 people on it. Headliner Mike in town. He'll be here these days. It's Crips, it's Bloods, it's all kind of shit on this text blast, right? You know what they let him know? What venue he working? He's working such and such. So everybody in all these little circles, hey bro, on Saturday, let's head down the mic for our family. Y'all make sure if y'all up there, y'all cover down. That's it.
Mike a street nigga. He
No,
know
he not. No, but he's not though. He's not. He's a real businessman, right? Okay. So when he's coming here, because he run Live every Sunday, right? And so when he's in Story over there on Thursdays. So when he comes here, when you got 8 different niggas from 8 different hoods, right? And we y'all going to such and such Saturday? That's our family thing. Y'all in there, y'all make sure y'all keep your shit right, right? Now, without him talking to anybody else, right? 70% of that crowd in there knows that's my big homie people.
Does that cost anything?
No, not at all.
Not a dime. Because that's
Only if you a buster. You get what I'm saying?
there you go.
You get what I'm saying?
I don't, because you got to remember, watch this. Watch
That's
this.
a broke nigga sport, though.
If you call me right now and tell me, Whack, I'm in Miami with my team, live sold out. Know what I do? Mike, my family here, Whack, send them to the side door. It's reciprocated.
Luce, you just said something. That's a broke nigga sport. What do you mean, like extorting niggas or just
No,
trying
it's because if
That's interesting, too.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if I go to New York, I'm gonna check in. You get what I'm saying? And it shouldn't cost me nothing because it costs nothing to keep it a buck, right? So the same thing is still here. But at the end of the day is when niggas that extort niggas, you dealing with the wrong type of nigga. You get what I'm saying? He only stays in California.
I don't put the wrong type of people. Shit, when you checking with us, we got cars, we got spots, we got this, that, we got armed guards.
Whatever you might need. Because you might need some weed,
Whatever
right?
you need, whatever.
And you might have met this broad at the club, but this broad may be tied to 5 stick-up niggas, right? Whatever you need, call your team. Hey, Whack, you know, we got a runner, we're gonna send him through there. Where you at? So anything that comes through your team is safe.
Right.
What did you, when you landed, what'd you say? I landed, right? I said, what do you need, though? But I said, what do you need, though?
Right. So I know the first nigga that ever talked to me was Big Chuck years ago. So niggas told me what was going. I tell them niggas, yo, this how we going. This is how we have to maneuver, how to show respect. A Big hitting them. He said, yo, well, you know how to move. I said, yeah. But when I tell people this, they don't believe it. New York don't believe.
Before I go to New York, right? I call $8 from Brooklyn. I hear special.
Special.
Right?
Everybody hits special. Everybody hits special.
At time with murder around, I hit murder. Right? When Nuke was home, I hit Nuke. Right? You know, when Chaz was alive, I hit Chaz or Nicky Scarf. Right?
You hit every borough. Yeah, you hit almost every, you name in every borough.
Yeah, right? I'm gonna be through there, boom, 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 boom. Okay, Whack, what you got going on?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, y'all gonna be out. When we shot the pest control video, I shot them in the Pinks in East Brooklyn.
Yeah. Pink House.
When gang went at Meek Mill.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you what's crazy.
What's up?
I brought special to the Pinks, and you know that's
Pink House.
out shit.
Yeah.
We in the Pinks 8 hours. I'm over there with murder, right? So what I'm saying is to check in with us. It's just it's really an honor. If you can't check in, that means you ain't got no reach. I mean, you ain't got no reach. If you can't check in, you don't got no reach.
What you said, Six?
And then it's like this, right? People think it's some buster shit. It ain't no buster shit. It just allows you to be able to know how to move, right? Let's say like you go into an area, it's like police tripping on this, or it's like some gang stuff over here, or like they breaking in cars over here, or you can't wear this. It's just you just knowing what's going on. It ain't about no buster shit. Like you know, it could be anything could be going on.
And if a nigga asks you, you got a bag for me, then you don't need to fuck with that nigga. You get what I'm saying?
Pop
Because
Smoke.
he's only a California nigga.
What you mean by that?
Pop Smoke. I get a call from Stunner in Republic. Whack, I'm on tour with Gang. We in Europe.
Yeah.
I'd never seen him. I'm hearing the song. I know the song. Never seen him, right? They said, Whack, man, we sending Pop. He want an Airbnb in Hollywood. I said, negative. Put him at the W. Actually, don't even send him to the W Hollywood. Send him to the W in Westwood. Right? That's what I tell him. Right? So I guess they didn't listen to me. I get a call 3-4 days later. Blueface and the baby was shooting a video. Blueface called me and said, Pop want me to come through the studio. I say, negative. I'm gone. He got some other shit going on with the vehicle. Right? Now let me understand. Let me let y'all know what we dealing with, right? Y'all know them Jewish niggas at them long sideburns?
We know about the vehicle.
Hold on, right? People will look at them that don't know and think it's a walk in the park. They tied to some other shit. We got another community out here over there in Glendale. Armenian power.
Yeah.
You know, Russians,
Yeah, the
Ukrainians
Russians are
and all
dope,
that shit,
yeah.
right? They dress with loafers and slacks and all that.
They're real.
But
It's
they ain't
like
like
that
be
in New
played
York.
with because they tied to everywhere, right?
Right, and
So I
beaches
tell
like that.
nephew, I tell Blueface, he got some other shit going on. I'm hearing about. Stay away from that, right? So he called me 6 in the morning. He said, man, they tell me they killed him. He said, I'm glad I listened to you because we would have went from the studio to his crib. I'd have been right there. But here go the thing, right? Here goes the thing. It popped, and this was crazy. Because he claimed 6-0, don't he? If he would have checked in with his people, I'm going to be out there, right? Them people that came to get him was from the opposition. It was business for them. It wasn't even personal. That was just business for them,
No,
right?
but they
it
call
wouldn't
me.
it wouldn't have happened like that. It wouldn't, because he's in there wide open. Bro, the 911 call come from New York. I mean, the nigga in the house called New York to send the people.
Yeah, no,
This is a fact.
His uncle, that's a producer out there in New York, cuz called me and he was like, can you look up for Pop Smoke? I was like, where he at? He was like, he's at an Airbnb. I said, no, it's already done. Because I said, you should tell cuz to go get 2 hotels, stay in one, and then invite the other ones, like people that he want to bring to his room to another hotel, but sleep in another one.
But
he didn't
what's
want to
crazy
listen.
is they had already been reaching to him, because that's how me and Corey King fall out. Corey King, swear to God, he ain't necessarily, I've been in Europe for 38 days. I don't know. I told the label to put him in a hotel because I had heard about the situation. We know how they move, right? So at the end of the day, checking in is really, if you can't check in, that means your resources is limited. If I go to Chicago, I'm gonna call up top. Hey, I'll be there this day. Okay, Wack, where you staying? Boom, 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 boom. You know what, Wack, that shit kind of hot. You may want to switch up to the other spot or whatever. What you got to do? I got to go here, here, here. Okay, when you're moving over there, because you got to go through this side, or you got to go to this club, we're gonna have a team there for you, right? It's like, but guess what? When they come this way, they get extended the same respect.
Why is niggas scared of y'all so much? Why are y'all looked at as such polarizing figures in this shit right now? Oh wait, I'll wait. No, you go ahead.
Why are they scared? But they don't gotta be scared because niggas want to fuck with out of town niggas.
No, he
I'm
ain't
not talking about
that.
out-of-town niggas.
He
I'm talking about
here
niggas-
because they gonna die. Because
Niggas
they
in
come playing
general.
around.
He know what I'm talking about. I'm just
Listen,
talking
they
about
gonna
niggas. I'm talking about
anybody that comes
in
play
general.
with.
I'm talking about in like y'all niggas.
Hold on, see,
when niggas look at shit, right?
Hold on, bro.
I'm keeping it real.
Hold on, bro.
You said we could talk about whatever,
Listen.
right?
Okay, now before you go there, let me educate you on something.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? I come from them old playing club days, from the Bruckner down to motherfucking Far Rocks, Seeger Street.
Okay.
So stop playing like your backyard.
What? It's what? It's sweet.
Vicious.
Yeah,
I know that.
We know that. It's vicious, but I'm talking about y'all.
Y'all shit more vicious than our shit. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
We arguing.
Can I tell you why? I'm gonna tell you why.
Hold on. Let's
Let me tell you why.
He talking about Far Rock.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about the one way in. I'm talking about
one way in, one way out. I know that.
Listen.
Far Rock.
Listen, I can give you a description.
I know.
You know how them closets rotate.
Yes,
Nigga, I
know
come
Far
from
Rock.
that. Fuck some music. I was going down on some other shit. Now listen, let me tell you why y'all backyard is so dangerous.
Yeah.
Our shit always publicized because the people involved have known names. Y'all shit be up under the radar. It's more happening in y'all backyard that's not talked about. Anything happen out here, 8 out of 9 of them is talked about. So people like, and so they come wandering into y'all shit like it's sweet. And get caught off 116th or something playing. Talking about I'm going to Amy Roos.
Oh my God.
You talking to a nigga? Huh? Hey, bro, are you talking to one that know?
He called it.
You get what I'm saying? This is real shit, so that's what's dangerous.
But y'all niggas get carry guns out here.
No,
There's more gunplay
we-
out here.
Y'all carry them too.
Niggas
Y'all
just started trying to get guns. And they
y'all
crack
got
them
strict
back in.
gun rules out there.
Yes, we got mad
Nobody
gun
has
rules
more
out
strict
here.
gun rules than in New York.
No,
in the
we
whole
got mad
country.
gun rules and shit.
They gonna
like
give your
that.
ass 3 to 5 off the rip.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
And it's hard to get a gun
out here is misdemeanors though.
Unless you get a, now when I know more, we got a new motherfucker, the new DA. Unless you got a brick and mortar like my
changed
man
that,
Doggy Diamonds.
Yeah.
Doggy Diamonds
No,
is
if you get
concealed.
caught with it, it's a
But he got a
misdemeanor.
brick and mortar. You got to show that you transported certain shit, right? So it's a little. We got to do.
What about the music scene? Like we all know. I don't want to talk about the Drake and Kendrick, but we know Kendrick got a lot of the unity going on.
The motion is different.
No.
He got unity in rappers.
No, he don't have no unity in none of that shit.
tell us
'Cause that's
what's
fake
the
and fraudulent,
misconception?
bro.
That's like saying niggas in East River Projects got a movement. Fuck that got to do with Queens. Fuck that got to do with Strong Island. Right? So if you got Nas saying with 80 niggas behind him, and 8 rappers and saying, yeah, this is what we doing, nigga. New York, we with the movement. Other people, parts of the world, gonna be like, New York coming together. No, nigga, that's a section in Queens. You get what I'm saying? LA County is constructed of 88 cities, 60 miles north, south, east, and west. So what you doing in this small city over here, the crowd you see in that city,
It's not the representation.
that ain't got nothing to do with the Crenshaw district or the East Side or Long Beach or Watts, Pacoima, Pasadena. That's what, but to the world, it's a great look. You know what I'm saying? So, like Lou said, the rappers came out. You know, he's attempting to unite with the essays.
It's just good
but
PR
they keep
work.
doing shit.
That's it. It's just good PR work.
To the world, we see the Amazon show. We see NBA players. We see West Coast representation from a casual bystander, not from what being in here. That's why the world sees the West Coast uniting. When they say West, we're talking about Sacramento, San Francisco, the Bay, all up top. That's what the world is seeing.
The Bay and Southern California is like two different cities.
I agree. No, I agree. But to the world, it looks like he brought. They don't recognize that.
Nigga, that's,
so the example
that's
you get,
New York City, Philly.
Come on, Wack. You think Atlanta understands that?
Huh?
You think DC, Atlanta, you think Atlanta,
what?
Y'all unified. That everybody's the same. Yeah. I had to tell them niggas that Sacramento was mad for. I just told them and they ain't believe me.
Because out there, you niggas could run across a
Yeah. Y'all go to Philly, New Jersey, and New York right there.
15 minutes down the way, you done left the state.
Man, they got a whole different culture out there. Like,
no, but don't get me wrong. For the last, I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna go back 15 years. I'm gonna go back to probably like 08 to probably 2017, 18. Was the real movement out here.
Interesting.
Where we had a table, and I'm finna enlighten you. I want y'all to think about it. From 08 to about 2018, 2019 is when you started to see we had concerts out here with the lineups, Crips and Bloods. You didn't hear about motherfucking video shootings. You wasn't hearing about niggas getting robbed. You wasn't, because we had a table.
It was scary as fuck for us to come out here when y'all niggas was together.
Cause we
hated it. We hated that. Yeah, it was different. We hated it. We were like, they worked together. I met this nigga when he was on.
Slay didn't hate it.
I was about to say, K Slay was my man. That's how I met you. You met us, K Slay. Yeah, K Slay didn't. But listen, he loved it too. He was with you, nigga. Me and Clue landed. Me and Clue was out here together, and it was different, nigga. That we thought it was better because the Crips and the Bloods was together. We was like, yo, it's gonna be peace. Them niggas is raining hell on everybody.
Bullshit.
We're together. We're
What's the little nigga?
What's up, Luke?
Plies.
Andre
Plies,
Birdo
K
got
Slay.
robbed on the
Plies,
corner.
K Slay did a thing.
Oh, listen.
Plies no showed the K Slay video shoot, right?
I heard about
K
it.
Slay happened to talk about it on Shade 45.
Yes.
Now, y'all remember like 07, 06, 07, me and K Slay started to bridge in the gap.
You used to come on that show a lot. You was managing him.
Yeah, right. So Slay comes out. I take K Slay to this one office on 43rd and Crenshaw. To the 60s. I took him to 89th and Mary. We get jacked over there by the police to the east side, the Insanes, took him to the Nickersons, Capitol Park. I took him to Gonzalez Park, West Side Paru, my neighbor. I took him everywhere, right? So K Slay had talked about how Plies no-showed to his video show after he did him a favor. Plies performing at the 740.
Okay.
So they say, Whack. They sent me a flyer. They say, Whack. I said, I said, Slay, let's roll. We finna go pull up at this little club real quick. So we going to the thing. Plies on the stage, right? Slay, you know, Slay got his guy body on, this New York thing. So Slay looking at me. I said, Slay, ain't that the nigga didn't show up to your video? He said, yeah, Whack. He said, that's weird that he here, right? So I head nod. Listen, hold on. Listen, let him finish. Hold on. So I head nod the team. Blue them from Insane hit the stage, snatch him off. They snatched him off. Ply, whoop, 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 snatched off the stage down here. I said, yo, Slay. He said, damn, man, what happened? I talked to your brother and this, that. He like, Slay, it wasn't me. I didn't mean nothing about it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, out of respect to Slay, we're going to let him call it. I'll be like, Slay, what we doing?
You going to handle him
right?
or you going to let him
Slay
go?
said,
Niggas crazy.
Nah, man, go ahead, man, but just get with me. Like, you stop answering me, right? He like, slay my word. So, you know, the wolves is mad. Now, they looking at me like, right, you know what I'm saying? So we let him go. But at this point in time.
But you know the crazy part, Wack?
What's up?
You've been getting like that, letting these niggas slide too.
I be trying, I do, but you know why?
It's
I'm gonna tell you why.
business.
No,
He's
no.
a business.
No.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Well,
No.
I'm
What
gonna
is
tell
this
you
about,
why,
Wack?
bro. Because, see, you come from some other shit. We got a different type of so-called gangster. And I believe it's partially our fault. Because we damned if we do, damned if we don't. Because we've toned down the level of bullshit and violence that we did, these imposters come in and think it's doable. So I'm like, yo, bro, they playing this game because we made it popular and we didn't talk. Ordinarily, if we'd have kept the heat up, they wouldn't have never came in the kitchen. So they coming in the kitchen because we turning the heat down because we all trying to do business and it's love. So they come in and they do some shit. This individual in front with the face tats and the fake look, he has no idea the amount of shit that's about to rain on him. And I know he doesn't, right? I talk to a lot of 5%ers. What you put out there come back 360, right? So my thing is, when I'm looking at him, if I think it's one of them dudes where he like that and on that, fuck it. But when I look in the motherfucker eyes and see that now he's who he really is, now that he in front of that, right? What the preacher crew tell the judge, nigga? What the preacher crew tell the judge? How do you feel about these victims we in here talking about? He said, I don't give a fuck about none of them. All I want to know is did the motherfucking Yankees win the World Series? Ain't that what they said? See, when you see that in the motherfucker eyes, then go head on. But when you look in this man's eyes and you see your little nephew that's being raised right, and he only doing this because somebody misled him, we gotta let him go home. I hope that this experience dares his ass into doing right.
But now that's costing
he
it.
should go home? Why don't you think he should go home?
Because you playing in the field with it's a jungle.
Knows
So
not what he does.
either you a wolf or you sheep around here. And I don't give no
And I'm
pass.
gonna be real, I don't mind, bro, if I gotta lay down behind what happened with another gladiator. Because they're everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
But I'm gonna feel crazy the motherfucker doing 35 behind a pigeon. And I know he was a pigeon.
What's it?
I ain't giving no pass. I ain't giving no pass.
That makes sense.
No, I ain't giving no. You know why? Because
that's why
he do it. He be organic and he helps these niggas. And then 24 hours they on the internet woofing dead homies.
That's cool, but you know why? But you know, but
no, it's not on him.
Let me tell you what they
Hell
know.
no.
Though.
What's up?
When they come off that camera, and when that nigga go look in that mirror, you know goddamn well what it is.
No,
and hopefully I'm hoping his subconscious kicks in to a point to where he say, man, let me stop this shit, because what if they catch me again?
That's what I was about to say. But the moment he get off that camera,
I mean,
he's scared. You know that. He's scared.
There's a few of them that I can't, listen, that I've saved. No, I can't save them because after I saved them, they did what they did, right? So now if they catch them, they're not going to say nothing to them.
It's over now.
They already gave me
you
that.
had the opportunity.
Yeah. They gave me that when they didn't want to, and they like, so now they like, you made a bad decision. Now they Achilles on Troy. Fuck what you talking about. We heard you. Your way didn't work. Now let us do it our way.
Yeah.
Right? So
and you can't say shit.
What I'm gonna say?
Nothing.
Because when your people give you that respect, and you see you got that for that, and you go back the next morning and say, Wack, you's a bitch. They felt it more than me. So what I can't say now you get caught, that's
no, and then plus I've been shot 10 times. So at the end of the day, it's like
10 times, nigga.
not all at one time. It
That's
was
even
3 here.
crazy. Worse.
Yeah.
That's
I know,
multiple
but
times
at
in
the
your
end of the day,
worse,
that's why I
bro.
can't give nobody no pass. Like when a nigga be like, oh, give him a pass, I'd be like, damn, here we go. Wack.
You know what I intentionally
Wack make the executive decision, and then no, but then he call it. He'll be like, he gonna be like, they gonna get on camera and they gonna talk shit.
That video was hard for me to watch, but the number
told
one,
Luece
the number
that
one
was really a light video.
I told you, listen,
bro, that's
listen,
like,
yo, Wack.
You know it was 10 more niggas on the wall.
We know he sent this shit to me before it went viral. So I had it in my phone, and I saw it was like black and white. I said, I'm not even gonna look at this shit, 'cause I know this is about to be some crazy shit. The very next day, he said, yo, you saw your man Luece Cannon and whacking them on the so-and-so? I said,
And I said, it was calm.
I said, is it like a black and white video or some shit?
So
Like,
you hadn't even looked at it?
He's like, I didn't look at it. He's like, yeah, I said, this nigga Luece sent that shit to me. I looked at it, I said, oh, fuck.
Because
this video.
what was ill about that video, Luece is about to go crazy. You hear Wax say, don't do that. Now, in my mind, far away, it looked like Luece was like, oh man, but he's like, all right, ain't just follow the protocol.
I gotta do that.
No, I understood, because when I watched, I said, if he doesn't say that, this is a different video.
No telling where it's gonna go.
No, but
But guess what?
It was God's work.
They swear to God, at the end of the day, if that would have went another way, they'd have been like, that's what them niggas get.
If it was us,
everybody would have been like, that's what them niggas get. If they would have came,
it would have been a parade.
For you to take, if you take one L, it's way bigger than this nigga taking 10 L's.
Fact.
You take one L, it's over.
And then
Now
what's up, Sis?
now they're exposed to as a sex offender. So now everybody
Now he's a
happy.
sex offender.
Now they're
Hold
happy
on, what
he
you
got
mean?
beat up.
Dude's a sex offender.
Dude's a sex offender.
You know when you fucking with
Registered
us,
sex offender.
y'all went and found the work
Megan's law.
on him. He's a sex offender. Registered Megan's law. He sodomized a young lady, took it by blunt force.
Wow. So
what does banging mean to y'all niggas?
Gang banging?
Yeah.
No, nothing.
No.
It,
This your man, Megan's law. This him. That's your man, right? The one they crying about? Let me show you.
Yo, he's pussy.
Hold on.
It said don't
What
cry
does
for a
say?
sex offender?
Use of sodomy.
I mean by use of force or injury.
That's
What
your
year
man.
was that on? That says on
Megan's law.
Yeah, nah.
Right, so now he really was
Doing
the
the
karma
the
king.
Lord's bidding.
Yeah.
I gave everybody the Lord's picture, and I blessed them with these hands. And at the end of the day, cuz got what he got.
Yo, man, I tell everybody all the time, to the youngsters, please, I want y'all to hear this. We're not taking nothing from y'all, right? We get that y'all doing what y'all doing, y'all proud of all that. But when you find somebody with age, in their mid-40s, 50 or whatever, understand that the times we went through was 10 times harder than the times y'all going through. So for us to be survivors today, anything you think you know how to do, we did it in his worst way. Bro, please don't
I need to
complain.
interrupt you. The issue with that is, right, they see you guys on the internet. You guys are personalities, y'all speak well, you have thoughts that move the world. They don't see anything else. They just see older gentlemen that they think got clout off the internet. And everybody else thinks it's calm.
They think it's possible. They think
That's
it's
the
easy.
issue right now. They don't see anything else. They haven't seen the video of you knocking out that dude that was 10 times
but
bigger.
fuck them videos.
No, I understand, but
What about the shit that went on when there wasn't no video?
Facts.
We've been surviving
That's
since
what-
the 80s.
it don't exist though.
Go back to what he just said.
It don't exist.
You gotta go back to what he said. For us to even be here at the age we at, we had to went through it.
I agree with
To
you.
be around. Them time, a lot of niggas is dead in jail, moved away, ran up out the hood, away from the lifestyle, don't want to hear them talk about it. So it's for a nigga to be here and we have it all breathing.
It was a different.
Without telling on no nigga.
I want to ask him
You know what I'm saying?
a music question.
Yeah, let's.
What made, I'm gonna go down. What made you get into the music and when was it? Because it seemed like to me, like they say about me,
When did I become?
it seemed like you came out nowhere, but I know people
That's
be
not how that
in
works.
the background working and then something happened.
So my first real exec job
Yeah.
came from Ray J. The Death Row shit was the Death Row shit,
Yes.
right? There wasn't no business going on over there at that time. So Ray J, everybody had given up on him. One Wish had came and went. I think he was signed to Beyonce father back then. And Ray J had found Detail homeless in Detroit and went down here and lived with his mother. And he was in there locked up with him. And me and K Slay started building at the time. At this time, we were shut down on New York radio. West Coast couldn't get no New York radio.
Why was that?
What you mean? All the bullshit, the Biggie shit, all the Death Row back and forth shit. We couldn't get New York radio, right? Puffy control. So I knew Slay was a renegade because y'all know this.
Yeah.
If it was no DJ K Slay on radio, we wouldn't have never heard Ether when we heard it.
Yes, that's
They
a
had
fact.
shut that shit down. K. Slay said, nigga, this hip hop, fuck what you talking about, and spun that shit.
Yeah, that's a
We
fact.
talking about back in the,
Yes.
K. Slay was the Black Fat Joe these days, right? So,
yeah, that's great.
When I hook up with Slay, Slay's just getting a Straight Stud magazine thing going, and I said, you know what, we ain't got radio. So I said, Slay, if you look at the back of All I Feel, Ray J's album with Sexy Kinda on it, DJ K. Slay is the A&R. Right? But when I made him the A&R, that's when we got hit with the lawsuits because he had the animated shit with Kim Kardashian and all that. He exposing, you know, them niggas, B2K niggas and all this shit.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, so Slay going at it. But people don't realize, and I'm going to tell y'all, me and Slay used to bump heads because he would never go get his money. They offered him high 6 figures, 50 million times, right? But you know why Slay wouldn't, never would take the money? He had the last contract grandfathered in that said he can spend whatever he wants to spend. If he would have took the bag, he was under the new contract where he can only spend what's programmed and what they call was on the stress list that they approved to spend. I don't even want to tell y'all what Slay was getting paid. You want to know what Slay was getting paid? To keep it real with the streets?
Pennies. It's pennies.
$2,500.
$2,500 what, a month?
That's $30,000 a year. They was offering him $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, but for him to take it, he had to fall under the new contract. He said, Wack, if I fall under the new contract, the streets and the culture don't have nobody.
Finished. Everything's gone.
No, it wasn't even about him.
Yeah.
Because he still had Shea 45 satellite radio.
You talking about Hot 97.
Yeah, it was about if I take that, what I'm gonna be able to do for the young kid on the block who ain't got a label. Remember Slay on the Drama Hour? That's when you heard everything.
Locked down. Everybody locked down.
Niggas in Rikers is going crazy.
Wow.
He's spinning Hocus Pocus Fifth. Hocus Pocus Fifth was sitting in Rikers while Slay was spitting his song. Nobody know who he was musically. Bronx knew who he was. You know, Harlem niggas knew who Hocus was.
Yeah, we understand.
But when it came to the industry, nobody, Slay, you know what it felt like to be sitting in Rikers and you fighting a body that you didn't do, and nigga, your song is on the motherfucking speakers? You ain't got a label, you ain't never been to shit because he got it to Slay. Papoose sat out there in the rain for weeks.
We heard about that.
Right, this real shit, right? So, you know, bro, I used to be like, bro, you gotta get your bag. He like, yo, Wack, if I do that, ain't nobody left, because now everything's programmed. You can't go on there and, no, nigga, it's programmed, and they got a list called the stress list, that songs they approve that you can fill in with. Nigga you can't just catch a nigga in the front like we used to, and then he spin it. Couldn't
He'll
do
get
it.
in trouble. He get fucking
He get in
fired.
trouble.
He get in trouble.
Quick,
He get a
fast.
warning.
Yeah,
If he do it again, he
Or
get
they'll make
fired.
him take a pay cut.
Oh, this is real
it's
shit.
real shit.
And shout out to Funk Flex, because Flex, Slay told me, he said, Wack, I don't care. He said, Flex, my brother, he be doing some crazy shit. I said, Slay, why is this nigga on the motherfucking airways telling niggas to turn in the guns and call the phone numbers? Y'all remember Flex? Y'all gonna learn right now, so all you fake young New York niggas who be talking about Wack don't like New York, Wack been fucking with New York for a very,
Why do
very
people
long
think that?
I
thought
have
that.
no-
You come out there a lot.
did?
I thought that.
Why?
I mean, just
I never thought. I knew better.
Me and
Yeah,
Lou.
why?
Hold on. Let me say this.
I want to know why you
It just seemed like the vibe.
Why?
You come out here, because when I tell niggas that
Wack it just
we love Cali niggas be denying me like New York niggas. I'll be like, yes, we do, bro. Like, I've been coming out here since 1999. I'm an older nigga too. I never had no problems. I fuck with all types of different niggas.
Somebody asked that question online about Wack, right? And there was.
I want to know how you felt. I didn't like
I
New
just
York.
survived, nigga. I'm gonna be honest. What you want me to
where you
lie,
get that
nigga?
from?
That's my vibe. That's the vibe I got. I didn't get it from nobody.
A Slay out here in 80 neighborhoods.
I didn't get.
Where that come
I
from?
didn't get it from nobody. Go on. I'm
They
sorry.
trying
Go
to say
ahead,
he
bro.
was exposing people from New York as snitches. And Wack said, he said, nigga, I don't give a fuck where you from, nigga. I'm a
New York did have a period where all the bullshit what's coming out of it.
That's why they said. Why does he? So why you saying why you saying where I get it from?
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. What at a time? My bad. I just had to prove my point to him.
No. I'm gonna make him talk about something you want to talk about. We gonna leave New York and Cali, right?
Oh man.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Did Trick Daddy not get told? Trick Daddy from Florida.
Yeah.
Not get told by Trick from Detroit, hey nigga, change your name. Remember that, right?
Yes.
When he didn't and he talked shit,
It was problem.
well, no, they booked the nigga on the show in Detroit and he didn't know it, right? Right? When he got up there on that show, what happened to him? It's on the video. Act like you ain't seen it. They whooped him out, right?
The big fight.
They whooped
and
him out,
everything.
right? Now watch
I
this.
remember.
From that day forward, Trick Daddy's career was gone, right? So if me and you, a Cali nigga, New York nigga, is talking about this incident, right? Are we talking about Florida or we talking about this rapper that just happens to be from Florida? So now let's come through it. 6ix9ine in that whole movement, it was a big old boom, right? Everybody talked about it. So at the time, it was a lot of the shit industry-wise was coming on the New York side. We had our time with a lot, the last 2 years, it been West Coast
All
shit.
West Coast shit.
It been all West Coast.
We got our time though, right?
Do we talk about
We talk about it, yes, you talk about
So it's not about,
I'm just going on.
if we're talking about an individual. Now, if he just happened to be from
You
New
just
York,
happen to be talking about a lot of New York niggas at once.
It was a lot of bullshit.
But look, hey,
2018 to 2021.
But they
New York bullshit.
No, but look, all it is New. I mean, it's West Coast time now, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about West Coast shit, right?
Right now.
So
Let's keep it real.
Do we talk about it?
Yes, we talk.
Do y'all talk about it?
But we don't know.
But do y'all talk about it?
Talk about it. We don't know as much information. I asked West Coast niggas. That's why we flew out here.
Okay, so what about Big Useless? What about Big Useless?
I'm not getting them.
No. Look,
That's the difference between y'all and us.
Right, that's different.
Y'all talk about it on camera. Man, you seen that
We
shit?
talk about it right now.
I talk about a lot of my shit on camera.
Did you see that shit they put out?
on camera.
Did you see that clip?
What clip?
Where they got him lying?
Yeah, they got him
They
lying.
said, yo, this that Willie D interview.
Oh yeah.
No, he go on Willie D
Big
interview
Useless.
and says,
Or Big Uterus.
Come
but we got the content. He go on the Willie D thing and said, yeah, we got the call. We like 100 cars deep. We fly down there. Then dude rewinds it. Y'all talking about I was something to do with Nip. I was out of town. I wasn't even there. He need to he got to just be quiet. You didn't see the shit?
No,
It's
but
bad. You got it right. You saw it?
I saw it.
I seen it. It's bad.
I saw
Now
it.
here go the thing.
Okay,
That's on
you
you.
gotta send it to me.
Because I'm not in the
Wait, hold on,
culture
hold on, hold
out
on.
here, so I
Hold
don't
on,
say
wait,
nothing.
stop. Why would you say you get in the middle of it when it's content? If you
Because
say,
y'all niggas be bugging. Niggas who take it personal, like you said. Yo, I just told come on, y'all niggas. I've been out here. Niggas be like, how about this? What's this in the glasses said? No, niggas walk up, Cali niggas. He said, a Cali nigga will just walk up to you and be like, hey, yo, nigga, what you up on? Whatever. I'm like, that's crazy. You don't understand that? Like, you can't say hello, what's up? Like, what you but it's a problem. As soon as you approach me.
Now you understand real estate out there in y'all block, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
This is y'all real estate.
no, you understand real estate, right?
Yes.
So if a Cali nigga don't like out here, right? Think he can do this? Now you understand the real estate, right? Okay, that's the GWB right there, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. George Washington.
That's the Hudson, right?
That's 9W, ain't it?
Wait, that's the Hudson, right? Exactly.
Yes.
You think I'm gonna spend? You think I'm gonna have a mansion tax at a place I don't like? See, I can control this because it's my spot.
Yo, he's hilarious.
You see?
He fly.
You see?
We understand the lingo.
No, you understand,
that's
right?
real time. We know
That's
it's real time. We know
That's the Hudson.
I said it's 9W.
That's West Side Highway.
Yeah, no, we know. Cashless.
Do you think I'm gonna spend that at a place I don't like?
We understand. Bro, I said impression. But here's the thing.
Fuck no.
Hold on. Yo, here's the thing we had to learn, right?
I'm not buying a house in the middle of the goddamn Miami neighborhood.
Because in West Coast, right, it's calm out here to the outside world.
Depending on where you at.
No, it looks calm,
No,
right?
Hollywood is more dangerous than everywhere.
No, but here's the thing. When we had spoke about when we had spoke about Kendrick and Drake, right? The one thing dudes told us,
y'all don't understand how mean he is.
Talking about him?
No, Kendrick.
Oh, Kendrick.
Which is a lot of the West Coast dudes, y'all really got the streak, but it don't come out like that unless you from here, visibly. People don't
Well,
understand
people generally love Kendrick. This is who Kendrick is.
Yes.
Right? And I really think you can identify with that. I could be wrong. This nigga he done cleaned up. He's a fucked up.
I know he
right? You know the nigga that come out and like he can play ball and everybody on the block is what it is, this is where he live.
Yeah.
Hey, little nigga going in the house. Shit going on. Hey, nigga, how your grades, little nigga? Ain't nobody telling him to be from the hood, but they see something in him, so they love him like they love their homies.
That's
Kendrick. That's Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in West Side Paru Hood. That's the biggest Paru Hood we have out here, one of the originators. So Paru Street started on the west side over there, right? But, right, he's always, if you listen to his music, we catch it. It's always representation of where he come from in there. Y'all don't catch it, but we catch it.
The glasses just
You know
told
what
the
I'm
same
saying?
exact same thing.
He mentioned Pup, a homie got shot. Pup got shot like 21 times. Right? He end up dying later on over some other shit, but you know, he's gonna mention all these things, right? So we all got him to where it's a cat grew up right there.
But he's still from the area.
He from the
He's
area.
still
They
on
love
that
him like
block.
that. They gonna move for him like they gonna move for the G homie that's in the pen.
Yeah, definitely.
Just think about it. Even the people that's going on there selling corn down the street. You get what I'm
Oh, yeah,
saying?
we're
They
fucked
still
up.
but they still from the block. You get what I'm
If
saying?
a nigga say they just rushed the corn lady, the corn man, niggas is tripping. I'm gonna tell you why. This person at 7, 8 o'clock keeps us from having to get in the car, take a penitentiary transit, go get something to eat down the street around the corner. He bringing the corn, he bringing all the shit right there where we hustling at, right? We have watched their children grow, right? They are part of the community. They're no different than a motherfucker on 125th selling socks, nigga, oil.
Right there on Lennox.
And you know they kids, you know where they come from. They kids start working.
they ain't got
they
a
go to
gang,
school.
you know what I'm saying?
But they still from the street essence.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, it's like we respect them the same. Y'all might not look at them as the same thing, and that's Kendrick Lamar. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. No, we understand
Is
that.
Kendrick known for going out here gang banging and
Nah, of course
toting
not.
guns? No. Shooting, no. But they're gonna protect Kendrick by all costs. They're gonna protect him. The streets overall, not just Compton. Right? And then when you say Compton, the overall Compton as well, both sides, right? So game's the same way. Game, you'll see game at the liquor store right there. Niggas are put in the liquor store, essays, black niggas, and be like, what's up, game? We're just making sure you get out of here. It's some artists that just move like that. They got the community. Literally.
What does it take to get the community out here?
You gotta be a motherfucker that been in the community. You know what game song? Essays, Asians, Crips,
Vice Lords.
Now let me ask you something. How many Asians? How many essays? How many nigga? We released a documentary too. Red Rag CD, Blue Rag CD. What you think a Crip do when they see that? Oh man, we fuck with this nigga. Nigga, he representing the coast. You know, when Jay-Z say Marcy, right? Okay, we know where that's at. But
he say
it's a
BK
different
too.
song when you hear it's 100 guns, 100 clips on my way to New York. What song to the overall New York gets embraced?
Yeah.
That one. Jay-Z, you talking about your section. Okay, nigga, I'm from Queens. I'm from Long Island. I'm from the Bronx. I'm from Harlem. But that, we got 100 guns, 100 clips all the way from New York. That's the whole motherfucking thing, right? So the people that get that type of love to the whole thing gonna get that type of love back.
You guys give advice on how people should maneuver. I got some names. Like one of the guys y'all real close with is Academics, and right now he's under fire. What advice would you have for Ack right now?
He's not really under fire.
You think so?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. He was under fire when he was trying to stand on it. Once he issued an apology, now all his time he spent building his fan base, either it's gonna stand with him or it ain't.
It's not the
It's
fan
that
base.
simple.
It's not the fan base
Yeah.
I'm worried about.
Who you worried about?
It's how all the pressure groups are.
Mm.
And seeing what he can say, and they like to make examples of people.
You got little people, them as whispers.
You know
they
things,
don't hear it.
No, you know things
Now,
can
have you
spiral.
seen?
All right.
Did you see TMZ go at him?
Not yet.
Did you see Drink Champs go at him?
Not yet. But they could.
Oh, no.
But you know how
Did you see?
Not yet. No.
Joe Budden go at him? Did he go at him? You know how Joe is, you asshole. You seen No Jumper go at him?
No.
You seen Vlad go at him?
But here's this. When we first heard the accusations about Diddy, nobody was really going at him.
And
No, everybody was going at
him.
No, listen,
And I don't
Diddy.
want things bad to
But
happen.
Diddy put himself in his own trick bag. He was his own demise.
In what
Because why sue somebody
stop.
that built you?
Real shit.
Mm-hmm.
He thought he was bigger than the program.
Then they sick Cassie on him, right?
Yes.
So when he didn't take and pay the $30 million, that was his fault when he knew the shit that he was doing. A real nigga?
They settled with Cass.
No,
they settled
Afterwards,
that.
they made
They settled that.
this
And I'm gonna keep it real.
first, and he didn't
I'm
talk
gonna
about
keep it
it,
real.
they settled it, yes.
He
Fuck it,
tried to
I'm
sell
gonna
him
keep
the
it all
book.
the way real. Let's start. Listen, nephew. Right? Diddy wasn't the only nigga having them type of parties out here.
Nah.
Right?
But he's
another
the
nigga
face.
son in the internet right now talking about I'm homeless. Jamie, go holler at your son. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We know what that is, right?
You talking about Jamie Foxx?
It's a fact.
Yeah.
Listen, his son homeless in the car right now, right? He need to holler at
No, I'm not mad at him.
No. That's not the point. Jamie Foxx is another.
Nigga,
Diddy.
your dad. So if your dad saw you homeless right now, he gonna tell you fuck you. He might talk crazy to you.
We got to figure it out, bro. We can't live our life blaming our father.
No. Listen. First of all, see that's the problem with us as people.
What's up?
We put in, and we all victims of it. Nigga, your daddy, this nigga daddy on death row down at 30 years. I don't know what your pop. My daddy was a dope fiend. He been a pastor, whatever the
Dope
fuck.
fiend,
Okay, so we'll watch this. Well, you know why a Kennedy is born rich? Because every bottle of gin sold,
They got a piece of that
they
shit.
get a piece of it.
From they fucking
They're
daddy,
born
from
trust fund
prohibition.
babies, right? So
Prohibition.
what's wrong, bro? When we got this, what I be talking about, we got to do.
Generational
Right,
wealth.
listen,
Yep.
bro. We want to put it on our kids to figure it out when really we supposed to already
help 'em.
have it figured out.
Yeah.
They supposed to
Put 'em
be
in the
born
line.
into something to continue.
But okay,
Let that
you
man
say
talk.
you
Let
say,
that- no,
but
I'm
you-
not-
wait,
I'm gonna add-
hold on.
No, I'm adding on to the talk.
But
No,
you
I'm gonna
saying
add on
that
to the talk.
But Diddy put his sons and his people in the right perspective and the right light too. But he's showing them different shit.
He made bad
You ain't gonna have 1,000 things of baby oil. You not
Yo,
sliding.
my nigga.
Hold on.
Oh no, hold on. No. This is real
Shout
shit.
out to Johnson and
Right?
Johnson.
Yo,
Listen,
he get
no.
that sponsorship.
Listen.
Shout out to Costco for blowing that shit
Now,
up.
I'm gonna make you see. I'm gonna wake y'all up right now.
This is crazy.
Do you guys not understand, and y'all seen it without paying attention to it? Certain people in the music industry have a handler. Okay, let me break it down to you and wake y'all up. When our man, I ain't gonna say no names.
No, you gotta say it.
Fired Diddy.
Yeah, no, Wack. You gotta say it.
Where Diddy was originally at, and he got let go. Right.
Clive Davis.
No, he got let go.
Andre Harrell.
Okay.
Yes.
Who picked him up? Clive
Clive
Davis.
Davis.
That day, he acquired his handler. Walk with me.
Mm-hmm.
The music went boom, right? When they seen he was maxing out in music and it wasn't working for him no more, where did they move him to? TV, right? Start doing the making the bands. Hold on, walk with me, right?
Sean John.
Now, I really want y'all to think about it. Then it went to merch,
Yeah,
right?
Sean John.
When that shit phased out, then he went to the Revolt shit, then he went to the liquor. The Ciroc shit phased out. He was supposed to be moved elsewhere. But the liquor gave him the feeling that he had back when the music was popping. By the time we get to Ciroc, I want y'all to ask me, what had his music already done?
It was over.
Okay, watch this. Wait, now watch this.
Yeah.
So they babying. They give him with the next liquor. What the fuck is that shit, right?
DeLeon.
DeLeon, right? When they give him the DeLeon, you got your run and we're gonna move you elsewhere. Know what Diddy said?
I don't want to
Fuck
go.
that. I got $1 billion. I'ma tell you what I'ma do. Now, as they're building you, this is chess, not checkers.
Mhm.
They're also establishing something
They taking
to bring your
statements.
ass down.
Of course.
If they have
They got a book.
we gonna build you. Now, all the shit I got, he say, Whack, you ain't gonna release this shit? I said, he ain't did nothing yet. Oh, I got shit fucking nigga life up.
He call it a war chest.
You don't never hear me say, hey, bro,
the war
go your way. Swamp Stories came on my thing playing with me the other day. I said, Swamp Stories, I'm not them. I will expose you. Go your way. You know what Swamp Story said? Whack, I'm just trolling. I'm cool. Right? We be having shit. But if you ain't did nothing to us,
But y'all telling me that y'all never seen Diddy groping people.
First of all, let's say
Groping
this.
men.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this.
Hold on. Listen to
I'm
this.
gonna admit this, okay? I was with Puffy for like 2 years, music, doing all
Yeah.
that. I never seen none of that. And niggas would say, I swear to God. I swear to God, if I seen
we got
it.
him, Neff.
Niggas said,
Got
hold
him,
on.
We got him.
Yo.
I don't want to do it to him. New York, don't blame us for this shit.
None of that.
You never seen it?
I swear to God.
Did you ever hear it?
Come on, man.
No, come on, yeah.
Hold on. Did you ever hear it?
Did I ever hear about things could be possibly
Did you ever hear
occurring?
anything that was not normal?
The reason
sexually?
why, let me say this.
Why you dance?
No, he
I'm
gonna answer it.
He gonna answer me chop cheese.
The
You gotta
DJ
chop cheese
Twins.
right
No, the DJ Twins. I'm gonna say niggas' name. DJ Twins came to me. Shout out to DJ Twins. They was like, yo, bro, listen, I know you running with Son and you getting money and all that. I'm telling you, don't get wrapped up with him like that. And because they were like my bigger brothers and I was managing Rock Wilder and all that, I listened. And slowly but surely, I just like phased myself out and phased myself. But when I went to parties, I didn't go to the private.
You listen.
I didn't go to the private other. I went to regular shit. And niggas was
Culture power, nigga.
Huh?
Culture power. Cut the shit.
I didn't see shit.
He came
Hold on.
from
Culture
New York
power,
to the
nigga.
West Coast.
Culture power.
Did I hear
Culture
things?
power.
What?
What am I telling you right now?
What does that mean?
Okay, I'm shooting this dope shit down with this 4-5. That's the 4th and 5th
I ain't see
motherfucking
shit.
root mathematics, right?
I ain't see shit.
Listen, right now, let's go to back
Okay,
to
go
knowledge
ahead.
wisdom. Let's go back to knowledge wisdom
Did I hear
to get
shit?
some
I heard
understanding.
shit.
Okay?
I heard shit,
Let's
and that's why I
go
went
back
my
to
own
knowledge
way.
wisdom to get some understanding. I just took you from 4-5 back to 1, 2, and 3, right? The mathematics, right? Nigga, you heard them Biggie lyrics.
Which lyrics? Which ones you talking about? What?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Rewind.
You for real?
When he said he sucked on his girl daddy dick.
He
that
said a bunch
one?
of shit.
No,
Now let's
he
talk about
said,
let's talk about
you
Big's
look so
DJ.
good.
Let's talk
You
about
look
Big's
so
DJ.
good. I mean,
Who was Big's DJ?
DJ Enough, right?
No, let's talk about the other one, Hot 97 one. You know the one got busted on like 5 different things. Nigga, this whack you fucking with.
You talking about the one that's dead right
Yeah,
now?
he rest in peace, but let's
Rest
talk
in
about it.
peace.
But he was
Wait.
he was
You talking
dibbling
about
and
the
dabbling.
finisher? You talking about the finisher?
Listen,
You talking about the finisher?
hey yo, did you not tell him New York is like whack second? Oh, you didn't want him?
He know. But here's my thing, Whack.
Look.
Whack. Let me say this.
Look at this nigga.
Hold on. I know nothing happened when he was with Diddy, because if something happened,
This conversation only
I don't
because he's not
fuck
gonna
with
throw him
it.
under the bus.
I wouldn't even.
I know that
don't
anything
fuck
that's
with it.
So you didn't see why French? No, but you didn't see why French left him because he got tired of groping him.
No. What? French still fuck with Diddy.
No, you don't.
Yes, he do.
Oh,
Yes, he
he's
do.
still taking that.
Taking what?
Jesus.
No, what are you talking about?
Oh no,
I never seen that.
nah.
I do know French original deal was with
With
Diddy.
Rick Ross and Puff.
And he had, you know how them numbers be. So he did his contract and then he went on because, you know, them niggas.
That nigga French went to Dubai. He said, "Fuck this
No,
shit."
French got a spot right there off the 101
I know,
freeway.
but he don't be there.
Who don't?
He be in Dubai with the shorty.
Yeah, he be with in Dubai, but
And Morocco
he
and
got
all that shit.
tired of getting taken advantage.
I've never seen French taking advantage.
No, he was getting groped on. He was smacking ass. He was.
You got to. I've never seen that. I've never seen French ever. And I think if it was happening, listen, if it was happening, bro, that shit would have been everywhere.
No, it is everywhere. It
I've
just
never
niggas
seen
just
it.
don't talk about it because French paid the blogs and stuff to keep his name good. Dead homie.
I've never. You do know French was. You do know French was a cameraman nigga at first.
Yeah.
right? So it's a whole lot of other cameraman niggas that hate on French behind the camera.
No,
That's a fact.
but
You
when
know that, bro.
I know,
That's a fact.
yeah,
Anything going
for
on-
the DVDs.
Yeah,
but
French
look,
was his cameraman.
but at the end of the day,
Cocaine City.
who did French sell that sex tape to?
Which I don't know.
Which sex tape you talking about?
Oh, you didn't know. How you think 50 Cent got it?
What sex tape?
You talking about Ross baby moms?
Who?
See, y'all don't even know. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
You talking about Ross baby moms, right?
Facts.
Yeah, I remember this.
But Ross baby mom with who though? Well, who's she on there with?
No, regular guy.
Yeah,
this is
regular-
when Fifth and Ross were going back at it, and Fifth posted up the video on This
So
Is
how-
50,
how- so
and that's
how
how
did
the
French
lawsuit.
get it? I don't
How
know.
French got to do
Who's
it?
the dude?
French was
So you saying French was around?
No, don't do that.
French was.
I don't know that, bro.
Hey,
I don't know that.
did 50 Cent got it for it. 50 Cent got it from him, right?
I don't know.
50
nothing
Cent
about
got it for him, right? Got
I
it
don't
from
know
him.
how 50 acquired the video.
Oh my God.
I don't know about that one. I wasn't there for that one.
Why y'all covering up for him though?
I know about Khaled's mom.
Huh?
How we know French is recording though?
Yeah, how do we know that?
50 Cent busted the nigga out.
Where?
He said, "I got this
That
shit
should've
from
been
your
on
man."
Google. But your man don't mean his French.
No, he said French.
No, I don't know.
He didn't
Well,
say
Ross
I
still
didn't.
fuck with French, don't he?
Then okay, he never said it.
You
French,
sure?
I don't think so.
Because French.
I ain't seen French with Ross in
In a minute. It's been a while.
For real?
I seen
Yeah.
him with Meek Mill since I seen him with French. I ain't
Yeah.
seen him with French in a minute.
See, that's the thing with me. I just call a nigga on the spot.
What'd he say?
Look, I said, bro, you still good with Ross? He said, yeah, my bro.
See?
I never knew they had an issue.
We didn't know he was videotaping Ross's baby mom till just now.
Yeah, no.
We didn't know he was videotaping Ross's baby mom. We didn't know he was videotaping. That Luce knew that.
I didn't know, nigga, but I will tell you that.
He sold
I
the
will
tape.
say this. He be knowing some other shit.
No, I'm just telling you.
What advice would you have for Drake?
I'm gonna be real, man.
We have no issues against this. A rap
No,
battle.
saying
I
that.
didn't say it was just a rap battle.
No, let's ask Luce Cannon.
What advice would you have for Drake?
It's good.
Is Drake
Drake
safe?
is man. I want to see this.
Is Drake safe?
Yeah. But
In
yeah,
LA.
since I'm always in the house, that's your thing.
Hey,
This is
no.
Drake.
Okay, look.
All the shit he doing.
The reason why I don't say anything because this nigga always busts the shit out. Like I be like, okay, this is the whole thing.
No,
It
this shit
was
he
a play
doing-
at first. It was a
No,
play.
we talking about what he doing, bro. He
Is it
exposing
okay?
shit loose. You know,
He's exposing.
he's
Is he okay?
exposing
That's what
shit,
I'm
bro.
saying.
Talking about the lawsuit, exposing what?
No, what you mean exposing what? Listen, everything that was utilized to
Shout out
build
to
him,
Drizzy.
he has shined the light on it, so the niggas that come after,
Right.
you get what I'm saying?
That's why I like respect for him. Like, so I wasn't tripping on the battle.
No, we
What
was
you mean?
Kendrick won that. It was cool, but Drake made good
The after shit.
classics.
Hold
Right.
on.
So I was riding with Drake until he started trying to like expose like, you
He mad. The nigga, no, what, can you imagine this?
know what I'm saying?
Can you imagine Drake getting some shit passed saying that no rapper could mention another rapper?
I've been talking about that.
And not
What
only
is the
that,
ramifications
how was
of
he
that?
an advocate of battle rap? And you know what
Yeah.
battle
Yeah, see,
rappers do.
he-
And you talking
No,
about
look.
slandering shit.
No, listen. He kept losing battles. He lost to Pusha T. That was
Nah, but
personal.
that didn't
Hold on,
affect.
hold on. Let me
No,
hear the
no,
play.
That didn't affect.
he lost to Pusha T, and then he won against Meek Mills, and then he got crucified by Kendrick Lamar.
See, right now he dancing on the
Oh,
Drake
I'm
shit,
scared? Yeah,
and I'm gonna
'cause
let
I'm-
him dance.
No,
on
no,
Drake
dancing
shit.
on
No,
Drake.
the
Because
reason
that's
why.
his man, he got politics over there.
Come on, Luce. Don't you can't
That's-
dance on the Drake,
At
Luce.
the end of the day, Drake,
The only thing,
he's like Michael Jackson of our time.
that's great. And watch this, Drake. Watch this, Drake.
What's up? What's up, Rack?
They even took Mike ass down, nigga. You ain't bigger than him.
Oh no.
Mike and Prince. Drake ain't no
They took Prince
motherfucking Mike.
down.
They nigga.
You think
are
it's a
fucking
longer
with-
play to
you
take
are-
him down even
No,
further?
this is what I don't like, bro.
All right.
Nobody exempt.
Yeah,
if-
that's what he
if-
said.
If we utilize 1, 2, 3, 4
Mhm.
to build you, right? And you know this
Mm-hmm.
because now you utilizing it to build other artists under you.
Mm-hmm.
You go into battle, you whoop Meek Mill ass, destroy him. Go to Philly, nigga, put the shit on the thing, fuck over him,
Mm-hmm.
right? You go into battle over here, you win, you here, you win, you win, you win. You on top. Okay, you come into this Kendrick shit, right? Boom. me personally, and you know I caught the flack for it. I had Drake up the first two. Niggas was mad at me.
I had
just
him
kept
up
it
the
real.
first two, too.
Yeah, right? So, but I said, if they keep rapping, Kendrick gonna out rapping. Right now,
I heard you say that.
Right? They kept rapping. Kendrick hit one. It went. Right?
I think it's iller than that because what happened was Kendrick had people forget before he dropped Not Like Us, 45 minutes ago, before he had dropped the record. Yeah, he dropped 2 that day.
Yeah.
So everybody's like, okay.
Kendrick has 7 more.
Yeah, I know, but the way, and it was a bop.
Now I'm gonna tell you what Drake
That's
went
why
wrong.
Kendrick killed him,
Now you can
'cause it
tell
was
me
a
this.
bop.
Here's what
That
I didn't
shit's a
understand
bop.
about Drake.
I really don't like this
Why
song,
did
Not
he
Like
wave
Us.
the motherfucking white? I didn't know why he waved.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know why he waved a white flag.
Hold on, Wack. You told me you don't like Not Like Us?
No, because Kendrick Lamar is like this, right? When his albums drop,
music.
yeah, we talking music.
Yeah, we talking music.
When we hear Kendrick Lamar, we hear him for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, then he disappears.
And then he disappeared from the thing. They put in so much on Not Like Us and making it seem like it's the greatest song ever when we have thousands and thousands of better.
You know why?
song is
Because it's the
fire.
song.
It's
Wait.
all right.
That's
It
a
is
song
the
that
song. Wait.
identifies with the
No,
world.
you missed the point.
No.
The reason why that song got that lift, because it's the song that beat the #1 nigga. That's why.
But
if it would have just been a song Kendrick dropped, minus the Drake shit, it would
might
have been a great
regular.
song.
Yeah.
But because it's the song that was the
I'm gonna
Hiroshima,
say this on
It was
camera.
too much hype.
Niggas don't know
but the
that this.
hype come from where?
Yo,
The Drake factor.
Yeah.
yo, bro.
That's why.
Yo, bro. I know you was just smart, yo. You borderline genius. You a smart
Well, see, this what it
motherfucker,
is. That's part of my strategy.
Smart motherfucker.
Hold on, I want you to think I'm a deranged gang member.
Yo, damn.
He said a deranged gang.
Yeah, I want you to think that. I'm gonna tell you why. Because whenever you setting up against me, you're
don't
gonna
know.
set up for the deranged gang member.
Not the
When you
tactics.
pull up to the battlefield and you figure out who I really am,
You're done. You lost already.
Yeah.
Over.
ain't
I
know
do
you
the
was
shit
just
on
smart,
purpose.
nigga.
No, he's
You know. So why you be doing all that shit? Or what's that shit that I never
Clubhouse.
go on?
What?
Clubhouse. You be going crazy on Clubhouse.
you see, it's
wrong
a,
with Clubhouse?
it's
You
a
don't like
madness to
Clubhouse?
his
No,
method.
he's just talking.
I'm just saying you
Think
be going
about this,
crazy
right?
on
Like,
Clubhouse.
do you know what I've done? I don't think he
No, but look, think about
Yeah,
this.
let's-
He go on Clubhouse, right? But you have 1,000 niggas that's eating off his name. So
Yeah, we
every
see
day he's getting 1,000 videos.
They ripping it,
1,000
put it on
reactions.
YouTube, and you
So
can rip
his
that
name
up
is
and
building
now what they
and
do,
building
they
and
making
building and
reaction
building.
videos.
Oh, they making.
So let me give you the game.
Mhm.
I took a platform and designed an inner
A world.
in the platform. Clubhouse, the 100 side of Clubhouse, for the last 3.5 years, is compiled of 15 rooms that stay open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the person that works in the warehouse, the truck driver, the person that's working out at the gym, and traffic, they always have somewhere to go. Everyone, if I go on Clubhouse right now, it's a room open right now. Meaning, if Luce say, whack, I got some content, right? We go on there. I have a media team.
Mm-hmm.
I have 38 spies that don't talk. Right? You think I'm playing? Watch
No,
this.
I'm aware.
No, watch this. The content we just showed you on Jay Reed, while you watching what I'm put in, that say spot 33 in the third, right? Look, that's all the content. I don't even know the nigga name. It's 33 of them, right? So they sit down there. These is computer hackers, all kind of fucking squares. I don't know, they don't talk. They sit down there, and if you come in there, as long as the conversation is cool, right, it's cool. But they're automatically, they're gonna run your shit. They're gonna find shit on you. If you get to acting crazy, and you ever heard me say you wanna play, they're gonna send it to me, right? Or we sit back and you cool, you cool. We got into it with the Hebrew Israelites, Captain Tazariah and them on there, right? So that's the inner world we built every day. Whenever 600 say, I got some shit, we go on there, boom, the media team grab it, he sends it out, it goes out, now we in control of the algorithm.
Yes, that's
right?
the play.
Anything we want to do, we can do there. It's a world.
That's why he controls the internet. So when you pop up on YouTube, you see 1,000 videos of whack because he got everybody making reaction videos. So if you have 24 hours of content and he goes on there for like 20 minutes every few hours, right? And he just gives them conversations. They ask him questions. Now he just built 1,000 videos an hour ago. Then 6 hours ago, it's another
So right
1,000
now they
videos.
switching rooms.
So
it's 2 o'clock. They switching room. Look, Hip Hop Council with RAt100. So they're transferring room. So 10 to 5 a.m. is a late night show. 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. is a morning show. 11 to 2 is another show. 2 to 5, another show. 5 to 8
You
is
running it
another
like the
show.
radio. How are you getting paid off of that? What's the purpose? Because I know it's a reason.
No, so here goes the thing.
Let me tell you.
When you think about
where you taking
He's
that?
saying so when you think about getting paid, right? They'll say if Clubhouse paying you.
Product placement.
Right? You got people that need promo, advertisement, product placements, right?
Commercials.
And if you Google me in the Google algorithm, it's gonna say that my name is searched, mentioned, or pulled up over 15 million times. So that's what them people in them buildings look at. So when it come time for who they want to do some business with, right? There it is. That's where it is. Our media team, we position them, we get them a check every 6 months for 6 figures. You know what I'm saying? With plugs we got over there. So it's like it's a tool. Like right now.
I like
right now, when this comes out, you send us the link. He sent it to him because he got his. See what Luece is good at doing. He is sitting here watch me, and then he'll shadow what I do. So now he has his own media team. So now when my media team blasts, his media team blasts. So if you was to send me something, yo, Whack, we got the segment coming out of us in motherfucker from Tennessee, and we blast it out and send it out. Now our crowd and our fan base, the algorithm we control, is now introduced to y'all. So we'll do that to y'all, like just for the love. It's love,
Of course,
right? But
yes.
you got another dude who knows the value that be like, yo,
I just want to pay you to do that shit for me. Put me in position.
3,000 just to say their product. Just say we use. Just say their name.
No, even put on a T-shirt.
They know the reach goes that far.
You get what I'm saying?
So we pick up followers and fans and subscribers.
This is
all
what
over
people
the world.
don't get to hear, and this is what's needed for our culture. Of course.
No, they hear it. They don't put this on YouTube. They don't put me.
You know why they're not gonna put it though,
structuring,
Whack?
Giving people the real estate game or the trucking game, or how to fix your credit, how to do this. They don't put Whack telling the youngsters gang banging was the stupidest decision I made. Go to the police academy, go to the military, go here, go there. They don't put that up.
Would you watch that? Or would you watch some negative
They want to
shit?
hear the bullshit.
Negativity is gonna click faster.
Exactly.
But that's why they put it up.
That's why they do it. Even if he's talking about it, they're gonna put a fucked up title. You get what I'm saying?
But we see people like all these guys who be having these conferences where people do the firewalk and they're just talking positivity and they're getting paid 20, 30,000.
They make a lot of money.
Now, I said earlier, you guys speak in a way where y'all can really get your message across. It hits differently. Of course, as we're doing these interviews and Whack and Luece and 600 are talking business, and now we just heard y'all getting 20,000 to show his shirt. That is inspiring. As we keep hearing it, we're gonna look at things
we
differently.
tell y'all the truth, bro?
What's up, Whack?
Now that y'all sitting with us, right? You do understand that we understand what's going on when it's going on.
Absolutely.
Okay,
we
so
knew that before that, though.
To all the people who think you are our enemies, we understand that when we respond to you, it's helping you. Let me rewind it. To all the people who are our enemies, we understand that when we respond to you, it's helping you, right? We know all we gotta do is ignore you and not say nothing. You go nowhere.
You die down.
Know this, every quarter and every month, when you get your check, it's because we chose to help you. It's not that we don't know what we're doing. We'll sit there and say, he'd be like, Whack, we got a new dude up. Where you from? We got somebody in that area been doing nothing? Nah, all right, well, fuck it, man. Let's let him get on. And we'll respond to it. He really thinks
he's responding to y'all because he said so much crazy.
we're doing it to help you.
Yeah, but we just doing it to look
Because
out
at
for
the
you.
end of the day,
You
all I
promoting
gotta
us.
do is push a button and we can blow your whole page up. If we allow your page to stay up, we're helping you. Don't wake up every day like, yeah, fuck, you should wake up and say, man, them niggas looked out. We know what we're doing.
Because when it gets too
Yo,
far,
They don't know you know what.
No, they
No,
don't.
They don't know that.
Yeah, they think that.
Well, exactly. That's the problem.
but when
They
it
don't-
when
they
it
don't
goes
know that.
when it goes too far, and they just start making up shit deliberately and waking up every single day.
That's when I get the videos.
No,
in the morning.
and we
That's when I get the morning
we
videos.
clean that channel
No,
up.
but this business talk, of course, it's not sexy, it's not provocative. But if we do it enough, it's gonna take time. Because one of the things you said about generational wealth, as Black people, we never really had things. So we don't get the pride of not being around, but knowing our grandkids are gonna benefit off of this. White people,
That's a worry for us.
White people, they get excited knowing their great grandkids is gonna live off this money, even though they ain't gonna be alive for it. But we want to be able to see our kid do it, our grandkids do it, and I think we need to shift the narrative in our mind. Yo, we're not gonna be around here, but one of our great grandkids, your great grandchildren, gonna be like, yo, my great granddaddy went crazy, and I get to blow this money.
But you know why is I think this is why game banging is going away is because niggas is tired of going through the same routes that their daddies and their grandfathers did.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you see something that you probably never seen associated to somebody that comes from the streets. I just want you to read that black line.
Incredible diapers, Ashburton Quarries investment opportunity.
What's a quarry?
Ain't that when they send the shit out?
That's the diamond mines.
Mm-hmm.
You do know I'm the
I
owner
know.
of Incredible Diaper.
No, I didn't.
I own a diaper company.
I didn't know that. The only person I know
I
that
want you
diaper
to-
company
I
was
want-
that white girl that I know.
I want you to look at that. Say what?
Sorry for the delay.
Oh no, what does the black say again? A quarry is where the
A quarry,
diamond
yeah.
and gold. You just read Incredible Diapers, a company
Ashburton
owned by
Quarries
me,
investment opportunities.
is joining forces.
So you got the so you join the forces with the diamond and the other motherfucker.
But I mean, at the end of the day, you can call us what you want to call us.
But niggas, I'm glad we doing this show because niggas don't know that. And that's what I think that niggas need to know. Yeah, they're entertained by the controversy, right?
All day.
But they don't understand that there's an end all to be all, there's a plan behind the controversy.
Yeah,
You follow what I'm
the
saying?
psychology of it, the deliberateness of
Niggas
it,
are
the
really,
planning.
Black men are really making money and putting a plan together to make money and go further.
People will rather listen to a podcast than music nowadays.
Why?
That's why we killed the streams.
Why?
Podcast killed streaming?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Why-
I got
why-
a call already.
You know
was
why?
mad at me.
Because
Hold on, you got a call about that?
Hell yeah, from the top.
So wouldn't it make sense for record? I'm gonna let you finish.
You know why?
Record labels to sign
You know why?
podcasters then?
They deny
Do you know why?
What's up? I want to hear all three of y'all, man.
Clubhouse.
Oh, they signed y'all?
Yeah, Clubhouse is 24/7.
Yes, I said radio station.
They've already said, Whack, you are holding a person between 4 and 6 hours a day, a couple thousand people a day. Hold on. Now you got No Jumper doing a morning news show live for 3 hours.
Yes.
Right? Then you got Vlad releasing his clips, right, with Tony Yayo, right? And then at night, you got academics from 9 to 3 in the morning
Going crazy.
live on his Twitch, right?
We got
Hold-
Backfuel at
hold
6
on.
a.m. dropping
Then you
their
got
shit
the
on YouTube.
exposers. We doing our shit on YouTube. You got 600 doing this shit on this channel. You got all
Every
the
morning-
bootleg Kev and everybody. Watch this. So I just gave you about 15 hours of podcast that's happening every day. Just in our community, right? If you watching the podcast,
You don't have no
can't
time.
stream. So when a person would ordinarily listen to Little Baby 5 times throughout the day, he might have heard him once because he's over here on Clubhouse, that academics came on. By the time he make it back to Little Baby, it's Wednesday. So now his 5 times a day rotation goes to 1 time every 3 days. He just declined 400% on a day.
So if you working out, you rather listen to songs or you rather listen to
I like to
podcast?
listen to songs, but
I like
niggas are
hearing
listening to
That's you.
podcasts. But niggas are listening
You,
to
we
podcasts.
Exactly.
don't drive the stream.
Yeah. Niggas
We-
are listening to
Nigga.
podcasts all day in their car. That's what niggas call me and tell me, yo, when I'm working, when I'm dropping off packages, I'm listening to y'all.
So we
niggas. I'm
basically
watching y'all
single-handedly fucked up the music.
What y'all
industry.
did? Y'all took
Start
the
shit before they go to sleep.
y'all took the sports radio model and turned it into hip hop and black culture, because that's what sports radio is.
Ain't no y'all. Motherfucker, this y'all station right now.
This is what we doing.
You
It's
too.
us, nigga.
When the people watch these 2 hours, right? When they're watching these 2 hours, they're not streaming music. They're watching us. And guess what they're gonna do? Yo, this pace, send. Yo, this shit crazy. They talked about such and such. And now that person's gonna watch us for 2 hours and they're not streaming.
That's a fact. So this is what we said. Six just said it. A record label or record companies or branding company has come to try to sign.
They're gonna start. They're gonna start doing it more.
I went to Atlantic Records.
Just for YouTubing.
I went to Atlantic Records a year and a half ago and said, yo, just sign my podcast. I said, we streaming more than the rappers and we putting out a single every day, nigga. Every clip we put out is a single, nigga.
Facts.
I'm putting out a single, if not 2 singles a day, and they going crazy. Why would you not want to get in on that money? You know what I'm saying? They fronted on me. So now I'm hearing that they're using that model to now go out and sign podcasts and put them up because it only makes sense.
Yeah,
it's still going.
It's gonna keep going.
How many? Do you think that that's the platform that made you the biggest?
This is the platform that allowed me to take control of the algorithm. Because Luece was trying to figure out. He was like, man, what the fuck you doing over there? I remember he came over there one time. He said, I don't know what that is. That shit crazy. Like, shit crazy. So when I started showing him what it is, and he like, wait, who was them people? I said, that's security. Like, it's security now. If I hit that floor and a mother come say something crazy, it's 5 people. That's their job. They're the crash out squad. They're going. Because I may not want to give you the content and talk to you. So now they're going to make you content. They're going to talk about your mama, your daddy, your dog, your cat. And now you didn't hit the YouTube streets because the media team going to grab you and throw you out there. But the spies in the meantime going to research and Lord forbid that they find you on some sex offender shit. Now you're on the exposure
Hey, yo,
show.
don't go in this nigga clubhouse.
Playing. No, it's cool.
Stay your playing ass out, that motherfucker.
You see how fast that happened?
Don't fuck with that stupid ass shit. Stay in airplane mode, because these 3 niggas right here, he really got this shit on his phone with pictures and shit. Though.
Yeah, he showed
He's
me.
not faking. I know, I'm saying he's not faking, nigga.
Right, let's just say me and you get into it, right? All the people who hate you gonna send me all the dirt on you.
Every day.
All the people who hate me gonna see you everything about me, and you're gonna have all this ammunition. So imagine this nigga with the biggest platform, people he don't even know. He got 1 million motherfuckers sending him shit on.
And then all 3 of us running content on you every day.
Crazy.
Every day.
When did y'all decide to stop?
No.
Oh,
these niggas, look, these
Okay,
niggas is
no,
more
understood.
scared. They more scared of being embarrassed on the internet than they scared niggas in the streets.
Yeah, because it's constant. Your bitch is seeing it. Your teacher is
No,
seeing
listen.
it. No, on the internet.
No, you're missing the point. Okay, so Tasha K played with me. You didn't see how I fucked her up?
So talk about it.
That
I ain't
bitch
gonna lie.
hate me.
I'm gonna keep it real. R. Kelly called me and said, Wack, I'm trying to get.
I love this.
I got all the R. Kelly content. Nigga.
All right, R. Kelly
He
called
called me
you.
from the pen.
All
He said, Wack, I'm trying to get back in the appeal court, but I need Tasha K to show her hand that she got a hold of the illegal recordings and emails that the police pulled while I was in the joint.
Got you.
So I said, okay, I'm gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I go to Florida, right? I'm in Florida, I'm doing a 6'9" Kodak Black video, right? So I take my girl phone, R&B. I start talking shit to Tasha K. She talking shit back. I go to R&B DM. I said, hey, girl, this is Wax Woman. Everything you saying is right, but some more things you need to know. I'm just scared to text it. Can you send me your number? And we're going to talk woman to woman because I'm trying to get away from this nigga. What does Tasha K do?
Oh, then
She send the number. She thinks she talking to my woman. I take the number, I slide it to the spies. Now, do y'all recall when Cardi B sued her?
Yes.
Tasha K said she ain't got no money, no assets.
Yes.
It was over with, right?
Hold on.
Hold on. You remember that, right?
Yes, I remember.
Now, remember when Wack showed Tasha K this your office? I'm finna go in here and get a lease of space next to you. I'm in Fort Lauderdale, right? The spies find everything. They went in there, find all her assets hidden under her husband, African husband's name. She didn't have his name. I turn around, send all the shit to Cardi B. Boom. Remember it popped up? Cardi B filed the finance. Y'all remember? All of a sudden she found them, right? Tasha K begging, please, this, that, right? And then in the midst of it, so what? I had to R. Kelly whoop-de-whoop. Motherfucker, whoop-de-whoop. That's how R. Kelly got back in the appeal court. My job is done.
Hey, yo, we ain't got enough time. We got to
do this
They
again.
got to open up, because they got to open up with you. We
But I love the business talk, man. We got to do more business talk.
Backfield, like, subscribe, super thanks, right? I guess when they come to New York, when you come to your house in New York,
we pulling up to your house.
We gonna do part 2. Although this nigga came and ain't called me like he said he ducked me out.
I am. But you told me you was coming. But you told me you was coming, so I was like, I need you and Whack.
I said no. I said, yo, Luce, you gonna come to New York, because I don't want niggas.
I want to do what you call a show too.
No,
we wanted to have you first.
Mav Hoffa. I like Mav Hoffa.
We used to be on his show.
Whack trying to start it now.
Oh, I didn't know. So y'all used to be in there. No, don't stop it.
Hey.
No, I didn't.
Hey, you didn't know that I'm the one that me and him blew up his show?
No, I know it was more people, and I know
it was us.
And I know he separated.
We was the people.
So what happened?
He stopped calling me.
So you used to be in the barbershop?
I was blowing up too much.
No. So what happened?
I was blowing up too much.
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
That's what happened.
So
Ask him. He's the cameraman from the show.
Wait up,
he
bro.
produced everything.
Why would Mav Hoffa have a problem with his other
But y'all
hosts
just confirming
blowing
him.
up? No, you can't take nothing from me.
He popped up on the show.
They popped up. Yeah.
He popped up on the show.
And he admitted that he blocked us.
Okay, wait.
Money and everything.
So whose show was it first?
It was his.
It's his show.
Y'all came in.
Yeah.
So y'all used to be in the barbershop.
No, listen.
Listen. He gonna tell you everything.
He was doing content already, right?
So was you in the barbershop with him?
I was in the barbershop too.
Okay,
he was doing content already. He came to me to tell me to start doing content. We started doing content. Then a relationship show found me and they picked me up. So I was doing a relationship show. I was going stupid viral, blowing up. We were still doing this show that we on right now together. I was doing both. Mav calls him to come on the show. He goes on the show. I'm at the show, but I'm at my mask on. I'm not trying to be his COVID, but you call him. I'm not trying to get no shot.
You guys are already in the barbershop.
No, this is the first day we go to the barbershop. He's in the chair. I'm not. I'm masked up chilling.
He just came to support me.
I just came to support him. That's how I do. That's how we do.
Yeah.
At the end of the show, Mav asked him why you didn't bring your partner with you from Bagfield. He said, I did. He's right there.
If this is on camera.
It's on camera. He said, yo, that nigga be talking crazy. He said, why you ain't say nothing? I said, yo, because I came to support him. This is his shit. He called him back to do a second show. I went with him again, and one nigga that was supposed to come shout to Mecca left. He says, yo, sit in the chair. I never got out the chair after that.
That episode,
in 9 months, we went viral. So
now,
in 9 months, but in 9 months.
Before you go any further. Now, you know a lot of shit I don't pay no attention to. So now we got to see if they're going to keep it real, because I had no idea that was them. But what I do know is in that barbershop, on a few occasions, I came up, so I know y'all niggas was involved in it.
No.
Bullshit.
Your name never came up. No.
Don't do that, because they don't see that.
They go.
I like Matt. Only talked to him one time on Clubhouse.
Never.
No, but you have to understand. He talks
Luce,
about your boy. No, highly.
Something came up.
No.
Listen,
Mav gonna eat your ass up. No, yo, pause.
He gonna eat your ass up.
Never. Pause and never, nigga.
No, pause. Why y'all gotta stop doing that?
He just came on it. Let me say what I'm gonna say.
No, did he?
Listen,
on these shows,
right here. Oh my God. Look, on these shows, I don't do controversy. That's what I'm known for. I don't do controversy.
I think it was you.
It was not him.
No, I fuck with Matt. I'm gonna tell you why I really fuck with Matt. He looked out for the little homegirl.
Ask Luce. Luce will tell you.
They
What's the little sister on the show with
No, I know
he knows. He knows, but he's trying to get something out of y'all.
I don't know.
He's trying to get something out of y'all.
What I do know about you. No, I don't mind.
Who said something about
this is the thing.
What they say?
No, this is what I'm in search of. To everybody out there in the YouTube streets.
Yes.
I'm in search of the people that don't know me, that say things. I want to just have the conversation. I don't mind it.
Well, you ain't got the two niggas today.
No, bullshit.
Yeah, that's a fact. You don't got the two niggas
so
today.
You telling me at no time, I think he know more than you, in that barbershop. Now, Mav Hoffa gonna call and expose some shit. My name
Yo,
never came
bro.
up.
Let me
Why
tell you
you
something.
looking at
Was you
him
in there with
like-
Hassan Campbell?
No.
We wasn't there for that episode. I'm gonna tell you what happened. We was.
I
hold
just
on,
know.
hold
Because niggas
on.
would say whack, they
Hold
talking
on.
about you. I didn't
What?
know.
No, listen. I'm gonna tell you. Hassan calls Math, right? Hassan calls Math and says, I want to come up and speak my piece, right? We get the call. We like, all right, it's about to be up. They said, Hassan, we don't know how true it is, only wants it to be him and Math. He said,
You
none
want
of
to
us
call
can
Hassan?
come.
Want me to get that answer?
Everyone said,
I started fucking with Matt when he let Gina Views come out.
Hey,
there
let me
and
see
work
my
with
phone,
him. Was
cuz.
y'all there then?
No.
He worked here.
I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't let me tell
No,
you.
I really don't
was
know the
only
crew.
on there.
For 9 months.
I was only on there for 9 months. From the point I came there, he had 268,000 subscribers. When I left, he had 709 in 9 months.
Let me ask you something,
What's
right?
up, Wack?
So you said Mav started hating on y'all. Is that what y'all saying?
He didn't hate on him. He hated on me.
But what he said?
I was blowing up too fast, nigga.
You knew that though.
I was blowing. No,
That's why he wanted you in the scene.
Nobody didn't think I was gonna be a hurricane, nigga. Nobody knew. Just like I just said that your shit is, niggas think I'm wild, but I'm really smart. He used to tell me to tell niggas, tell them all the shit you done. I don't want nobody to know what the fuck I done. I don't want them to know I managed Rock Wild and Maya. I don't want them to know I did songs. I worked and I did
Worked with Dre.
Let them. Dr. Dre called me the best manager he's ever met in his life. I didn't want niggas to know that. I wanted them to know me and appreciate me from the camera.
So what? You from where? Bronx, Harlem?
I'm from
Queens?
South Jamaica, Queens.
You from Queens?
I'm from Brooklyn.
You from Brooklyn?
Yes.
No, but Wack, it's always been love and
but these
peace
niggas
with
get-
it.
We ain't letting them get off.
Okay,
That
fuck it.
All right, well, let them get off of what?
What this nigga?
What's y'all feelings
About what?
What's up, boy?
about Jim Jones and Cam's situation?
Oh, we spoke about that.
You ain't
I
spoke
don't
about
have
Jimmy,
No, because I know y'all was talking about that.
What's
and
y'all feelings about it?
I didn't speak on it because one.
What?
No,
No, he gonna answer you. He gonna answer you.
Jimmy's my man. I don't have a relationship with Cam and me.
That's why him
You
and
been
no,
around the
no,
music,
but
though.
listen,
I have
that's
a
why
relationship.
him and Matt fell out.
About what?
No, but
Is Cam lying?
About what?
Did they teach Jim how to rap?
Kim, Mace, Jimmy admitted that.
Jimmy admitted that.
Mace taught Jimmy how to rap.
Yeah, Jim
Yes.
admitted that.
Okay,
Yes.
so do you think Jim is emotional because every 10 years he brings this shit up?
I think Jimmy and Cam is really friends. That's
And then
all.
that's
They
brothers
look like
really having
they're
an argument
brothers.
in real time. That's the issue.
You think it's a play or they just
No,
it ain't a play to run the algorithm. It's just brothers who really speak about what's going on, and it just happens to be on camera. Wack.
see?
That's just real
So,
shit.
Whose play was the pink play? Cam or Jimmy?
I don't
Jimmy
know.
said it was his.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Jimmy said
Y'all
it was
New Yorkers, y'all
We
seen
wasn't
that
there
happen.
when Dipset was doing the pink whack.
No, y'all was in New York when it started happening.
Hey, but look,
Pink at the same time.
hey, Wack, that's why him and Matt fell out because of Jim Jones.
No, that's not it.
That's not true.
You sided with Jim.
That is not true. He thinks Jimmy won't do his show because of me. That's not true.
Yeah.
I don't listen. This is me. I don't want nobody to pick no sides. I told him if he wanted to go back to Math Hopper show, he could. I'm not fucking with it. I'm never going back. That's what I do. Him and Math was friends prior.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. Jimmy ain't not doing Math show because of me. I don't give a fuck about if he wants to do the show. If the show is gonna put Jimmy in a better position, I salute him for going to do the show. It had nothing to do with me. All right? They had these niggas as rappers and battle rappers, and they live a life. I've been a manager my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have their rapper beefs, and we didn't fuck the same style of bitches. I was fucking executive bitches, not bird bitches. So I'm different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm on a whole different plane. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but that's it. But listen, like, subscribe, super thanks. Back to maybe Wack will have us on the RAt100 show. You know what I'm saying?
We're not tripping. Shout out to Trump for keeping it real.
Yeah.
You know, they asked Trump,
About the
was he
swimming?
gonna go out there to the site where the collide happened? He said, no, I'm not. What you want me to do? Swim in the water? What you want me to do?
Yo,
That's why I like Trump. He keep it real.
What has he done for California?
What do you mean? He's the president of the United States.
No, I know, but
that's on the governor and the mayor.
No,
it wasn't the president's fault. There wasn't no water.
Listen, you fuck with the wrong nigga because the nigga's smart.
It wasn't the president's fault that the motherfucker there was a shortage of water. I'm gonna tell you why. Since you want to talk about
we know the reason.
Let's rewind to 2017.
Yes.
The last fires. Trump sat there in the middle of the fires and said what?
I need to
right
give California
now, all
some
this
water.
need to be burnt down, trenched down. We need to double the supply of water before we have a bigger situation. 2017, 2024, 25 hit, fires hit. Nigga, we have half the water. So he did his due diligence the first time he was in office, but they didn't listen to him.
The state got
so the governor and the mayor that's here, that's on them. Trump dealing with the worldly problems.
Because all the people we hear saying,
What you want him to do? Go build the houses? He's not a construction worker.
What's it like for the essays out here, the Mexicans? I'm hearing so many people.
No, that's everywhere.
Hey, cuz talking about giving them a job.
They're arresting 1,000 a day. He said.
How does that affect Cali though?
No.
Well, I mean, we're gonna feel it in a minute.
I can drive safer
our
now.
Laborers and our workers, we're gonna feel it.
I can drive safer.
You could drive safer.
Yeah, because
Really?
we got
Niggas need to
expensive
be
cars.
safe from you, nigga. Talking about you driving
That's a
safer.
stereotype.
This nigga said he's driving safer. Yo,
Yeah,
Luece, ill nigga.
because at the end of the day, is they don't have insurance. They don't have no insurance. Dead on.
Yo,
Listen.
Backview.com. Like, subscribe, super thanks. Buy his sweatshirt that's up there. Buy my cookbook
Salute
that's
to
up there.
600, Luece Cannon, Whack 100, bro.
Everybody, California has been
Buy
the
his
shit.
cookbook. He learned from a female in Philly. We out.
You know his homework.
We out.
It's Ray Give TV.
Ray Block TV.
Let's get right to it.
Oh, he's off now? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see. Well, it don't look like it's on my end.
Yeah, I still see the phone icon.
Hey, yo, we got the transcripts from when the judge, the attorney mentioned Ray J name in the Diddy case, the Diddy
I
trial.
can go find it.
Yeah, let me look.
I need some transcripts. That's a bag. I need some transcripts.
Yo, why did Diddy files just pop up in the Gouda?
Wait.
And his name is Lucifer Capone. Let me go find these transcripts.
He said somebody in the Google named Lucifer.
Well, his ad is Lucifer Capone, but his name is Diddy Files, and the Google it say Diddy Files.
Oh, I don't see him.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Say, this is hilarious.
And Diddy was supposed to be my friend. He just was supposed to be mad at me. But now, nigga, you
Oh my gosh, I look for these files. Hey, Tasha. Fish Chan. Hey.
I'm going to get that bag.
That's a big, that's from the firm.
Yeah.
I can't work right now. I had to resort back to talking about fish and chips, bro. I'm already suffering from my other shit I'm going through. I'm already going through another case.
Wait, what did he just say?
Funny is it? Like the lies that like the lies. Bro, the lies in the industry is so crazy. The lies are so crazy and the control so crazy. It's like when we know, like how we know, we be so
What the fuck?
the most profound crazy shit.
There's gotta be some bullshit. A baby was born pregnant with twins. I ain't know.
Get the what?
Yo, wild crazy thing. Hey, Barry. Hey, Barry. Where Barry at? I'm about to have Barry play this shit with Diddy and Jada Kids and Fab, where they come to explain what happened.
So I haven't found the transcript, but I did see where
So y'all gonna watch
who was testifying.
Like, it was weird, bro, but
It was Bungalow. Whenever that particular female testified, she mentioned his name and said he was one of the drug dealers. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's good money. They gonna pay for that.
Bungalow testified to the drug use she, Ventura, and Combs participated in during their time together, mentioning that one of the drug dealers was named Ray J. She testified that she did not think it was the same person as the singer.
Now I got like that's now what? Because all this shit is like it's like wrestling, bro. Niggas is walking out like McMahon showed me, bro. He had his whole family reality stars going up and down. He just fucking with niggas. When they got off the stage, bro, they it was all about talking the most shit. And then like you such the villain, you going out to dinner, they like, suck my dick. But that's not really you. When you get home, you like tired. It was a lot today. They was on me. You know what I mean? They gotta probably have a couple shots before they turn back into themselves. They trying to make you to be out of the drug dealer, bro. They had me, but even right now, I'm the drug dealer. Bro, I ain't never sold a drug in my life. What you talking about money? No, I fucked off all my deals. I lost like 50 million from these two.
Brianna Bungolan, that's her name during the cross-examination. That's when his name was mentioned. So it'll be in that part of the transcript.
Send that to
Brianna Bungolan.
No. What I send that? Yo, send that.
Bro, it was so embarrassing, bro. When they start running all that shit, and all that. I'm like, eventually I'm gonna have to run down with it. But this is good to see. I like when you like this, guy. I like when you supposed to. Yo. Okay, yeah, I'm not cool with that. Look up there every day. Every day's a birthday. I'm drinking test, goddammit. I'm in. Well, so wait, this is hilarious. You ain't seen this? Because no, that's what he was saying all the other shit that got it overshadowed with what happened. Yeah, they run down what happened. I wish you party with your birthday, man. Look, listen. We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party. No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying? Hey, can you close this so we can't hear all of that with this? We don't want to hear kids voices. I understand. Okay. So check this out. It's me, Tyrese, Ray J, and F. Gary Gray. You know, I'm the type of nigga, I like variety, man. I like people that's unpredictable. You know what I'm saying? I like different personalities. So I was like, I never knew they would become what they are today. But you know, that's kind of like the type of night I want to have in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Nigga old dope. That's what he owned. Dick and dynamite. Man. So Tyrese kept on talking fight. It's a boy fight, right? Yeah. And Tyrese keep on talking about like how you gotta get back from church. And we just like, yo, the night ain't start. You gotta get back from church. Me and I'm talking Vegas, nigga. Like you go to church next week. You know what I'm saying? Spinning your thing. You know what I'm saying? Because when we in Vegas, don't be bringing God into this shit. Don't bring God into this situation. You know what I'm saying? Every player. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Ray J. So Ray J is like just really like feeling like Ray J right now. You know what I'm saying? This like somebody added this on. This ain't the real one. I know it's Nah, we gonna play the real one. That ain't the one. Turn this back on. People can see this? Hell yeah, they can see us watching it.
Hey, we hope you stop me. This is your boy N-O-R-E. What up, is DJ EFN? This motherfucking Drink Chat Podcast. Make some noise! What it should be. This is your boy N-O-R-E. And EFN is on vacation. I haven't you go up. Wait, if you were detained at any San Bernardino juvenile detention.
Huh? We don't gotta watch the ads, right?
Yeah, that'll be hard.
I flew in with Puff and I ended up with Suge.
What's the name of the company?
Nine Lives. I flew in with Puff and ended up with Suge at the end of the
9 Lives Collective. Give him a gift, man. Give him a gift, please, man. You know we treat artists good. I'm an artist. You know what I'm saying? Make sure the artists look good. You know what I'm saying, K? K, you need some Hennessy, K? You good? See? You know what I'm saying? These other outlets don't even. Let's do a look at that.
Content was contenting.
They told me you a real champagne drinker. That's what they told me. Well, you drink brown, but you used to be a champagne drinker. I used to go. Yeah, let's see. We gonna follow. Ooh, partner. Ooh, that championship game shit. Let's make some noise for championship. Oh, that was it. Like that. He was. No, not this one. This is a show. Yeah, there you go. You got your shit nice and calm. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna drink a whole. This is how we do it, man. You know, we gotta know how to treat our.
Yo. What was that in there?
Yo. John, what's happening, Roski? Doja.
What's up?
What's poppin'?
Yeah, I'm over here chilling.
Okay, really?
Yeah, cleaning up. Yeah, you off the phone now.
Where if you could live it again, like, and you can just put yourself in there, like I'm saying, like any era, it don't have to be the era. It could be any era. What was it? The golden era, man. What is the golden era? You say that because there's different people who got different answers. I ain't gonna lie, like 95 to 2005. Okay, he asked him like a real drink champion, because that's when we met and asked people that 10-year gap. So you said 95 to what? 2005. Oh, you went a little further. Okay, that's not. That is a little further, right? No. Oh, that's it. That's it. Oh, you know, I'm dyslexic. You got I'm special education. Me too. I'm that nigga that niggas laugh at yellow bus. No, I didn't go to high school. I was already in jail. Yeah, I was in juvenile. You know, they got me early, fam. Yeah, they got me early. 14 years old. It was done for me. It was done. When I started writing rhymes, let's make some money for me figuring it out. Let me tell y'all something about that man Finley right now. Finley got Hollywood. Ever since he snuffed Sub-Zero. Word. Ooh, make some noise for that. Make some noise for that. His industry card went up. Like he was just normal, like hey, my nigga, like I'm supposed to. Let me tell you, he need one more snuff and listen. Think you need one more. Nah, let's keep Friendly on. Listen. Let me tell you one new one. This is the first thing. No work. This is put y'all think this Let me tell y'all niggas something. This is a story I've never said before in my life, right? So Fendi sees me, I'm performing, and he goes, listen, man, you need chance in between your performance. So I'm like, I don't know if it's more on my wall. I'm like, yo, now it's a different way. Like that time, you brought all your guys with you. So go ahead, take over there. How did that come up? No, back. Or do you feel like? But that's what's interesting about your freestyle. That nigga Diddy wrapped around his head. So we have a new generation of entrepreneurs and go-getters that we gotta rock with each other right now. Cause like that was so genius to me. Like it was to speak up. You know what I mean? I wish it would have came at the BET. Well, he would have gave me and Jay Kiss the platform. The Ray J shit was a very health, birthday was wealth. Yeah. Knowledge itself. Watch that over your kid, brother. I like vibes. You know what I mean? I like a good vibe more than like wanting for anything. Like, you know what I mean? So I got a cool vibe. I spent some of the time with my kids. I went out, grabbed a bag. Spent some more time with my kids. And, you know what I mean? Felt like I was a milestone age. I'm gonna have a party and we have parties, but I was more like just trying to vibe, like just see where I look back on where I became. Did you miss me? Because it seems like a thing. I miss this party. Man, it's about so much for your birthday. I want to party with your birthday, man. You party for my birthday before you came to my party. No, but we ain't never really party, you know what I'm saying? I understand. You know what I'm saying? So every year, Fab has a theme for his birthday party. What was the theme this year, my brother? Shit. I've been looking like I on your ground. Yeah, let's do it.
You don't remember what I told you?
I just gotta get my shoes. Yes.
In Atlanta? Remember you had to go to Atlanta to
I know this nigga took the race. It was thousands. Remember the game party? We don't even dare. Ray J shit was a very big deal. They talk about a nigga for like 25, 30 minutes. They about to try to degrade a nigga. They Ray J came to Vegas with me. I came to Vegas with me. We're gonna take it to Ray J to me. I didn't know this part. I don't even know Ray J. It's me, that's crazy. Tyrese, and Gary. We just get a hard. I think like y'all, real dog. Okay. So check this out. It's me, Tyrese, Ray J, and F. Gary Gray. You know, I'm the type of nigga, I like variety, man. I like people that's unpredictable. You know what I'm saying? I like different personalities. So I was like, I never knew they would become what they are today. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that sounded like the type of night I want to have in Vegas. You understand what I'm saying? So Tyrese kept on talking. This is a 40 fight, right? Yeah. And Tyrese keep on talking about like how you got to get back to church. And we just like, yo, the night ain't start. You got to get back to church. We in motherfucking Vegas, nigga. Like, you going to church next week. You know what I'm saying? Sending your thing. You know what I'm saying? We in Vegas, don't be bringing God into this shit. Don't bring God into this situation. You know what I'm saying?
like just really like feeling like Ray J right now. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Ray. I'm saying he's at home. You know what I'm saying? Ray J was here at home with his brother, Daddy being in Vegas. He's the friend that's feeling it to the 10th degree. Like, yo, check this out, nigga. I told you, nigga. And also, we had his back, so he was good. We rocking through the night. You know what I'm saying? Me and Fab, we usually rush souls at the fights, to the games. You know what I'm saying? Jada's always there in the cut. You know what I'm saying? With his own tribe. I'm telling y'all so you can visualize it. Jada don't like this. Jada like laying in his cut, smoking and talking. They all trying to talk about it. Like, yo, this is really what's going on at the joint. So I'm up in there, you know, and let it play, let it go. You know, and we have to fight, and we just signal we're gonna go eat, whatever. Don't start it over, bro. Signal our shit, you know, because we there in there heavy. So everybody, not everybody coming to dinner. Like dinner's on me. You know what I'm saying? I like to buy dinner. Yeah, so we had the dinner after the fight. Last minute, we bumped into each other. And my mouth a little dry. I'm just a little. Okay,
we went to the dinner.
Yeah, there you go.
We talking at the dinner. I think I had cracked a joke or something about Ray J being on Floyd. You know they had like 24/7.
Yeah. Nobody goes out.
And then Lil Wayne had like this line. Get you dead in the living room. Lil Wayne. No, Lil Wayne said this line in a rap before. Leave you dead in the living room.
Oh, okay. It was a rap line.
Right, but I switched it for Twitter.
Dream said, let's go live. Have too much like, come on, man.
Let's try to make this cocaine. That's a whole nother podcast.
That's my nigga. That's my nigga. I love him. I just didn't think an R&B nigga was gonna say that.
Man, Diddy and them tripping over there. What? We got grade A premium content. What do y'all think about that? Drop some comments down below. Keep that notification bell turned on. I will deliver 24/7 around the clock. You already know. But until next time, it's your boy Ray giving them gone. God bless. Peace.
Salute. Welcome to the Damu Keyway Conversation. Salute to everybody that's in the chat. The chat's where it's at. I know y'all just came off the other live. Y'all don't know what's going on. I told y'all I was going live. Make sure y'all hit that like button on your way. And welcome to the Damu and Keyway Conversation. Oh, man. All right. Hit that like button now. And we finna get right into the content. We ain't even gonna wait that long. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even gonna wait that long. To everybody that's on IG, you could go on YouTube or you could go on Twitch at Active Chuck and catch this content. You know what I'm saying? Let me put that in there at Active Chuck. I'm gonna pin that for y'all. Lil Messy, salute. What up, bro? Share that, hit that like button. We got that up in there. Listen, it didn't take long. I told y'all I was going live. I already had the live. Y'all don't got y'all notifications on, but some of y'all do, so I ain't going to hold it against y'all. We've been shadow banned, even people with their notifications on, been complaining for over a week. Dominique Mayweather, salute. Muddy Waters, Drew V, salute. Muddy Waters, salute. Ricky, salute, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. Salute Deuce, doubling it up. Y'all hit the like button for the Don and let's go. Listen, man, hit the like button. We're going to get right to the content. This ain't going to be a long one. ETE, drawn out, none of that. We finna get right to it. So
Shout out my boy Scandalous Los Angeles TV. I was most Scandalous Los Angeles TV. I was supposed to react to this shit yesterday, but I ain't gonna even lie, man. I got to eating, and after that, it was a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Nigga like me start getting the itis. You know what I'm saying? So this is 15 minutes worth of content. I'm gonna react to this, so it might be a little longer than that. But outside of that, we finna run through this quick and break it down. I'm here to entertain y'all, man. The Damu and Keyway conversation, man. Let's go.
Himself. He said because he believed Lucy was a snake, he's been lining him up for 8 straight months. 8 months of fake smiles, fake loyalty, fake everything. If that's not snake behavior, then what is? I mean, we all know that Lucy is a snake. We've all seen the way he gets down. But what does this say about Porky? At this point, there's really nothing left to explain. Sure, we're making content, but the truth? It's already out there. You've seen it. You've watched it unfold. And now, without question, you know exactly what's been going on.
Talk about what these niggas, they stone-faced niggas, they don't say nothing, they looking at you, they none of that. But Cuban Rob does music. Cuban, listen, get in this DM, tell me you want to holler at him, send me your number. All right, Wacky, send me a number. Okay, cool. Wait 3 days. I want to know if he's going to tell me this.
You guys, this is exactly what narcissism looks like in action. This guy CS2 Back is out here acting like he's in some kind of mafia movie, and he's the Don. Let's be honest here. You don't need some covert operation to figure out if Luece Cannon is a snake. All you gotta do is ask his wife, and she'll tell you. The man was just sitting with Porky after being with Big U. That alone tells you everything you need to know. But see, in Porky's mind, he's got to play these little elementary school games to test loyalty. All right, Cuban Rob, call him up, send him your number, and I want to see if he comes back and tells me. What kind of corny shit is that? That's not chess. That's not strategy. That's just dumb. But this is how the brain works when narcissism takes over. In his head, he thinks he's some untouchable figure, like he's really running something. And that mindset, that illusion of power, that's what happens when people from Donald Sterling's culture befriend you, gassing you up. And before you know it, you think you're bigger than everybody around you.
3 days go by, you don't tell me this. Call him, you're telling me you're a little upset because Wack don't help you with your music. You've been around me forever. You feel like this, that. You want to fuck with him, but let's keep it low. And then when your shit get up and blazing, you going to spin off of me and you going to ride with him. Boom. He tells him this. I'll wait. When Luece Cannon never brought that back, that my right hand came to him with that, at that point, I knew he was a snake, and I started lining him, and I started lining him, and I started lining him.
You guys, there is so much to unpack in that little sentence he just dropped. It's not even funny. First of all, doesn't this story sound real familiar? Isn't this exactly what he said happened with Big U and Alan Grunblatt? Remember, he claimed Big U went down to his office with Simon on the phone. And Simon told Alan Grunblatt to give Big U all of Porky's contracts, because Big U was the only person that Porky was scared of.
I worried about finding a job that would work around classes, but at Madison College, my business classes are...
Then Porky said he went home, waited 7 days, and when Big U didn't call him, he knew something was up. Same playbook. Now here we go again. This time he says he had Cuban Rob call Lucy and say, "Hey, I don't like how Wack's treating me. I'm thinking about coming over there with you."
Luce,
And Lucy was supposed to run back and tell Porky that.
Please DM me all
Let's be
that
honest.
shit.
Even if that did happen,
Or you can
maybe Lucy didn't want to stir up drama.
But DM me, I'm
Maybe he figured telling Porky would cause problems with him and Cuban Rob. There's 100 reasons someone might not repeat that conversation. But in this guy's mind, the second Lucy didn't come back with that info, Porky said he knew he was a snake, and he started lining him. Lining him up for what, though? He didn't get jumped. He didn't get shot. He didn't get robbed. So what are you saying? That you lined him up to get booked? Because if nothing else happened to him, that's the only thing left. Porky telling on himself again. This one is so blatant, it's clear he doesn't care anymore. By him saying he lined him up, he's admitting he set him up to go to jail. This is CS2 back, once again telling y'all exactly who he is. CS2 back.
I've been lying to this nigga for 8 months. It's all in the poker face.
Hello. Hey, talk that shit, big bro. Shit.
Bozo, don't blame me. You blame yourself. You forced me to this extreme. You're supposed to be what you say you are to me. The minute that man come to you, hey, Wack, you know your man, woo-to, 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 woo. So then this is when it really got funny. Hey, Wack, hey, what's up, bro? Hey, man, you done taught me so much and showed me so much. Oh, yeah, and gave a nigga, you gave a nigga this boost. Everybody know who I am now. I want you to be the godfather to my child. I said, did this nigga think I'm sentimental and emotional? You know what I did? Oh, brother, it's an honor, man. Yeah, it's an honor. But see, being a godparent to a child comes with an action. We ain't babysitting. We ain't sent the baby a box of diapers and we got them free all day. Fuck out of here, nigga. I'm going to hit you like you hit me, just in another mental way. I'm talking back to you, nigga, but you just too slow to motherfucking understand what I'm saying. I'm saying it to comprehend that language.
Hello.
You fucking with some boy that you ain't ready for. You come from manipulating women that are innocent women, right? Who really don't understand your trickery, who have intentions on really trying to build, like listening to Gigi. I see what that is. Gigi is a regular, normal female who knows nothing about the pimp or the streets or I'm just got a job and if I like you, and let's build and hey, let's do something. She got no idea. Like this is doing this. She figured it out. She woke down at you. You's a mental midget. You are what I call a mental midget.
Listening to all this, can you imagine the things he's gonna say about Love's Boys when he finally turns on him? Because if this is how he talks about people he once trusted, people he was supposedly testing, just wait until he decides Love's Boys is no longer useful. You already know how this script plays out. Same pattern every time. As soon as you're not serving his agenda, you're a snake, a backstabber, an op. It's not if, it's when.
That's a fact.
We're going to sit back and watch you run around like Tom and Jerry. And when you get back, we're going to say, hey, man, where you been, man? What you been up to all day? We watching what you doing. Oh, man, I did this. I did everything you say you did. We know you didn't do. And you know what I'm going to say, man? Great job, man. I appreciate you, man. I couldn't have made nothing happen without you. And know what you thinking? Yeah, man, I got it. It's working. Hey, man. Hey, instead of meeting me, I tell you what, instead of meeting me in the driveway, just come on in, man. You know, fuck it, the door be open. Cool. Yeah, this, Then you walk in. Hey, bro, we down here in the basement. And you come down there in the basement, and everybody you were supposed to go see for me is down there. It's too late. You in the trick bag. I dangled the bone in front of your face. The bone. The light is on. The camera's on. You know what I knew about him? I knew you wasn't from Los Angeles. I stroked your ego, and I knew in order for you to continue your conversation, you had to say any and everything you knew. And when you're in the position where you have nothing else to say, and all you can say is any and everything you know, you're bound to say something you ain't supposed to say. I just put the motherfucking knife on the table. You stabbed yourself. You cut your own throat. What the fuck? Nigga, Adam didn't cut his throat.
It doesn't just stop at Adam. That's what Porky wants us to believe.
5 reasons Connect Team is the smartest replacement for workplace. Connect Team is more than just a feed and chat. It's a full suite of communication tools. Plus, all the ops essentials you need.
My bad.
But now it all makes sense. Now we understand why he had Luce Cannon on that 3-way call with Snitch and Tail Dale. Porky already knew Dale was working with the FBI. Dale Morrison went straight to Porky and told him that himself. And still, Porky had Luce Cannon on the line with him. Now Porky has flat out admitted that he lined Luce Cannon up. First, he put him on No Jumper, had him out there telling stories and lies. Then, he put him on the phone with a known Fed. All of it was a setup. That's how cold this guy moves. And what's even more wild, you hear people on Clubhouse laughing, cheering it on, like it's entertainment. Which means Porky's ratting is not a problem on Clubhouse. And these are the people Grumblat is pulling from. And this is what they're teaching these guys.
Wack, if the knife wouldn't have been on the table, he wouldn't have cut his throat. Did Wack want him to cut his throat? Absolutely. Did I tell him to cut his throat? No. Then why did he cut his throat? Because I understand who he was. He just didn't understand who I was. He just didn't understand who I was. He just didn't understand who I was. And you set your bozo ass down there time and time and time again. I could have been told him, hey, bro, stop this. I didn't tell him to say it. I didn't tell him to stop saying it.
Porky's actually right. He could have told him to stop saying it because he was his handler. And here we go again. He's basically admitting once again that he was this man's handler. So now it's not just messy, it's crazy. Because what kind of handler lines up the very person they're supposed to be handling?
I mean, you thought I forgot about how crazy you was talking about me when I didn't even know who the fuck he was? Mm-hmm. Gigi said he used to talk about Wack on social media, and Wack texted him one time or DM and said, I don't know you. And he went crazy. It drove him crazy that Wack wouldn't respond to him. He was like intentionally just saying shit about a total stranger. He didn't know Wack, but Wack wouldn't read this diss song he did on you. I say, bro, who's this nigga, man? What, a nigga want to pay me to he's a gang member? So once you came, he came bearing gifts. Okay, what you got? Oh, you want to? Oh, what, man? Like, what you say? Fuck who? Fuck Big U? Oh, is that right? You know some shit? Yeah, oh, okay. You want to talk about what you know? I mean, you don't have to, but if you on a platform, you know, brother, I'll look out for you. I'll look out for you, brother. Well, look how I baited him. When he came at me to come on No Jumper and came at me to pay me for No Jumper, what you think I told him? Bro, don't worry about it. This one on me. Anything else we do, we'll work it out. But No Jumper's on me. You know why I told him that? Because I know for a fact, I know you a snake. And you can't accept no money to go on No Jumper. Right? That's how this works. So I'm going to let you come on No Jumper. Take that weapon. You can't use that later on. Hey, man, can I get on academics? Man, that might cost you a little bit, man. I don't know, bro. But I tell you what, let's just not make it an academics thing. You want me to do a 90-day run for you and I promote and cross-promote and I personally would go on Clubhouse and talk about your reality show and this. All right, pay me this. And you know what? I'll throw academics in there. I'll get you up there. Let me figure it out. You know what he thinking? I got this nigga. Oh, no, you ain't got me. I got me AI humanoid that's finna go cut his own throat and slander
all around
Big U's name.
Salute.
The crazy part about it is, the dumbass, when he first goes to jail, he got his bitch call me. Hey, Wack, what? Luce Cannon want to know why you telling everybody he was lying about the Meek Mill stuff and all this stuff. I said, no, Sharice, tell him that I'm telling the world that he's lying so they'll think he's lying about everything else he said. You get it? She said, oh, You both so ass. That shit on the wiretap. That shit on the wiretap. That shit on the wiretap. Oh, I thought a putty cat. And I sat there, heartbeat watching me. She said, nigga, you are dangerous. You are dangerous. You are dangerous.
Hello.
I said, hey, they want to play the motherfucking game. The craziest thing he did, I said, R&B. I said, if he's smart, he takes the high road with me and say, man, I looked at Wack as a hunk. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he been compromised. You know, maybe it's my wife tripping. I'm in jail. I said, if he's smart, that's the role he takes. But if he's the dummy I know him to be, he's going to start saying, you're not like that. You're not this. It's too many motherfucking interviews where you praising what Wack is like. Niggas is looking at you crazy as a motherfucker. Huh? Huh? I said he fucked himself. He should have took the high road. That's what I wanted him to do. So now anything that comes out of his mouth is like, oh, nigga, be quiet. You say that about everybody.
Is your team spending more time on timesheets than their actual work? Deltec Keyway conversation. Yeah, man, they got the bloody water, the Bay Area in the building. Salute to y'all brothers out there. Go dumb, go stupid, go dumb. John, Lady Fino, salute. I see you in the chat. I can't even pull you up. I asked you, maybe she at work. If you're looking for insurance, tap in with Lady Fino. If you need to know how to get in contact with her. Oh, shit, that was it. Hey, so look. So that was the end of the video. Scandalous made it very apparent when you let CS2 back talk, he exposes himself. You know what I'm saying? So all Scandalous do is put a mirror in front of him. So he admitting that he gave that platform to Luece. We all knew that. And he also admit that Luece told him he wanted to talk about Big U and go at Big U and cut his own neck. Cool. He has no problem with that. He want a nigga in jail. Mr. Buka Buka. If you believe him, salute to the blue and red chucks. Free the big fella. Hey, man, free Big U. Cali born, boot raised. Salute, man. Hey, listen, everybody coming in, hit that like button. Donnie Brasco. You know what I'm saying? I just uploaded some shit. Trevor Kelly, too. Bo Money, what's up, baby? Shout out to the Damo and Keyways up in here, though. You heard him, Bo Money 103. Wack is really out here admitting that he used Luece to help put Big U in the pocket. Yeah, he admitted it. And these niggas talking about he ain't a snitch. So then last night, him and the Crip cop tried to clean it up. They failed terribly. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't even gonna get into that shit because they'll report me. So we ain't gonna do that. We gotta cut it up and take the pictures off the visuals so they can't say, you know what I'm saying, that we utilize their content. I don't care what anybody say, that's drugs. The way he was getting high with Whitney, Wack is Elmer Fudd when she passed away. Bomani, Misty Day, Peter Puritan. Yeah, man, Five got to just speak on Unk the Pump. I don't know. Oh, that nigga called CS2 back, Unk the Pump. Wack took the fingers. Either that or he need a white jacket, that zips straight up and tie up in the back. This dummy said R&B is an ordained minister. Is wow work. She must be a police too. She was a burglar, a cat burglar. You know what I'm saying? With her muscular ass, that bitch was pulling herself up, nigga, jumping through motherfuckers' windows, nigga, trying to steal your VCR, nigga. That's the old ass bitch. Bitch, she was just like that nigga crackhead ass daddy, nigga, the cable man, nigga. Nigga, that nigga crackhead ass daddy was trying to sell niggas VCRs, nigga. Why is you breaking in niggas' windows, stealing VCRs, and going to nigga cars? He never stole a nigga car. He always stole the antenna off, nigga. That nigga was gonna beam me up Scotty with a nigga antenna. Nigga, where the fuck? Why my antenna? Everybody in Pacoima wondering why their antennas keep coming up missing. on a cut dog Supreme. You know what I'm saying? Malibus, old school Malibus, old school cut dog Supreme, Monte Carlos, even the Regals, nigga. Nigga, this nigga daddy's stealing everybody motherfucking antenna. Peace and love, 561. Salute, respect, and love for sure. Rico Zoe is a walking fairy tale. Yeah, oh, that's screen cap code. Luece Coochie deserves everything he's getting because of what he did to Big U. Waukesha's biatch ass got some karma coming back to him too. Wack said her family was law enforcement. Yeah, his family law enforcement in Michigan is what he told us on Clubhouse about 3 years ago. Yeah, for real, trying to make it out the hood, out trying to get out of a bad bitch. Art of war not up for discussion. Yeah, that's a fact. Fee is 1,000% trash. Damn, they going crazy in the chat. Hey, we got the dick pullers on Clubhouse coming up in. I guess they pay to come up in there and spy. It's crazy. I've been spied on for the last 3 years. I know some of those people were real federal agents too. Deuce named every freaking old school. Yeah, because the nigga was stealing the antennas off of each one of them motherfuckers. Hey, we had more antennas in our entire neighborhood, and it wasn't because of Pops beating us. Good old crackhead Venetia, my homegirl, cold hustler. Wack is a cold calculator rat. Hey, Peter Puritan. That's the comment of the day, bro. Salute to Peter Puritan for the comment of the day. Wack is a cold calculated rat. Nigga, that nigga befriends rats, nigga, and then sicks them on his enemy. You know what I'm saying? Bitch niggas just like to hear himself talk. Peace and love. 730 comment in the chat. Misty Day, salute. You know what I'm saying? Drew V, Bird, what up? Comment Ricky. But look, 24 minutes in, and we already finna end this thing. I told y'all this wasn't long. It was a short reaction. These niggas is admitting that that they been
Deuce him the time.
That Loose Cannon was a rat. They knew he was gonna ride on Big U.
My niggas
And
ain't
they
giving up
even gave him a platform to do it. Be out of here though. That like button if you have a dick.
Against all odds, still I live. Fuck what you burst. Stiff off haters, stay positive. Kevlar vest, that sunscreen, niggas praying for kids. Got it, malnutrition, cause you chase the meat. Easy decision before starting, I'll be riding. Gang bitches, trust no bitches full of this. After riches, after sex, I keep it mine. So I get it by all means, what's more attractive than that? Bitch, she hits her knees more than the Catholic. 7 digits with my dream into the magistrate court. Copyright and print a lot of fire after my battle. Sorry, yeah, this hard nigga got me on 10 times. Hoes call me Sub-Zero, making both wrists from. Chasing digits, haters living while they talking. I live 1.5 out of prison. I like the motion. My niggas ain't giving up.
It's Ray Gift TV.
Ray Block TV.
Let's get right to it.
No, I've been about a couple days. When the last time it was one of them little weird loose cannon Sharice interviews.
Yeah, she's so retarded too, because she gonna find herself in that indictment.
Yeah. It coming.
Yeah, she like just niggas just raise my nephew. Like, chill out. Stop burying him in the first place by putting that shit on the internet. Who the f is up there and just want to record shit all day and put it on the internet? Like, if you love him and you feel like he's incriminating himself, you have the right not to put this shit on the internet.
I'm glad you said that, because it seemed like she purposely doing shit to make sure that nigga don't get out of jail.
It makes no sense. Like, you waited until all these years, nigga, until you got to your 40s, nigga, to have a fucking baby. And nigga, you ain't trying to protect your fucking baby daddy, your husband, whatever. It makes no sense. Like, you're trying to chase the clout too for no reason. Like, nigga, once his clout is gone, your clout is gone. You should be trying to protect him to see if he can get out. But you ask about a person, you arguing with Jeezy. All that other shit doesn't make sense. Like, be good for the kids, nigga. Do what y'all gotta do to make sure he come home or whatever. But at the end of the day, she's like, she got a mental. You can tell she has a mental. Nobody sits up there and go along with the dumb shit he says on these podcasts unless they have a mental too.
Yeah, she just agrees with. She agreed to the everything. Call shit. She agrees with. He made the beat for Cardi B. She agrees with everything.
He was on there lying, talking about he got picked up, and it was a raid 2 blocks down from their house. She on the phone talking about, I don't know where he's at.
Y'all got me dying laughing over here.
I don't know. I hope everything is all right.
We
oh
looked
my
that
God.
shit
And
up.
then
That
listen.
shit
And then she went. Then she said the boy got stabbed 5 times. So he got stabbed by 5 Mexicans, right? 5 times. And then I guess they figured out the internet was eating that up. Right. Then he got sliced. So they went to put somebody else on the phone. Well, yet everybody on lockdown, but the niggas is on the phone. Then once she sees that it's turning and they be like, you are really going along with this dumb shit right along with him, she turns around and makes it seem like, I don't know what's going on. And then next thing you know, a day later, he on the phone. He got stabbed 5 times, sliced, nicked. And then she talking about, I called up there. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, she talking about you called the NAACP. What are you talking about, you bozo? You called the NAACP what? Bitch, he is in an institution. Did you call the NAACP when Molly Ball dick slipped and planted in your mouth? Did you NAACP that?
I know, no. Come on, Wack. I know she didn't say she called the NAACP.
She said she called the NAACP. She get the bozo of the decade award. Then my man tell me, he said, Wack, she in New York getting tossed up right now. I guess she went to New York couple weeks ago or something. He said she out there right now getting flipped, tossed up. I'm like, bro, man, listen, leave that woman be. Don't even mention me to her. She has
a mental, bro. I mean, for her to sit up there and have a kid, be having a kid, and you out in New York, nigga, what are you doing? Raise your kid. Like, sit your ass down, bro. You out here getting flipped and making yourself even look worse. Like, niggas ain't gonna respect that. Niggas gonna respect you being at the house, nigga, trying to raise the kid, nigga, not putting dumb shit on the internet, nigga, to convict your husband or your baby daddy, whatever you want to be, and you digging a ditch for him, not thinking like she's like, it makes absolutely no sense for you to be that
Dumb and Dumber.
You're the blonde lead in the blonde. Shit don't make no damn sense. And then you come up with stories, nigga. Nigga, first of all, nigga, you saying you blaming your brother, nigga, for shit, nigga, that you got caught at the scene of the crime with. He's just a dumbass.
Oh, what? He got caught with something?
He got caught at the scene of crime, and he's trying to. That's the shit that Chosen was saying, nigga. He's blaming his brother, like, nigga, he got caught with Chosen at the scene of the crime. That makes no sense. Where the fuck was I at, nigga? When they just got y'all too.
Yeah.
I don't think you realize y'all fingerprints is gonna be different, bro. So when they take you down there and book you and print you, you could be twins, you could be identical. Them prints ain't identical.
Yeah, that's what he's banking on. He's banking on that they don't have prints, nigga, and he's banking on nigga they gonna just.
Y'all both been in jail a couple times, so they got y'all fingerprints.
Yeah. So
that's why they denied that nigga bail. Lying.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, nigga, his whole little thing is to, like, his whole strategy is to blame me. Nigga say I did everything. I mean, if it works, it works, nigga. But you know, so be it.
Nah, that shit ain't working. They playing hardball with that nigga, bro.
Yeah, that ain't know if it works, because what if it worked? If it worked, they want to put it on you.
Yeah, if it worked, then you going to jail.
That's that nigga. That's what he doing.
See, the thing is that when you did some shit and then you say it in interviews, you can't put it on your twin brother at that point. So his defense is, oh, he gonna blame his brother, but then they gonna bring up interviews with him saying what he did.
Man, one thing I noticed about going up in them fair courts, nigga, them niggas is sharp. They let you finish your lie and smile and shut your ass down. I'm telling you, man, they told that nigga you ain't getting no motherfucking bail. Him and Big U. Them niggas ain't going for that silly shit. They not about to cut you off. They'll sit there and smile, listen, and shut your ass down. Talking about he trying to say it's his twin brother. Like, yeah. Denied. They ain't going for that, bro. That shit ain't gonna work. And just like he say, they picked him up because that nigga was lying, giving false information. Whatever handler he had, he ain't giving them all the information. They're not going for that shit, bro. Because he would have been out.
And at the end of the day, bro, with her, with him, he just never know, nigga. If niggas start getting arrested, like, nigga, if he feels like, nigga, that.
Well, see, he had a handler. He already been getting people arrested. I don't know if niggas gonna start getting arrested now. I don't think he got nothing else to give him. Now Big U, he know a lot. That's what everybody worried about.
Nigga, first of all, I'm gonna tell you just like this. It's a lot of things that these niggas have on other people that they can't tell them to get out. A lot of shit.
Yeah, I know a lot of niggas is nervous. Them superseding indictments gonna tell it all though.
Yeah, they're not done with the charges. That's the reason why they put the trial, nigga, for another year, nigga, because they got a whole motherfucking year to investigate to put more shit on them.
Yeah, they cold. 46,000 pages of discovery, 27,000 pages of wiretaps. That's just in the discovery. That's what made it to the discovery.
Nigga, they could fill up a whole a file cabinet. For like 3-stack file cabinet.
46,000.
Luece claim he ain't in none of the wiretaps.
Nah.
But I'm gonna be real. I think he was working back then.
Yeah, he was working back then. He had a handler. Yeah, he was working back then. I was just telling this nigga, that nigga Big U, that nigga wasn't even a suspect, nigga, for the Rayshawn Williams murder. He wasn't even a suspect. They said that in court. They said that, nigga, when they was contacting people who knew, family members who knew Rayshawn Williams, they just contacted Big U family because he lived with him. He wasn't even a suspect. What made Big U a suspect in that murder was his wife called Big U. Their phones were tapped from another phone.
They phones was tapped from a whole nother situation.
Right, from a whole nother situation. And
she called it from her dad's phone, from his dad's phone. And they wondered, why is you calling from his dad's phone?
Right. And she said that they called to ask him about Rayshawn, and that made him a suspect right there. He probably could have got away with it.
I'm pretty sure he could have if
I mean, they don't understand.
Because he wasn't a suspect. This is a year or two later.
But I don't know why. Well, you know what? That's what probably made them go look into and track down the Airbnbs and all that, because they probably didn't know nothing about none of that.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't know nothing about nothing.
See, he was hot on the other extortion shit he had going on. He was already under wiretap. But the murder was something new.
Yeah, so they wasn't even investigating it like that. That's what made them start looking into him and tracking his phone and seeing where he went. And they snatched Vay. Vay give it up. Vay the one told him they got the phone call and left LA and drove out there and told him about the interaction with the security, which led him to Marley Marl security, and then his shit rolled downhill.
Yeah, he told him the whole murder. He was in court. He was sitting up in there.
Who was?
Nigga Vay.
Oh, from the streets? He said something to you?
Yeah. No, yeah. I ain't saying it to me. He was in there. That nigga told him the whole murder.
Yeah, Vay ain't finna do no time. That nigga like 59, bro. He ain't doing that.
Yeah,
he ain't doing that. I don't know why Vay turned into a gang member anyway. I don't know how that happened.
He from Brims, ain't he?
No, he's from 6-0.
What?
Like, Vay ain't never was a gang member. I met Vay in 99, 2000. He coached some kids. That's all.
Or his brother from Brims or something, ain't it?
No, his brother from 6-0, Red Mike.
Oh.
His whole family from 6-0.
Oh, okay.
Nephews too. Scrooge, all them niggas.
Oh.
That's his family.
Yeah,
you didn't know that?
I didn't know that. I thought his brother, somebody from Brims. Somebody said he was from Brims or something.
Nah, his brother Red Mike, older nigga. And I know you know his nephew.
Yeah, if that's Scrooge's nephew, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Now, I think one of the Scrooge's daddies is from Brim, so he might have a brother from Brim. But Red Mike, the one from 6-0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody predominantly from over there. But he was never a gang member.
Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't a gang member.
Yeah, that nigga Jaws got himself in a cold twist. Oh, them niggas caught up in all that shit. Bear clothes looking sick too.
They say he already sick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like physically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Them niggas fucked up. Yeah, Jay, pull up on me tomorrow, man. I got something for you, man.
Yeah.
You know what? What part of town are you in?
Where you gonna be at?
Chino Hills.
Shit, we might have to bring him in and put it together.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, all right, yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, let me know. I got Chopper coming in. Let me know. We figured out.
All right, bet. I'm gone.
Let me know what y'all think about the grade A premium content. What? We gonna run it up for sure. Shout out to RAt100, the whole 100 side, the media team. You feel me? Be sure to like the video. Go ahead and share the video. Be sure to tell a friend and tell a friend. We got content. But until next time, it's your boy Ray giving them gone. God bless. Peace.
We don't put jackets, on people. We don't do that. Even you got, differences, what I'm saying, beefs, people don't get along. We don't put jackets on someone.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Today, we're taking a little trip down memory lane, because it's wild how these so-called exposers love to say they don't put jackets on people. That's what Lieutenant Officer Lovesboys claims, right? But then you've got CS2 back, who went out of his way to tell the world that Deuce was a rat. We're going to let Porky do the talking today. And just like he always does, he's going to trip over his own tongue. He's going to expose himself as a liar. On record. You'll hear it, plain and clear. As he contradicts everything he said about Deuce, which proves two things. These exposers not only let actual rats into their inner circle, they also try to throw fake rat jackets on innocent people. Not only are we going to hear Porky clear the very same rat allegations he once threw on Deuce, but we're also going to hear Porky call out something that clearly bothered him. Lieutenant Love's boys and his sealed file. He knows something's off, and he wants us to know he knows. Because with Porky, it's never about loyalty. It's about leverage. He always keeps something on everyone around him, Love's boys included. Let's not forget, Porky already exposed Love's boys once before.
This nigga, yo, Wack, could you help me? Yo, Wack, can I work with you? Yo, Wack, can I do this? Hey, bro, I don't know you like that. Next thing you know, it's Wack campaign. Spider Low Jr. Wack, I'm a blood. I don't give a fuck that. Nigga, that don't dictate if I'm a you or not. I don't know you, nigga. You seem a little weird. And guess what? For 3 years, this nigga been digging for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Nigga, you don't think these niggas out here in LA, if I had some smut on me, would have been exposed Cash McElroy Jones, born 4777? I put my own paperwork up, nigga. I ain't never had no crime. I send niggas home and ride the beef. You ain't nobody. You went to the feds. You think you from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, gonna know more than the people that's right here? You can't find no AKA a back under my name, dummy. It says back was a low-level dealer. Wack ain't never sold dope, stupid.
Well, that's the funny part. It looks like Porky and CS2 Back got more in common than Porky would like to admit. Neither one of them ever sold dope. Look at the paperwork. There's nothing in there that says Back was a low-level dealer. Not back then, not ever. That was just another one of the lies he was telling back in those days when he was trying to shake the accusations. We're not going to let him rewrite history, and we're not going to let him forget.
But what I went and did today, because the nigga that did the real telling Stutterbox, his daughter called me. Shout out to Kaylee. She wanted to talk to Uncle Wack. We used to be neighbors. I know all his kids. They called me. I ain't gonna change up on them. And he said, Wack, could you believe this nigga called me on the phone with some nigga named Deuce Sims or some shit? Talking about, I said, man, get off my phone, Mark. Nigga, that's gonna incriminate me. But Wack, if you need me to, I'll tell the whole story. Hit record. So as soon as he plays his shit, I'm gonna play it from the informant himself. Nobody knows better than the informant, right? Nigga, you got to know how to whack. I'm too smart. I'm too strategic. Shit you think I won't do, I will do, nigga. Well, how else could Wack prove what we saying is bullshit? Only one is Stutterbox, and he don't wrong. Stutterbox kids from the nigga in the penitentiary, from his sons, his daughters. I'm Uncle Wack. I'm Uncle Wack to them. Daddy, can you call Uncle Wack on the way to school? Fuck out of here, man.
He said he got some work on you for a body case. What that's about?
Nah, not no work on me on no body case.
That's what he said.
Hey, they pull the Wack work all the time. I'm gonna be real. Look, all my body cases stack. I see my whole fucking I didn't put it up. I see my whole rap sheet. All my body cases was juveniles. I beat them outright. To the box. My attempted murder and my mother's son was all juveniles, and ain't none of them sealed. I beat them outright. 16350 Filbert Street, Silmar Juvenile Hall. Go pull them. No problem. And any nigga that go pull them, let me know what it cost you. On the dead homies, I reimburse you your money. Nigga, I'm solid, nigga. Thorough. Wasn't no crimes on none of my body's attempted murders. It was all Cash Jones. Beat him outright. Go pull him, nigga. Go pull the mother. I ain't never been convicted of a felony as an adult ever in life. I went to the penitentiary 16, came back 22. I went to the penitentiary 16, came back 22.
You're 19 years old when you get out?
Yeah, I'm like 19.
I went to the penitentiary 16, came back 22, and ain't never caught an F since then. I've been on 24 years. Do the math, I'm 46. 24 and 22 is 46. These niggas, I'm exposing these niggas. I exposed him for beating the big U. If it wasn't for me doing what I was doing, none of you niggas would have been woke by this nigga. So now they like, we gotta find something. I'm too clean, nigga. I'm too clean. I'm too clean. This is my only payoff. When I got out the joint, I'm taking these cases for niggas, and I'm in this contention time. When I came home, didn't no nigga had no nothing for me. So nigga, I'm gonna get some type of satisfaction. If you wrong, I'm gonna expose you. You can't be out here like me, nigga. I did all that right to better walk around this mother the way I walk around this mother. You did some wrong, so we gonna expose you. These niggas saying, why niggas putting up paperwork? Nigga, you need to be exposed. That's why they got Megan's Law. We need to make a snitch app. Megan's Law, you violate, rape a kid, they make your ass register. You can put your zip code and see a nigga face, where he at, everything. Nigga, it need to be a snitch site so niggas in the street could check. Is this nigga calling me trying to buy some work? The nigga told, they go to work. Less niggas will start going to jail. That's a fact. Niggas that do some shit in Colorado and go to fucking Mississippi. Up on the whole name. He little D-Dog in Colorado. He go to Mississippi as Mac, Big Mac. Tell him. Niggas is mad at me because I expose work. Why you expose work? They rats.
So Deuce Sims a rat, you trying to say?
No. Deuce Sims he went to jail for some shit that wasn't gangster.
So Deuce Sims a rat, you trying to say?
No, Deuce Sims he went to jail for some shit that wasn't gangster. He talked his super story.
Dishonorable acts.
Look, you see how niggas talk about whack you at a murder, attempted murder, shootings? Yeah, that's my whole rap sheet is violence. That nigga went to jail for beating a female in the parking lot and throwing her in the trunk. We got to work. This is a fact. Stop talking that gangster blood shit to me. That ain't what homies do.
So he ended up in witness protection program because of that?
That nigga parole. What nigga you know parole go to jail from LA and you parole to motherfucking Madison, Wisconsin? What the fuck you doing up there?
That's nasty work.
What you doing in Madison, Wisconsin?
You don't even go there for vacation. He got locked.
You been up there 14 years.
He went to LA.
So just like that, CS2 back clears Deuce of all the allegations, all the lies he's been spreading this whole time. He told everybody, I got the paperwork. Deuce is a rat. That's what he said. But now he sits there and says, nah, he's not a rat. He just did something that wasn't gangster. Do y'all see this? This is exactly why you can't believe a word that comes out of Porky's mouth. He flip-flops when it's convenient, and now he's trying to clean up a mess he created. First it was, I got proof. Now, it's never mind. Let this be a reminder. Not everything you hear is the truth, especially when it's coming from someone with a track record like Porky's.
That nigga's in Madison, Wisconsin. He been up there 13 years, bro. Probably longer than that.
Paroled out there.
Madison, you know you gotta put in paperwork. All you niggas been to the pen, know in order to parole somewhere outside of where you left, you got to file all kind of shit unless they send you there for a reason. What I'm saying is, don't come up in here talking this gangster shit if you went to the penitentiary for shooting a dog in the ass. I wanna hear it. My whole rap sheet is banging. My whole rap sheet is banging.
All that talk about he was in there for all this shooting and attempted murders and all of this shit. This motherfucker got one charge of 245 PC A2, okay? Which is assault with a firearm, okay? That's the BB gun. That's the BB gun. That's the BB gun.
It was a BB gun?
It was a BB gun, homie.
I caught my first case at 12 out of ADW non-firearm. I shot a man in the face 32 times with a CO2 pellet gun.
Oh, damn. So he can't even act like he was really doing something. Why is you walking around with a BB gun in the first place?
When I was doing the dumb shit, everything, A to Z, banging.
12 years old. I ain't got no poor give to go. Here go to dismissal. You go. That's how it's supposed to go. I ain't never had a crime. This nigga something ain't right. Expungement. 2022, my shit ain't sealed. I'll show you my expungement paperwork. 2022, say that. I ain't never had. Show me work. My enemy could ask me, what about this? Here you go. Here go. Don't pull it. Niggas say, whack. What happened to the case in Texas? Here you go. Here go to dismissal. Here go to case number. Go pull it, my nigga.
But there's nothing really. All it is, there's a bunch of just regular documents that's filed and some subpoenas. And then they got the motion in order to dismiss.
Which was denied.
No, he was dismissed.
Okay. And, oh, you're talking about in 2011 or 2010, right?
Yes, 2011, yes.
And that was dismissed in the interest of justice.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
I'm gonna just keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna plead the fifth on that.
What else you want to know? What about this? Here you go. I don't argue with no nigga about no work. My enemy could ask me for the work and I'm gonna turn it over because that's how it's supposed to go. Show me something with my name on it, nigga. I ain't never had a crime. I ain't never had a crime.
How you feel about all these niggas with sealed files? Wait, how you feel about that?
That ain't right. A sealed file is nigga something ain't right. And the nigga tried to say the other day, if you had an expungement, it's sealed. No, I just got an expungement. 2022, my shit ain't sealed. And the nigga tried to say the other day, if you had an expungement, it's sealed. No, I just got an expungement. If you had an expungement, it's sealed. No, I just got an expungement. 2022, my shit ain't sealed.
Y'all got to go back about a few months ago and go look at my expungement program.
I'll show you my expungement paperwork. My shit ain't sealed. I don't know nothing about that weird shit.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. So SPI went from treating lame Buster Thuglis like a real homeboy to treating him like Young Buck and recording his phone call. And I'm so thankful that he did. When Spider does you like this, that means he's finally had enough of you. So now after clueless Christopher waved the white flag and called Spider a liar, he's on the phone with Spider saying that everything he did and said about him the last couple days was just him throwing Spider an alley-oop to help him go viral. I wonder how many chances Chrissy thinks he gets at this. Just a month or two ago, Spider was telling him about the RICO case that CS2 Back was involved in with Ray J, and you saw how Love's Boys played that. Then he tried to pop back up on Spider's panel like niggas don't know he's a snake in the grass. Let's just hop right into it. Listen to how dumb this bald-faced nigga sounds, trying to defend CS2 Back.
You gotta try to boost me.
Shoot me if she is. That's just how you. If you get a million views from it, you know me, I don't give a fuck.
I'll take it, but I'm not looking for hostilities of disrespect, bro. Because I can't get that with you, bro. So anytime you tell me if I say something again, you going in on me and it's gonna affect everybody around me, bro. All you got to try to boost me. You got my friend. I do this all because it's whack. Because it got something to do with whack, bro. It's fuck whack. I don't give a fuck about whack. He lied on me multiple times. He's been on the internet saying all he gonna do is start a war with his homies like he did last time. Guess what? I've never had a war with my homies. So he lied on me there. He's taking a picture of a bucket in front of my spot and told the world that's when I drive every day to my podcast. That's another lie. Guess what? I've never lied on whack. And if CS2 Back was a lie, it's after he lied on me 10 times. So eye for an eye.
I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot about that, bro. Nigga lied on you, you got all the right to lie on them.
No, nigga. You don't just get out of it like that. What you mean if he lied on you, then you have the right to lie on them back. That ain't what you said to Spider 2 days ago. You said that you guys don't put jackets on people.
We don't put jackets, on people. We don't do that. Even you got, differences, saying beefs, people don't get along. We don't put jackets on someone.
You said Spider lost all his credibility.
You won this. You know what I'm saying? I will not be going back and forth with the liar. Anybody can just make up lies and go back and forth all day. I choose not to get into that. You lost all credibility with me.
So does Porky lose all credibility for lying over and over again, Crip Cop? Not only that, this dude is sitting here acting like he forgot that CS2 Back has been lying on SPI for years. Love's Boys should be embarrassed when he says that, because he knows that we all know he's lying. But he doesn't get embarrassed. He says that shit with a straight face and keeps on going.
And I don't feel like I lie. You need to take your sharpest mind, your most intellectual mind, and go through that motherfucking Main Street shit and really see why is his name. If he's so squeaky clean, why does his name come up at all? Please, you gotta really look at it, bro. No, Wood, look, it's not about him telling on Wood. It's not about him telling on Wood. That's not what the allegation is. The allegation is your phone was hot, you knew it was hot, and you had a whole bunch of conversations with some niggas about a bunch of shit, bro.
I'm gonna say one thing about that. Holla at Stutter. Them niggas don't fuck with each other. None. That nigga ain't never said.
Whack it, Wood.
Them niggas ain't straight none. That nigga
who call it Wood and Box or Box and Whack and Box. We can call Box. 6 million ain't no good. They're not good at all.
Yeah, them niggas ain't straight.
6 million though. How long you think that's been the case?
I don't know how long it's been the case, nigga, but that nigga putting on that time.
They've been having a bro ass smut each other out, talking about killing each other, and then be back cool for years. For years.
Yeah, but that nigga Box ain't never said, nigga, that's him, he told.
Did you guys just hear this fat phony? It's absolutely laughable how much of a carbon copy of CS2 Back this guy is. He is telling us to do the exact same thing that Whack told us to do, which was to go and ask Stutterbox.
If I know what I knew now, I would have jumped over their car, cuz, ran across the lawn, kicked in Whack door, and killed cuz on Main Street, on Mafia. You's a buster, nigga. You the police. You the police. You the police. You got the homie. You know, every real nigga that came into your life, me first, you crossed me. Big U second, you crossed him. Wacko, you crossed him. You talk about Game behind his back. You talk about Lil Jon behind his back. You talk about Ray J. You's a bitch. You know, you police ass nigga. Talking about nigga, the first code of conduct is you don't talk to the police. Nigga, you is the police, nigga. Officer Whack, snitch ass 100. Officer Whack, snitch ass 100. Officer Whack.
When we asked Stutterbox, he said Whack was a rat. And he even told Whack on the phone that he was in his paperwork. But Clueless Chrissy is on the phone right now saying Stutterbox never said Whack was a rat. I swear it's almost like Crip Cop wants us to expose his handler some more.
He ain't never said that. I'm looking at niggas who don't.
No, but no, you keep twisting the thing a nigga saying he told with him being involved with discussing things with niggas.
No, he said that's not that CS2 Back nigga, bro.
This lying-ass bastard Loves Boys just lied and said that Stutterbox never said Whack was CS2 Back. This dude is the police.
So did you see the paperwork that I got and exposed about confidential source 2 Back?
That shit is real.
Right. Because I got a copy from Mark Stevens identical. And you got it. And it referred to the person that called Mark Stevens trying to get in contact with y'all.
They said the Whack boy.
The Whack boy.
You see the paperwork?
Yeah. I ain't helped the Whack boy in a long time. Yeah.
Whack was working.
Right.
Police ass nigga.
So
look, but Mark, look, Whack told the world, go ask Mark Stevens. He knows it all. And when we went to ask Mark Stevens said he CS2 Back.
So I just had a back and forth. So you was cool with him from the beginning, even negotiated on some business as he.
Yeah, I met him with Stutterbox. I met him with the homie Stutterbox. That's how I first came to meet Whack, was through the homie Stutterbox, right? When I met him, dude was driving trucks, seemed to be cool. Box was like, yo, this was his neighbor across the street. He seemed to be cool. When Stutterbox defected, Whack picked up the phone and was basically being
the interim, the middleman. Because he was telling me Stutterbox was defected. And I was like, okay. But my whole thing is, if he defected, why are you fucking with him?
Right. So, okay. So he says that Stutterbox defected, and then you get some phone calls asking to speak to someone else, right?
Yeah, he called me. He called me, man. It was a series of calls, 4 or 5 calls. He wanted to reach out to the homie, rest in peace, Del Dog. And I don't give out nobody nav, so I called the homie, Del Dog. I'm like, yo, homie, you want to holler at this dude or what? Because he keep calling me. And he was like, nah, I'm good on that. I don't want to holler at dude.
So at some point, you get a phone call from RAt100, Cash Jones. And when he contact you, what did he contact you concerning?
He wanted to reach out to Del Dog, rest in peace. And he wanted to give Del Dog some information that he had gotten from Stutterbox, right? It's like he was getting information from Stutterbox on what his plan was and what the get down was gonna be. And he wanted to talk to the homie and talk to him. And Dog wasn't getting on the line with him. And he kept blowing me up because he wanted me to get him on the line.
Right, smart man. Rest in peace to Del Dog, man. So he's talking about the phones is being compromised. Is that one of the things that he told you?
Well, the homie Del Dog never trusted dude. You follow me?
Right.
So Dog didn't know was the lines compromised or was they wired up for sound or not. He just wasn't gonna chance it. You follow me? Right. But it was later on. It was later on after they took the case to they was taking it all away because the homie ain't had no choice. You know, he was facing a life sentence, so he had to take it all away. And with all the lawyers that was involved, they was able to get the discovery, and that's when we found out that the lines was compromised.
And as soon when you get the discovery, was part of that the actual wiretap?
The whole transcript. I got the whole transcripts. The whole transcripts of the whole wiretaps.
And do you, in that paperwork, do you see a conversation with Cash Jones in the transcript?
That was the initiating. That was the initiating when they started recording.
Right. And how did they refer to Cash Jones?
In the paperwork they put him as back, BACK. And I kept asking.
So let me stop right there. So right now he's confirming that phone call that's in that paperwork is his phone call with back, which is they saying it's whack, right? So now y'all follow. Let's go.
I kept asking the lawyer, like, who the fuck is? I ain't talked to no back. And they said, nah, that's wax. But they put him in back because he a blood. So it's back. And I said, oh, okay.
And was this back also referred as confidential source number 2?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but whoever Mark Stevens is ain't the motherfucking FBI or ain't the motherfucking detective on the case.
So is that what we have to do now? We have to track down the lead investigator of the case to find out who's telling? Do you guys hear this idiot? Mark Stevens is on the case and his phone call was recorded by the feds. He knows exactly who he was calling and who he was talking about. The paperwork said CS2 back called him 3 or 4 times trying to get in touch with Del Dog. There was only one person that called Mark 3 times, asking for Del Dog's number, and that was Porky. Fatback Loves Boys is telling us that Mark Stevens' paperwork doesn't matter, even though Wack told us to go ask him. Then Loves Boys brings up investigators. A while back, he said Greg Kading was the lead investigator. Greg Kading told us that the wiretap transcript conversation was about Wack.
There was no mention of cash in the Main Street case. There was no mention of cash in the Main Street case other than when he's trying to get a hold of Mark Stevens and in order to tell him that Box has been compromised.
Look how Loves Boys will go to his grave lying for a rat.
But every FBI, every real detective says, no matter what, just like a motherfucking criminal war, will only give you their name and their serial number and their ranking. They're never going to give up a confidential informant in no circumstances. They're going to steal you every time. The nigga Wack told the whole world, the Fed said, I owe you a favor. He told the whole world, the Fed called him and said, hey, is Jay Prince giving you problems? We got your back. Bro, he boo-boo. Hold on. He boo-boo. I ain't got the argument because I'm the real shit. But the thing, you went against me with Wack in your mouth. You make Wack be the issue. No, listen. You don't have no issues. The reason why Wack be an issue. I would no listen. That's just to throw the alley-oop. You get what I'm saying? And I hit it with facts. But let's say, if you say, hey man, I can say what I want about that nigga, he lied on me, I can't be mad at you. I can't say that. Right. And like I said, I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot about that, bro. I'm be real with you. I forgot about that. So no, like I say, whatever you say. Stay out of you a big you business, bro. You know that's my rope. I know. I don't get involved in none of that, bro. You know he don't like that. He be on you. And I still don't care. I don't let nobody in the world stop me from having a rapport with you, bro. Nobody. Nobody likes it. That's the type of local I am. I'm against the grain. And no matter what you've done that I don't agree with, guess what? You never disrespected me. And I make everybody accept that. He's from neighborhood crip. He ain't never disrespected me, so I'm not going to be the one. Until you played with my name yesterday, I ain't never, niggas been, bro, I'm telling you, my crew, Deuce Sims, Messi, Yael, Tiny Jones, they don't like me talking to you. Big Ron, they don't like me talking to you. Nigga, Ron told me he love you. And with the way you've been operating since then, Cut ain't even feeling how you get down. And he don't like me fucking with you. I told basically all of them to kiss my ass. Yeah. That's why. I know that's why I'm able to get a phone with you, man. I ain't sure when I said, like I said, that was out of you, man. And I forgot about, niggas lying on niggas and all that shit. So you got every right to say whatever you want, whether it's a lie or not.
Loves Boys keeps reminding Spider that his whole stunt was an alley-oop. Remember, the first stunt was him giving Spider a warning shot for saying Wack was a rat. He said if Spider has some paperwork or proof, then bring it out. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Loves Boys is trying to overthrow Porky.
So that's it, like I say. But you called me thinking I'm tripping what you said on your life. I don't care. You gotta know I don't care. You got to know. Okay. I do care. So you think that we don't care and we can play this game? It's no. All right, I can't play this game. I'm not going that back and forth. I don't need the alley-oops. I fuck with you, and I wait for perfect moments to jump in and try to go viral. I'm not compromising what I really think or believe with no nigga to try to go viral. Yeah, I got you. All right, we're good, man. All right, say less, man. I know you gonna speak on it again. Just carry my name right, please, bro. No. You think, look, you have to say specific, keep saying that, bro. Listen, they said you click-clack the burner. They said you click-clack the burner before you even spoke on it, bro. That's why I think Mount was tripping on.
Wow, that's what your baby's mom was tripping on? So you mean to tell me you do all these goofy antics around your child's mother? I can only imagine what she really thinks of you.
I said, that's 600. Even though you put the extras on it, it's a whole lot of my homies who feel just like you said they feel. And I carry them right. I don't get involved with this kind of shit just on behalf of my homies. So it's easy. You think money back, man, that was the wrong move, taking Asmo with you, cousin. All right, I'm gonna quit talking. Oh yeah, hold on, before we go, so I talked to him, right? And I talked to Mike about the nigga answer. So mine's kind of like, I don't care if he's from the hood or not. So the second side of the story, he was saying the bitch didn't catch the cash. You swoop. It all came down to Cuz got multiple charges over there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he got years. Yeah, it's all
multiple strikes. He got multiple strikes, multiple charges over there. So yeah, that's that. But like I was saying, I said, bro, I don't really care anymore. I don't know the nigga. I was just telling money bag, if you gonna be carrying around like this, you putting up with niggas, you gotta keep your name straight.
I told the whole world, nigga, when everybody was calling me the Queen's crib, I'm like, nigga, 600 be in my hood, nigga, with my homies, nigga, I didn't even know. You like flip the script on me for whack. Whack is not worth it, bro. I'm thinking in my mind, in the back of my mind, that's what I be thinking, keep it real. This nigga look at Whack like me, but he working his angle. So when you start really pressing around with me behind Whack, I'm thinking like, Chris, you really believe in Whack? Don't nobody believe in Whack but you, bro. Nobody believes in Whack but you. I've been there like 20 years. I don't give a fuck what he did for you, what he told you, what he showed you. I've been there for 20 years. First day I met him, nigga told me, oh, you used to fuck my girl, but I bought her braces and put her to nursing school. She look good now. He's a being, nigga. Okay, every time he look at my presence, he don't do nothing but get along and laugh at every joke, nigga. I don't care if 30 niggas around, my joke is bunk and nobody else laugh. He gonna laugh, nigga. Okay, I know cash.
Okay, listen, everybody got their opinion, right? I'm telling you, and the Whack I know.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you what you never seen. You've been around Whack multiple times. I've never.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna tell you what you never seen. You never seen Whack get in a real nigga face and talk none of that shit he talk on the internet. There ain't one real nigga he got it like that in person.
I'm gonna be real with you. When we at, niggas don't try it because it's a different type of energy.
How many niggas have ever told you, hey, I saw Whack get at so-and-so? Insert real nigga like that in person. You never heard. It's never happened. I'm telling you, it's never happened in life.
No.
It's not on the phone. If it's not on the phone or on the internet, every time you talk to a real nigga, he's a hoe. He bows everything down in person. I promise you.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You can say that about a lot of people, right? But I'm telling you, when we move around right. So we never get to really like, ain't no nigga come play like that. You get what I'm saying?
But, all right. You know, Tiny draw a slide on Cuz at the game concert. You know that, right? It's not a lie.
Loves Boy says Tiny Drawls didn't punch Porky up. If that is true, then ask Whack, why is he leaving his venue in such a hurry? And why is he outside of his car right here instead of waiting for the lever to lift up so he can leave?
It's not a lie, bro. It's not a lie. So tell me this, 600. You didn't see Whack running out of the venue with your own eyes and hearing with his own ears saying, J-Rock just knocked me out, blood, with a dope fiend. Where y'all was at?
Oh, you talking I thought you talking about Tiny Draws.
No, I just switched to a whole other incident. Since we don't have no footage on that last one, don't need to argue. You say it's a lie, I say it's not. What about the one that was in HD crystal clear with this nigga just waking up, running outside, talking about, where you at? Where y'all was at?
Hold on, Spotter. Now let's be real with you. Where's the footage?
No, we ain't talking about niggas. You knock me over the coach, you my nigga. You knock me over the coach, you my nigga. You knock me over the coach, you my nigga. Oh, we gotta get out. No.
Where is him on the ground?
No. Let me answer. I've never seen that. But guess what? I would never even be suspicious of anything happening if I didn't see Whack himself coming out of the venue saying, J-Rock just knocked me out.
Okay, so say what? Let's say this thing. It was 1,000 people. I may think I'm going to say that. This ain't what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say what I'm off the camera. That ain't what I'm going to say. Out of 1,000 people there, why not one of them say, yeah, he got knocked out, or no, that really happened? Fuck the cameras. We know 1,000 people, none of them, somebody will put out the camera. But why not one person say,
Let me answer.
Yeah.
I saw Whack himself say, J-Rock knocked me out, blood. Out of his own mouth.
Yeah, I gotta see that part.
Why do I need to see that? That's what he said. He said, where y'all was out? Where y'all was at? He just knocked me out with a dope fiend, blood.
don't run around when niggas don't shoot. No, we ain't playing around with niggas. You know, if you knock me out and don't shoot, my nigga. No, we gotta get out. No,
all I heard him say is words. Is where the nigga at.
This guy said all he heard Wack say is, where is he at? This guy protects CS2 back like he gave birth to him.
All I heard him say is words. Is where the nigga at. I need that fade. I'm gonna find it for you. Yeah, that you shouldn't have exclusive content. That shit should have been out there.
It is. It's why I understand. It's why it fucks me up. It's how weird Wack is. The only reason the world even thinks he got hit by J-Rock is because the whole world saw him say, J-Rock just knocked me out. And now he is the nigga on the internet saying, any nigga think he knocked me out, you stupid, you a buster, you this, that, and the other. But why? He only know it. All right, I'm through. I can't believe it. I thought you were smarter than that, bro. That's crazy.
Spider, listen, we gotta just go with the facts. Let's not go with hypotheticals.
And the only fact we know, look, and that's what I'm saying, the only fact we know is Wack said out of his mouth, J-Rock just knocked me out.
So J-Rock is alive, J-Rock is free. And so why he ain't saying, I'm not
J-Rock said, I fired on him.
No, he went around the question. He kept saying, it's like they're answer. I feel that.
You know why? This is why your campaign was so goofy.
Spider just told Loves Boys that his whole campaign was goofy. I was told a long time ago that a crazy person doesn't question their sanity. They're just crazy. They don't question it. Same thing with Goofy Loves Boys. He doesn't question if what he says or does is goofy. This goofy nigga just does it.
Because real gangster niggas don't report their activities online. They don't do it. They don't care what the world thinks. He knew what he did in person, and yet they had to pull it out of him because it's out of his character to be online reporting about some gangster shit. But he did say Wack was discombobulated.
Man, listen, everybody can say it. But look, all right, look, back to what we said, right? We straight on that. Nigga got every right to say what he want to say, whether it's true or false. If nigga done lied to a nigga. As far as my shit, the gunshot shit might draw too much attention. So, I'm not trying to take it that far. I was trying to out of you, my nigga. And yeah. So whatever you bring in live, nigga, it's all good.
All right, then check what I just sent your phone and text me back what you think about that, cause it's gonna be fuck Wack forever. And he was Coochie Lip Cannon. And you gotta accept the fact I tried to separate you from that. But if you wanna really, you're not gonna do that thing, you basically asked me to do that yesterday. But it's fuck them niggas. I'm never gonna bite my tongue or change them. They both lied on me. That's how these campaigns started. That's it.
Right. No, I got you. I got a few more texts in. Just hit me. I'm in you.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers and edify through entertainment. The other day, Smoked Out went deep into the vault and pulled out an oldie but goodie, a classic Doc Hicks video. In this video, Doc is speaking with a certain individual that wanted to remain anonymous, and this individual breaks down CS2 Back's connection to E1 and Alan Grunblatt. This was a solid piece of content, and a lot was revealed in it. So today, we're gonna go through it, dissect it, and as always, put some paint where it ain't. There's a lot happening in the world right now.
That U.S. bombers carried out strikes today at 3 Iranian nuclear sites. One at Natanz, a site that had previously been hit by Israel. Israel and Iran have been trading strikes since Israel's surprise attack last Friday. Israel has already attacked the site at Natanz, now the United States.
An American airbase in Qatar coming under fire from medium and short-range ballistic missiles. Iran's supreme leader posting just moments ago, his nation, quote, will not surrender to anyone's violation.
Let's now switch to Israel. Go to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yanks. He's live in Tel Aviv with the latest, not only from Israel, but what do you make of the fact that this appeared to be a pretty limited response, Trey?
Yeah, John, good afternoon. We're getting more information from regional sources right now on this Iranian attack targeting the Al-Udeid air base.
A lot moving beneath the surface. And if you're paying attention, you can see and feel it. And what's wild is how all of this ties together the industry, the politics, and the posturing. So let's get into it. Let's break this down and see what we can uncover.
Now, this first part that I'm playing is a discussion with an individual that we're going to remain anonymous at this particular time. You know, just if this individual decides that he wants to put out his name, but he's close to the situation. Not going to disclose his area or anything because he has a lot of ties and piecing different things together. But this is a discussion that we're going to start, and we're going to start a little series. Now, it's named Tupac Decoded, now RAt100's association to E1. Now, this first part is about an hour, meaning it's about half an hour, where just this first initial discussion of us just talking on the phone. Now, after this, I'm playing this for you guys first because I want y'all to get an understanding of what maybe the 3 or 4 part series is going to be about, where we're going to actually not sit down, but I'm going to have them on the phone and I'm going to actually interview them. I'm going to do different questions so I can break things down. Now, the reason why I'm doing it this way, because I want to give you guys the opportunity in the comment section where if there's any type of questions that you want answer about this whole situation that you may have, you know, after listening to this, if it haven't been answered or if it maybe pop different questions up in your mind, I want you to leave it in the comment section so I can write it down. And the ones I feel like that's most prevalent to the situation, I'm going to ask them, and we're going to piece some things together to create dialogue. This is for the sole purposes to create dialogue. So go ahead and check this out and holler at your boy, this DOC. Peace.
Now, before RAt100 even politic and opened his mouth and said he was working for these dudes, people that's already know a little bit about what's going on already know who E1 is. You feel me?
Yeah.
They're basically getting paid. They're basically a company, people to basically destroy the legacy and also, like I mentioned, push the false narrative that Orlando Anderson was the one who killed Pac.
So now you've really got to ask yourself, why are E1 and Alan Grumblatt invested in pushing the narrative that Orlando Anderson killed Tupac? Why are they so concerned with that version of the story? What's the agenda? Who exactly are they trying to protect? Because when people go this hard to control the narrative, it's never just about clearing things up. It's about covering something up. So the question isn't just what happened. The real question is, who benefits from the lie?
You see what I'm saying? These are the people that are involved with the movie. These are the same people that are involved with Folkmaster Flex, all of a sudden just having this random ass rant that can't nobody understand where the fuck it came from.
Would have never did that. Biggie would have never talked about this situation. And I'm gonna tell you what I fucking hate about. I'm gonna tell you what I hate. And people always want to ask me why I said it 20 years later.
Laid them both down.
People always say why I said it 20 years later. I said it when the fucking shit was going on. And Biggie wouldn't have fucking died if that nigga hadn't lied. He lied. Y'all niggas worship him. Lied.
This is Alan Grunblatt's money working in real time. So now we see exactly what the elites are spending their money on. Guys like this. This guy Flex is sitting in front of a camera, crying, trying to push the idea that Tupac is the reason Biggie got killed, and it was because of some lie he told. This is what happens when the check clears. This is what their money does. It will have grown men out here grooming and cooning on camera, rewriting history for clout and a couple dollars. Flex didn't just say it, he performed it. Got on camera, made up a story about Tupac being responsible for Biggie's death, and then cried about it. This is how far some of these dudes will go for approval, not truth or justice. Just a paycheck and a pat on the head from the people holding the purse.
Never, ever said nothing about him. Fucking lied.
Right.
That's why he got RAt100 all of a sudden calling Tupac Mama a dope fiend and all this other shit, and people just don't understand where the fuck it's coming from.
You don't know what the fuck Pop was taught. Keeping it real, his mom was a dope fiend. She was a Harriet Tubman. You clowns talk this shit like dude was Malcolm X or some shit. He was a rapper that womanized, did drugs, and preached violence. He was coming an ex-Klan, 9-Trey XXD.
So now y'all can see exactly why Porky's been acting up on the internet, doing all this clown behavior, pulling stunts, stirring up mess. It's really not that complicated. It's because of his handler, the one pulling the strings behind him.
We all got handlers, Chuck. Chuck, we all have a handler.
Stop it, Wack.
You do, I got a handler.
And here's what you've got to understand. Whenever you see somebody who looks like us get on camera, saying or doing things that most of us would never say or do.
Bosco, Boski, every other word, blood. Fuck you, slob.
Spider Low. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, crab ass nigga.
9 times out of 10, there's somebody exactly like Alan Grumblatt standing behind them. That's how this game works. They don't come out and say it themselves. No, they use people who look like us, so it goes undetected. So you won't question it. When you ask yourself, why are these guys doing this? It's because there's always a very wealthy somebody behind them, with a different agenda. And guys like Porky and Flex, they're just the house niggas they send to carry it out.
It's coming from these niggas getting checks that are cut from E1. The first person, I can say the first person, but Greg Cady, the cop who was involved with, this cop was involved with the Biggie case, you know, getting everything together and whatnot. This dude was knocked off the LAPD for changing witness testimonies. So he was already fired by the LAPD. So why is E1 having him as the person who's creating this documentary called The Murder Rap? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're all working for the same entity. E1 not only is in control of Pac, but they're also in control of Dr. Martin Luther King, and they're also in control of Biggie Smalls as well, with their likeness.
Do you know why Prince, the famous rock star that was a friend of mine, do you know why he called himself the artist when he came back? He calls himself the artist because that's what they call us in our contracts. Oh, these contracts are crazy. You should hear the terminology they say in these contracts. To use your name and likeness in perpetuity throughout the universe. Who the fuck could possibly know what that means? Nobody does. It's so complicated, in fact, that when you're a kid like me, you have to hire somebody to tell you what that means. And you sit down at a table and you do the contract game. And that's how I got with Comedy Central.
So basically, this company has, if they wanted to say Martin Luther King was a gay Muslim, they could, because they had, and his family couldn't do shit about it, because basically they own the rights to him. You see what I'm saying?
See, this is one of the key things they do in the business world, especially in Hollywood. After you die, they still want to be able to profit off your name, your image, and your likeness. That's why Dave Chappelle said, if you ever read those contracts, you'll see phrases like, in perpetuity throughout the universe. Yeah, the universe. That means if they set up shop on Mars, they can still slap your face on merch and stream your voice through satellites. You're gone, but they're still eating off you. In perpetuity means forever, even outliving the contract itself. And this is exactly what happens when people sign those industry contracts. It's not just a business deal. It's basically like you selling your soul. You hand over your identity, your story, your legacy, forever. And they turn it into a product. So when folks tell you, read the fine print, this is what they're talking about. Because once you sign, they own you. Not just for this life, but for the next one too.
Now, you got to know who E1 is. They're connected somehow, some way with Interscope. With Time Warner. Everybody knows Time Warner and Interscope, Jimmy Iovine, all that stuff. They all in bed with each other.
Yes, they're all in bed together. Same people, same network, same agenda. They're all part of that same culture Donald Sterling was talking about. The one I broke down in that documentary I dropped a while back. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch it. It's all there plain as day. They've all worked together. And part of their strategy is this. They use people who look like us to keep us at each other's throats, to stir up drama, keep us distracted, divided, and off code. It's not just about entertainment. It's not just about clout. It's about control. When you see these influencers and media heads fanning the flames, playing puppet master over conflict in our communities, understand that it's all by design.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the main thing is this company E1, this company E1, this company E1.
Since we're talking about E1, I want to show you guys something real quick. Here's something you might not know. E1 even owns the rights to kids' shows, like PJ Masks and Peppa Pig. That means their influence doesn't just stop at hip-hop or street culture. It reaches all the way into your children's minds. Saturday morning cartoons, bedtime shows. They control the message. They own the characters. So while they're pushing one agenda to adults through music and media, they've got a whole different grip on the next generation before they can even spell their own names. It's not just business. It's strategy. Look at what E1 thought would be good to include in children's cartoons. In a recent episode, Peppa Pig introduced its first same-sex couple. Penny Polar Bear, a character in the show, has two mothers. Inclusion marks a significant step in representing diverse family structures in the popular children's series. The episode, titled Families, features Penny drawing a picture of her two mothers and explaining that she lives with them. One of her mothers is a doctor, and the other cooks spaghetti. The show's decision to include a same-sex couple follows a petition calling for more LGBTQ representation in Peppa Pig. This move aligns with a growing trend in children's television to showcase diverse family structures and characters. Previously, the show Arthur featured a gay wedding, and Bluey has also included references to same-sex parents. Once again, for some reason, E1 thought it was a good idea to introduce this type of imagery to children before they can even spell their own names. We've already seen this with Peppa Pig. But let's talk about PJ Masks. Now, PJ Masks is a kid's cartoon where the characters turn into superheroes. One of them is a little girl named Owlette. She transforms into an owl-based superhero. And if you know anything about symbolism, you already know what the owl represents in occult circles. If you don't, you might want to look that up. But here's where it gets real. There's a brief moment in the show, blink, and you'll miss it, where Owlette is transforming, and she throws her hand out. And on 3 of her fingers, there's something written. I paused it, and looked, and it's 3 6s. Clear as day. So you've got to ask yourself, what is E1 really doing putting that in a kid's show? What are they telling us when they put these images in front of our children? You might brush it off, say it's nothing. But that's exactly how subconscious programming works. They don't announce it. They don't explain it. They just slip it in, fast and quiet. In the documentary I did, I showed you who they themselves are telling us they are. This is who CS2 Back and Reggie Wright, a deacon in the Church of Christianity, are working for. A system and a company responsible for planting this kind of messaging into children's minds. And the executives down at E1 know most of us won't catch it. They know the average person has no understanding of how deep this goes. And that's the trick. What you don't understand, they use against you. Every time.
Now, there's one dude I think you should I don't know if you've been on your YouTube, but it's one dude, bro, you gotta check out. this dude is real instrumental as far as putting all the evidence together. Because see, what's happening now, bro, is you got a lot of people who was involved in that shit in the 90s and the early 2000s that are now, without putting their name or putting their face to shit, sliding this man all the evidence that they had before. All the evidence as far as the gun that was used to shoot Tupac. I ain't gonna say kill him, but we're gonna say shoot him because we still don't know what's up with that. Right. It's all kind of stories about how Gaddafi was at the House of Blues and they confiscated the 40 Glock from Gaddafi at the House of Blues, and instead of the Santa Monica police giving the gun back to Compton or giving the gun back to the sheriffs, they gave the gun back to Right Way Security, who was owned by, of course, Reggie Wright and Reggie Wright Sr. The gun was given to them, and the gun was never given to the police. So right then and there, it tells you that these niggas has got something involved with the gun. You get what I'm saying? But I don't want to get too deep into conspiracies because, of course, I could be on the phone with you for hours about this shit, my nigga. Right. But when it comes to the most recent rants from Phone Flex and E1, I mean, Phone Flex and RAt100 is specifically because these niggas are getting checks cut by E1. Now, Phone Flex, the reason why he crying and all that shit is because he don't want to say what he's saying, but he know he got to say it because these niggas is paying him to say it. Right. You feel me? And I sent you. Go ahead, my bad.
I don't know. In one of my videos, when I was talking about that Fun Flex shit, I said that I was like, dog, when I really look in his eyes when he crying, it seemed like somebody else is pushing the buttons behind that. Like he not crying because he emotional, crying like,
there you go.
This he really don't want to do this. That's how he really looked sad in his face.
My nigga, you are so on point. You on point. He don't want to do it because, come on, my nigga, think about it, bro. Think about it. He said what he said, okay? Let's just say for some reason he just slipped up and said some bullshit one day, right? Why does the nigga then tell you to stay tuned for tomorrow, and then he was going to finish what he was saying today, tomorrow, knowing he already got the backlash that one day? Who in their right mind will go back again the next day and then subject themselves to a double dosage of the backlash? Right. It didn't make sense. He was doing that shit because he's getting paid. Yeah. They're forcing this nigga to do this shit. You feel me? Now, I sent you a link to RAt100. It's an Instagram live feed. He at the airport or whatever. He talking about a gang of other bullshit. But I want to say at 6:04, I think I gave you the number, the minute. He's talked specifically about owning these death row reels and him being hired by E1 to executive produce these songs, to push them out, do what he want to do with them, whatever. Right. And you got to think about how YouTube and shit work and people that are trending, how that work. You got this company E1 who could have picked anybody to give this information to, give this shit to, but they chose RAt100. Why did they choose RAt100? He's a loudmouth nigga. He's trendy at the moment, and it seems, and it's not true, but it seems like everybody in LA scared of this nigga.
We all got handlers, Chuck. We all have a handler.
Stop it, Wack.
You do. I got a handler.
But that ain't what it is.
Right.
Now, this is from E1's perspective. Like, who could we give it? So they pick RAt100. RAt100 is a nigga. He's managing game, managing Ray J. But who knows if he making real bread like that? You feel me? So I'm pretty sure he took that job knowing what the backlash was going to be, but he still took it. You feel me? Now, 40 Glock, take it for what it's worth. 40 Glock even mentioned the fact that that RAt100 in the mid-90s was trying to be a bodyguard for Suge. Not in the mid-90s, bro, but after, Death Row had, Pac had died and Snoop had left, and they was kind of resurrecting the role, and I think Corrupt had became like a president, some shit or whatever, whatnot. RAt100 at that time was trying to become a bodyguard, and Suge wasn't fucking with it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So now it's like, I wouldn't say the roles are reversed, but now RAt100 got his little clout up and his little shit up or whatever. Now it's kind of like he kind of some sort of a boss. You know what I mean? So E100 looked at him like, okay, I think we should target him as the nigga that, we get to do all this shit to. You see what I'm saying? That's why they picked nigga from the East Coast, Flex, they got a voice, they got a mouth, They picked a nigga from the West Coast. They couldn't pick Big Boy or nobody like that because that they wasn't gonna go for it. They picked a perfect nigga, RAt100. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now, I don't mean to go on and on, but this company, and you gotta know who Greg Kading is. This motherfucker is a dirty ass cop. For one, he was, like I told you, he was kicked off the LAPD for changing witness statements about not only the big case, but all kind of other cases and shit. And he got fired, but his official term, I guess, was retired. And the only reason why they retired him was because if they would have fired him, every case he worked on, all them niggas would have had to let go free by law, I guess. So instead of releasing some prisoners and shit, they like, my nigga, you just need to retire. You feel me? So he gracefully walked away for the sake of the prisoners not coming free. But he's got fouls on him for pointing guns at black kids, planting guns on niggas in Compton. This dude is dirty as fuck. And E1 chose this man not only to destroy put the narrative, the Orlando Anderson narrative together, but to also keep Biggie Small's mom away from winning her, I forget how many $1 million it was, a settlement, basically discrediting anything and basically saying it was the East Coast, West Coast shit that killed Biggie. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And because when Greg Kading was doing his investigation, not one time did he ever include all the dirty cops that were in play here. Now, on the contrary, you got Russell Poole, rest in peace. Okay, I don't know if you know about Russell Poole, but Russell Poole was an LAPD detective, the real LAPD detective who was killed for solving the case. He's dead now. For one, not only did he solve the Tupac murder because he received the confession letter, which Greg Kading and them trying to discredit, but he received the confession letter from the niggas who did it, which were the Patton brothers, Lil Half Dead, Snoop Cousin. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but hear me out. Lil Half Dead, Snoop Cousin, the Patton brothers, and one of them undercover officers were the 4 people in that car that went and killed Pop.
Now look, I agree with almost everything these guys are saying, except when it comes to that confession letter. Here's why I don't fully believe it. They claim Little Half Dead wanted to kill Tupac because Tupac stole his song Brenda's Got a Baby. First off, Brenda's Got a Baby came out in 1991. Meanwhile, Snoop, who brought Half Dead into the fold, wasn't introduced until 1992 on the Deep Cover soundtrack. The world didn't know Little Half Dead at the time Brenda's Got a Baby dropped, and Tupac was nowhere near Death Row Records at the time. Death Row was barely off the ground. So it's hard for me to believe that Tupac could have stolen that song from him. And Pac explained where the song came from.
The video you made when that girl had to put that baby in the dumpster? Yeah. What inspired you to make that song in that video?
I was reading New York Post when I was doing the movie Juice, and it was this story. It started out to be this big story about this family who died because they didn't have heat and they left the gas on. Everybody died except for this girl. She moved in with her cousin, second cousin. She started dating her second cousin. He got her pregnant. Nobody noticed she was pregnant. I was like, dang, and nobody talks about that. No young black males, no black males talk about black females like we should. We need to take more responsibility for our sisters because if we don't, who will?
He said he read an article in the newspaper about a 12-year-old girl who dumped her baby in a trash can. That article exists. This is documented. So how does that turn into a motive for murder? The letter claims that the Patton brothers and Little Half Dead were in the car. I don't believe Malcolm Patton and the others could have hit that car that many times, that accurately, unless they had serious military-level training. And here's another thing. The letter says Reggie Wright gathered multiple people from multiple gangs at a park to talk about who was going to be the one to kill Tupac. That just doesn't sound believable to me. To me, it almost sounds like the letter was an attempt to muddy up the investigation, like Reggie likes to say, just to throw people off. Marion Knight said that if you solve the Tupac murder, you'll solve the Biggie murder, because it was the same circle of people. So if that's true, how come nobody is blaming the Patton brothers? or Little Half Dead for the murder of Biggie. And even with that album cover from Half Dead, yeah, it shows what looks to be Gaddafi and Tupac, each with a bullet in his head. But a picture doesn't prove action. Nobody's accusing Half Dead of killing Gaddafi in New Jersey. So why take the image as proof that he pulled the trigger on Pac?
But what the murder rap DVD from Greg Kading can tell you is that Keefy D from Southside Compton Crip was in that car, and Orlando Anderson was in that car, and Orlando Anderson got jumped in the casino. So, okay, now let's go get the get back, and let's go also get the get back and get the money from Puff Daddy that he put on the head of Pac. This is all Greg Kading's story. You see what I'm saying? And this is a story that, like I said, was all fabricated to take the true story on who really killed Pac and what the real true reason was. And not only kill Pac, but it was also a coup to kill Suge Knight, because at the time in '96, Death Row was worth $500 million. Right now, that's like almost $2 billion if you talk inflation numbers and shit like that. So think about it. You got a black man from Compton owning a damn near $1 billion record company. These Jewish white people was not feeling that. So the lawyer of Suge Knight, David Kenner, okay, who's now no longer his lawyer anymore, David Kenner was the one who implicated Suge Knight in the kicking of Orlando Anderson on the ground. Orlando Anderson told the police and told everybody that Suge Knight did not kick him. He said, Suge Knight didn't kick me, Suge Knight didn't kick me. The lawyer of Suge Knight provided the MGM footage to the table. So basically he incriminated his own client. On purpose, by the way, because it was a coup to take away Death Row, to take away all that shit from both them niggas and give it, to basically do what they doing now, living off the residual wealth and all the shit that Pac did before so these white people could get paid for it. But back to Russell Poole. Russell Poole found out all the stuff with the case based on evidence. Not only did he take this evidence with a confession letter to the sheriff's department, he also uncovered the plot to kill Suge Knight at the One Oak Club. I don't know if the club is in LA or in Vegas. I think it's in LA. I'm from LA. I don't know why I don't know if the club out here. But the One Oak Club where Chris Brown, it was the Chris Brown party. I don't know if you remember this, bro. But it was a Chris Brown party. I think Tony Parker, the basketball player, got his eye cut, some more shit or whatever. Anyway, at that party, Suge Knight got shot 5 times. Now, you tell me what nigga get shot on accident 5 times. Right. Even the innocent bystander. Don't no nigga get shot. 1 in the leg, 1 to the heart. 5 times, nigga. Come on. Don't nobody get shot 5 times. But hear me out, though. Russell Poole, rest in peace, got the surveillance of the LAPD cop who picked the shooters up from the airport and dropped the shooters off. Okay? And so he took this evidence of the confession letter, okay, all the other evidence that he had, the footage of the LA sheriff cop picking these niggas up and taking them off. He took all that to a meeting at the LA Sheriff's County Department office to tell them about the shit that he had, to tell them basically Greg Kading's lying and is full of shit. And this is the real story. Russell Poole never leaves that meeting. He dies in that meeting from a heart attack. Okay? Right. Yes. Right. So you already know Orlando Anderson's dead. Russell Poole is dead. Frank Alexander, Tupac's ex-bodyguard, who kind of cracked all this shit open with the 2-hour play-by-play analysis on what happened the last night Pac was alive, is dead. All these niggas are coming up dead, bro.
So this is why. So when people feel like, you know, RAt100, if it's the interview I just did, and this just did with one of RAt100 homies from his hood that's really like his OG. He was like, nobody's standing behind Wack on none of this shit. So people wondering like, okay, if his own hood not standing behind him, he feel this comfortable going this hard, knowing that there's millions of Tupac fans, and he got to feel untouchable. So the E1 is, you said, basically the motherfuckers that's behind him, they basically willing to protect them. But this is what's crazy to me. So I'm wondering if E1 owns the rights or the likeness to an individual. You know what I mean? That's the like, okay, E1 owns the likeness to the car that's in front of you or whatever. I don't understand why would they want to shit on this if this is their money maker. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that part of it. It seems like that's kind of going at it backwards. Like, why would you want to make everybody dislike something that's basically your money maker that you want to go, that you're trying to really in essence sell to the people?
that's a great question. That's a great question. And basically, how I can answer that is they basically get paid off the good and they get paid off the bad. So you got RAt100 talking all this shit. People are still tuning in to hear what he got to say. People are still tuning in. No matter what our opinion is, we still gonna click like. I mean, we still gonna click play.
Right.
You feel me? We still gonna, and they gonna get paid off of it if our opinion is shitty of it or we love it. They gonna get paid off the play. You see what I'm saying?
I've been noticing when I go back and watch my videos, a lot of the Tupac movie ads is running on my shit. You know what I'm saying? So and I was thinking, I'm like, anywhere I go, they get promotion out of it because that's what the dude Chief Principal was saying in the interview I put up today. He was like, he said RAt100 told him, he didn't say RAt100 didn't tell him who. He was just like, someone paid him $150,000 to do this. But it's crazy because like the interview was 43 minutes, and it's like it's crazy because no one. That's the main part of the video I wanted people to listen to, and it's like no one's really. I'm like, fuck all the other shit. He talking about RAt100 ain't no shooter, this and that. I'm like, that's what's
fuck all that. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Thank
saying?
you, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh man, you go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's like I'm trying to figure out some type of way to. That's why I was like, do you have anything like in black and white? So if I do want to press that issue and not press it hard, because it sounds like this some real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like
bro.
you don't know who a motherfucker might try to come. It makes me where, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. It made me since I started doing all this stuff. Every so often being a YouTuber, some people will try to put copyrights on your shit or whatever. Now, if a month, say for you got a YouTube and you put up something, I can put a false copyright on your stuff, then you gotta appeal it. Now, if you appeal it, you know what I'm saying? Say for you appeal it, now I can reject it. Now, if you know you in the right, that makes you want to appeal it again. Now, if you appeal it again, it turns it into a legal process where YouTube lets them know like your full name, you know, your address and everything associated to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I didn't have to go back and get a PO box and all that stuff for that reason. So I'm like, you never know how people behind the scenes are thinking. Like, if we really want to know who's behind this channel, we can find out this motherfucker's home address by just doing that simple thing.
Exactly. And that's how you know Reggie was playing games when they tried to say, I was some white man from England. They know exactly who everybody is. And even if they didn't, all they'd have to do is hit up Alan Grunblatt, and he'd reach out to his people. And just like that, they'd have all the info they need. These folks are too connected, too calculated, and too well-resourced to not know. So when they start pretending like they don't, that's part of the act.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
so
sir.
like I want to, you know, do the journalistic work and put this shit out there, but it's like, damn, how hard do you push?
How far do you? Yeah, my brother.
Yeah.
That man, you so on point, bro. Because I was thinking this is like, man, this shit gets so deep. Like you said, you don't know how deep you want to go. Like, how deep do you go before they start coming for you? You get what I'm saying? Like, and I understand, bro. And I feel, and I love your channel, bro. You're doing some real good shit. And that's why when I'm like, bro, this dude is so close. But only if he, because it's just one dude, man. You got to look at this dude, man.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Tanique Reviews. Tanique Reviews. Okay. Now, in my opinion, I think this dude is gonna wind up dying pretty soon. Okay. For the simple fact, he is the guy that is ordering all the FBI files. Okay. Everybody that got some information about it, they're sending it to him, and he's somewhat spearheading this movement to get somebody prosecuted. And long story short, the brother is closer than ever before. I mean, it's close to the point where he got Russia. He's flying out to Russia today to go get some shit that the Russians got on Tupac. Because I guess the Russians were spying on the U.S. or some shit at that time, and they got some shit on Tupac and Biggie that they're threatening the United States with, or the FBI with. But you know, the FBI, they in transition right now. So they just fired their director, and they got a new nigga coming in, and Trump just let him go. So they going through a lot right now. But long story short, literally Russia says they have information about this shit that'll crack it all open.
Now listen, the brother that's speaking, he's not lying about what he said regarding Tanique Reviews. Tanique was dropping real paperwork, FBI files, testimony, receipts. He was exposing exactly what's been going on behind the scenes, what they knew, what they heard, and what they tried to bury. He had Kevin Hackey's full testimony. And that's where things got deep. Kevin Hackey said he gave the gun back to Reggie Wright, and that same gun is the one that ended up being used to kill Tupac. Hackey even said he brought the gun to the FBI, and instead of keeping it, after they ran it for ballistics, they handed it back to him and told him to return it to Reggie. So they were on top of everything, and Tanique was out here pulling the curtain back, piece by piece. Reggie was shook. He was so worried about what Tanique was exposing, he got on the phone with him. So when you hear that recorded conversation between Reggie and Sharitha, that's Tanique on the other end. It was Tanique who recorded that call. That's why we even have that audio.
Your text. In the book Labyrinth, they do got the receipt and all the checks that Kevin Gaines got. It's a fact.
A check from Death Row?
Death Row Records. No, they got it from Death Row Records. An allotment from Suge Knight, $10,000. Several of them was found in his gym bag and in his locker. That's what you're going to see in the movie when it's released. I promise you. I promise you. I can't swear to God, but I wish I could. But I promise you, you can see it. In fact, I'm going to post it. Now that you said it, I'm going to let you see it. $10,000 to Kevin Gaines. Sharitha gave it to him. An allotment from Suge Knight.
Well, it doesn't come from Nightlife Management or something.
No, it says Death Row Records.
Okay, hold on. You can hear me calling, and I'm about to ask you about that. Hold on.
Okay.
Just listen. Don't say nothing.
All right.
What's going on?
Oh, man. So I was trying to ask you, somebody's about to do a story, and they're going to say it's going to be in the movie, too,
Can you give me like 10 minutes? I'm in the shower.
Okay. I just want to ask you one question, though, right quick. One question.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me come closer to the phone. Let me dry my hands.
All right, take a picture of that, too.
I can't hear you, so let me dry my hands. Wait a minute.
All right.
Okay, now what you say?
I said take a picture of that scene, too. I was messing with you.
You don't want to see this?
I know I don't. I tell you every time you get mad when I say I don't want to see that.
You don't want to see this?
But anyway, right quick, big bro. I want to tell you, Kevin Gaines. Did you ever cut him some checks or something like that from Death Row Records? Because I know you cut it from Death Row Records, but you might have got from Nightlife.
He's
$10,000?
No.
They got something where they trying to say that they got pictures of check stubs and stuff like that from Death Row Records.
No. Never.
Okay. What about from Nightlife?
Nope.
What about from Nightlife?
Nope.
I wonder where they killed this shit from. Because I'm going to make sure would have killed you, me, and everybody else if he knew.
No.
You could not check that Kevin
I'm
Gaines.
a whole lot of things. But I ain't that scammer.
Yeah, he would kill your ass.
They lying. Why would I want a paper trail when I never brought him around nowhere?
Exactly. That's what I was like.
So if I'm gonna hide him in secret, you think I'm gonna let somebody catch a paper trail? Even when he worked with, and I don't even think he's the one that worked. He got his friends to do it. They were paid cash by Snoop.
Yeah.
So no, there is no reason. There's not for those $10,000. That's a made up shit.
Well, any check?
Not that I'm aware of. No, not unless it was that whole other thing.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't have been from Death Row.
But that would have been later. That would have been to you. It wouldn't have been to.
And Tanique wasn't just putting out fluff. Kevin Hackey said he gave the gun back to Reggie Wright. And that same gun is the one that ended up being used to kill Tupac. Hackey even said he brought the gun to the FBI, and instead of keeping it, after they ran it for ballistics, they handed it back to him and told him to return it to Reggie. So they were on top of everything, and Tanique was out here pulling the curtain back, piece by piece. He was showing so much real, documented info that even I was telling people, yo, they're about to book Reggie Wright and them for the Tupac and Biggie murders. Because Tanique was putting too many facts out there. Too much proof. And just as I was saying that to people, guess what happened next?
Retired LA County Sheriff's lieutenant and his son, a one-time cop with the Compton Police Department, have been indicted on federal drug trafficking and money laundering charges. Prosecutors say Reggie Wright Sr. and his son, Reggie Wright Jr., are both members of the Grape Street Crips gang.
The way the timing played out, it almost looked like Reggie was arrested just to shield him from all the new paperwork that was surfacing. It felt too well timed to be a coincidence, like they moved on him just in time to keep certain things from blowing up any further.
So you got niggas that are literally flying out to Russia today to go and get that information, or at least with their Freedom of Information Act, see what they can get on what's going on.
Right.
Now, like I'm telling you, your boy, like you smart, bro. You putting it together yourself. It just don't make sense for a nigga to throw himself into the fire like that.
Right.
You feel me? And he told his boy that he was getting 150 racks.
Yeah.
He getting more than 100. He getting more than 150 racks, bro.
Because
when he said that
in the interview, when he said in the interview, like, I just let him talk, 'cause I wanted to see how far he was going to go. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of times, you know, like when you're doing an interview, you don't really want to like keep hitting them with questions, because then you might stop them from really saying some real shit. You just want to kind of
Vlad TV.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Just let them go, because then they might really get into some real shit. So I was just letting them talk. And he was like, and so in my mind, when he said it, it kind of threw me off my next question. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn. I'm like, he just said some real shit. And I'm like, damn. I wonder, in my mind, I'm like, okay, people going to catch this, but I'm like, damn, what type of proof do we got other than him just saying he kind of dogging Whack 100 and then implying this? Is people gonna believe it? And then I'm just constantly scrolling through my comments all day. I only seen maybe 3 or 4 people actually pick up on it. I had to actually make a comment myself inside of my comment section and post it at the top of the comment section with the timestamp of him saying it, because I want people to actually see it. You know what I'm saying? Hear what he's saying, because I'm like, that's the most important shit. You know why? And that's answering the question of why people are like, why after 20 years? But let me ask you this: so the dude you mentioned something about somebody named Keefy D. Is Keefy D still alive?
Oh, good question. Keefy D and man, God don't like ugly, bro. Look, Keefy D still alive, right? So basically, what Keefy D told Greg Kading basically coerced him or whatever, but in order for Keefy D to get out of the penitentiary, he basically told the story. He fabricated the story about him and Orlando Brown in the car. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, he told this story, and he got out of jail. So here comes Russell Poole following up on Keefy D, like, I'm finna re-interview Keefy D and see what's up with this shit, right?
Right.
No, R.J. Bond, which is Russell Poole's partner. R.J. Bond wasn't a cop like Russell Poole, but he was his partner with this documentary. So R.J. Bond re-interviews Keefy D, and Keefy D tell you straight up, he lied just to get out of the pen.
Right.
He said he told Greg Kading everything he wanted to hear just to get out. And I can find that and send that to you, nigga. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a live. I'm gonna send some shit to you, by the way, like, you know, throughout the day, and some days coming, I'm gonna send some shit to you that may help you. Okay. But Keefy D said that. So his shit is discredited. Now, where's Keefy D now? He got cancer. And word on the street is Keefy D got something to say before he died. You feel me? That he got, you know, something that he want to get off his chest, so to speak. So if Keefy D come up dead before he died of cancer, then we know why. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm guarantee you that he want to come out. First of all, he already said he was lying, but I think he want to come out even more like, because Keefy D is Orlando Anderson's uncle. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if people knew that. That's his uncle. You know what I'm saying? They from the same hood, same everything. And like I said, he got cancer, and he's basically coming out saying that shit ain't true. But people, they got billions of dollars to push their narrative. That's the thing. They got billions of dollars to push their narrative. That's the thing.
Just like the brother said, these people aren't playing with millions. They're working with billions to push their narrative. And the real shame is, a lot of that money was stolen straight from the artists who built the culture. They stole Marion's company, which was worth $500 million. Comedy Central took $250 million from Dave Chappelle. That's $750 million between just 2 people. And that doesn't even include the lifetime of residuals, Madoff, their names, images, and creative work. Remember when Donald Sterling talked about culture? You've been watching that culture in action, right in front of you this whole time.
You know, it's like a campaign when you running for president. This man may be a better president, but this motherfucker got $1 billion in campaign money. He gonna win.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. But I'm telling you, bro, the free press, people like yourself, are going to be the people that crack this shit open, because niggas like you can't be bought. I'm not saying you know, a nigga can't give you some money, but it's a certain limit. It's a certain level you willing to go, bro. I hear you. You feel
want
me?
to keep your integrity as well. You know what I mean? Like, you want people when they come to your, platform, that they can kind of have trust in what you're saying, that you're not creating a narrative. Like, listening to all this stuff that you're saying, it's making me think back of maybe like a month ago, they was like, Suge Knight finally reveals who killed Tupac, and then I just seen a video maybe like 3-4 days ago where RAt100 was like, he talked to Suge on the phone, blah blah blah, and he's supposed to be getting out in 90 days.
Scared of Suge. I just talked to Suge. Suge just gave me his life rights to do his movie. Stay tuned. Yeah, Wack got the life rights. TMZ, whoever y'all looking, Wack got the life rights to do Suge Knight's movie as of 48 hours ago. We just talked for the first time. Me and the homie got settled our differences. You know what I'm saying? We was mad at each other. I got the life rights. Suge Knight, let me tell it, he'll be home in the next 90 days. Let me tell it, he'll be home in the next 90 days. I'm prepared his bail, all that. Life rights is coming. The rise and fall of death row. When I'm scared of my homeboy for, what you talking about?
Okay, now let me elaborate on that. Man, you on point, bro. I love it. Let me elaborate on that. Now, the first thing you said was, what was the first thing you said? Fuck.
What about Suge admitting that after all this time that
Okay, yes. Okay, so with that was, like I said, Suge had a lawyer. His name was David Kenner. He was the lawyer that was doing everything. He's the corrupt lawyer that basically got all this shit cracking. You feel me? He's the Jewish lawyer. He's the Jewish lawyer, you feel me, that wanted to take death row from Suge. And he took it from Suge with the help of Suge's ex-wife, Sharita Knight, and of course with the head of Right Way Security, Reggie Wright, and ex-police captain Reggie White. Okay, so these just so you know who they are. Okay, now his new lawyer, his name is Thaddeus. I forget his last name or first name, but his name is Thaddeus something. He signed the affidavit, basically saying that the story that Russell Poole and R.J. Bond came up with was indeed the true story. Word is Suge shedded a tear when Russell Poole and R.J. Bond told her, because they hadn't talked to Suge at all. They didn't get no interview from Suge, none of that whatsoever. They got the story together and reached out to Suge Knight's lawyer, who indeed Suge Knight's lawyer got the story from them and told to Suge, and Suge basically signed off on it. Like, he was surprised that these men were so on point with the story. And the lawyer signed the affidavit. That's why they keeping his ass in there on $25 million bail, because they want him to agree to the murder rap theory instead of the Russell Poole R.J. Bond theory, which is the true story. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they got him in. That's why and also another thing about that shit with Suge real quick was when he went over there to Tams when he went over to Tams and he ran over the nigga at Tams, they was trying to kill him.
It's more as bad as it hurts to do this right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and put this out there right now so the world will get a grasp of what's to come. As you know, the day before Suge was shot in the Tams parking lot, I had a conversation with TC, who we all know as Terry Carter, who was a beloved friend of mine, and the truth is just the truth. A day before Suge was lured to the Tams, I myself was asked. They didn't know if he was going to come. And Terry and several other guys whose names I won't mention during this recording because they're street cats, tried to offer me money. One of the guys was an officer from Compton at one time, as everyone knows, who was Reggie Wright Jr., as well as Dr. Dre, offered me money to lure Suge with Terry Carter to the Tams parking lot because they wanted to kill him. So there was money placed on the table for Suge to be killed. Dr. Dre said that Suge was a thorn in his side and he wanted him out of there. I asked Terry, I said, Terry, I can't do that. You know me and Suge is like brothers. He said, look, man, I'm behind on my house note as well as my children's life insurance policy, and I need to pay this life insurance. He said, please do this for me, that they're willing to get you a lawyer. He said Reggie had cash money that he was willing to take to my family to pay me to help lure Suge in that parking lot. So as much as it hurts to do, I don't want to go into all the names, but I want Reggie and all those to know, as well as Snoop is involved with this and other rappers who wanted Suge taken out. As I say, stay tuned. The truth is coming, and just fasten your seatbelts and strap up because it's coming.
Wow, that's heavy duty information.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into more details later. You know, I got the flu right now. I'm a little bit underneath the weather. Please release that too. That's why you hear me breathing the way that I'm breathing. I've been waiting for this moment and this opportunity to come forward. You know, I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of people dragging my name and this man's name through the mud. So as I say, fasten your seatbelt, strap up, because the truth is coming. My target is Reggie Wright, as well as Greg Katie. And Dr. Dre and Snoop would have to answer for what they have to answer for. You know, the truth is the truth. As much as it hurts with Terry, but that's what I was asked to do, was to lure my brother down the parking lot. They knew that if I called Suge, they knew I knew high-level crip dudes that would come, and I just couldn't do it. You know, as I told you earlier, I've known this man since I was 17, 18 years old, and you know, it was 2 peas in a pot. So he's my type of dude, and real dudes don't turn on real dudes, whether they represent the red or the blue. And that's just how I feel. And so, as I said, I can't speak for him and what he knows and the information that he has. We both are asking for full immunity to bring this stuff to a light. And but again, I've chosen to stand by my brother, and that's what I'm going to do. So, you know, the headline of this whole thing, I guess, would be is that Dr. Dre wanted Suge out the picture. He paid to have what took place with Suge.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
I've actually heard a tape. I won't go say who, but a very, very important person let me hear a tape. And you know, the gun was picked up and it's on tape. There are checks that prove what I'm saying. That were, you know, people. I've been in the industry. When you write a check for something, normally it comes from a production company or from Universal, you know, what have you. You don't write personal checks to people who are street people. You know, the truth is coming, and stay tuned. But please get this out there as quick as you can. Like I say, anything that I have to say, if it does not come from Mr. Carlin, through Mr. Carlin, it wasn't said by me. If Mr. Carlin released it, it is what it is. My grandma used to have a saying, tell it like an IS is, and the truth is the truth. This is what my whole mission is by coming forth with, you know, what I know. I did not commit the crime that I'm in prison for, and I'm not for sale, is what people don't know. So I'm not going to take money to have a friend of mine who I've known from 18 years old to have him killed to get a lawyer. Ain't no lawyer in the world. I've been in prison going on 27 years, and I'd rather sit in prison than to turn my back on somebody who I consider to be a friend. I was raised underneath that old cloth, and the only thing you can choose in this world is a friend. And again, that's my friend, and they were sadly miscalculating and thinking that I would turn on Suge. So I thank you for your time. We'll go into more detail later. As I say, I'm a little underneath the weather, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity, SC.
All right, brother. Have a great day.
All right, God bless. All right,
bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Because if you don't know, Dr. Dre owed Suge Knight $330 million.
Damn.
Okay? When Suge Knight, hear me out, bro. Think about the movie NWA, and I'm not just basing this off the movie. I'm just giving you an example. Think about the movie NWA at the end when Dr. Dre left Suge Knight. What did Dre leave with? He left with nothing but his talent. He signed a lifetime deal with Suge Knight.
See, Marion was trying to follow in the footsteps of the music executives he had been watching. Like you heard in this video, the real game is getting someone with a legacy and locking them into a life rights contract. That's the trick. This is what Porky and Marion picked up from being around Donald Sterling's culture and the industry at large. Look closely. When people like Jimmy Iovine, Jerry Heller, or even Comedy Central get someone to sign over their life rights, it works. They profit, they expand, they flourish. But when Marion tried to pull the same move on Dre, it didn't go the same way. He ended up shot and eventually thrown in prison. Eazy-E tried the same thing too. He learned it from Jerry Heller, who, let's not forget, is also part of that same Donald Sterling culture. And we all saw what happened to Eazy. After he passed, a former Ruthless Records security guy, Mike Klein, who also happens to be connected to that same culture, tried to steal half of Eazy's company from his family.
So Suge Knight gets 30% of everything. That was a young nigga making a dumbass business decision when he was young, but you could tell Dre just wanted to get out of death row, so he just did what he did and he left. With that being said, he signed a 30% contract with Suge Knight. So everything Dre got, Suge got 30%. Same thing Eazy-E was doing to his artists because Eazy-E wanted to do distribution deals. And man, this shit gets so deep. And that's why they really killed Eazy-E, but we talk about that another time. Eazy-E was getting real big into black distribution and wanted to own the distribution.
Just like I was saying before, when people connected to Donald Sterling's culture want to own distribution companies, there's no issue. They get green lights, funding, and protection. But when we try to do the same thing, it's a whole different story. Marion Knight, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince, and Dame Dash were reportedly coming together to form an independent, black-owned distribution company. This move would have been a game changer. It threatened the power structure of major labels and distributors that had always controlled the industry. The idea was to take back ownership, cut out the middlemen, and give artists more control over their music and profits. But before the Lucky Seven could even launch, all of them were suddenly hit with federal investigations or legal trouble. Marion got locked up. Irv Gotti was hit with money laundering charges tied to Murder, Inc. Jay Prince dealt with constant law enforcement pressure. Dame Dash had his own battles in business and court. The timing wasn't random. It was a coordinated effort to shut down what could have been a major shift in power. That's how the system works. When we start building true independence, they hit the switch.
So long story short, Suge Knight wasn't tripping on Dre leaving because of the distribution deal, not the distribution deal, but the 30% lifetime management deal that he had with Dre. So when Dre sold Life Beats to Apple, okay, Dre Beats to Apple for $1 billion, you do the math. Right. I mean, of course, it's 330 million that's due to Suge Knight. Okay, and you can go look that up on Google right now. Right. But we already knew about that before Google even before it was even in the search engines, because we know what the contract was, not the contract, but what the agreement was when he left, and we know he's supposed to be getting his money. So Suge Knight won his money, right? Not only do we want his 330 million from Dre, he won his 200-something million for his likeness in the movie that he didn't receive, and even Ice Cube said he needed to receive. Right. So they called this a meeting to talk about the money, maybe set a deal, maybe do da-da-da-da. So they say, oh, man, come to Tams. So Suge Knight said, okay, fuck it. I'll go see about my money. I go to Tams. I pull up. It ain't nothing but niggas I know I fuck with there, right? So he pull up. When he pull up, he see niggas lurking in the bushes. He see niggas cocking shit. And then he see his homeboy trying to come up to him. He see his homeboy got a fucking gun. Suge Knight ain't stupid. He getting the fuck out of there because he know these niggas finna set him up. They coming to talk about millions of dollars, bro. Right. We ain't talking a couple of racks. We talking about nigga $500 million. They talking that they owe this man.
Right. Right.
So with the help of the sheriff's police department, with the sheriff's department, because like I said, Compton Police Department, when they disbanded, because I don't know if you know, Compton used to have their own police department. Then with corruption and the Rampart scandal, they were disbanded. Once they disbanded, the LA County Sheriffs took over jurisdiction. Most of those cops that were in Compton Police Department went over to the LA Sheriff's Department and basically fucked with the same area that they were fucking with the police department prior. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. With that being said, they still got connections with those folks. Some of them niggas is captains now, all kind of shit. So they played it so when no police was finna come up around that time. Yeah. You feel me? So Suge Knight goes to talk about this shit, and like I said, he see his homies niggas creeping up with burners. He get the fuck out of there. He run the nigga over that, one of the niggas over that, was conspiring to kill him, and he get out. Yeah. Because they didn't want to pay. Dr. Dre had that nigga set up because he didn't want to pay that nigga that money.
So then, if he didn't run that dude over, that would have been the end of him that day. They was get him out of there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you think it's a coincidence that Tupac mom dies before this movie?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's all that shit from the outside looking in. I'm like, come on, man. It gotta be something going on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm trying to tell you, bro. And hear me when I say the feds are watching this shit, bro. The feds are watching this shit, bro. They are watching this shit bro. Not only are they watching this shit, bro.
Whose side
My
do you
nigga.
think they on? You think they on the Jewish and them side, or do you think the feds want to crack this case, or you think because there's so much money involved, they might have a sleeper or something up in the feds that's not really tripping?
Good question. I think the feds are divided because, for one, you got good niggas in the feds, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the thirsty people in the feds. But the key thing is that's going to help the feds. Because, see, the key thing is that's going to help the feds say, okay, let's try to do something. Is the fact, and it's going to sound real crazy.
All right,
but it's
fam. That was part one.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. So here we are again, guys. CS2 back. Just confirmed it himself. He said because he believed Lucy was a snake, he's been lining him up for 8 straight months. 8 months of fake smiles, fake loyalty, fake everything. If that's not snake behavior, then what is? I mean, we all know that Lucy is a snake. We've all seen the way he gets down. But what does this say about Porky? At this point, there's really nothing left to explain. Sure, we're making content, but the truth? It's already out there. You've seen it. You've watched it unfold. And now, without question, you know exactly what's been going on.
Talk about with these niggas. They stone-faced niggas, they don't say nothing, they looking at you, then none of that. But Cuban Rob does music. Cuban, listen. Get in this DM, tell me you want to holler at him, send me your number. All right, Wacky, send me a number. Okay, cool. Wait 3 days. I want to know if he's going to tell me this.
You guys, this is exactly what narcissism looks like in action. This guy CS2 back is out here acting like he's in some kind of mafia movie, and he's the Don. Let's be honest here. You don't need some covert operation to figure out if Loose Cannon is a snake. All you gotta do is ask his wife, and she'll tell you. The man was just sitting with Porky after being with Big U. That alone tells you everything you need to know. But see, in Porky's mind, he's got to play these little elementary school games to test loyalty. All right, Cuban Rob, call him up, send him your number, and I want to see if he comes back and tells me. What kind of corny shit is that? That's not chess. That's not strategy. That's just dumb. But this is how the brain works when narcissism takes over. In his head, he thinks he's some untouchable figure, like he's really running something. And that mindset, that illusion of power, that's what happens when people from Donald Sterling's culture befriend you, gassing you up. And before you know it, you think you're bigger than everybody around you.
3 days go by, you don't tell me this. Call the nigga, tell the nigga you're a little upset because Wack don't help you with your music. You've been around me forever. You feel like this, that. You want to fuck with him, but let's keep it low. And then when your shit get up and blazing, you going to spin off of me and you going to ride with him. Boom. He tells him this. I'll wait. When Loose Cannon never brought that back, that my right hand came to him with that, at that point, I knew he was a snake, and I started lining him, and I started lining him, and I started lining him.
You guys, there is so much to unpack in that little sentence he just dropped. It's not even funny. First of all, doesn't this story sound real familiar? Isn't this exactly what he said happened with Big U and Alan Grunblatt? Remember, he claimed Big U went down to his office with Simon on the phone. And Simon told Alan Grunblatt to give Big U all of Porky's contracts, because Big U was the only person that Porky was scared of. Then Porky said he went home, waited 7 days, and when Big U didn't call him, he knew something was up. Same playbook. Now here we go again. This time he says he had Cuban Rob call Lucy and say, "Hey, I don't like how Wack's treating me. I'm thinking about coming over there with you." And Lucy was supposed to run back and tell Porky that? Let's be honest. Even if that did happen, maybe Lucy didn't want to stir up drama. Maybe he figured telling Porky would cause problems with him and Cuban Rob. There's 100 reasons someone might not repeat that conversation. But in this guy's mind, the second Lucy didn't come back with that info, Porky said he knew he was a snake, And he started lining him. Lining him up for what, though? He didn't get jumped. He didn't get shot. He didn't get robbed. So what are you saying? That you lined him up to get booked? Because if nothing else happened to him, that's the only thing left. Porky telling on himself again. This one is blatant. It's clear. He doesn't care anymore. By him saying he lined him up, he's admitting he set him up to go to jail. This is CS2 back, once again telling y'all exactly who he is. CS2 back.
I've been lying to this nigga for 8 months. It's all in the poker face.
Hello. Hey, talk that shit, big bro. Shit.
Bozo, don't blame me. Nigga, blame yourself. You forced me to this extreme. You're supposed to be what you say you are to me. The minute that man come to you, hey, Wack, you know your man, woo-to, 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 woo. So then this is when it really got funny. Hey, Wack, hey, what's up, bro? Hey, man, you done taught me so much and showed me so much. Oh, yeah, and gave a nigga, you know, you gave a nigga his boost. Everybody know who I am now. I want you to be the godfather to my child. Hey, did this nigga think I'm sentimental and emotional? You know what I did? Oh, brother, it's an honor, man. Yeah, that's an honor. But see, being a godparent to a child comes with an action. We ain't babysitting. We ain't sent the baby a box of diapers and we got them free all day. Fuck out of here, nigga. I'm going to hit you like you hit me, just in another mental way. I'm talking back to you, nigga, but you just too slow to motherfucking understand what I'm saying. I'm saying it to comprehend that language.
Hello.
You fucking with some boy that you ain't ready for. You come from manipulating women that are innocent women, right? Who really don't understand your trickery, who have intentions on really trying to build, like listening to Gigi. I see what that is. Gigi is a regular, normal female who knows nothing about the pimp or the streets or the I'm just got a job and if I like you and let's build and hey, let's do something. She got no idea. Like this is doing this. She figured it out. She woke now. That you's a mental midget. You are what I call a mental midget.
Listening to all this, can you imagine the things he's gonna say about Love's Boys when he finally turns on him? Because if this is how he talks about people he once trusted, people he was supposedly testing, just wait until he decides Love's Boys is no longer useful. You already know how this script plays out. Same pattern every time. As soon as you're not serving his agenda, you're a snake, a backstabber, an op. It's not if, it's when.
That's a
We're
fact.
gonna sit back and watch you run around like Tom and Jerry. And when you get back, we're gonna say, hey man, where you been, man? What you been up to all day? We watching what you doing. Oh man, I did this, I did everything you say you did, we know you didn't do. And you know what I'm gonna say, man? Great job, man. I appreciate you, man. I couldn't have made nothing happen without you. And know what you thinking? Yeah, man, I got it. It's working. Hey man, hey, instead of meeting me, I tell you what, instead of meeting me in the driveway, just come on in, man. You know, fuck it, the door be open. Cool, yeah, this, you know. Then you walk in. Hey, bro, we down here in the basement. And you come down there in the basement, and everybody you were supposed to go see for me is down there. It's too late. You in the trick bag. I dangled the bone in front of your face. The bone. The light is on. The camera's on. You know what I knew about him? I knew you wasn't from Los Angeles. I stroked your ego, and I knew in order for you to continue your conversation, you had to say any and everything you knew. And when you're in a position where you have nothing else to say, and all you can say is any and everything you know, you're bound to say something you ain't supposed to say. I just put the motherfucking knife on the table. You stabbed yourself. You cut your own throat. What the fuck? Nigga, Adam didn't cut his throat.
It doesn't just stop at Adam. That's what Porky wants us to believe. But now it all makes sense. Now we understand why he had loose cannon on that three-way call with Snitch and Tail Dale. Porky already knew Dale was working with the FBI. Dale Morrison went straight to Porky and told him that himself. And still, Porky had loose cannon on the line with him. Now Porky has flat out admitted that he lined loose cannon up. First, he put him on no jumper, had him out there telling stories and lies. Then, he put him on the phone with a known Fed. All of it was a setup. That's how cold this guy moves. And what's even more wild, you hear people on Clubhouse laughing, cheering it on, like it's entertainment. Which means Porky's ratting is not a problem on Clubhouse. And these are the people Grumblat is pulling from. And this is what they're teaching these guys.
Wack, if the knife wouldn't have been on the table, he wouldn't have cut his throat. Did Wack want him to cut his throat? Absolutely. Did I tell him to cut his throat? No. Then why did he cut his throat? Because I understand who he was. He just didn't understand who I was. He just didn't understand who I was. He just didn't understand who I was. And you set your bozo ass down there time and time and time again. I could have been told him, hey, bro, stop saying, stop this. I didn't tell him to say it. I didn't tell him to stop saying it.
Porky's actually right. He could have told him to stop saying it, because he was his handler. And here we go again. He's basically admitting, once again, that he was this man's handler. So now it's not just messy, it's crazy. Because what kind of handler lines up the very person they're supposed to be handling?
I mean, you thought I forgot about how crazy you was talking about me when I didn't even know who the fuck you was? Mm-hmm. Gigi said he used to talk about Wack on social media, and Wack texted him one time or DM and said, I don't know you. And he went crazy. It drove him crazy that Wack wouldn't respond to him. He was like intentionally just saying shit about a total stranger. He didn't know Wack, but Wack wouldn't read this diss song he did on you. I say, bro, who's this nigga, man? What a nigga want to pay me to he's a gang member? So once you came, he came bearing gifts. Okay, what you got? Oh, you want to? You know what, man? Wait, what you say? Fuck who? Fuck Big U? Oh, is that right? You know some shit? Yeah, oh, okay. You want to talk about what you know? I mean, you don't have to, but if you want a platform, you know, brother, I'll look out for you. I'll look out for you, brother. Well, look how I baited him. When he came at me to come on No Jumper and came at me to pay me for No Jumper, what you think I told him? Bro, don't worry about it. This one on me. Anything else we do, we'll work it out. But No Jumpers on me. You know why I told him that? Because I know for a fact, I know you a snake. You can't accept no money to go on No Jumper. Right? That's how this works. So I'm going to let you come on No Jumper. Take that weapon. You can't use that later on. Hey, man, can I get on academics? Man, that might cost you a little bit, man. I don't know, bro. But I tell you what, let's just not make it academics thing. You want me to do a 90-day run for you and I promote and cross-promote and I personally would go on Clubhouse and talk about your reality show and this. All right, pay me this. And you know what? I'll throw academics in there. I'll get you up there. Let me figure it out. You know what he thinking? I got this nigga. Oh, no, you ain't got me. I got me AI humanoid that's finna go cut his own throat and slander Big U's name. The crazy part about it is, the dumbass, when he first goes to jail, he got his bitch call me. Hey, Wack, what? Luece Cannon want to know why you telling everybody he was lying about the Meek Mill stuff and all this stuff. I said, no, Sharice, tell him that I'm telling the world that he's lying so they'll think he's lying about everything else he said. You get it? She said, oh, you bozo ass. That shit on the wiretap. That shit on the wiretap. That shit on the wiretap. Oh, I told a putty cat. And I sat there, R&B watching me. She said, nigga, you are dangerous. You are dangerous. You are dangerous.
Hello.
I said, hey, they want to play the motherfucking game. The craziest thing he did, I said, R&B. I said, If he's smart, he takes the high road with me and say, man, I looked at Wack as an unk. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he been compromised. You know, maybe it's my wife tripping. I'm in jail. I said, if he's smart, that's the role he take. But if he's the dummy I know him to be, he's going to start saying, you're not like that. You're not this. It's too many motherfucking interviews where you praising what Wack is like. Niggas is looking at you crazy as a motherfucker. Huh? Huh? I said he fucked himself. He should have took the high road. That's what I wanted him to do. So now anything that comes out of his mouth is like, oh, nigga, be quiet. You say that about everybody.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Well. It looks like CS2back decided to show up on the No Jumper podcast today just to clown his own protege, the Crip Cop, right alongside Adam22. Now Porky is out here doing what he always does, lying and making excuses about big slip and slide getting slid. I told y'all a long time ago. It was only a matter of time before Porky turned on his little creation. Adam22's on there calling him Christopher Loveboys, straight mocking him, and Porky just sits there and lets it happen. It's comedy at this point. Every chance Wack gets to throw Crip Cop under the bus he goes. No hesitation. Now ask Crip Cop anything about Porky, and he won't say a word. He protects Porky's name, image, and his so-called legacy with his life. But the first thing Porky does, he hops on No Jumper with Aryan Adam and throws his guy under the bus without blinking.
Christopher Loveboys got knocked out. Sorry, Christopher, but it's such a good nickname. Such a good nickname. What's going on with Christopher Lovejoy?
Christopher Loveboy.
Christopher Lovejoy.
What happened?
Video has emerged. It's on the No Jumper Instagram. He got knocked out.
That's AI, bro.
No.
That's AI. That's not real.
Yeah, he got slugged on.
No, that's AI, bro.
Love's Boys should be embarrassed. He's got his mentor, boss, and handler, CS2back, sitting up there on No Jumper with Adam22, saying that the knockout video we all saw happen in Germany was AI. Yeah, you heard that right. They're actually trying to say he didn't really get knocked out, that it was some kind of pump fake. That's the first lie Porky told, and it tells you everything you need to know. They're not up there to protect him. They're not up there to defend him. They're up there to clown Love's Boys.
Nah, I think you and I both know that's not true. I think you and I both know that's not true. You and I both know that's not true. So let's talk about it. Your closest confidant went through your ultimate nightmare of getting knocked out in public, even though he did sign up and get into a ring in order to do that.
Where at? Where was it, Vegas?
This is how much of a joke Love's Boys is to Porky. Porky's sitting there with a straight face asking, where was the fight? Vegas? Like he doesn't know damn well the fight was in Germany. You see what I'm saying? He's pretending he has no idea. It's a complete mockery. They're up there laughing at Love's Boys, not with him. The fact he had to fly all the way to Germany just to get a fight, that's a punchline to them. And here's the thing. We all know Porky knew about the fight. He knew when and where it was. But now he's up there pretending like he never heard of it, just to make Love's Boys look even worse. But watch what happens next. In the same conversation, he slips up and admits he told Love's Boys not to go to Germany in the first place. So yeah, Porky knew the whole time. That's the joke Christopher Love's Boys has become. And Porky's up there with Adam22, making sure the whole world gets the message loud and clear, in case they missed it.
I didn't see no fight in Vegas.
Overseas, wasn't it Germany or England?
That's AI, bro. You know if it's overseas, that was AI. That 600 didn't.
So you're gonna force me to go look this up?
I'm just telling you, bro.
It's right here. It's okay.
I'd have known that. I told him to come in today.
600, aka Christopher Lovejoy, gets knocked out in the first 15 seconds of his boxing match. Doesn't actually specify where it is, but definitely the footage is out there.
So did he like...
You guys, Listen to this chicken shit excuse CS2 back is about to come up with. Just a second ago, he said the fight was AI generated, and it didn't really happen. Now Adam reads a little clip to him, not even showing the full video, just reads a snippet. And what does CS2 back do? He creates another lie out of thin air, scrambling to come up with a new excuse.
Did he drop his head and fall over? Did he drop his head and fall over? Did he drop his head and fall over?
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
Yeah, so what happens is he's been having this stomach flu. And he's been having this his skin starts to itch. Like, so if you don't give him the right amount of Benadryl, he goes through this reaction. So if he kind of like did this and like fell, that's probably what happened. Probably medical. And
Man, you can't make this up. These guys are up there straight clowning Love's boys. They're not defending him. They're not clearing up the narrative. They're sitting on no jumper, exposing him and laughing about it in real time.
Told him not to go. Told him not to go. Told him not to go. You know, whenever he eats shellfish, this type of thing happens. You know, whenever he eats shellfish, this type of thing happens. You know, whenever he eats shellfish, this type of thing happens.
CS2 back just said that every time Love's boys eat shellfish, he gets knocked out. Yeah, you heard that right. He really sat up there and said, every time he eats shellfish, this type of thing happens. How many times have you seen him get knocked out like that, Porky? If that's the case, then he must have been eating shrimp cocktails before every fight outside of Mexico. Unbelievable.
So before we started filming, you were telling me that he basically, that his boxing record is bullshit, and that you could get me to have the same boxing record as him if I just went to Mexico. So before we started filming, you were telling me that he basically, that his boxing record is bullshit, and that you could get me to have the same boxing record as him if I just went to Mexico.
Now look, we all know how Porky operates. He might not be the one who said it, but you better believe he wanted Adam 22 to say exactly what he just said. That moment right there, that was Porky's way of letting the whole world know what he's really been thinking. That his #1 minion, his top exposer, his #1 ass kisser, Lieutenant Officer Loveboys, his entire boxing career has been a sham, fake and manufactured, bought and paid for. He told Aryan Adam 22 that he could have the exact same career as Love's boys if Porky just flew him down to Mexico. He basically just said that anybody can do what Love's boys did, because it was all staged. So why did Love's boys even have this fake career to begin with? What was the point? And more importantly, why is CS2 back exposing him right now? And the coldest part is that Love Boys is going to hear all this and still walk around acting clueless, just like the clueless Christopher we know him to be. This is insane. But now it's official. Love's Boys' whole boxing career is fake, and CS2 back just let the whole world know, in case anybody missed the memo.
For a few weeks, and...
Well, I will say this, the majority of his fights, as he talked about...
I looked it up, 23-2. Which is normally a very good record.
The majority of his fights happened in Mexico.
Porky just said the majority of Love's Boys' fights came from Mexico. Nah, let's get that straight. Every single win on his record came from Mexico. Every single one. And Porky knows that. Porky already told Adam 22 off camera that Love's Boys' entire career is fake, and that he could take Adam down to Mexico and give him the exact same record. Now he's trying to walk it back, trying to dumb it down on air like we didn't catch that. Too late. The damage is done. The lie is exposed. Porky knows it's fake, and for whatever reason, he wanted to throw his top exposer under the bus. Again. Why though? Somebody ask him. Why did you tell Adam 22 that before the cameras started rolling? Why betray the one guy who's protected your name at all costs? Makes you wonder, what did Love's Boys do to deserve that kind of setup? Is this payback for the $2,000 heist? Or is it that Love's Boys' 28th second performance in Germany made the exposers look dumb again. Or could it be that maybe, just maybe, Porky is finally done pretending?
Right. So, shit, it ain't like they was like not taking away from Mexicans, because we got some hard fight Mexicans.
Well, he's really giving Mexicans jobs out there.
So what are you talking about?
He's beating them up. But they're getting paid, presumably, right?
Yeah, they getting paid.
Or maybe they're beating him up. We don't know.
I seen him the reason why I know about his condition, because the same thing happened in London.
Uh-huh.
It was Floyd Mayweather thing, and he was on the card.
He was on the card.
And he was like, man, you got some Benadryl? I said, what you mean? He was trying to get to me. I'm like, bro, why would I have Benadryl on me?
Now Porky's trying to act like he was with Love Boys in London. And get this, he claims Love's Boys ran out on a Floyd Mayweather fight card because he ate some shrimp and needed Benadryl. Come on, man. This is Porky's way of telling the world he's done with Christopher Love's Boys. He has no more use for him, and he's making that very clear without even having to say it directly. And the sad part? Love's Boys is so clueless. He's going to keep riding for CS2 back, keep defending him, keep working for the same dude that's publicly humiliating him, over and over again. You can't write a bigger L than that. This is Porky letting the whole world know Love's Boys is finished.
He was like, man, I ate some shrimp. I ate some shrimp.
He thinks you're the pharmacist.
And it looked like I don't know what you got going on.
Right.
Boxing Doctor News. Hold on to your seats, fight fans. We've got a knockout story that'll leave you stunned. Ukrainian powerhouse Victor Faust just sent shockwaves through the heavyweight division. Picture this. Faust, with his impressive 15-1 record, stepped into the ring against Christopher Lovejoy, a man who's been in the title picture before. The stage, Kiel, Germany. The result, absolutely explosive. Faust unleashed a devastating blow that sent Lovejoy crashing to the canvas. It was lights out for the former WBA regular title challenger.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Christopher Lovejoy went out to Germany thinking he was going to make a statement. Instead, he got knocked out cold by a Ukrainian in under 30 seconds. Straight embarrassment for him and all of us. Remember when the war broke out with Ukraine and Russia, and the Ukrainians refused to let black people on the trains?
We have some new video to show you. This is from a train station. This is in Poland. It's a hub now for people trying to get out of Ukraine.
But some trying to leave are reporting discrimination while attempting to board trains to safety. On your sides, Keitha Nelson has more tonight.
You've likely seen or heard on social media claims that Black people in particular, desperate to get out of Ukraine, are being denied access to trains to get out of the region. Africans are reporting racism and hostility. You just heard a man saying, "We are students, we don't have guns." This video posted to Twitter reads, "Watch how they are threatening to shoot us," saying they're at the Ukraine-Poland border. The police and army are refusing to let Africans cross. They only allow Ukrainians.
Love's Boys was supposed to show up, stand tall, and go get us some get back. But instead, Love's Boys got flatlined, then came back to YouTube acting like a king, flashing the $140,000 purse that he made for the fight.
Money Monday, can't do it no other way. Federal Reserve, still sealed up from the Federal Reserve. You feel me?
All of us know that the money Love's Boys is showing is prop money, and that it certainly didn't come from any fight he had in Germany. I asked ChatGPT if it was possible for Love's Boys to make that much money for his fight with Victor Faust. This is what it said. It's highly unlikely that Christopher Lovejoy pocketed anywhere near $140,000 for his recent fight against Victor Vikrist. Here's why. In smaller European fight cards, especially non-title heavyweight bouts, fighter payouts often range from 2,000 to 10,000 euros per fighter, roughly 2,200 to 11,000 US dollars. Even purses of 50,000 to 75,000 US dollars are considered generous outside of major promotions. Unless Lovejoy and his opponent were part of a significantly higher tier promotion. A $140,000 payday is simply out of line with comparable regional events. So even ChatGPT knows Lovejoy's is a liar. That's a disgrace. And just when you think it couldn't get worse, Lovejoy gets on camera and threatens Deuce's life with a gun.
So like they just called me for another one. But it's like, you know what I mean? I need like 50 or better.
This guy Lovejoy just said that he needs 50,000 or better. But Lovejoy doesn't have one fan in the sport of boxing and hasn't won a fight outside of Mexico. Lovejoy is acting like him getting knocked out in 28 seconds is some type of bargaining tool he can bring to the negotiating table, talking about he needs 50 or better. Lovejoy has never made $50,000 for any of his fights. Imagine demanding $50,000 for a 28-second fight. Lovejoy really thinks we're stupid.
You feel what I'm saying? So, but see, yet people don't see all the work and years I put in to get to this level. They think it's just overnight. Man, I'll go do 28 seconds for 150,000. It takes time, a lot of investments, bro.
What Lovejoy is really saying is this. We just didn't get to see the time he spent paying off the 20 guys he fought in Mexico to take a dive. Yeah, he flew down there and stacked up 20 knockouts. Sounds impressive on paper, right? But the truth is, he wasn't out there winning. He was out there wiring money. Instead of getting paid to fight, he paid his opponents to let him win. That's how he got those 20 knockouts. Not through skill, not through power, but by buying every opponent's silence and surrender. So when he says, "Y'all didn't see the work I put in," he's right. We didn't see him cutting checks behind closed doors.
You know what I'm saying? So what is the thing? You got to build yourself up. You got to be somebody. Anybody can say who they can beat up.
Lovejoy really said you got to be somebody. But who exactly is Lovejoy? He racked up 20 knockouts in Mexico. But let's be honest, nobody on earth can name a single guy he beat. Not one. Go ahead. Try it. You can't. Nobody can. That's because those weren't real fights. They were transactions. As soon as he left Mexico and stopped paying his way to victory, he started getting slid all over the ring. This is how he earned the name Big Slip and Slide. When Lovejoy throws a punch, his opponent slips it, then slides him. Turns out, when the money stops, the beatings start.
Nigga, I'm 250 all muscles. I'm not this shit back now.
Yeah, but you got to build your name up.
Shit, nigga. Yeah, I need to text you, nigga. Just shoot me the information, nigga. I'm trying to get paid.
All right, text me. All right. Yeah, see, all y'all really see is, man, 28 seconds, 150,000. Like, y'all don't see, it takes a lot to that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you think I even got them calls? You gotta have 20 plus wins to get 50,000. You know what I'm saying? You got 20 wins, I could always go pick up 50,000. You know what I'm saying?
Lovejoy really said he can get $50,000 whenever he wants, just because he has 20 wins. But let's break that down. If that were true, then anyone could go to Mexico, rack up 20 fights in a couple months, and suddenly be worth $50,000 a fight. That's like a rapper saying, "I want $50,000 a show because I dropped 20 songs." It doesn't work like that. Wins don't mean value unless they brought in money. Lovejoy hasn't proven he can sell tickets, pull in views, or generate a crowd. So how's he demanding money that was never created? He's trying to take $50,000 out of someone else's draw, off someone else's name. And the truth is, there's no history, no event, no receipt showing he's ever been in a $50,000 fight. None. He just made that number up.
I just got lucky on this one because it was a late notice. Give me the extra money. You feel what I'm saying? I'm going to take it. I'm going to come out there extra little whoop on top. You feel me? Like that. You feel me? And I don't have no large payouts, bro. I don't bring no whole 10, 15 people with me paying out. You know what cost me the most money? When I post that video I posted, all that money cost me $25,000. Because everybody know who need money, owe money to.
Love's Boys just said he had to send $25,000 to people he owes money to. Wait a minute. I thought he was ballin' like Jim Jones. I thought he had all the money in the world. If you're really up like that, why are you still out here owing people? That sounds like someone scrambling to clean up debts. You can't flex like you're rich, then turn around and talk about paying people back.
Man, you back. Man, you know we're about to get evicted. Bro, I went over my Zelle on both my Zelles and both my Cash Apps. $25,000 in one day. Sending out money, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Love Boy said he had to send $25,000 out because of the $140,000 he's showing on the table. One thing we do know is that the $25,000 he claims he sent didn't come out of that pile of prop money he's flashing. Somebody tell Love's Boys to show us a screenshot of those Cash App transactions. We'll believe that way more than we believe that stack of movie money he's got laid out for the camera.
One day. That's the most payout I had. I'm just saying. Listen, bro. Listen. Pay who to claim what? Pay who to claim what? Pay who to claim what?
So now you see Deuce has chimed in, and he's responding directly to him. When he said, paid who to claim what? Deuce is saying he had to pay his way just to be from 6-0, that he came in bearing gifts, trying to buy acceptance. He was known as the guy sending money to everybody in jail, whether he knew them or not. That's the reputation he built.
First you said I'm not from the hood. Now you saying I am, huh? This is the thing, right? I don't know what time zone you're in. No one cares about LA gangbanging. It's not important in the real world, bro. This is why I'm able to come on here and laugh when y'all say, you're not from 6-0. Thank you. The places I go to do not care about no 6-0s, no Bloods, no Crips, bro. When I be in Germany getting big checks, 17 countries, they don't give a fuck about no motherfucking LA gangbangers, bro. No one gives a fuck about that shit. That shit don't hold no weight. Hey, boy, you'll never be able to live in Marina Del Rey. You will never be able to live or have a place in Marina Del Rey, sir. You are in Wisconsin, bro, in the studio somewhere doing bad, bro. Get up out of here, man. You still in the chat? Like, come on, Chuck. Like, you really make yourself look bad, bro.
See, right here is where the conversation gets real serious for Big Slip and Slide. He's trying to figure out how the hell Deuce knows he lives in Marina Del Rey. Like, how does this dude even know that? You can see it's messing with him. That thought alone has him shook. He's trying to play it cool, but inside, he's spiraling. He's about to lose it. Because the idea that someone like Deuce knows exactly where he stays, that's what's got him rattled, and it's written all over him.
You can't even get in my building. You can't even get in my building. You can't even get in my building. You can't even get approved to get my building. There ain't even no vacancies. There ain't even no vacancies. There ain't even no vacancies.
You guys see it. Love's Boys is panicking. He just blurted out, "You can't get into my building." Then right after that he says, "There's not even any vacancies." He's really out here acting like there's a big sign outside his building that says, no vacancies and neon lights. But he's only doing this because he's shook.
We ain't got studios in my building, bro. My rent $4,600. My rent $4,600. My rent $4,600.
So here's what this fight has done. It's given Love's Boys the green light to start claiming he's paying $5,000 a month in rent. But let's not forget, Hot Kitty Cat already told us the real story. The man was living out of his Prius, clothes and all. Now just because he flashed $140,000, which looked a lot like prop money, suddenly his rent jumped to $5,000 a month. I think it's safe to say that the $140,000 didn't just boost his rent, it boosted his imagination.
There's no studios. None available. You got good credit? You don't look like you got good credit. You don't have no income. You won't be able to pay the rent. You know how much the extra parking space is? Do you even have a car?
This is exactly what I've been talking about. Hot Kitty Cat told us that Love's Boys was driving around in a Prius. And we know that's true, because Big Cat said he saw him in that same Prius the day he pulled a gun on him. Now, just because he flashed some prop money, suddenly he's asking other people if they even have a car, acting like he lives in some exclusive marina that nobody else can get into. You see what I'm saying? He's using fake money to boost his image and pretend he's living a lifestyle he wasn't living before. It's all smoke and mirrors. And the people who were really around back then already exposed the truth.
Like, you really open this, you really putting yourself out there to get roasted, bro. No. You can't get in nowhere, bro. You can't get in nowhere, bro. You can't. You can't. I try to listen. When you was talking all that shit, I walked out my building. Across the street, go give me my strawberries like I usually do every Saturday morning. Across the street, go give me my strawberries like I usually do every Saturday morning from Farmer's Market. And you said you was coming. Why you didn't pull up? You knew I was going to be there. You knew I was going to be there. Scared of what, bro? I'm in the same, listen, you know we ride our bikes to the beach now, right? I got a brand new bike. We ride to the beach, bro.
So now we find out Love Boys rides his bike to the beach and picks up strawberries every Saturday. Love's Boys is sweet like lamb meat. But here's the twist. Deuce comes in and drops a hint that he knows where Love's Boys lives. And just like that, the sweetness turns sour. You can see it. Love's Boys is shook. That calm, chill vibe he tries to project. Gone. He's scrambling inside, wondering, how does this dude even know that?
From the back, it's an alley in the back of my building. Here's an alley. We ride out the alley. We come out, we make a right. We make a left, and we go straight to the beach. We go all the way up to Venice Beach, bro. So I don't understand, like, what's so scared about, bro? Ain't nothing changed with me. Nothing changed. Like, you've been saying this for years. Like, you ain't ran into us yet, bro. I can't wait to run into a nigga like you. I can't wait. I can't wait to run into a nigga like you. I can't wait. I can't wait to run into a nigga like you.
This is CS2-back's marshmallow minion, Lieutenant Officer Love Boys. He flies out to Germany to be a racist Ukrainian's perfect punching bag, then comes back home and starts flashing guns at his own people like he's tough. And he's doing all this knowing full well the police are watching him. He couldn't last half a minute in the ring, but he's out here trying to play enforcer online.
I can't wait. I don't like gangbangers. Any gangbanger come out with any type of weird energy is getting their face blown off. I got 1,000 screenshots that's gonna prove self-defense. I got 1,000 screenshots. I got 1,000 screenshots. I got 1,000 screenshots.
Love Boys is out here trying to talk tough while telling at the same time. You can see it clear as day. This man just said he's got 1,000 screenshots of people threatening his life. 1,000. Why? So he can scream self-defense if he ever runs into one of these so-called gangbangers. That's his whole play. Document everything, talk reckless, and hope he can justify it later. But come on, 1,000 screenshots. That's not self-defense prep. That's paranoia on full display. Exactly what Hot Kitty Cat already told us. She said Love's Boys was scared and paranoid every time she was around him. Jumping at shadows, always on edge. So now he's out here talking tough with 1,000 screenshots in his phone, like that's gonna save him. This just proves what we already knew. He's terrified, and he's been terrified.
We gonna do this to you. We gonna catch you up. You're out your Tesla Charger in your building on the second level. You're out your Tesla Charger in your building on the second level. You're out your Tesla Charger in your building on the second level.
See how he tried to sneak in? You're at your Tesla Charger. Love's Boys, come on. Everyone knows you don't have a Tesla, bro. We all know you're still riding around in that Prius.
You're on the 4th floor in the L building. Yeah, I got 1,000 screenshots. Yeah, I got 1,000 screenshots. Yeah, I got 1,000 screenshots. I'm gonna blow one of your face off on sight. I'm not gonna hesitate. So as soon as you come up looking an ugly little gangbanger, I'm gonna blow your motherfucking face off. And I'm gonna stay there till the police come. I feel threatened. This looks like one of them guys who's been threatening me online. And I stood here and defended myself. And I stood here and defended myself. And I stood here and defended myself.
Love's Boys says he wants to shoot a gang member 9 times in the face because he was defending himself. But every time he goes outside Mexico, he doesn't defend himself. He just lets them punch him around. Gets knocked out, standing up, sent with the left. No biscuit, just a 2-piece. Outside Mexico, he's soft. He doesn't want to fight. But when he comes back home, suddenly he's ready to kill black people, and then tell the cops it was all self-defense. This right here is straight up buffoonery and cocoonery.
Yeah, I let off 9 or 8 rounds to his face. Yeah, I had to make sure that he wouldn't get up and shoot me, because all these guys say they carry guns. So I have to make sure I empty the clip in his face so he won't get up and pull his gun out and shoot me. I'm gonna stand right there, and you're gonna bleed out. Your soul's gonna leave your body, and you're gonna bleed out. And they're gonna be making rest in peace shirts to you. Man, why 600 do that, man? That dude just wanted an autograph. Oh, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. So listen, when y'all coming? When y'all come? I'm in the 40s right now, though, but when y'all coming? Okay, well, it might not be nothing, but it's a lot to a nigga who not no motherfucking rapper, nigga. Just like you might think 150,000 ain't nothing to a boxer. I'm not no motherfucking boxer either, nigga. Nigga, I ain't stepped in a boxing ring, nigga, until I was 32 years old, bro. I'm not no motherfucking boxer. It's free money. I'm not no motherfucking rapper. It's free money, nigga. I'm a street nigga, bro. So y'all get this shit twisted. Y'all just really fans. Y'all really just fans. Y'all really just fans, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not no motherfucking rapper, nigga. Give a fuck about no rapper, no motherfucking boxing. I don't give a fuck about too much shit at all, really. If you know 600, I really don't give a fuck. I'm a real street bro. I just make this shit. I'm a real good actor. I'm a real good actor. I rob people. That was how I get down back in the day. I make it look like I'm a square. I make it look like I'm a boxer. I make it look like I'm a rapper. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I done killed niggas out here, boy. Yellow tape shit.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. And once again, Christopher Love's Boys doesn't disappoint. When Love's Boys goes live, he allows his viewers to call in and ask him some questions, or to just leave a comment. But the second someone asks something real, he snaps on them, starts cussing them out, and cuts the call. We've all seen the highlights, the pretend fight, the imaginary $140,000, and of course, CS2 back and Adam on No Jumper, roasting him over the whole Shrimp and Benadryl incident.
Hell yeah. So what you doing next? Are you taking any more fights or it's a wrap?
No, I got a few more. Shit, that wasn't my first fight. I got 23 professional fights, bro. I got 20 by knockout, nigga. 20 knockouts, nigga. So you know, I got a few more lined up this year.
Oh, okay. Did you see what Wax said about you in the Benadryl? Did you see that?
No. Whack my guy.
Yeah, he was sticking up for you. He wouldn't put no smut on you for nothing.
We already know the caller is trolling Love's Boys, because that's exactly what Porky did. He smeared his name all over the place. Let's not forget, Porky is the one who started the whole Benadryl story. That was him. He is also the one that said every time Love's Boys eats shellfish, he gets knocked out. And then there's Love's Boys. Right at the top of this clip, he said that he's got 23 professional fights and 20 knockouts. But on No Jumper, you hear Arian Adams say that Porky told him that he could take him down to Mexico and get him the exact same record that Love's Boys has. Plays loyal until the cuffs come out. Then suddenly he's got a whole lot to say. Just like he did with G-Face and Loose Cannon. So yeah, Porky's definitely out here smutting him out. And what does Love's Boys say? Porky's my brother.
I mean, that's my brother, so, and I won't put none on him. So, you know, I ain't got to see what he said. I mean, we talk on the phone every day, so his content is his content, my content is my content.
This is exactly what he did to Lucy. And the moment Lucy went to jail, Love's Boys wasted no time throwing dirt on his name. So I guess we gotta wait for CS2 back to catch a case before Love's Boys finally starts talking slick about him too.
Yo, you live.
Hey, why Wax say your whole boxing career was fake?
You asked me about another man? Don't ask me about another man, bro. Go ask another man why another man say what another man say. Don't ask about no other man, bro. You ask me about other men, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody got to say about me, bro. Don't ask me about no other men, bro.
Love's Boys literally invites people to call his phone just so he can cuss them out, yell over them, and hang up the moment they ask a real question. And what's the question everyone wants to know? How do you feel about the guy you ride for, the guy you protect like he's your own blood? Turning around and telling the world that your entire boxing career was fake? That's what people want to know. But as soon as someone asks, he snaps. Don't ask me about no other man. Imagine that. Does CS2 back scream and throw tantrums when people ask about Love's Boys? No. He just calmly throws Love's Boys under the bus, says he can't box, and even jokes that Adam could get the same record down in Mexico. But Love's Boys, he hears that, and now he's mad at everyone who called in and asked. Like it's their fault Porky said what he said.
You live, man?
Hey, what's up, Senator? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. What's cracking?
Oh, man, just chilling, man. How was it out there in Germany, man? I seen the kids liked you and everything. How was your night? How was your stay?
It was nice, man. Beautiful place, beautiful country, beautiful people, whole lot of money, you know. Another stamp on the passport.
Why did Wack go on Germany?
I don't know why Wack went on go do what he do. Ask me about no other niggas, bro. Matter of fact, I'm out of here, nigga. Don't ask me about no other niggas, my nigga. I don't know what nobody else is thinking, what nobody else is doing. I don't know what the fuck nobody else got. Don't ask me about nobody else. You calling me, don't ask me about nobody else. Call them. Wack on Clubhouse. Wack got his number out there. Call Wack. Don't call me, nigga. They ask me why Wack do what he do. Nigga, stupid ass. Don't ask me shit about no other nigga on my motherfucking channel, nigga. Yo, you live.
Bro, why are you being so hostile, man?
You call back, bro?
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to make you mad, man.
Hey, bro, you're not making me mad, bro. Don't ask me about no other nigga on my channel, bro. This is my channel.
Okay, I won't do that again, bro. My bad, man.
What's happening, though?
Okay, so why did you hang out with G-Face and Loose Cannon, two rats?
Man, get your dumb ass off my phone. That nigga call ask me some stupid ass shit.
Love's Boys is over there laughing, but not because it's funny. He's laughing because he's got no defense for that question. Love's Boys has made his entire campaign about not hanging or associating with rats or people who do. But the caller brought up two documented rats that Love's Boys was not just cool with, But he was in bed with them, figuratively and publicly.
Nigga try to be cool and be nice. Man, my bad, man. I done been make you mad. Why you hang out with G-Face? Man, shut your buster ass up, nigga. Niggas be asking some stupid ass shit. Now I don't even fucking know G-Face. Nigga, the first time I met G-Face, you know where I met him at? The only time I met that motherfucker was at No Jumper. You know the first time I met motherfucking Loose Cannon? At No Jumper. I don't know these niggas. I ain't grow up with these dudes or nothing. The first time I met these niggas was at No Jumper. They want to use me when they got a show. I don't know them dudes, bro. That's the first time I met that nigga 2 years ago at No Jumper, bro.
It's funny. Every time those rat allegations come up, Love's Boy suddenly gets amnesia. He's quick to say, I don't even know those dudes. But let's keep it real. The same rat he claims not to know is the same one who brought him to No Jumper the very first time. Not Brick Baby. Not some random industry plug. It was a documented rat who opened that door for him. Now all of a sudden, he's trying to rewrite history. Like there aren't clips, receipts, and timestamps. You can't play innocent when you shook hands with the cheese dealer on the way in.
Never seen that nigga before a day in my life. You know how we met? Niggas started DMing me because I got the motion. Hey, what's up, big bro? What's up, big bro? Man, I got a show, man. You should come with me. I'll pull up, cuz. You feel me? And so when you do that, niggas start saying, oh, you know them, you know that. I don't know these niggas, bro. These niggas don't know me from nowhere, bro.
If Love's Boy's got all this juice like he's Tupac or something, then why did he need an informant to bring him to No Jumper? Where was all that motion then? If he's really that plugged in, how come his homeboy from his own neighborhood didn't bring him through? Why did it take a known informant to open that door for him? He wants to act like he's the one with all the power, all the reach. You can't claim to be the wave when a rat is the one paddling the boat.
Y'all know where I've been all my life. All my shit is documented. These niggas come out of nowhere. I don't know these dudes, bro. I don't know them. Yo, you live.
They said your career is fake on No Jumper.
Man, I don't give a fuck what nobody say about me, bro. It's 1,000 niggas say fake shit about me, bro. Listen, bro, stop asking about what another nigga saying, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say about me, bro. Hey, listen, bro. I got 1,000 making fake videos, 1,000 saying bullshit about me. I don't give a fuck what they say about me, bro.
Why is one hating on you?
Stop asking me why another nigga saying what he's saying, bro. Man, get your fat. Why you do that? Why you want to? Hey, yo, you live.
When you leave Mexico, you get knocked out. Why? When you leave Mexico, you get knocked out. Why? When you leave Mexico, you get knocked out. Why?
You calling back, bro?
How come every time you leave
Man,
Mexico,
get your buster ass up out of here, nigga.
Love's Boys hung up on the caller again. And honestly, the question was fair. It's the same one everybody's been wondering. How did you rack up 20 knockouts in Mexico? But the moment you left, you started getting slid all over the ring. That's not disrespect, that's a legit question. And Love's Boys doesn't want to answer it. Ask him, why is Porky saying your whole career is fake? He gets quiet. Or worse, he flips out and yells, don't ask me about no other man. So let me get this straight. He opens up his phone line, tells people to call in, and when they do, he cusses them out, calls them names, and hangs up. And somehow, he's been able to say wild stuff, even offensive things toward the LGBTQ community. And keep skating. If anybody else said what he said, their channel would have been yanked immediately. But Love's Boys? Somehow he gets a pass. Your guess is as good as mine.
What's going on, Sick Planet?
Man, we on here chilling. What's the word?
Not much. I just want to have a real conversation with you. Like, I don't be into all that tough shit, you know, that killing and shit talking about and shit. I don't know where you come from, I'm saying, but my whole thing be like, why be on that shit? But then, like, I seen the video. This some real nigga shit, though. Like,
of a nigga like you said. This nigga marked you out in London or something. Just wanted to give you a favor.
Hey, bro, ain't nobody never marked me out, bro. So anything I said about him, I take it back. I might have said that he's not built how I'm built on, from the same cloth that I'm cut. It's not like that. I'm gonna tell you a story. Before you came over here, this man asked me to fight. Like nah, fuck all the cameras. He asked me to fight. Yeah, I said, let's go somewhere quiet. Yeah, quiet, just me and him. And I'm like, nah, bro. I don't want that. I don't want that.
On my mom, I got the video on my page.
Hey, bro, ain't nobody never marked me out, bro. So, where I'm from, that's like a call out, like a mark out. Like, he kind of marked me out.
When you apologized to the nigga, he was like, I want to smash your head in the toilet.
Hey, bro, ain't nobody never marked me out in my life, bro.
But it's on video on my page. And that ain't the
bro, I don't give a fuck about what you say you got on your page, nothing else. I'm telling you, nigga, ain't nobody never marked me out in my life.
Fuck my page. I'm saying this. Why you always be on that? I'm a killer, crip, tough shit. But I watched this nigga. He told you, let's just go around the corner off camera and catch a fade. And you told that nigga, no, I'm not here for that. He's serious. I'm a businessman.
Okay, bro.
It was a boxing match with Eddie and Don King.
Okay. So make it make sense, stupid ass nigga. Why the fuck would I go jeopardize some money to go entertain somebody in the street fight for no money?
You ain't jeopardizing no money.
Get your bitch ass off my phone.
The dude talking to Love's Boys was spot on, and he told him straight up, you didn't jeopardize anything because you didn't fight at all. And that's exactly right. How come David Allen didn't care about the fight like Love's Boys is acting like he was? That's the pattern with Love's Boys. Just look back. Josh Fisher, cartoon. The list goes on. Fight after fight that was supposed to happen. And somehow, it never did. The only time he actually steps into a ring is either in Mexico, when he's paying the opponent, or a fake fight that Love's Boys absolutely refuses to make it out of the first round. And here's the wild part, like the caller said. This man loves to talk tough about killing black people any chance he gets. But put him around white men from England, and suddenly he's quiet. Suddenly he's humble. He'll admit he got marked out over there. But then he comes back and tells us, I never got marked out.
And I know when a man's serious. So I had to bow down like, no, it's not about that. And I know when a man's serious. So I had to bow down like, no, it's not about that. And I know when a man's serious. So I had to bow down like, let me take this last call. What's happening with it, bro?
Hey, don't make a scene. I'm parked back here in this Jeep. Turn your live off and come to my car, nigga.
Man, I'm not going nowhere, you bitch ass nigga. The fuck you talking about, nigga?
Just on my face. I'm in a Jeep.
I don't give a fuck what you in, nigga. Pull up.
You with the fat tube socks and the nigga in the red hoodie, nigga. Come here, nigga.
Okay, come on.
Yeah. Walk back into the Jeep, nigga.
Oh, wait for you. What you hang up for, Scary? What you hang up for? What you hang up for? Buster ass nigga. Hey, but listen, we about to roll. We gotta do our cardio. We gonna run. What's happening?
What up, Dope 600?
What's up, homie?
I know you be getting a lot of hate, man. So I want to let you know, man, you was a handsome, high yellow brother, man. You handsome.
Thank you.
Handsome as hell, boy.
Thank you.
Holla at you, boy. I love you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. The other day, Reggie and John down there at BOMB first invited Don from the Dossier podcast and former FBI agent Phil Carson back onto their panel for a follow-up discussion of some sort, and of course it went left. I'm not sure why Reggie was bold enough to bring Phil Carson back on his panel. The first time Reggie brought him on his show, Carson ended up exposing Reggie's listeners to the fact that Reggie was a 137 source informant for the FBI. Well, this time, Phil is able to get Reggie to arrogantly admit that he helped the FBI put former Compton Mayor Omar Bradley behind bars. Once again, Reggie reminds all of us just who his loyalty lies with. For some reason in today's world, an informant of this magnitude is ignored by a lot of people and welcomed with open arms. People should make no mistake when it comes to Reggie Wright. He is unlike any individual that you have ever come across. Marion Knight entrusted him, and we see where he is today. Let's not mention Marion's entourage. We all saw what happened to them. Everybody except Reggie, he never had one shot sent his way. Even though Buntry was murdered in a car that was in Reggie's name, no one has ever managed to shoot a single shot at Reggie himself. He's been a suspect in multiple murders, including 2 of the highest profile murders in the history of the United States, Tupac Shakur and Christopher Wallace. Not only has he been a suspect in these murders, he's managed to be an informant at the exact same time, for the exact same crime. This is the man responsible for CS2 back.
Okay, so that's that. For those of y'all that wanted to, we just try to give y'all information on current events that's going on, and I think Phil did a great job. Before we get into the Reggie and the Phil and Reggie being Phil snitch and all of that, and all of this, we'll try to take some more decent and mature questions from Phil while we got somebody that really knows this stuff, or Don. We'd like to deal with them and ask them questions, and then we can deal with all you trolls.
You know what? I want to clear one thing up though, really quickly. Actually, a couple things up, real simple. Okay. First of all, Russ Poole was a 137 confidential informant of mine at the FBI. Okay. Without question. Okay, I can speak about that because he's no longer with us. He passed away in like 2015. It's a standard practice of the FBI, and it's one of the reasons why we oftentimes have very good relationships with informants, and people feel comfortable and safe coming to talk to us and provide information, is because back in the day, there were 2 kinds of sources. One was a 270 source. That was a qualification. And that's somebody that has something that they're trying to work off. Let's say, I arrested a guy on drug trafficking or bank robbery or whatever the case may be. And he now realizes he's up shit creek and he wants to cooperate, and he's willing to testify. That would be a mandatory requirement for him to be opened up as a 270 source. He has to be willing to testify. Okay? That's somebody that can get disclosed to the court, and we will put him up on a witness stand if we have to have him testify in a trial. The other kind of source is what they call a 137. That is somebody that we will not disclose. We would not disclose that to a judge, and we keep that very private. We don't use their name in reports, but we basically we treat them the same in terms of when we get information from them. We do our due diligence. We corroborate things, because you never know if somebody's trying to cooperate just to kind of hurt a competitor or another company or get back at somebody. But Russ Poole is a 137. Now, I can't say anything about you, Reggie, because I respect you and I respected the relationship that we had. But if you want to explain to the people if you had any type of relationship with the FBI, that's going to be on you. And I can either agree or disagree.
Okay, and I'll explain it. The only FBI agent that I ever remember meeting with was a gentleman by the name of Dan McMullen. And that was in 97, about 96 or 97. Him and John, and they were partners. And that was
who else? Who else did you say?
Well, I said John. He was an ATF agent.
Okay. What other, have you ever had any other type of relationship with the FBI?
With one other gentleman, and I think his name was LJ. And that's when I brought a lady friend of Suge Knight's, I'll say that, down to meet with him regarding some activity that's going on in Vegas at the nightclub.
Okay. Do you mind if I tell your audience my relationship with LJ Conley?
Okay. Okay.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, you said y'all are partners.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we were partners.
Okay.
Now, are you cool with me talking about any type of what you're just speaking about right now about meeting with LJ? Okay. I just want to make sure you're cool with that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have met you several times. I was always with LJ. We were partners.
And when you say several times, how many times? And where was that at? At the FBI? And that was
no, it was in different areas of Compton. I've met your father.
You may have met my father, but I have never met with you. Go ahead.
Okay. You have met with me. It is documented. You were very helpful, very cooperating. You provided a lot of good information. We did several different operations, including, I think we even talked about it a few weeks ago about the information that you provided that
you said
over to
something
Vegas.
about, you said something, not the Vegas thing, because you said something about a raid where Suge Knight got arrested or
that's something separate. That's something totally separate.
What other operation then? Tell me the other operation.
The information you provide.
Go ahead.
No, here's the thing. Reg,
you gotta be. Only other time I met with LJ was about some school fires. Only other time I met with LJ was about some school fires. Only other time I met with LJ was about some school fires.
Okay. I put it this way. I mean, that's not, I don't think we want to go down.
We do. We want to go down that road.
You want to go
yeah.
We do want to go down that road. We do want to go down that road. We do want to go down that road.
I want to go because I want to hear where you took, because I almost got some amnesia or something, or you got me mixed up with somebody else.
I'm not. No, honest to God, I'm not. And okay.
Please.
You provided information, and we followed people. They took us to Vegas. You provided us information regarding God, what was his name? Percy? I'm trying to think if that was his first name or last name, about some contracts that were going on in Compton, because
Omar Belly. That's what the school fires.
Okay.
The school fires.
Let him finish, Reggie, and then you talk.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah,
but we met
here. Omar Bradley.
Correct.
Okay, well, I'll tell my stuff when he tried to hire or give some money for a security contract regarding school fires, and was going to try to set up a guy that had sued me that I was trying to get. His name was Leo something, and they were trying to get me to bribe or to give them some kickback. Omar Bradley said some kickback for a school contract, and that's what I'll talk to LJ about. When he tried to hire or give some money for a security contract regarding school fires, and was going to try to set up a guy that had sued me that I was trying to get. His name was Leo something, and they were trying to get me to bribe or to give them some kickback. Omar Bradley said some kickback.
It has been something that people were setting people up in Compton, from what I could see.
I was very shocked that the United States government had entered into that community and spent so many years with such intensity trying to corrupt public officials. And I know from their point of view, it was a sting operation. It was designed to see if public officials would accept bribes, and they don't see themselves as corrupting people, but I thought they went really overboard in that case, and I was quite offended by it.
They were harassing us. Our phones were being tapped. They were following us. They were sending various informants.
Omar Bradley and I were invited to a dinner, and we went to the dinner. And when we went to the dinner, they had some people there, and my own cousin, Reverend Fisher. It was supposed to be a dinner for him. So we went to the dinner to celebrate with him. And they had people in there. They had a white businessman and another white man I didn't even know. And I didn't know him until I went to the grand jury, and I saw that he was an FBI man.
For a school contract, and that's what I'll talk to LJ about.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. You're correct.
Okay.
What was the Vegas thing? Was that about the nightclub?
Huh?
Was the Vegas thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That was some other information that we got through Reggie and some other people in Compton that it was about, well, it involved the same people that were involved in what you're talking about with Mayor Bradley and some of the other players there.
Oh.
And yeah, so we did a nice fun operation, and it took us to Vegas. And
oh, well, I don't know what y'all did, but I know.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, here's the thing. This is the easiest way to explain it is because this is where I want to be careful. When somebody provides us information, whether it be a source or somebody that just is a citizen that just feels like they're doing the right thing, we don't tell those people like updates or tell them, okay.
Oh, okay.
This is what
I understand. That's all.
Yeah.
I was trying to.
Yeah.
I was trying to get Omar locked up. He had got rid of the Compton Police Department illegally.
When you was mayor, I know some people was upset when you got rid of the Compton Police Department. Is that something you would have changed or go back on? You know,
absolutely not.
You wouldn't. Being that the top number 1 and 2 guys, Leibach and Paul Tanaka, you know, was involved in a lot of corruptions. I mean, they had gangs over there in the LA Sheriff's Station.
They had gangs in the Compton PD.
Okay, well, you know.
But here's the deal. Under the Compton PD. Now I was the mayor for this, so
that's why
I don't have to dream any of this stuff.
Right.
We were doing 135 murders a year. When the sheriff came, it dropped down to 27 murders a year.
Oh, okay.
It went down to 1 year where there was only 13 murders. Now, I, being a mayor and being somebody who understood the hood, I understood at some point we got to make a decision. And the decision was simply this. Do we want 135 murders a year and keep a black police department?
Yeah.
Or do we want 27 murders a year and have a police department that is not necessarily black? And the reason why the murders, in my opinion, was so rampant under the Compton PD is because they were involved in some of it. And the reason why the murders, in my opinion, was so rampant under the Compton PD is because they were involved in some of it.
All right. It was this dude, it's this guy named Little Rod, Roderick Reed, and George. They had this boy named Vincent Buchanan, who was V-Dog. He got killed in Compton, tortured, dropped off, handcuffed, dropped off on Central in front of the cemetery. They were real tight with him. He was, a real active, cool, Fruitown Piru deal, V-Dog, Vincent Buchanan. Shug's in prison when this incident happened, 98, 99, I don't know. That's when it happened. Now word is, police kidnapped him. When guys wear police jackets and stuff like that, he's handcuffed. So who's number one suspect when you hear police in Compton handcuffed? Reggie Jr.
The people that they knew.
Yeah, it ain't funny, but damn, yeah.
The people that they knew were committing the murders.
He was out there bashing us, and I knew he was dirty, and I was trying to get Omar locked up.
Reggie and Paradin were close. The Wrights funded his mayoral campaign with money they stole from Suge Knight's Death Row Records, and also then funded the targeting of Omar Bradley to put him in prison for paying for a dinner on his credit card. Payback for shutting down the Compton PD. Yeah, I don't know. Reggie was close with a lot of people there. I don't know if it was Paradin too much. But I do know, he was very close with with the chief, at that time, and Huey. So they were best of friends, you know.
BFFs.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, and I do feel Omar Bradley did have a vendetta against Compton PD for, you know, joining forces with the feds to hook him up and, you know, file a case against him and go to prison for that, you know. But I heard he got it expunged, got it erased from his record, you know. I don't, you know, hey, it's all water under the bridge.
I was trying to get Omar locked up. I was trying to get Omar locked up.
You know, I lost everything that I owned, my home, all of my personal belongings are gone. I'm destitute. I have nothing. No home, nothing. No car. I have nothing. And when people have the capacity and the ability to reach out and take you from your family and strip you from your dignity and take everything from you but your God, these are very powerful people. These are very powerful people. These are very powerful people. And I'm afraid of them. I don't fear them, but I'm afraid of what they'll do if I talk too much.
He had got rid of the Compton Police Department illegally.
This is how disgusting Reggie Wright Jr. is. He just said he was trying to get Omar locked up because he illegally got rid of the Compton PD. Omar Bradley just said that under the Compton PD there were 137 murders a year, but under the sheriffs it dropped to 27. For some reason that made Reggie want Omar locked up. This shows that Black and Hispanics being murdered in the city of Compton was something that Reggie Wright enjoyed. 137 murders in a 10-square-mile radius, under the Wright crime family Compton PD, a cabal of crooked cops. You guys don't ever forget that this is who CS2 Back brings to Clubhouse with him. This is who brought him into the music industry.
You shouldn't make jokes about Reggie Wright. Why do most other niggas don't make jokes and fuck with Reggie Wright? Why do most other niggas don't make jokes and fuck with Reggie Wright?
He was out there bashing us, and I knew he was dirty, and I was trying to get Omar locked up. And I was trying to get Omar locked up. And I was trying to get Omar locked up.
Because let me tell y'all something. Ain't nothing worse than a dirty cop.
No
And he's the you think a snitch is low. You got a cat parading around in your neighborhood. He in a car you paying for, burning up gas your mom and daddy buying, rolling around, throwing you up against the hood. But guess what? When he get done, he going to cop or he going to blow. Feel me? He in the same game you in. Right. You go to the pen, he get a medal. But he getting paid. Right. And everybody know who I'm talking about. I ain't got to say no names. Right. They finally busted the people that I was talking about.
A multi-state drug ring with ties to multiple gangs and a Mexican cartel busted up in Memphis.
We're talking about 22 people were indicted this morning. The charges, and there are plenty of them, include drugs and money laundering.
Police confiscated more than 46 pounds of drugs. We have also learned the bust netted members of both the Grape Street Crips and the Petterol Mafia gangs.
Fox 13's chief investigative reporter Jim Spiewak live downtown. And Jim, this investigation just didn't happen overnight.
It certainly did not. This has been going on since at least 2014. We learned here in the federal building behind me a little earlier today. Fast forward to today, we now know 22 people have been indicted. 16 of those people we know live right here in the Mid-South. Federal prosecutors are accusing 22 gang members of shipping money through the mail from Memphis, 1,800 miles away to Los Angeles, California. Prosecutors go on to allege meth, heroin, cocaine, pills, and pot were all sent back to be sold here. It's a case acting U.S. Attorney Larry Lorenzi calls unusual.
The drugs that were sent to Memphis was a smorgasbord of drugs.
Investigators say 17 of the people are members of the Memphis Petterol Mafia, a local street gang that sells several kinds of drugs. The investigation started years ago when police found out gangs were selling drugs around the Bella Vista apartments. The investigation picked off at least one top-level OG.
It has stopped the pipeline where drugs freely flowed between California and Memphis.
Also indicted was Eric Avendado, who investigators say is connected to a Mexican cartel, but would not say which one.
They are using a variety of ways to move the drugs into Memphis.
I asked Lorenzi if an informant was used to help crack the years-long case.
We can't speak to the actual facts of the case or the actual techniques that were used to investigate. Good question, though.
What Lorenzi did say is that an alleged dangerous drug pipeline here in Memphis is now busted up. And 5 of those people named in the indictment we found out live in California. And an interesting takeaway, on Monday of this week, I reported on an indictment, a federal indictment, where drugs were allegedly sent between Memphis and California. I asked investigators if these 2 cases are related. They told me they are not. I'm reporting live downtown tonight, Jim Spiewak, Fox 13 News.
You're correct.
That's correct. Okay.
And now the interesting thing is once somebody like you provides information like that, then we're good. We go, and we'll still have contact with you. We'll still meet with you just to see if you have any updated information. Just to kind of, when we do file reviews, they don't like to see like huge gaps, months and months in between when we talk with the source, because a lot of things can change with that source or with information. But that doesn't mean when we meet with that source, we're telling them, we're giving them updates on, okay, yeah, this is what we did with your information. This is what we found out. This is what we're now doing investigative-wise. These are the new people that we're looking at. We won't do that. No agency would do that. But at the same time, we did continue to meet with you. I'd probably say I met with you probably 5 or 6 times, probably half a dozen times.
And I bet you were just about Omar Bradley or those school fires. I only remember 2 or 3 times meeting them regarding that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, isn't this is like a potato situation?
Yeah, it's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. 2 and then the one time I brought down regarding the Vegas, that's doing my job. That's the only time I ever met with them.
Hey, Reggie, I'm not fighting you over this stuff. We appreciated you. Hey, Reggie, I'm not fighting you over this stuff. We appreciated you offering assistance. And like I said, one of the reasons that I think the FBI is very successful in a lot of it. First of all, the FBI or any law enforcement department that does investigations, we do not exist if we cannot make people feel comfortable about talking to us. And the way that you make people feel comfortable about talking to you is that you don't divulge who they are and you don't talk behind their back.
I don't have a problem about that. My problem is, like, I'm over here providing information regarding things that was going on at death row. That's what I was arguing about, and was saying I was not an informant of LJ's or yours regarding anything regarding death row. It was regarding the school fires and getting a contract with the school. And
I have a quick question. What were you bringing the girl to the FBI for? What were you bringing the girl to the FBI for?
You've discussed that on a live stream, Reggie. Go ahead.
Huh?
You've discussed that on a live stream before.
I'll tell it.
I know.
I ain't got no problem. I'm not trying to cover up shit.
Oh, I'm telling the audience that, these aren't new questions. So go ahead.
I brought them down because they were doing the Vegas politicians out there where she was questioned about some inappropriate activities that went down for trying to open up the club. And they wanted to know about that.
Like some
and
chaos.
So they wouldn't come raiding her house, coming to death row or anything like that. I was contacted by either Mark Anderson, who was a fellow Compton cop, or LJ. I believe I met LJ through Mark Anderson, and I told him, hey, I will bring her down as head of security for death row and let her explain what happened.
The girl Reggie is talking about is a girl named Teresa Swan, who is the mother of one of Marion Knight's children. She is also the one who said she gave Poochie the money from Marion to kill Biggie. Not only did Reggie take her to the FBI, like you just heard him explain, he also took her to Greg Kading and the LAPD to give them the story that would close Kading's book. So not only did Reggie put Omar Bradley behind bars, he also helped place the blame on Marion Knight for the murder of Biggie.
Where did the whole Poochie theory come in? It kind of seemed like it came from Reggie at Death Row Camp. And I don't know, could that be a red herring at all?
Well,
you know, you allow yourself all of these options. You don't go into it and just commit yourself to a theory until you've had a chance to look into it, investigate it, explore it, and do all of those things, and then hopefully substantiate it. And so with Poochie, his name had come up early on in the investigation. His name was on paperwork from the very beginning. So it wasn't anything new. It wasn't Reggie told us about Poochie. He was already in. You know, we knew that Poochie had been involved in other murders. He was wanted at another time for another murder. So he was always a person that we were aware of. He was just not a suspect in the murder until we started to explore the possibility of him being a suspect in the murder. And that came at the time when I think Roderick Reed.
It's this guy named Little Rod. Roderick Reed
was the first one to send a letter to a guy named Kevin Hackey.
Yeah.
And in that letter, it mentions Poochie. And Roderick Reed from prison is saying, hey, he knows Poochie killed Biggie. So we had that information early on in the case. So we then began to develop that lead and see where it went. And of course, Reggie enters the picture when we interview him. Reggie doesn't really tell us so much about Poochie. He just leads us into a direction where we meet a female. He just leads us into a direction where we meet a female. He just leads us into a direction where we meet a female who then substantiates some of the things that could have, we believed could have been true.
Right. Just so you know, Reggie.
Wait a minute, Phil. Is that correct? How it happened? Hello.
I'm not. I don't know. Reggie, I'm not speaking about this female.
Okay, I don't want you to.
She's not on the phone with us.
Okay, all right.
And again, I'm trying to be respectful of.
I got you. Okay, I remember. I'll tell you.
But one thing I will tell you is, just because you provide information on a particular topic, your involvement in the hip hop industry or the people that you rub shoulders with or the people that you know, if you don't think your name came up on numerous occasions regarding numerous different things and events, regarding the whole death row cases, which were voluminous in terms of the number of cases, or in terms of my case regarding trying to solve who killed Biggie, then you would be sadly misguided.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
I was down there providing information.
Yeah, he's trying to just make sure it's clear that he wasn't an informant.
And I wasn't down there saying, oh, so-and-so killed Biggie.
This is the next level stuff I'm talking about. Reggie just admitted that he worked with the feds to get the mayor put behind bars. Even after his own admission, the man is still saying that he isn't an informant. He'll be right back on Bomb First tomorrow, calling somebody else a rat. It's exactly like his protege CS2 back. 137 informants, playing on the stupidity of the people.
So-and-so did that. I have never did that.
And we've never said that you did. We never said that you
motherfuckers on this YouTube was there.
Okay, well, maybe these friends of yours that are listening or watching on YouTube or whatever.
I mean, Reggie, what would the fellas in Compton say? They say, would they have?
That was my job. My job was to deal with the law enforcement.
Reggie and his buddy John have a pretty cold scheme they're running here. So Marion Knight hired Reggie as the head of security, just so Reggie could take Teresa Swan to the LAPD to help pin the murder of Christopher Wallace on him. No big deal. That was his job, according to these two.
Okay, and that's fine. I think it's fantastic. But, to sit here and parse out when you talk to the FBI, when you didn't talk to the FBI, when you talk to the FBI.
Because he's showing he's not an informant of the FBI.
It's a difference between cooperating with bringing people down to talk about stuff and all that, than sitting up there saying, so-and-so did this. So-and-so did that.
How about this, Reg? Why don't you go into a federal prison and talk to the guys from the 80s and the 90s who sold drugs and killed people, who didn't talk to anybody, and ask them whether, if you go down and talk to the FBI about anything, what you are considering. And that's
okay, so you guys have an agenda to paint him as a snitch. Got it.
You've been on that motherfucker.
That's why I didn't want him on here, Reggie. That's why I didn't want him on here, Reggie. That's why I didn't want him on here, Reggie.
John, let me deal with them. You've been on that guy's channel and been professing that you got
care about anyone's channel. I'm
hear me out. That I'm a snitch or something like that. But now you're saying that I'm doing this in the scope of my job, and it's not like I got on the stand or pointing somebody out, and then you want to make it, a cop shouldn't go and or head of security of a company, a big corporation, shouldn't go and talk to the police. Oh, that's
hey, Reggie, let me step in for a second. I think we're kind of talking over each other. When if and again, you've admitted that you've worked with the FBI, so
I admitted that I have brought. Okay. I admitted to Omar Bradley.
Okay, go ahead. I understand this. For every time that you spoke with the FBI, okay, we never told anybody. Nobody ever knew. I'm telling it. Reggie, take a breath for a second. Okay. We never ever would tell anybody, or we never did tell anybody that you're cooperating or you're providing information or anything like that.
Listen, your boy Don here on Choke No Joke channel, who's related to you, who everybody considers you are the same.
Who's John? I don't even know who John. I don't know who John.
Don. I said Don. D-O-N. Don. I'm talking about Don.
All I spoke about is what transpired when you talked to Phil the first time.
Reggie, let me clear this up, because I think you got the wrong conception here of Don or what we've said about you. You got to understand something. You might be providing information about Omar Bradley, but you don't know if Omar Bradley is providing information about you. You don't know if the people that are working security for you at Death Row Records, you don't know if they're cooperating either.
I don't care.
Hold on, Reggie, hold on.
I have plenty of people that have talked against me and talk and try to say stuff about me. That don't mean it's true. Right?
Finish. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Reggie's not sick right now, full of COVID right now. So
I know No, I like it. I like it when you're fired up like that. But no, here. We don't tell people who's cooperating with us, which means if you provide us information, we don't tell people. Just like if other people provide information to us about you, we don't tell you. Doesn't mean that we believe everything. We would never ever run. We would always corroborate things, or we get other independent sources to corroborate things. That's like one of the big things. Not to divert over to the biggie thing, but that's one of the big things. Is it's not like you have one person or two people providing information on who was involved or who covered up or who did this or who did that. But when you have multiple people, and in this case, forget about talking about the biggie. Let's just talk about your situation at Death Row Records. Okay. If you think for a second that you were the only person at Death Row Records that was providing information to the FBI, you would be crazy. Hold on. No, it does. It does because the information that people provide, we go out and we independently corroborate it, and we do operations, we do undercovers meets and things like that. We wire people up. So I don't want you to think for a second that somebody tells us one thing and then we just run with it, and they tell us like, yeah, you know what? Reggie's involved in this, that, and the other. We don't just run with that, but we'll corroborate it because we want to find out. I'm not talking about what the FBI did. I'm not talking about what the FBI did or what Reggie did in 1997, 1998, 1999. I'm talking about what Don is going over there in 2024.
Well, how about this, Reggie? I'm sorry, whatever I said on Choke No Joke.
I'm just trying to prove that it's not sexual. A snitch is somebody that's working within an organization and going back and providing information, not telling Suge Knight, hey man, I'm taking your girl down there. We're going to talk because these motherfuckers want to talk to us about X, Y, or Z. That's not a snitch.
This to me is boring. I think you can ask any
boring
gangster.
To you guys because it's killing your narrative.
Oh no! I mean, listen.
Why did Biggie's mom drop the case? I'm curious what you guys' perspective on why Biggie's mom dropped the lawsuit.
Biggie's mom never dropped the lawsuit.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my!
Did you just say the mom didn't drop the lawsuit?
Why she did not pursue it a second time?
Why didn't he pursue it a second time?
Correct.
That's a question for Perry Sanders.
Correct. But that's what he meant. That's what he meant.
That's all
Why
I
did she?
meant. That's all
Why
I
didn't she not? That's all he did.
And then one more question real quick. A user asked, it's Alex Alonso from Street TV. He asked, ask Phil Carson about his relationship with Black Special Agent Wade Lee and his undercover work in Compton.
Who asked that question?
Street,
another YouTuber.
Yeah, Street TV. It's YouTube channel.
He has a big YouTube channel.
I'll answer it this way because I don't want to speak on behalf of Wade because yes, I know Wade. Reggie, remember when we were when I ran into you and Mob James about 3-4 weeks ago?
Correct. We was at wait, hold on. Let me tell where, because y'all people like to. We was at ABC Studios in Glendale, filming a piece that's about to come out on Nightline.
Okay.
Okay. So is that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, do you remember when I was sitting there talking? First of all, I had never met Mob James before. I was familiar with who he was, obviously, through the gangster.
And guess what? Guess who you didn't even also recognize? You wasn't even for sure if it was me, right?
I knew it was you.
Oh, you knew it was me?
No,
okay.
No, it was you. I was just stunned. I hadn't seen you in what, 15, 20 years.
Yeah. And I was in a wheelchair.
You're in a wheelchair and stuff like that. But no, I mean, I'm the one that came up to you, right?
Correct. After and hey,
okay,
Reggie.
But anyways,
getting back
to this question,
yes.
because I find it pretty interesting. Because this person that asked the question obviously has more knowledge than what anybody on this call realizes. Because this person that asked the question obviously has more knowledge than what anybody on this call realizes.
Correct.
Remember when I walked up to you and I walked up to Mob James, and one of the things that I asked him, I said, "Hey, do you recall the name Wade?" And I asked him that, and he just says no. Okay. Well, he should. And I'm gonna leave it at that in terms of one of the things that I
know why Street TV. Now I know why Street TV.
Yeah, now I do too.
And I know now, that's why I was ignoring.
One of the things. Here's the thing. One of the things that I wanted to do, and I had mentioned this to Don way early on. And this is when Greg Kading was always on. He was on Gangster Chronicles and Vlad TV and stuff like that. And I said the only way that I would go on Gangster Chronicles if they had the entire crew there, and I would go down the line and I would put each one of those people in a corner and ask them questions and see if they were going to tell the truth or lie in front of their own homeboys. Because I'll tell you what, every one of those guys on Gangster Chronicles has a story, and it's not a story that they want to get out. I'll leave it at that. So for this person to ask, hold on.
You talking about Reggie Wright in Gangster Chronicles, or you talking about the Gangster Chronicles now? Or you just talking about Reggie
back then? No, I'm talking about back then.
So you talking about Alex? So you talking about Alex?
I'm talking about all those guys. Hey, trust me.
Reggie, we are told. Is there any more to this Reggie story? That situations, I don't know what happened, like I said, from the time we met, but the only times I ever talked about anything to Phil or LJ was regarding
we cleared.
I know that, but you got to say that. But you go back and say shit like that.
Reggie, get off this thing about using this just to try to clear your name or promote whatever. I'm letting you know.
I'm trying to promote. I don't need 573 people in the chat cell for that. I get.
First of all, Reggie,
I get this in a half hour, so I don't need that.
Okay, first of all, since you brought it up a couple times, let's just speak the truth here, okay? Over 500,000, and I've seen the analytics, I have the data. Over 500,000 subscribers to the dossier. So every time you try to crack a joke about saying we only had 1,000 or there are only 1,500 people, you know what? That's a lie, and you don't survive. Just leave it. I don't know.
I was talking about your choke no joke friend. I don't know what you get on podcasts, but I don't know how to read motherfuckers.
So just let that go.
Why do you care about him so much? That's so weird.
Because I hate people that trolls Reggie Wright, and then people that go over there and support them talking about Reggie's an informant when it's because Reggie doing that for a motherfucker that don't even know what he's talking about.
But we moved on from it. We moved on. I got it. Take more questions.
Okay. All right.
Take more. Come on. What's the next question?
Listen, hey Reggie, I'm apologizing to you. I'm sorry. Let's move on and take more questions. I think this is interesting. We already had one interesting question about.
That was a hell of a question, by the way. Kudos to that person, because they obviously know more than.
Yeah, and they hate James, so
Yeah.
that's probably why they asked that.
Okay. There you go. All right. Next question.
All right.
You got one.
How many times,
when
Don?
I say trolls, let me just say this. When I say trolls, I'm talking about the ones with negative stuff. I don't even have a problem with people that ask decent questions. Just to say, the bull crap is what I call trolls.
You know what, Reggie? Let me.
I'm not talking to you two brothers. I'm not talking to you two, Don. I'm talking.
Yeah. Let me throw this one thing out there, and then we can move on. Okay.
Okay.
If there is ever an opportunity where you can get all of the people from the Gangster Chronicles, from the original cast, and you brought them all together, and you brought me and Don in there, you will be guaranteed to see fireworks. I promise you. And it will make people uncomfortable.
Well, Reggie I'm not trying to shit on Alex Alonso.
I'm not trying to shit on anybody either.
I'm not trying to shit on James McDonald. And Reggie is here for whatever you got to say. And I thought we done addressed it. We can do it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I'll just leave it at that. And people can read into whatever they want from that.
So Reggie only worried about Reggie right now.
Okay,
so
well, that's
anybody else want to deal with
that's
whatever?
fair.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
by the way, I
like you told me not to bring up other people into it. They're not here to defend themselves.
That's why I'm not talking about them.
You're the one that's talking about them.
No, I just said if you want to get some fireworks for your podcast,
I don't
get all those people together.
I know what to say about women.
I'm sure you're doing just fine. I haven't said a word about any of them. Not a word.
You just said there'll be fireworks if you get them in a room and corner them.
There'll be fireworks, and I guarantee you.
But the insinuation, it's the insinuation, Phil.
Let's go. What else? You say we're going to have some questions.
Sorry.
Phil, and then this is Phil. Do you believe Reggie Wright Jr. or Reggie Wright Sr. had anything to do with the murder of Biggie Small?
No.
Okay. Can I ask a question now?
That's all I need to know.
No. Can I add a little?
Don't listen. That's a big question. That's a big thing. That don't need to be just brushed over. So go ahead and then you can elaborate, Phil.
Okay. Do I think that you are coming clean with all the information that you have of events that took place and the people that were involved within Death Row Records? And some of those people were involved in law enforcement and were involved in the killing of Biggie? No, I don't think you're providing or you're telling everything that you know. That's based on.
My question is I have anything to do with it? Yes.
No.
Okay.
Did you pull the trigger? No. Were you in the vicinity? No. Do you have information? Do you have information that is part of the full umbrella or scope of the Biggie
before or after? Or what you say?
Then I would say yes.
Before or after did I have something to do with the murder of Biggie Small?
I would say you have information. Well, before. I mean, once the murder's done, it's done. There's nothing after.
Well, you say cover up and stuff, though.
When you say that I knew about
not part of the cover up. No, I don't think you're. No, I know Reggie's not part of the cover up because I know who is part of it.
Okay.
That's indefensible.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother part of this case that is 100% undeniable of who was involved and how the cover up took place. I know there's idiots out there like Greg Kading who keep saying about how there's no way this crazy conspiracy theory of Agent Carson and the FBI. No, it is factual, it's documented, and it's indefensible.
Well, are the documents public, though? Are the documents public? Because to say it's factual, it's that not everybody has access to what you have.
Put it this way.
Still an open investigation or something.
There's a difference between talking about an ongoing investigation This is talking about the cover-up.
Gotcha.
That 100% took place, and it's indefensible, John.
Okay.
It's all factual. It's all documented. And for anybody to say, oh, it's impossible for the LA Times and LAPD and the DA's office to be in cahoots to try to shut this down, they are 100% wrong, period. Okay. I'm not saying the entire LA Times and LAPD. People need to understand something. I do not have a problem with the LAPD. I have a problem with one person in particular.
Greg Kading?
I don't have a problem with the DA's office.
Yeah.
I have a problem with a couple people there that had serious issues that got kicked off this case. I don't have a problem with the LA Times per se. So I have a serious problem with one particular
people, 12, 13 other people, 12 or 13 other law enforcement agencies from your agency as well, Jeff, that was on this case. Do they believe and concur with what you said, or do they believe and concur with the findings that Greg Kading came up with?
Without question, there is not one person, and I've spoken to people on his task force. You can watch these documentaries, the people that have, say, narrated it. There is not one person that believes Greg Kading. Not one.
Okay.
I just have a simple question to John and Reggie.
Okay, I have one for you guys too that I've been trying to squeeze in. But go ahead, Don.
What exactly do both of you think transpired?
Can I answer that, Reggie?
Yeah, that's easy. We told you. Everybody told you what murder rap findings.
I'll say this, Don, and this was what I was one of the questions I was gonna ask you guys, but the reason why I believe murder rap's findings over what you guys are saying, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong or you're lying or whatever, because I don't think somebody's washing their hands or doing something crazy, but is there's a confession. I would love to get you guys' take on how do you explain Teresa Swan's confession?
Oh my God.
Just Don, and this is for Phil, not Don. Don, you have no experience. This is for. Don't say this is insulting. This affects somebody's life who has kids. It's not insulting.
That's the year bullshit. That's why it's insulting to you. That's why.
You know what? You guys are fucking clowns, both.
I told you not to let him on, Reggie.
I just brought your stupid ass on
You're
here.
a clown and a rat. That's who you are. You're a fucking rat.
And you called Reggie and begged to be on this channel for the last 3 months because you guys have no fucking views.
Another character you'll appreciate who very recently also has decided to continue to have his own mouth and speak publicly online in videos is Reggie Wright Jr.
Of course.
Yeah. And I know you've done so much work around this. Why do you think he continues to partake in conversations, innuendo? He recently threatened Suge, in a video after Suge had kind of called him out in his podcast. And now these two are going at each other. What is your interpretation of why someone like that would just continue to talk? Is he just an idiot, or is there more there?
Well, it's both and. I mean, yes, he's an idiot, but he has motives as well. He definitely felt threatened by Suge and has a lot of animosity toward him. Suge, and but Suge knows stuff about Reggie. Of course, Suge would have to admit his own culpability, but he certainly knows things that, could tell the feds in particular about various things Reggie did, mainly, not just mainly, but certainly to hide assets of Death Row Records. And that's for sure. The feds already know it, but I think that Reggie has managed somehow to play everybody off against everybody else, and that includes law enforcement. He is he's an informant / suspect in all of these crimes. He's an informant / suspect in all of these crimes. He's an informant / suspect in all of these crimes. So, and they've, for whatever reason, valued him as an informant more than they've wanted to target him as a suspect. And so, it keeps him relevant. It keeps him, sort of in the game. And I think that, really, I think that's what Reggie does for a living now is talk to law enforcement about all these related cases.
Use a rat, homie.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Well, folks, we found it. Christopher Love's Boys really thought he could sneak one past us. He thought he could slide over to Germany, throw a few punches, and we'd never catch wind of it. But guess what? We got the footage. That's right. Today, I'm showing y'all 5 seconds of the infamous 28-second fight he just had out in Germany, or wherever it was. And man, Love's Boys never fail to entertain. Even when he loses, he does it in high definition. What's hilarious is none of us even knew he was fighting. Normally you'd promote a fight, right? Tell the world? Build hype for the fight? Nah, he promotes the fights he never shows up for.
Everybody got something to say about 600, right? This, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Listen, anybody want to squabble? Anybody. I don't care how old you are, how tall you are, how big you are, whatever. Anybody want to squabble, we can squabble. I got a date, October in LA. All y'all be popping it. All y'all be popping it. And from everywhere, y'all be popping it. So listen, if you want to squabble, bro, let's see how tough you are, bro. And I'm going to pay you. I'm going to give you more than you got in your bank account. I'm going to pay you. Nice bag, you know what I mean? But let's just squabble, though. You know what I'm saying? Anybody. I don't care. See, I don't care about where you from, how tall you are, how big you are, all that, whatever. But we both got 2 hands, bro. Because I want you to see this, and I want the world to see this, that you didn't have that same energy when I seen you. The energy wasn't there. I feel amazing. 6'5", 320. I'm in probably the best boxing shape of my life. I'm strong as an ox.
All right.
And I got endurance like Mayweather in 1999.
Okay. Big Tune says he's going to dog walk you, bro.
You say he's going to die?
Dog walk you. He's going to dog walk you, man. Are you ready for Tune?
Well, we don't never want to wish that on anyone in the ring.
The Tune man.
Professional fighters. But I hope he can make it home to see his family after this match. Just on some neighborhood, though? I thought we was neighborhood like that? I talked to you a bunch of times. I ain't never recorded you. But since you want to record niggas on some neighborhood, just on some neighborhood, when I see you, I need that. Yeah, I need that fade. On hood.
But he keeps quiet about the fights that are actually going to take place. This is Love's Boy's 3rd fight outside of Mexico. And this is his 3rd time not winning. But hey, at least he's consistent.
Hey, a gang of bitches in my contacts, blue range, the riches, mafia, crippin' and all that. Hey, a gang of bitches in my contacts, blue range, the riches, mafia, crippin' and all that. So don't compare me to rappers, I'm in my own lane. It ain't too much change, I still represent the game. Blue range, bands and gold chain. Money when we go play. Vodka mix with lemonade. Politics the whole day. My knuckles squat from catching phase. Kick catching seafood. Niggas that good thing. We still smoke through Chuck Taylor. Niggas I can't explain it. It stay dangerous. We no longer how to stay safe. He got some smut up on his name. The girls can't stay. Bands when I run a play. I bust and they run away. I told my kids I see them tomorrow. Shit, I can't die today. And celebrate the homie death like it's a holiday. So when I go, y'all do the same. That's a mafia day. Hey, a gang of bitches in my contacts. Blue range, the riches, mafia crippin' and all that. Yeah, that. What the fuck? Yeah, that. Hey, a gang of bitches in my contacts. Blue range, the riches, mafia crippin' and all that. Yeah, that. All that. Yeah, that. And I ain't new to this, nigga, they ask me how I been. I tell them same fight, different way. I only play to win. It'll pay like Big Ben on that block shit. I got the juice, I'm on that pot shit. Niggas act like they can't die from a stock clip. It's that hot shit, the type of music make your homies bang in traffic. See the enemies and get active. Tiny man spazzing, don't get caught on them bank schemes. The homies scoring points, real game bang athletes. Hey, a gang of bitches in my contacts. Blue range, the riches, mafia crippin' and all that. Yeah, that. What the fuck? Yeah.
Scandal Los Angeles. This is a dude that trying to call himself LA Scandalous, gets into black politics. That's a cracker. Well, not a cracker. Well, he's a cracker. What I mean by cracker, I don't say white people crackers. There's people who have crackers that are people that are there, but
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, Scandalous Los Angeles TV, before we answer another question, why don't you type in the chat what city and state you're in, or country? Just type
he ain't gonna tell the truth. It don't matter.
I know.
He ain't gonna tell the truth. Everybody know he's somebody, a white boy that be hiding behind an AI voice.
Yeah.
Let's keep involving himself in LA business. I don't understand how guys from LA allow him to do that on a channel with a blood rag and a red rag on it. Blood rag and a red rag on it. I really don't get it, but hey.
The Scandalous guy said, "Hey John, I got a question for you. How does it make you feel when Reggie calls me a white cracker right in front of you?" It doesn't bother me one bit.
Because it's not a cracker.
Yeah.
See, that's just like saying a nigger or a nigga. You know, there's niggers or niggas, which is the correct word.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I don't call most black men niggas, but there is some niggas. Just like there's some crackers. But I'm not all white men are crackers. But it's good to feel that you finally acknowledging that you are a white man.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It wouldn't even be as bad if you used your real voice, but the fact that you try to use an AI voice that sounds like a black person is kind of disrespectful in itself. You're misrepresenting who you are or what you are. So, yeah, I have no problem with that.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Not only do we ETE, expose the exposers, but we also ETE, edify through entertainment. And that's exactly what we plan to do today. By now you already know about the drama unfolding between us and Bomb First. The other day I uploaded a video titled "Marion Knight Goes Nuclear on Reggie Wright and RAt100" that Bomb First had taken down, claiming it was harassment. The video I did wasn't using their content. It actually came from Discretion TV. I simply highlighted a moment where Simon said, "Every woman Reggie had, he had first." That's what they struck me for. And yeah, after all that, I responded with a little humor. Dropped a few funny visuals like Notorious P.I.G. and the Refrigerator Reggie. But only after they tried to take me down over content that didn't even belong to them. Then they took it a step further and hit me with a copyright strike on a full-length documentary I produced myself. That wasn't about copyright. That was about trying to silence me. So we reached out to Reggie and got in touch with John at Bomb First. Reggie and John agreed to retract the strike. And we're just waiting for that to go through. And I appreciate that. We also reaffirmed the original agreement. I can still cover Reggie when it's relevant, as long as it's done respectfully, which it always has been, until the strike.
But he want to say this, try to promote his little channel. Reggie, I thought you said you could tap at each other. And we can't tap each other, but lie on people? Why you struck me? You struck Scandalous, John?
Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay. Oh, yeah, I knew we did Deuce. I didn't know you got him. You said I was Deuce's girlfriend. All I did was tap at you with the refrigerator. You do stuff every day talking about, you done made up some female talking about.
Reggie gets pissed, tries to get his lawyer in there, right? Suge wasn't going for it. It ain't Reggie's company.
And you put stuff on there calling me a pig. Reggie, the notorious pig. And you don't think I could tap at you?
Like I said earlier, the only reason I even responded that way is because John struck my page. At first, I thought it was Reggie, but Reggie just confirmed that John was the one who did it.
And hey, play fair. Use your own stuff. Use your voice for once. Stop using an AI voice.
You know, it's sad. It's really sad. These white boys can run entire YouTube channels using AI voices. No face, no name, just content. There are whole tutorials out there, entire segments dedicated to faceless YouTube channels, showing people exactly how to do it. But the moment a black man does the same thing, suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly he's being told, use your real voice. Y'all see what's going on, right?
I think you're a white boy from the UK myself. I bet you, but to call yourself, I don't even know how Deuce Films and all them let you get into LA politics, and you're not even from out here, and you're a white guy that do research and go and like I said, white people can be in hip hop and all of this, but you getting involved in gang activity and stuff like that.
Reggie keeps backtracking on all his little white boy comments, because he forgets he's sitting right next to a white boy when he says them. Then, like clockwork, he tries to flip the narrative and say, I'm the one focused on gang politics. This channel isn't about gang politics. This channel is about exposing the exposers, and that includes everyone CS2 back brings along with him, Reggie included. Now Reggie wants to act like a white man being involved in gang politics is some kind of issue. But the guy he's always sitting next to, the white skater from Georgia, is knee-deep in it. And CS2 back. He consistently podcasts with a white Satanist who couldn't care less about our people. This same white boy is deep in the mix of gang politics, fully embedded. And worse, he's on the internet trying to set people up who are already in the middle of a federal case. Take Luece Cannon. He's in federal custody right now, accused of extorting a weed shop with Big U. But not once did Luece Cannon go on RAt100's platform and admit to extorting a weed shop. Not once. But Adam gets on a recorded call, knowing the feds are listening, and asks, you robbed the weed shop, or you extorted them, right?
Let me just hit you with a narrative. Is that a lot of people think that, in particular Trap Lord Ross, they think that you saying that you were falling out with Wack over the fact that he reported on the cops raiding your house when you allegedly got swatted or whatever, they think that that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack, or that Big U and you did together.
No, well, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop, or you extorted him, right? You robbed the weed shop, or you extorted him, right? You robbed the weed shop, or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam.
You guys, Luece Cannon is in federal custody right now. He's being charged with extortion and robbery, caught up in an indictment involving Big U and Brick Baby. So what does RAt100 do? He gets on the phone with Luece Cannon, on a federally recorded line, knowing full well the feds are listening, and tries to bait him into admitting to the very crimes he's being charged with. Adam literally tries to get Luece Cannon to confess on tape. And after pulling a move like that, Adam still turns around and inserts himself into gang politics like it's nothing. And guess what? Reggie doesn't have a problem with Adam's voice, even though he's a white man from clear across the United States. Reggie has no problem with his co-host John having a voice, even though he's a white boy from Georgia. What about these guys? Reggie doesn't have a problem with any of these guys inserting themselves in black politics. We all know how much he loves the way Vlad from Russia inserts himself into gang politics.
All right, let me ask you another question. And I remember I asked Beanie Siegel the same question. Who do you think, based on your, your experience and your background, who do you feel are the real gangsters in hip hop?
He doesn't question or even point out their motives. For some reason,
But you getting involved in gang activity and stuff like that. LA, I don't even touch on certain parts of towns and stuff like that. I only touch on town and people that I know from the Compton, LA area. But you insert yourself and stuff, and you got a channel that's just built on. I bet you go look at your 5 last videos. They're about Reggie Wright.
it's crazy. I've got over 100 videos on my channel, and only the last 3 are about Reggie Wright. Just 3. Because for the past 20 years, I've watched Reggie get on the internet and insult Simon in every way imaginable. He's been dragging Simon publicly for 2 decades. When Simon finally gets online and responds, that's a big deal. Everybody heard it. Everybody wanted to talk about it. That wasn't just some clip. That was news. And yeah, I made 3 videos about it. But Reggie's got 100 videos on his channel, all talking about Simon. See, this just proves what I've been saying. He doesn't have a problem with white people being involved in gang politics. We've already seen that. He's got a problem with me. And for the record, Reggie knows I'm not white, and that I'm from right here, and not some other country. He's playing dumb like this, so that when his tactical team knocks me down, he can act like he thought I was a white guy from the UK the whole time. Don't let Reggie spin you.
You just want to do videos disrespecting me, and I'm glad John got your ass. I hope you use more stuff. Matter of fact, now that I know he's on your ass, I thought you were just messing with Deuce. I was gonna let Deuce off the hook. I was just showing Deuce, don't mess with me. But since y'all want to go ahead and take it, I'll get y'all channel taken down because y'all don't use nothing but our content. And so I'll get y'all taken down for 14 days. So you learn how to do your titles. You put out stuff that's correct information.
Reggie keeps talking about putting out correct information. But let's be real. How many times have we caught Reggie putting out false information on his channel? He's been pushing lies and misinformation for years. That's not even up for debate. And now he's trying to lecture me about accuracy. He's out here demanding that I put out correct information. But the crazy part is, I still don't even know what he thinks I got wrong. What exactly did I say that wasn't true?
But this is disrespect people and lie on people? Talking about some female, you got some female. You up there talking about my car got repossessed. Wait a minute. They repossessed my car from me. I hadn't drove the car that I bought for Buntry. I gave him on the date sometime in September and let him drive it around every day until he got shot and killed in it. So y'all just got all your information, just making up shit. Got some female, bet she won't ever say her name, talking about that she went to the law to sue me. How could Buntry sue me for anything? The bankruptcy estate went through Suge books like crazy. Never got sued. So all of that, y'all stuff that you're talking, you got some female talking all of this shit. I bet you she won't ever say her name because I know she ain't worked for no death row. I didn't give Buntry the car. He was driving it. The car was in my name.
It wasn't a gift. It was just, here, nigga, drive this. So you can be around and follow Suge around.
And how many cars, Reggie, were quote unquote
In
death
my
row
name.
cars that were in your name?
Yeah. 3 of Suge cars was in my name.
Okay.
The limo was in my name. I had probably about 5 or 6 cars.
That's all I wanted to tell people.
Yeah, 5 to 6 of the cars that were around there was in my name. So everything that was bought from 2000, 2001 was in my name. Yeah. Shit, the cars that most of the bras that Teresa Swan was driving around was in my name. The house in Malibu that she stayed in was in my name. The house that Stormy and Lil Suge grew up in was in my name. So yeah, I'm the one that handed him the key. Yes.
So Reggie hired this firm and formed a company called Death Row Records, which Reggie was secretly stealing Suge's checks and putting it in that Death Row Records bank account. So Reggie had already taken the building, right? And he was stealing Suge's checks for 5 years. So when Suge got out of jail, his money was gone. And he didn't know why. What happened, right? So Suge hired, right? You following me?
Uh-huh.
Because Reggie was putting the money in the second account, right? So Bontrey was Suge's childhood friend. Mob liked to take credit for that, but no, they all grew up together. Suge and Bontrey were like brothers. They were tight. And Bontrey was a tough guy from Peru, right? So what happened was, I told Bontrey and Suge, we scheduled a meeting with some litigators, right? But before we went up to that meeting, and that meeting was Bontrey Marquez was retired PD, Suge Security. In that meeting were Bontrey, me, Marquez, and the head of the law firm, right? It was downtown. Now, when Suge found that not only had Reggie put the Beverly Hills building, 8200 Wilshire, in Reggie's name at the county recorder's office downtown, the janitor went down and found those paperwork. So let me go back. All right. So the day before, 2 days before that meeting, right, Suge and Bontrey found out that Reggie put the building in his name. Suge's pissed. That building is worth millions, right? And Suge don't own it no more, right? So Suge's pissed because he don't even have no deed to his own shit, right? Which is what Reggie did while Suge was up in Mule Creek for 5 years on the parole violation for Pac, kicking Pac at the MGM, right?
Right.
You know, the thing with Orlando Addison where they kicked him and all that shit. Okay,
Right.
So they were hot over that building shit that Little ruffled them about, right? They were hot. Okay. Then when I found all the paperwork where Reggie was stealing all the checks, they're super hot. They're like, oh, fuck this shit, right? So they're like, Suge told Bontrey to go repossess Reggie's SUV. Suge told Bontrey to go repossess Reggie's SUV.
I don't want to show up to the house and said, here, homie, you can drive this around. But no, it wasn't in his name. It wasn't paid for. It was a $1,400, or, well, it wasn't that much, $999. It was almost $1,000 a month car note on there. But I put the down payment because I traded in this Tahoe. I had anybody that know me, well, they done talked about it, where I had a Tahoe that looked like the one that Orlando, because that's why everybody thought I was the one that got shot when Orlando and them got shot. Because it was in a Tahoe truck that was similar to mine. Yeah, I remember that 2-door Tahoe that we used to be on somewhere, and they tried to say they thought it was my car or something like that. They got shot or something like that. Well, I had a Tahoe like that, and that's what I traded in to give Bontrey a 2001 Denali for him to drive around there. So y'all be over there putting up all that false bullshit. Y'all not gonna just be lying
Reggie's
on
out
me.
here accusing us of lying on him. But we're not the ones who said it. The woman said it. And clearly she knows a little more about the situation than most people do. So why is Reggie pointing the finger at us? We didn't make it up. We're just reporting the news.
Y'all just not gonna be lying on me. And so, but that car was, Buntry had driving around from about September or maybe October of 2001, all the way till he got shot and killed in April the 4th, April the 5th, 2002. Then I went and got it from Isle of the Impound. And then I wasn't even fucking with Death Row there. I went and gave it all the Tata. Lloyd Lake. I had him driving it around. And then then he got arrested. That car was bad luck. I remember I had my briefcase in the back of it. Had my wife a $15,000 diamond ring in the briefcase. And somebody broke in the back seat of that when my house in Ladera, stole the briefcase and stole her diamond ring. And I love it. And I was taking to get fixed because the diamond was loose. And I said, this fucking car is a bad luck car. And then I eventually got rid of it. But you wasn't even messing with Death Row then. No, I wasn't. I was working at A&M. I was doing the relatives, the group The Relatives. But if you was from LA, you would know all of this. You needed to get off the internet and find somebody else to try to get your views. But, I looked at your views. You get about 10,000 views on doing your AI voice impressions and stuff. I was mad at Buntry and them then. We was all at war.
Reggie's out here saying they were all at war. But in the same breath, he says he let Buntry drive his car around until the day he died. So which one is it, Reggie? If y'all were really at war, why would Buntry be riding around in your car? That doesn't add up. You don't let someone from the other side, somebody you're supposedly at war with, drive your car like that. Especially not up until the day they die.
We was at war. We're not war shooting up each other, but it was like fuck each other there. Suge was trying to kill off my album, The Relatives. I had Interscope almost about ready to distribute. So I wasn't fucking with them there. And I wasn't fucking with those Death Row dudes there. So, but hey, Scandalous, you do what you're going to do, but I didn't go to the funeral. James, y'all heard me tell James on a live stream I didn't go, or on Gangster Chronicles, and James was even shocked. He didn't remember me not going. Why you try to make people think Suge has something to do with Buntry murder? I said, I'm starting to think that way. It gives me something to think about is what I said. But you know what? Shit, he fucking with the nigga now that shot and that killed Buntry. And learning of the information where your partner Ducille was on the phone with me. Ask Ducille, was he on the phone with me when Tata told the story about him also hearing about the slap? Ducille was on the phone, so he heard that as well. So he know I don't just make up stuff. And Timmy had said it. And all of that stuff. And I was like, goddamn, y'all gonna make me tell that story? Because Tata called me, like, Reg, why you ain't tell that story yet, man? Why you ain't tell that?
Well, I told you a long time ago, we interviewed Reggie Wright because he's trying to push a narrative that Suge was beefing with Buntry at the time of Buntry dying. And because I guess
Yeah. Oh, hell no. Those two would have given their life for each other.
Right.
No. Those were ride or die. Those were ride or die. And they both loved each other. To this day, if you see Suge's chest in about 3 inch tall letters, and Suge's a big chested guy, He's got a little waist and little legs, but that chest is a linebacker chest, okay? And all across it, in a big arc like a rainbow, and I'm going to say 3-inch tall letters is BUNTRY. Tattooed. For life, brother, for life. There was no beef. Everybody at the record company hated Reggie. Everybody. Ken Dog, Steve-O, Lip, T-Roo, Bontrey, me, Tina, Sid, Ron Bilal, Bree. Everybody hated Reggie.
Was Sid really having a sexual relationship with Reggie?
I think so. Sid was gay as fuck. Sid had done time in the pen. Sid was stealing money from Suge. Couldn't be trusted with nothing. You couldn't trust Sid. We all hated Sid too, but we couldn't do nothing about it. We just hated Reggie more. Sid was as smart as Reggie. Reggie got in more with his dad's police connections. Okay? So how the fuck did this shit come up now is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, right now he's in a cyber war against Suge, right? And I'm talking about the gloves off. They both telling a whole bunch of truths and spinning it, pointing the fingers at each other and all of this. But in the midst of all of this,
and only Suge is telling the truth. Reggie has to lie because he don't want to see. Booker was loved in the streets. Henry had some friends. Dog had some friends because he did the Death Row logo. So people, that kind of put him on with the Pirate. He was in real good standing with the Pirate. But nobody, Dog's funeral was crowded, packed, but Bontrey's was standing room only all the way out to the street. Bontrey was loved in the hood, across multiple hoods, not just Pirate. Okay, everybody loved Bontrey. Everybody loved Bontrey. I can't tell you that enough. Okay, the whole hood showed up when Bontrey died. People loved him. Bontrey was solid. Bontrey didn't talk. Bontrey worked. You could trust him. He wasn't a snitch. He never snitched. He knew every fucking thing, and Suge loved him. And that is why Reggie killed him, because Reggie had lost his job at the company as right-wing security. Suge had fired him, and Bontrey was Suge's strongman, Suge's ace in the street, right? Like you couldn't, to get to Suge, you had to get through Bontrey.
Right.
And Reggie knew that. And that's why Reggie took him out.
But hey, keep your channel going, bro. Get your views. But don't do it at the expense of lying on Reg. Ain't gonna happen. So Suge Berry Buntrey and a marble spent. Who told you that? You ain't spent no $250,000. Man, there's a goddamn episode with Suge with James and them talking about he ain't had a tombstone yet.
But it was not the same without Bontrey. Suge was a broken man. Suge was never the same after they killed Bontrey. Never. Never. Never, never, never. That took a piece of Suge that Suge will never get back. We loved Bontrey. You should have seen how much money he paid for Bontrey's funeral. Everybody was there. House was packed. We went. Bontrey got in the mausoleum, like the same place like Michael Jackson is. Like, he didn't get buried in no regular grave. No. Bontrey got buried in marble, okay? They let off a bunch of white doves at his funeral. Ray J was there. Everybody was there. Limousines. Suge spent about, I don't know, I'd say $250,000 on Bontrey's funeral. Okay, that was an expensive funeral, let me tell you. That was no cheap funeral. If you're feuding with someone, you don't spend your last dollars burying them in marble. Marble!
Right.
Inside the mausoleum. You have to go through the door.
Did Reggie go to Bussie's funeral?
No, Reggie was not invited. He better not show up. He would have been killed if he had showed up. We had guys posted up everywhere. Nobody at the company liked Reggie.
They didn't even do what they call that, gravestone, headstone.
Yeah.
Like a year later. Don't you? Any of y'all been there? Y'all done heard that story with James? Suge ain't did nothing. Suge went and got $50,000 from Johnny Cochran, and I done told these stories before. And didn't even do that. The mother didn't even want to take no money for Suge. A funeral, only thing a funeral costs is $10,000 to $15,000, if that. It was done at a church. And man, please, no. $250,000 on this funeral. Oh my God. How do I know if I wasn't there? Because number one, I dealt with the bookkeeper. I dealt with the bookkeeper.
Came into my office wanting to see the coroner photos of Left Eye because he wanted to know what happened to Left Eye, because Left Eye was fucking Suge. Left Eye was in love with Suge. We all were. We worked for him. We loved being at death row. It was fun. We'd have pizza parties, drinking, gangbangers hanging out in the parking lot, in the studio, going to restaurants. We were having the time of our lives. All we had to do was get rid of Reggie, and we were good. We were on our way. We had plenty of artists. We had PB, Pretty Boy. We had Ray J. We had Miss Cholet. We had Corrupt back. We had Crooked Eye. We had Jim Giddem. We had great engineers, great producers at the studio. We were good to roll. Jermaine Jackson came to the studio. I mean, we were banging. Mia was down there, from Maya, M-Y-A. She was down there.
Oh, yeah, Maya.
Maya was down there. We were having fun, man. Corrupt was cutting songs. Spider Loaf was down there. Eastwood was down there. Vegas was down there. Suge had a full crew ready to go. Then Reggie started killing people.
You really believe me and Suge ain't talked about things since April 2002?
Or you and James, right?
Or James too, but they ain't gonna believe what James say.
Yeah.
But anybody. But you don't think me and Suge, women talk? And man, I know everything that went on and what went in and out of that place.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Just when you think it couldn't get any colder, it does. Delray Richardson from Straight Game TV just dropped a bombshell, digging up some old paperwork that originally appeared on J-Mix's channel. But it hits a whole lot different reading it now. According to this police report, on September 16th, 1996, just 3 days after Tupac's murder, Reggie Wright Jr. called the police to inform on Marion Knight. He reported that Marion was using Blood Gang members as armed security in the wake of Tupac's death. This was apparently an attempt to get Simon violated and locked up, opening the door for Reggie to step in and take control of Death Row Records. 3 days after losing Tupac, Reggie was already making his move. If that's not cold-blooded, I don't know what is.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy Delray Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor, click on the thumbs up button. Also, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And like I always say, if you want to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of the Straight Game, please do me a favor and click on what appears to be that little bell notification. And please, please share the videos on your by sharing, click sharing. Yeah, from that perspective. I'm gonna get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, for those of you guys who don't already know, Delray Richardson is a multi-platinum songwriter, producer, and recording artist, known for his work with some of hip-hop's most iconic figures. Operating under the moniker DJ Delvanara, He has collaborated with artists such as Tupac, Dr. Dre, Eminem, 50 Cent, and The Game. His contributions span songwriting, production, and performance, cementing his reputation in the industry. Richardson is also the founder of Del Funk Boy Music, LLC, a Los Angeles-based independent record label and music publishing company established in 1996. The label has achieved gold and platinum certifications and has secured numerous placements in television and film. In addition to his music career, Richardson has been vocal about industry practices, notably discussing financial disputes involving Death Row Records and Tupac Shakur. He revealed that Death Row owed Tupac approximately $17 million from album sales, highlighting issues of artist compensation and contractual agreements within the music industry. Delray Richardson's conflict with Reggie stems from a series of public accusations and legal actions that have unfolded over the years. He has been vocal about his criticisms of Reggie, particularly concerning Wright's alleged involvement in events surrounding Tupac's death and the operations of Death Row Records. Richardson uses his platform to discuss these issues, which has led to heightened tensions between the two. The tensions escalated into a legal battle when on November 8, 2023, Reggie filed a lawsuit against Delray Richardson in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. The case, titled Reginald Wright versus Delray Richardson, centered on claims of assault, libel, and slander. Wright alleged that Richardson made defamatory statements about him, which were disseminated through various media channels. As part of their settlement, Delray agreed to stop calling him Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Now, while I'm not exactly clear what Reggie agreed to in return, one thing's certain: he didn't stick to it. And once Reggie broke the agreement, Delray wasted no time. He brought the nickname right back. Reggie the Rat is back in full effect, because according to Delray, Reggie didn't keep his word.
Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to J Mix. I want to show you that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has always been trying to get rid of Suge Knight so that he could possibly take over Suge Knight's empire.
Reggie had a game plan, and he made it very, very clear that he wanted to take over Death Row Records. Make no mistake about that.
Right? And so now, not only take over his empire at the time, but now even hijack his stories. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to this. So there was a story about Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Trying to get Suge Knight's probation revoked, right? And this was in 1996. This was shortly after the death of Tupac Shakur, but before Suge was even going through the situation where he actually got violated for the situation at the MGM Grand, and he received 9 years. But check this out. It was discussed by J Mix. J Mix had did a video, and he had the paperwork, and he talked about an Officer Knox. The sad part about it is Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. denied, talking to any kind of police, never talking to LAPD or anything like that. He blamed it on, well, me and Suge, we had went down there, and it was in relation to, the boys that had got the gun pulled out on them by Suge at the studio and so on and so forth. It was an outright lie. Here's the paperwork, and I want you to check this out. This is serious, ladies and gentlemen. Why do I call him Reggie the Rat Wright Jr.? I'm going to show you how deceptive, how snake-like, how conniving Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has been. I need you to pay attention to this. Check it out. So, on 9/16, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. When did Tupac die? When did Tupac die? Tupac died on 9/13. This is 3 days later, ladies and gentlemen. 3 days later, after Tupac's death, right? Watch officers Jeter and Yamamoto were working a crime suppression detail to address gang activity problems at Death Row Records, 18730 Oxnard Street, Suite 211. Officer Jeter spoke with the head of security at Death Row, Reggie Wright, and was informed, listen, ladies, and was informed by Mr. Wright that since the death of Tupac 3 days earlier, since the death of Tupac, Mary and Suge Knight was now using gangsters, Bloods from Compton, as his own personal bodyguards, and that they were armed. Officer Jeter was familiar with Knight's personal vehicle, which was there at the time at approximately 0500 hours. Jeters and Yamamoto observed 4 vehicles. This conversation basically led to an attempted felony stop of Suge Knight within hours. He watched the 4 vehicles leave Death Row Records in gang caravan fashion. The officer observed Suge Knight in the middle vehicle of the caravan. The officers attempted to stop Suge Knight's vehicle, but were interfered in making the stop by the rear vehicle, a green Humvee, driven by rapper MC Hammer. Subsequently, Hammer was questioned and released, warned only, right? Knight and the rest of his gang caravan eluded the police. Ladies and gentlemen, I first want to get you first have to understand the timeline. And what it says to me that most people were thinking that Suge Knight was really, dealing with Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. that way. You could clearly see at that particular time that Suge no longer trusted Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. with his security after what happened approximately a week earlier, if you will, on September 7th, 1996. Now, when you go back to this right here, you'll see clearly, dude, this is beyond comprehension, man. On 9/16/1996, this is 3 days after Tupac died, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. is ratting on Suge Knight. He's informing the police that since the death of Tupac Shakur, Mary and Suge Knight was now using gangsters, Bloods from Compton in his own personal body as his own personal bodyguards, and they were armed. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any worse than this. It doesn't get any worse than this. When you talk about somebody being a backstabber, like the OJ song said, right? They smile in your face, but all at the same time, they want to take your place. Backstabbers. If you look in the dictionary, you will see Reggie the Rat Wright Jr.'s face right there. What it says to me, and the reason why this was being done, was Tupac was out of the way now, right? Tupac gone, and like I told you, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Created the environment in which he's been caught in so many lies, right? Saying, well, I never told him to not carry guns. We already know that's a lie because his security guard, who was Michael Moore's roommate, basically confessed on a tape that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. did in an interview with Tim Williams, his name is, right? Go check it out. It's over there on Bums First. But more importantly, you got to understand the time and what's going on at this particular time. See, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has always been trying to pass the buck over to Frank Alexander, and everybody else was incompetent, right? But here, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr., 3 days after Tupac's death, is informing the police that Suge Knight is now using gangsters, Bloods from Compton, has his own personal bodyguards, and that they were armed. He was snitching as Suge Knight was right there outside in the parking lot, and they observed the vehicles leaving, and they tried to pull him over based on the information that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. provided against the guy who ultimately set him up to have a job, to have a company, and do all of these things. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not understand who Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. is, from this right here. And like I said, you got to take into consideration the time. Dude, Tupac ain't been dead a month. He ain't been dead 1 month. And Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has already flipped on Suge, because what he realized was that now, after being fired by Tupac on the 27th, less than 30 days ago, prior to Tupac's being shot and succumbing to the gunshot wounds, right? Right? Not even 30 days later, not even 3 days after or a month after Tupac's death, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. is informing to Officer Jeter and Officer Yamamoto about Suge Knight having his personal security being conducted by gangsters, blood members. See, and you know, because see, 1 minute Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. will tell you that you know, I grew up with all these guys and trying to get you to think that he was some kind of some way sort of ingratiated with these guys. See, this is a common method. This is a thing that he does, right? But then on the flip side, right, he will go and do this. He will go and do this. 3 days after Tupac died, AM watch officers, Jeter and Yamamoto, were working a crime suppression detail to address gang activity. And what I like about this is it's dated and it's timed, right? So there can be no ambiguity as to whether this is true. They documented it, right? Right? A gang a suppression detail to address gang activity problems at Death Row Records, 18730 Oxnard Street, Suite 211. I believe that was the studio that they were at, right? Officers Jeter spoke with the head of security. Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. said, man, I never had no conversation. So he even lied about this because he said he never had a conversation with him, right? Reggie the Rat was informed. Listen, Reggie Wright, they talked to Reggie Wright and they were informed by Mr. Wright that since the death of Tupac, Murray and Suge Knight was now using Gangsta's blood members from Compton as his personal detail. Remember at the Soul Train Music Awards, Reggie did the same thing. Reggie snitched on the other guys. Now, we don't really know what was going to go on. We seen the night that Suge Knight was there. Suge Knight also had on one of those burgundy sweatshirts that said something about, I think, P-Funk or whatever on, and you see Tupac had the fatigue jacket on that night at the Soul Train Music Awards, right? But listen, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. did the same exact thing in January, February, March of 2016, right? He said he informed the police. Once again, that's what Suge Knight called him, a Judas. So do you think, based on that incident and this incident in which Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. can't deny, based on the date, time, I mean, I'm just appalled that it's 3 days after Tupac died, you know? And now all of a sudden, the guy who was the head of the failed security, and I can understand Suge probably using his homeboys now. He couldn't trust Reggie. Reggie was a weak link. Look what happened in Vegas. So Suge said, you know what? I'm going to take it, you know, with the homies because, like I said, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. had failed. This is this is clear evidence that Suge had lost confidence in Reggie the Rat Wright Jr., period. So for all of the people saying, well, why did, Suge let Reggie run his company? This is proof right here. Reggie didn't run the company. He didn't run nothing. Like I told you, it was Miss Chalet. I showed you guys the affidavit. And where Suge said, when they asked him in court, who ran your company while you were incarcerated? And he said, Miss Chalet. Reggie was just the liaison. He was not a label boss. He always wanted Suge Knight out of the way. As you can clearly see with this right here. You can clearly see it. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand who you've been listening to, right? The lies that they've been telling. Gullible John also knows all of this, tried to jump on the bandwagon and trying to exploit Tupac, his music, his name, and John did not even know Tupac. So you got to understand, take this really, you got to digest this, man. This is 9/16/1996, man. 3 days after Tupac died. And the police are coming, and like I said, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. is basically telling on Suge, and it led to the conversation, or the informed information conversation led to an attempted felony traffic stop of Suge Knight within hours. Within hours. Amazing. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, you see what it is now that's going on. This is the reason why Suge Knight called Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. a Judas. Your boy Del Rey, straight game.
Scandalous Los Angeles, this entire channel is dedicated to like taking down whackers. I don't know what's up. This channel is wild.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. It looks like the CS2 back diss song just landed on No Jumper, and the reaction was priceless. Lush 1, Almighty Suspect, and Ralphie of the Stink Team all chimed in. And yeah, they were cracking up. But Lush didn't stop there. He made it clear. He knows who we are. He knows what we do. And he knows we're here to expose the exposers.
Because that was ChatGPT. That wasn't him. The song was tight.
Oh,
hey, wow.
Oh, shit.
Scandalous Los Angeles.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait a sec.
It's an old hit. Old nigga beef?
Wait, so if y'all
That's
don't know,
active.
Scandalous Los Angeles, this entire channel is dedicated to like taking down whackers. I don't know what's up. This channel is wild, bro. Like,
I'm crying.
Wild channel.
Oh,
I didn't know he
man.
rapped. So we'll see. New single.
All right, Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
Front.
I'm
Whack
telling y'all,
100
bro.
this.
What if it's
By
not even
Adosa
a song?
Reality.
What if it's
Just-
just a rant?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
What if
It's a
it's a
rant. He
rant?
paid for the rent.
It might be.
Hey, he paid.
He paid.
Adosa, it's by Adosa Reality and Man channel. All right. So it's not Scandalous Los Angeles?
Listen, bro.
This is Scandalous Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. I don't know these niggas.
That's the name of the
I'm
the
telling
channel.
y'all, bro.
I know, but I'm saying.
I don't know what the
Nigga,
other
he's
people
gonna
on
clip
it.
this for sure.
talking about he gonna
I hate to say that
Playing it on here, like.
Scandalous Los Angeles
This
and
is
all
the
these
clip
his
right here.
do Sims and them. You know what I mean?
No jumper plays my his
there you
record.
Oh, he is rapping.
Watch this.
$100 ain't nothing.
Oh,
That's how he
oh,
coming.
hey yo.
He punkin'.
Nah, no Diddy.
Loose cannon is a sweet pumpkin.
Nah, he's singing on that
Girl,
thing.
CT and didn't do nothing.
Didn't do
Nothing.
This is AI.
Yeah, it's for sure AI. It's for sure AI.
Yeah, let me get Valley Bob Valentino. This is Whack 100.
Who is you really scary? Get it for free.
That shit hard.
Undercover free.
My nigga typed in fucking Lloyd, Whack 100 different
Now you know everybody's business, but a dermatologist I run.
That's that nigga Whack. That's that nigga Whack.
Talking about whoever you can at the moment.
That nigga got some shit. I ain't never seen that video. That's that nigga Whack in the hotel room.
Bro, what?
Tells me
Oh,
wanna feel something from
How much
my
time does this grown man have on his hands? Bro, this is a Lloyd. He typed Lloyd AI, Whack 100.
Talking all that
It's like
about lyrics in the same building
Like a
for
lot
a
for
year.
that type of
Done
He paid to get sure. He's paid to get
They
played.
also
So he
would
bitched.
backslide.
Like a $300. Yeah, man, bro, we gotta stop playing this video crazy.
You front, no, you front, yeah. Whack on, yeah, you front. Whack on.
That's the chorus for me, like.
You was not starting.
Oh, what the hell? No, I made it burnt out. The Playback is crazy. Bro.
What I tell y'all, this channel is on. This channel is trying to. They're on his helmet, dog.
Oh my God, that's like the Looney Tunes. Hey,
Yeah.
Bro,
That was
what you
crazy.
say? He was like $300 vest.
That's for sure.
Plus the 75.
Yeah, right?
Sure.
Plus the 75. Yeah, it was about 405.
Because to do the AI songs is not
No,
cheap.
that
Like,
was it's crazy.
Oh, God, that
Unless
should
you
be
know some hackers.
You had to
Yeah.
buy the whole membership and
No
program
cap.
just to be able to do that.
I'm not hip to all that
well, yeah,
shit.
have you seen like the EBK J-Bo doo-wop, like 1950s doo-wop songs?
I
and
be
all that
seeing
shit?
those.
Yeah.
I be seeing
That
those.
it's the same shit as this. That's
I
what this
I
I mean, some of this shit is
I'm
more
surprised
accessible
they probably
now.
got y'all.
Yeah,
to do
some
it.
of this shit is like an app away.
Right.
And then some of this shit you really don't know how to.
That was a good one. Whatever app they use, shit, like
That was hilarious.
that app was apping. But
You would download it?
I'll use that app for show.
That was for sure Lloyd singing, right? Or
Yes, that was Lloyd.
I don't know.
That's AI Lloyd.
I definitely
That was
felt
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
Yeah,
vibes,
sounded-
bro.
yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't getting Lloyd vibes.
Feels so right.
I
I was thinking like, you know,
I
what
feel
I'm
like
saying?
Lloyd's voice is real distinct.
That was Lloyd.
But Lloyd's never talked about any of
hope
this
not,
stuff on a record. But yeah, that was fucking nuts.
Okay, so you caught a couple of juvenile cases along the way.
Attempted murders, you know, like my whole record was violence.
In there, you just really don't understand how that inner city.
We don't fuck with. Listen, dog. Listen, the only police we fuck with is the crooked police, there's power rules and crips, there's gang members that niggas don't know they gang members. We fuck with them police, them the homies.
Yeah.
They do everything we need them to do. And it's a lot of them out here. You know, they'll pull a nigga over and take it where we need to take them. Them the police we fuck with. So we fuck with police.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Porky has really outdone himself this time. Reggie Wright and John, over at Bomb First, tried to help him. But somehow he still managed to throw himself under the bus. Just like every other time, we've caught Porky in another lie. And this time, it's serious. Today, we're about to prove that he really did go to jail. He really was picked up and brought in for questioning. Now, if you know Porky like we do, then you already know. He lies so much. We can't just focus on just this one. Before we even get into the jail story, we have to touch on some of the other lies he's told recently. I won't take too long on it, but let's go back to that story he told about being CK Whack and how that persona supposedly came to life in Soledad.
And I went to reception, and they put me in cell with a G homie named Baby Wayne from Billy Style Power Room. And I think at that point is when my penitentiary training started. You know, because he had been to prison 2-3 times. The good thing about Baby Wayne was a knockout artist. And when you were a young Power Room in the cell with a G homie, you're gonna fight at least 3-4 times a week just because. So, you know, he kind of got me stronger with my push-up game, my physical game, and he made me squabbling him every day, almost. So by the time I left there, I hit Soledad. And Soledad was really, that was the birth. That was the birth of CK Whack. When I hit that yard.
CK stands for?
Crip killing. Okay. See, I was Lil Whack. From there, I went to CK Whack.
According to Porky, he left Delano State Prison and was transferred to Soledad. And that's where the name CK Whack was born. The only problem with that is that in a separate interview from 8 years ago, Porky said he went straight to Soledad when he first hit the penitentiary at 16 years old.
Where the trucking business came from, you know, I went to the pen, Simon. As you know, I was the first juvenile to actually go to California State Penitentiary at 16. Not youth authority, I already ran through that. So at 16, I'm in Soledad. State Penitentiary. So from 16 to 22, I run through like 7 different prisons.
You're 19 years old when you get out?
Yeah, I'm like 19.
I do probably like 2.5, 3 years of solitary confinement time. You know, I do probably like 2.5, 3 years of solitary confinement time. You know.
Porky just claimed he was the first minor in the California prison system, being sent to Soledad at just 16 years old. But now, listen to this old interview with Vlad. In this one, Porky clearly says he went to Delano at 16, and that Delano was his first prison. So, which one is it? Soledad or Delano?
The prison bus came to Central Juvenile Hall, pulled into Central Juvenile Hall when they left LA County Jail and picked me up from Central Juvenile Hall and took me straight to Delano State Penitentiary.
Now you see right here, look, let me show you. The first one, it was admitted offender with new AOJ. That's adult offender juvenile. Okay.
So this is your first entrance into the system.
That's your first entrance into the system. He went to North Kern State Prison, NKSP. Now you got to see he likes to play games. So you got to understand, North Kern State Prison is Delano, okay? That's old Delano. They have a new Delano, which is a level 4, okay?
The prison bus came to Central Juvenile Hall, pulled into Central Juvenile Hall when they left LA County Jail and picked me up from Central Juvenile Hall and took me straight to Delano State Penitentiary.
He'll try to say, I went to Delano to make you think he'd been a higher level than he been. He was at reception, right? Then the next prison he went to was SADF, Substance Abuse Treatment Facility, which is the level 2, okay? That's where he paroled from.
I thought Porky said he was 16 years old at Soledad. I thought he said he went to Soledad after he left Delano. See all the lies you have to sift through when dealing with this guy?
He didn't go to 9 prisons like he alleges, okay? He got paroled. If you see, he got to prison on 131.95. He paroled 4/1/98. He got paroled. If you see, he got to prison on 131.95. He paroled 4/1/98. 95 to 98 is 3 years. I don't give a fuck what kind of arithmetic you try to use with it.
Porky got to Delano in 1995 when he was 18 years old. He paroled in 1998 at 21. That timeline makes one thing crystal clear. It was impossible for him to be at Soledad at 16. If Porky never went to Soledad, then there was never a birth of C.K. Wack. The whole story was built on a lie. Just another chapter in Porky's book of fiction.
Okay? But this is the kind of fraudulent dude that is out here on this internet trying to, you know what I'm saying, pretend to be somebody and something that he's not. You see what I'm saying? Go to the next one. It say return from parole, re-entry 3, which means the county jail. He never went back to the prison. You see what I'm saying? He was in the county jail from 6/2 to 7/25 of 98. Okay? He returned to parole. Then 3 days after Christmas in 1998, same year, he got another violation, return from parole, re-entry 3. He went to the county jail. You see what I'm saying? He was returned to parole. Then he discharged on 2/25/2002 from Region 3. Discharged from sentence. Okay? All that talk about he was in there for all this shooting and attempted murders and all of this shit, this motherfucker got one charge of 245 PC A2, okay? Which is assault with a firearm, okay?
So as you just saw, Porky never set foot in Soledad. So all that talk about Soledad was just another lie. There was never a birth of C.K. Wack. That entire story was completely fabricated. Then there's the claim about spending 2 to 3 years in solitary confinement. Lie. Being the first minor in the California prison system. Lie. Being 16 years old at Soledad. lie. That's 5 lies in one story, back to back. But this is what Porky does. Now let me show you guys how Porky fell on his own sword. You won't find this next clip on YouTube anymore, because Porky had Cheeseburger Chuck take it down.
Hey, Big Chuck, we just want to talk about when you gonna bring the audio from being talking to them people. We want to know what he said. We can clear all this up.
Who's that, Chuck?
That's Deuce.
Yo, I this PCK always talking to me. We in the streets. We in news. I got nothing to talk about. Every time he does this, it's a PC move.
Always notice how Porky reacts when Deuce questions him. He can't stand it. He cuts him off, yells over him, or accuses him of PCing for talking to him on a social platform. But when it comes to DZ from SBGB-TV, it's a whole different story. Porky gives him content and plays along.
Oh, what's up, homie?
Okay, yeah, as long as it's whack on here, because if it's somebody else, we're not doing that.
Hey, listen, we're not doing that. Listen to me. Hey, listen to me. This real shit, right? We always know what we're doing, right? We always know what we're doing. And believe it or not, right? We are the most supported people of our people on the internet, right? It's a lot we can do. Remember, I'm an industry guy. I'm tied in the labels. I'm tied in the YouTube, right? So what I'm telling you, brother, is like, I called in to you intentionally because I saw you was building. I didn't have to do that. People pay me to do that. I did it. I said, let me call in and give them the content. We always know what we're doing. And I'm saying that to say this. At some point, bro, you run your content, but you gotta have some type of reserve when you're running it. Because remember, it's our content. You get what I'm saying? And
what you mean when you say that?
Okay, so doing these type of things, right? There's certain things that, especially when it comes to me as a public figure, right? I own me. You right? I haven't given you a verbal or signed anything, right? So what I'm saying is, as a brother, I'm talking as a brother, fuck to people. When a brother is calling in to help you, because I'm giving you notice the content I gave you, you've been able to chop that shit up and run with it for about a month now, a couple weeks. Really?
A month?
Right? At least, right? But it gotta come to some point, bro, to where it's just not like an attack thing. Because then at that point in time, listen to me, you as a brother, I'm a businessman, right? At that point in time, just from friend to foe. I called in as a friend. No matter what our back and forth was, I chose to stay on the phone. I know, I've been doing this social media shit forever. I know what I'm doing. If I don't fuck with you, I'll never say a word to you. I won't even utter your name. If you see a lot of people, I ignore them. I won't say their name, because the minute I say something to them, I have a conversation with them, it helps still. You get what I'm saying? I know that. I know what I'm doing. If I don't fuck with you, I'll never say a word to you. I won't even utter your name. If you see a lot of people, I ignore them. I won't say their name, because the minute I say something to them, I have a conversation with them, it helps still. You get what I'm saying? I know that. So I'm telling you, brother to brother, run your content, especially we gave you content. Listen, me and you have nothing to talk about. It's established. Chuck, this is what you call a PC move. Bro, stop talking. Why you keep warning the people? Leave our shit in the street. Listen, every time you do this, you saying fuck your neighborhood because you on some PC shit. It's in the street, bro. Leave it where it's at. Me and you don't talk like this. We leave it in the street, in the darkness. Why this everywhere?
You're not in the street, bro. You're not in the street. Stop it. I just left LA. You ain't in the power rules. You ain't in Gonzalez. You don't hang in the parts in the garages. Remember? Weird ass niggas. Stop faking. Yeah, stop faking.
You making Fruitown Brim look bad right now.
I'm one of the greatest things that ever came from the 30s, bro.
Fruitown Brims Y'all know when it's street business and it's up to the disrespect level of me and him, he ain't supposed to do this shit. It's a PC move. I'm gonna mute up, Chuck. When he done doing the PC shit, I'll holler at you.
Well,
I'll take it to when he done.
Well, I didn't say nothing about me and you. I asked you about the statement that you made. If you waive your Miranda rights, that means that there's a statement in audio. You need to go get that and prove you ain't CS2 back. That got nothing to do with me and you. That's you trying to clear your name. Don't bring the police. The police can't vouch to say that you not working with the police.
You got Fruittown Brim looking bad right now, bro. We in the streets. You got, bro, stop PCing. Don't talk to me on no open platform. You got Fruittown Brim looking bad. It's real gangsters over there. Why you doing PC ass shit? I'm gonna mute up again, bro.
What's that got to do with your paperwork? Bring the paperwork and the statement that you made to the task force and the FBI on the Main Street case and the Tupac and Biggie murder and clear your name. You say that the truth can never be considered different.
Hey, Chuck, you know what would be funny, right? This would be funny. I'm talking to you, Chuck. I ain't talking. It's when people say dumbass shit, it makes them look dumb. Chuck, I was in the penitentiary from 1993 to 1999. When was Tupac and Biggie killed, Chuck?
96, right? 96.
96, 97, right?
Yeah.
I'll mute up. But I gave a statement on him. I'll mute up.
Let's make sure Wack knows that he ain't fooling nobody. Hey, Wack, the Tupac and Biggie murder are still unsolved. That means it's still being investigated right now. We can show plenty of people who were in jail during the time of the murders, who gave statements about the murder. You ever heard of a jailhouse informant? You ever heard about Kenneth Bo Agnew? What about Waymond Anderson? Marion Knight and Studderbox were both suspects in the murder, and you were around both of them during the time investigations were taking place. So you could have very easily been giving the police information you obtained while being around them.
I said you gave a statement to the task force that was investigating that, Greg Cadence, and then the other officer that said you was arrested.
Well, first of all, there were no arrests made other than Cash Jones.
Chuck, if I'm in the penitentiary from 1993 to 1999, what the fuck could I give a statement on, Chuck?
Listen, bro, you admitted that Greg Cadence, that you went to
the 64. Fruittown Brim looking bad.
But,
you are saying some of the dumbest shit.
With Death Row, though, like in
2001.
Okay.
2001.
Okay.
2001.
Okay.
This guy, he don't know because he wasn't around. Stop making the Brims look bad, bro. Leave our shit in the street. It's already up. Chill out. Leave it in Madison, Wisconsin. You in Madison, Wisconsin.
Listen,
stop talking to me, bro. Why are you talking to me when it's on? You're doing a PC move.
The truth hurts. All we're talking about is your paperwork. Stop spinning. Stop deflecting. When is you going to bring
on you to provide the paperwork?
From the 64th
I don't have no paperwork. I don't have paperwork. I was never arrested, question nothing. I don't have paperwork. I was never arrested, question nothing. I don't have paperwork. I was never arrested, question nothing.
Wack just claimed he has no paperwork because he was never arrested or even questioned. But you guys heard it straight from former Los Angeles Sheriff Michael Cowett. The only person who got arrested was Porky. Reggie and John deleted the clip, so don't bother looking for it on YouTube. Porky swore up and down that he was never brought in for questioning. Remember that.
It's on you to provide the paperwork. PK Watt, PK Watt, PK Watt, Lil Watt, RAt100,
or the white boy, or the white boy, or the white boy.
Put that on Fruittown Brim. Look, it's
or the white boy.
Put that on Fruittown Brim. Put that on Fruittown Brim.
Yes,
I told.
On Fruittown Brim.
Put that on Fruittown Brim.
Two back.
On your dead homie.
You CS2 back, aka the
I'm gonna go get to work.
All right, guys. Now that we've heard all that, and we've heard Porky himself say he was never arrested or questioned, let me show you how he actually threw himself under the bus. But before we get to that, I need to show you how Baum first cut out another one of Detective Michael Cowett's key statements in his interview.
Do you know how she even came to play in the information?
Not fully. To the best of my ability, from what I understand, a lot of people were under surveillance, including Reggie Wright, and that they, somehow got some information on Teresa Swan, who was one of Suge's mothers to one of his kids, and that they basically wrote up a false confession letter and presented that to her to get her reaction, and then that pretty much prompted the confession. Am I accurate there, or am I off on some stuff?
So,
did y'all catch that? The scene just skipped like something was cut out. Let me run it back real quick so you can see it again.
Accurate there, or am I off on some stuff?
So, Paul Fournier, myself, and Jeff Bennett.
We already know Baum first removed the clip of Michael Cowett, clearly saying the only arrest made was Cash Jones. They also cut out another crucial part of Cowett's interview. And guess who exposed it? None other than Porky Chops himself. In a sloppy move to distance himself from the CS two-back allegations, Porky secretly recorded a conversation with Studdabox, then ran to Clubhouse to play it. But while trying to clear his name, he ended up airing out a segment from Baum first. The exact part Reggie and John edited out to protect him.
Now, this next clip gonna make even more sense to y'all, right? You heard him say, I told the police, if y'all looking at Wack for doing anything illegal with them trucks, he ain't, which is a lie, because ain't no way they gonna spend $300,000-400,000 watching my trucks if a nigga tell them that. Right? Play the next clip.
Play that clip.
Are you talking about Teresa Swan?
Yes.
Teresa Swan was. Do you know how she even came to play in the information?
Not fully. To the best of my ability, from what I understand, a lot of people were under surveillance, including Reggie Wright, and that they, somehow got some information on Teresa Swan, who was one of Suge's mothers to one of his kids, and that they basically wrote up a false confession letter and presented that to her to get her reaction, and then that pretty much prompted the confession. Am I accurate there, or am I off on some stuff? Accurate there, or am I off on some stuff?
So,
accurate there, or am I off on some stuff?
How Teresa Swan came into play here is, originally we were following some guy around in the Antelope Valley, and Greg had thought that this guy was going to be able to get us to Suge because he had some relationship with a not so famous rapper at the time, and he somehow thought this guy was going to get him into Suge. So we chased this guy around in the Antelope Valley for several months, and really nothing came of it. The guy, he eventually was brought in for questioning, and
I don't have paperwork. I was never arrested, questioned, nothing.
He eventually was brought in for questioning, and
there Porky goes falling on his own sword again. Porky said he wasn't arrested. Detective Cowett said he was arrested. Porky said he never was questioned, and Detective Cowett said he was brought in for questioning. Both of these clips have been deleted by Baum first, but thanks to good old Porky, we were able to get our hands on this one. Also, don't overlook this key detail. The only reason Detective Cowett is even bringing up Porky in this part of the interview is because he's explaining to John how they ended up zeroing in on Teresa Swan. To tell that story, he had to start with Porky specifically, how they were following him around the Antelope Valley. Now, for those who don't know, Teresa Swan is the mother of one of Marion Knight's kids. And she's the person who gave Greg Kading the final missing pieces to the whole Poochie killed Biggie narrative tied to Marion Knight. So the real question becomes, What does Porky being brought in for questioning have to do with Teresa Swan? Because if Cowett had to start with Porky to get to her, that connection might be deeper than Porky wants us to know.
So Paul Fournier, myself, and Jeff Bennett decided that we should probably go after somebody that Suge was close to in the 90s, thinking that, because we were hearing the same things too, that Poochie, Wardell Faust, was responsible. So we, the three of us, Jeff Bennett, Paul Fournier, and I, started looking into what Teresa Swan was doing as far as criminal activity at the time present during the task force era. And we had discovered that she was flipping cars or something, high-end cars with fraudulent names. And we had discovered that she was flipping cars or something, high-end cars with fraudulent names.
Say like you may take a load of BMWs down to San Diego, right? Boom. It's like 200 miles. Pay my driver like $1,100. Then you'll pick up a load of Porsches from San Diego, let's just say going to San Francisco.
And we had discovered that she was flipping cars or something, high-end cars with fraudulent names. So we got our commercial crimes bureau involved with it and had them look into exactly what she was doing. And at the same time, we brought a district attorney on board from LA County to let her know what our end goal was. And that was, in the event Teresa Swan had good information and could connect Suge to Teresa Swan and to Poochie, that we would want to give her some kind of consideration in the case. And the district attorney was on board. So when we eventually arrested her and brought her in for questioning,
According to Detective Cowett, Teresa Swan was arrested and brought in for questioning, just like he said Porky was. Now think about everybody whose name was changed in Greg Kading's movie. Think about the fact that Teresa Swan's real name is Tammy Hawkins.
It was very clear that she was more than willing to talk and was, I believe, being truthful with how the murder of Biggie happened and how it was paid for through the monies of Suge. So, and then Greg came on board and started with some of the stuff, and they ended up doing a in-camera interview with her to lock in her interview. So I'm not sure I recall the letter with the false statement that you're referring to or not. I was just in with her on the initial arrest and interview process.
Okay. And the individual that you guys were following that you were talking about previously, just to confirm, that was RAt100, to my knowledge?
It was what?
A guy named RAt100 that you guys were following initially to try to get to Suge, and then you realized that he really wasn't going to get you there in Antelope Valley?
I think that's who it is. I don't recall that name, but yeah, they got, to me, it was a waste of time chasing that guy for as long as we did.
Yeah. I think his government name is Cash Jones.
Yes.
But,
Yep. There you go. Yes.
Okay.
Welcome back to another episode of No Jumper News. Today's Friday, June 27th. And Lush, who we got with us?
Man, this is a panel right here. I ain't even gonna lie. You feel me? It's we got the usual Friday All-Stars, of course. You feel me? Ralphie the Plug and Evil. You feel me? Holding it down for the Stinks, and a new addition to the Friday newscast, but No Jumper All-Stars. And apparently they got some podcast smoke for Uno. You feel me? We got Messiah of the LBC variety, and we got Viral Way.
Y'all know what's going on, man. Mr. Viral himself, aka the villain, because they hate me for my opinion. Viral Way or no way, No Jumper Connection. Y'all know what's going on. Gang in this. I'm gonna censor myself for the first couple minutes. I ain't gonna mess up the stream, but it's finna get lit.
He said he ready to turn up.
Speaking of hate for my opinion,
Okay.
Ralphie, what's up, cuz?
Yeah, man.
Ralphie, what's up, cuz?
every time.
Hold on.
Nigga talk about nigga ain't got no motion. Nigga ain't got the stink fans don't fuck with us, and that's crazy.
Wait, what happened?
Let's talk about it.
That was the craziest shit I
He
seen.
said,
bro.
I think Josh
Yeah,
got
run
the
that
clip.
clip, Josh.
Oh, this ain't even about me. Okay.
Believe it or not, Lush, this one's not about you.
I'm shocked.
Feel struggle and pain.
I listened to the Stink Team because nigga they was talking about money fly shit. It was taboo for LA. I'm like, damn, I thought LA niggas was gangbanging and pressing up on
Facts.
niggas like, hey, what's up, kid? Where you from, kid? Nigga, these niggas living fly.
Are you
Ben.
still listening to the Stink Team?
I still bop some Stink Team.
No, not old Stink Team with Draco. I mean just Stink Team.
No, they killed Draco.
Only
No,
Draco
I know
Ruler.
because you keep saying Stink Team, but I'm
talking about
almost
Draco
for
the
sure you
Ruler.
talking about Draco.
Yeah.
Because Stink Team still exists.
I listen to OTM a little bit. I still listen to Ralphie. I mean, so
You
yeah.
ain't bumping none of that.
You're not,
shit.
man. Come on, cuz you're not listening.
Ain't nobody
Because when niggas say Stink Team, they be saying Draco, and then
Right.
Stink Team be featured on
Nah,
it.
Draco
But they
for sure.
really be talking about Draco. Because I'm like Stink Team
But it was
still out here.
it was a lifestyle that came with it though for the people at home to see. Like people who ain't from California, we looking in like, damn, that's what they doing out there. These niggas.
Was that before or after
But what
Draco
was they
died?
doing? I'm confused. They only rapped about the like getting. Especially Draco.
Slide, Fury on.
Yeah, but not slide. Yeah.
They don't got on khakis and chucks.
Yeah.
Like, nigga,
But it's crazy because when the last time you really seen niggas out here with khakis and
Y'all
chucks?
gotta stop.
Like, y'all
watching
gotta stop that.
Y'all gotta stop watching.
Let's bump all that.
Yeah, look, Let's came in with the bullshit on. And who's always at the top? Let's go come in with the bullshit on. Actually have substance. It's the rappers who actually. Now tell me what I said wrong. Stop that clip, Josh, because I want to know what I said wrong.
I mean,
where the hate coming from? Nah, let the man speak.
But when you say nobody's slapping the Stink Team, you can say I'm not slapping the Stink Team no more. But you can't say nobody's slapping the Stink Team. That's a bold statement.
One, I didn't say nobody slapping them. I said when niggas mention Stink Team, especially out of state, they for sure talking about Draco. I don't hear them saying, oh, you know, Catchy or whoever else rapping the Stink Team. They not. Tell me where they saying their names at.
My boy Cliff right here, Arkansas, right here is speaking highly of the Stink Team from Arkansas. That is thousands of miles away, nowhere near the West Coast.
Correct. And when I asked him, I said, hey, the Stink Team is still out here. So which one of them you listening to? It's like, oh, you know, it's the lifestyle that come with it. He not naming nobody. He not naming no projects. He not naming no songs. Then I'm looking at the industry. Okay, when Draco was out here, nigga, he getting alley-oops from Drake. He got Kendrick doing his style. He getting this rapper. Now I'm listening. Okay, Draco gone. Stink Team still rapping.
Okay.
Who in the industry is reaching back to still do songs with Stink
Draco
Team?
didn't even reach the peak, but he was at a ceiling for LA. Now me, I never reached I was never at a certain point to be like, where did I go? I'm still pushing the same shit I'm pushing. I'm pushing the brand. Now, if you could say, like, if I was just one of those artists that reached the top, I got a plaque, 10 plaques and shit, and then I just fell off and never got a plaque again, then it'll be like, oh, Ralphie fell off. No, I'm still pushing the same brand, the same shit that I'm pushing right now.
No, you still pushing, but I'm saying, is the motion still the same as when Draco was here?
Every time Player Ways crash a car, go to jail, no jumper post, Stink Team artist goes and crashes his new bands.
Man, they post everybody who crashed. They posted this nigga Lush when he crashed.
But that's an unfair question, though, to be honest. Though.
How is it unfair?
That's a very unfair question.
How is it unfair?
Because obviously, first of all, you're talking about a group that has now 3 posthumous members, okay? You know what I'm saying? And the fact that there's still any momentum should be indicative of how powerful the movement is. And the fact that there's still a bunch of people, I don't know how much contemporary LA rap music you're really listening to, but Ralphie is 1000% a pivotal part of that conversation, you feel me, as our up and coming Stink Team affiliates and Stink Team adjacent artists. So to act like just act like, okay, the fact that the three of the 4 most prominent members of the group are no longer with us in the physical, that right there.
What does that prove though? Because
this shit is still strong as hell.
What I'm saying is, what I'm looking at, the ones who are still here, I'm not really hearing their names the way I was hearing them when Draco was here. When Draco got on the song with him, then I was hearing their names more. Draco's gone now.
Let me stop you right there. That's cap because Draco don't got a song with the homies.
Oh, well, then that's even worse then, because I thought he was on the song with them niggas.
So that just shows your lack of Stink Team, support. You know what I'm saying? If you was a Stink Team fan, then you would know that, because none of the homies got a song with Drake.
It's a couple songs, but everybody
if they got a song, I'm on it. And I was in the studio.
So he don't got no song with Catchy, none of them.
Catchy,
yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, we're talking about the ones that are still here.
Yeah.
Like Young Bull and Good Finesse and shit like that.
There's fools that are
they're on
incarcerated,
certain
and there's and then the remaining, like the 4 original members that people knew of the Stink Team, 3 of them are no longer.
I get that they're not here, but what I'm saying, when he was here, and the songs I seen of the members who was alive when they was alive, he did the songs with them. Their names were bigger than when Draco was gone. Now that he's gone, I don't hear too much Stink Team in LA. I'm just keeping it G outside of throwback Draco.
For me,
I'm saying the new music.
Cap.
The last
music,
show.
Well, let's just say like after Draco died, you will have a record like Slime Me Up, Fight the Force, Baldhead Jason's, The Truth Hurts, Bruce Lee Kick, fucking
Diabolical.
Like it's so many records that was like, okay, that was after. So what records were before?
I think y'all missing this point. He not saying you ain't got no movement or no motion, nobody ain't listening. He just saying
That's
that.
exactly what
He's saying the impact of the
definitely not what I
movement
said.
was different out here than it is now. He's saying the support, the way the people was pushing behind y'all is not the same now that Draco's not here.
But of course, though, you got like he's no longer here to be. He can't. He's not.
I'm not debating the reason why, but a fact is still a fact. We can go down all the whys we want. It's like All Money In.
But
Jay Stone still got fans.
Correct.
Pac-Man still got fans.
You said Jay Stone and him got more motion and fans than me.
You're trying to compare motion. What I'm saying,
fans and motion and all that, because you said they still got fans.
Listen what I'm saying though. Hold on, let me land my plane. You gotta let me land my plane. You gotta let me land my plane because you personalize it. What I'm saying is the push for Jay Stone and the All Money Ends was greater when Nip was here because Nip was spearheading it. Now that Nip is gone and now the weight is on their shoulders, the motion ain't the same. Do they still got fans? Of course. They gained fans along the way, but at the level that it was when Nip was here is not the same. That's how I'm looking at the Stinks.
It
was here. Now that he's gone, it's not the same.
Like it's not.
But stop. See, you comparing yourself. It's not a comparison. I'm saying the motion in LA is not the same as when Draco was here.
But Byron, let me ask you a question. Did Nip have a major deal?
I don't care if he had a major deal.
What do you
mean?
That's an important thing.
That helps to push.
That's an important thing to discuss.
Yeah, we don't have deals. We do this shit.
Yeah,
what does that got to do with All Money In though?
What? Because he was the
let's just say
label resources
was the motion. Draco was the motion. Anything under that is the motion.
Correct.
But the motion is not the same when Draco's gone. Is what I'm saying.
Obviously, that's gonna hinder shit.
So then, what are we arguing? Because y'all literally proving my point. That's all I said was the motion ain't the same.
I don't think your point was proven yet.
No.
How is it not proven?
Because
when I asked that nigga, who from the Stinks do you still listen to? He didn't name one name. He started naming The Lifestyle. What the fuck the Lifestyle got to do with who you listen to?
There's still fools.
Name me a rapper. Name me a project. Name me a song. Name me some bars, nigga. I don't want to hear The Lifestyle. Because what they're doing, they go off nostalgia of Draco. Because Draco was so great. It's like, I still want to support y'all. Because me supporting y'all is supporting Draco.
Nostalgia can't even be used in this context because it hasn't even been that long yet.
I don't give a fuck. Draco was a legend, nigga, period. He created a whole style that all these niggas
I listen to Draco
so that's nostalgia.
Look at it like this. I'm 10 years in, bro. I'm still doing this shit. Like, I'm 10 years in. This 10 years.
Okay, objectively speaking, you being here in itself, people would say, oh, Ralphie fell off. He podcasting now. When you rap, when you rap
independent, bro.
Fuck all that.
He's
when you
independent.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
That just shows that you don't get the industry, bro.
Right or wrong. When rappers go to podcasting, it's usually on the tail end of their career, and people are looking at them like, okay, they're trying to transition.
If they're mainstream signed artists, yes.
No, fuck all that mainstream. If you rap, nigga, and you got a fan base, and you start potting, is that not negative on your rap career?
Look at Lil Yachty. He's still like, if Lil Yachty dropped next week, he going crazy, bro.
Lil Yachty?
Yeah.
One of the biggest rappers in the fucking game.
And he's a podcaster.
Right.
He's a podcaster.
Is his pod still going right now? I ain't seen no clips.
So if a rapper starts streaming, he fell off.
Yes, T-Pain is over with. He's streaming.
No.
T-Pain is over with. He's streaming.
What? This is a new world, bro. You have to be able, as an artist, you have to get into
You're going to get left behind.
I'm not, listen, I'm not saying don't do that. Get all your chili everywhere you can. I'm not even against it. I'm saying in the eyes of the public, they're going to be looking at you like, damn, this nigga fell off. Why is he podding and not in the booth? Why is he podding and not on tour?
I mean, rapping and podding is they go together. I feel like nowadays, like
it's 2025.
It's 2025. It's not 2003, 2004 no more. Like the rappers can start the podcast, the rappers can start the twist, the rappers can do whatever they feel like because they got the fans.
But the majority of
those
that's watering
rappers,
the game down.
Like when we see Cameron, you see Fat Joe,
like 50 something.
I know.
Ain't that what I
but
just
this-
said?
That's the point.
Music no more though.
Some people still
Says
listen to
who?
Jay.
You
You
wouldn't
still
listen to
got
Kiss?
fire
You
music.
guys are making
No, I would not put that on my.
You wouldn't listen to Jadakiss?
Bro, right
see,
now
look, what
I'm
you
not
saying
listening
is,
to a
look,
new
you
Jadakiss
listen
drop.
to Jadakiss right now. All right, that's like saying who won't listen to an old Ralphie song? Like who's not gonna listen to like
This nigga just said he won't listen to Kiss.
I
It's
listen
crazy.
to Kiss. I listen to Kiss.
But
How old
that's
are you?
gonna be the old
28.
Kiss.
You won't listen to Kiss?
I will.
Who your favorite rapper?
Right now?
Yeah.
That's alive.
I don't care, dead or alive. Who's your favorite rapper?
Draco. And right now, who I listen to every day? J-Bo.
Okay, so you like different type of rap then.
But that's actually like pretty consistent for California right now.
No, it's not. Niggas in Cali like artists.
Understand music.
J-Bo's the most listened to artist.
Most listened to artist right now in California.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
100%.
No, I wouldn't
Matter
say
of
that.
fact,
I wouldn't say that.
Viral.
No, y'all crazy as fuck. Maybe
viral.
in your
100%.
circle,
Viral.
he's not the
No,
littest.
not in my circle.
He's the newest and the youngest.
Freshman.
You guys,
What does that mean? Nigga, that don't mean you're the latest.
hold on.
That doesn't mean you're the latest. Do you know the history of the freshman list?
Ray Vaughn is on the
No, you guys
double.
Ray Vaughn's on
I love Ray Vaughn music.
Ray Vaughn
He's
rap
not more
circles
lit than
around
J-Bo.
J-Bo.
Listen.
Yes, you can
That's
say
not
that
the
is true,
point.
but he's not more lit than J-Bo.
That's not the point.
I love Ray Vaughn.
J-Bo isn't just
I love
on
Russell. I love Russell. I love like these niggas rap.
J-Bo lit right now.
No, I'm not.
No, listen,
saying he's
J-Bo
not
is
lit.
not
Being
only-
on a double XL cover don't mean you
listen.
lit. It's so
Hold on.
many artists
Let me cook real
who
quick.
was on that cover
5 seconds.
that
And
are
then you guys
gone,
go back
nigga.
to this. 5 seconds. J-Bo is not only on the double XL freshman list, he was the fan vote in. You feel me? He wasn't selected by the double XL staff. The fans voted him on the same way they voted XXX Tentacion and several others back. He got voted on because his impact is so great, despite not having a radio song.
I'm not
him going to jail. Still
I'm not arguing against J-Bo.
So the point is him saying that of all posthumous rappers, Draco's who he listens to the most, and J-Bo is the most the current alive rapper that he listens to the most is not out of step with the majority of California. In fact, that's
the majority of California is not listening to J-Bo. I believe it's an age demographic.
Yes, they are.
Maybe the youth for sure. I don't think the older crowd is too much listening
I just
to
seen
J-Bo.
Mr. Fab get on the comedy show and say, "I thought J-Bo dissed me."
Yeah,
And
J-Bo
it's all
hard.
in.
J-Bo hard for sure. But what's his numbers? Pull his numbers up.
No, this is,
Okay.
you're just gonna be mad at the numbers.
No,
I'm not gonna be mad at the numbers.
Yeah, you are.
You definitely are, because he's definitely the most latest right now.
I don't even know how we got to J-Bo. We were talking about Stink Team.
But you asked him his favorite artist.
Yeah.
I know, because he said I want to listen to Jadakiss
we went from
like
artists,
it was
we
blasphemy.
went from artists to podcasting and stuff like that. But you're not going to see Future creating a podcast. You're not going to see Kendrick creating a podcast.
Don't say you're not, because you might.
Yeah, that's
right
I
now.
just said you might.
If
I wouldn't be
That's
mad
like-
if I saw Future do a podcast and
I'm not going to be mad that he's doing it, but to his point of what he's saying,
shout out to J-Bo. He doing his
they're going
thing.
to look at you different once you start podcasting. In a sense,
I mean,
that's just internet bullshit. People talking, saying what they talking. That don't mean that the money not coming in.
So you said J-Bo's the most listened to in LA?
I'm not saying
on the
he's-
West Coast.
I'm
not
saying
in
he's
LA.
the most latest
What?
rapper right now that just came out of. In
No,
California.
he said the most listened to, like Kendrick don't exist.
Look. If I'm walking down the block, what do I hear? Like cars playing J-Bo more than any other
They
rapper.
might listen to GNX.
Like, yeah. But
my nigga,
but
you
not really.
comparing J-Bo to Kendrick is blasphemous.
I'm not comparing
It's
J-Bo to
crazy.
Kendrick.
No,
No,
I'm
but you
not
said he the
comparing
most
the two.
listened to, like Kendrick don't exist.
But viral.
Fuck is we talking about?
J-Bo is hot right now.
J-Bo
though.
has a niche.
The young niggas. He got
Who
got
hotter
people
than
showing
J-Bo?
up.
This is where the question right now.
Yeah,
Right,
who in
right
California?
Now, who do you think that Phil is hotter than J-Bo right now?
Take
As a new
Kendrick out of
current
the
artist.
conversation.
We're not talking about no artist that been around for 20 years.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
we
he's
talking about
not.
Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube and all these niggas that do all these numbers, but we're not talking
Currently, right now.
What I'm saying, he's not. What I'm saying is, okay, we mentioned in J-Bo, who from the Stink Team is getting mentioned with that class of who's lit in Cali. That's what I mean. They're not even
Ralphie
mentioning
is.
niggas.
Ralphie is.
That was the original. No, take Ralphie out. He's Draco's
Ralphie
brother.
doesn't count.
Listen what I'm saying.
Ralphie counts.
Fuck what you talking about.
Why?
Ralphie don't count. He's fucking
but no,
Draco's
See
brother.
how many stipulations?
I'ma support him
We gotta
because
take
it's the
away
closest
all
to
the
Draco
homies
I
that
can
passed
get.
away.
Now
So-
take Ralphie out the
but
equation.
you only
Let's
have-
look at the rest of the stinks.
But look, you only have
Name them niggas.
Catchy, Say So, and Draco.
And the locks
And
only
then
got
the young niggas is player.
No,
what?
cool, good looking.
Yeah, Player Ways is, by the way.
Player Ways is got smoking.
Bro, this is like me saying
Player Ways is going viral.
This is like me
Crazy,
saying the locks only got Jadakiss, Sheik, Luce, and Styles. Like, what does that mean, nigga? That's the group.
No,
so the niggas that's
we're
in
not
the
a rap group.
Who are listening?
We're not a rap group.
Y'all rap.
We're rappers that have a group. We didn't come
They
out
never
as
made
That's
an
a rap
album.
group, nigga.
They never made an album.
You said I'm a rapper that has a group. I'm
They
not a
never
rapper.
made an
What is
album.
this nigga talking
This is
about?
not
That's
Wu-Tang
semantics,
Clan.
nigga.
No, this is not Wu-Tang Clan. This is not the Beatles. This is not the Migos. This is not. We're all individual
They're
artists
solo artists.
that came together as a group because the
That's
group is-
Wu-Tang.
No,
They're individual artists that came together.
But you're right.
but
But
I'm a
no,
cameraman now
viral.
from the Sneak Team.
Hold on.
So he can rap too.
The whole point is, but he
name
only
the
speaking of the rappers.
We're
We
talking
know
about the
Sneak
rappers.
Team means more than just rap.
But
But
no,
he
but
he only
viral.
speaking on directly about
The
rappers.
difference is
No.
Wu-Tang Clan made albums together. There's
I
never
don't
been
give a
Sneak Team.
shit. The rappers
We don't
who
have
rap.
a Stink Team out.
Yeah,
We
listen-
never came out as the Stink
They
Team,
can't be a
the
group
greatest
without an
group
album.
world. No, we came
That's
out
like
as
Black
the Stink
Hippie's
Team.
not a group, bro.
I don't give a
Black
shit.
Hippie's not a
The
group.
rappers
Shoreline
who,
is a group.
The rappers
Yeah,
who
Shoreline
rap.
Mafia is a group.
I know what a group is. The rappers who rap, who are alive. Name them.
But we've already named
No,
it.
no. Let's just get it on right now. Name them.
Player Ways,
Okay.
Bully, fucking
Good finesse.
Good Finesse,
Young Bull.
was Young Bull.
I never even heard of
He
these
needed some
niggas.
help from you.
Day three.
He needed
No,
help.
hold on,
I
hold on.
never even heard of
Young
these
Bull
niggas.
from Detroit is fucking fire.
Listen,
bro.
no disrespect. I never even heard of these niggas.
Oh, no.
He not
no more.
no,
Okay, yeah.
no.
What, this is what I'm saying. I should have heard of these niggas. I never heard of these niggas.
Bro,
They get posted on No Jumper. They get posted on the internet.
You are
all
No
the time.
Jumper affiliates,
They
nigga.
get-
Everybody
they
gets
get-
posted
they
on
get
No
most-
Jumper.
You
They
can
get
say you're not a
posted,
fan,
like-
but you can't say it's
I'm
not
not a
going on.
I'm not a fan.
It's just
I
not in
fuck
your
with
algorithm.
Draco. I fuck with the movement y'all had going. I like what y'all was doing. Y'all came in with your own style. Y'all came in bucking against the industry. I fuck with all that. But I'm a music head. When I turn niggas on and niggas is just being Draco 2.0s, I'm like, turn that shit off.
Okay, but to be fair,
Because everybody I listen,
Exactly.
no, because
You
everybody
have to
listen to this
dislike
thing.
the whole LA now. Then if
I dislike them
Everybody in
niggas.
the
so you don't like
state-
I
GNX?
dislike them niggas.
Yeah, well, then there we go then. Shit, I mean,
Hey,
shit.
Viral.
I dislike them
Hey,
niggas.
tell us that
Niggas is
GNX
ass.
So
I mean, we
GNX
can
sucks,
agree on
right?
that.
Huh?
For sure.
GNX sucks, right?
No, that's paying homage. That's
It's
big.
not paying homage.
Kendrick got 50 different bags he can get into.
Oh,
Get the
but-
fuck out of
But
here.
he got in that bag,
It's
though.
got in that bag.
First,
got in that bag.
first of all,
paying homage,
you
though,
should be
bro.
happy he got in that bag because that it brought kept Draco name alive.
No,
Niggas
it
like,
didn't.
oh,
The
that's
fans-
Draco.
he-
He
Fans
not
brought that
once
conversation.
never said long live Draco.
Never.
The
Fans
city
brought
been
that
fucked
into
up
the
since
conversation.
Nip. The city been fucked up since Kobe, and that's it.
And I'm gonna
He
keep
didn't
it
say nothing
G.
about Draco.
Which songs was Draco?
Okay, here.
Bro.
Let me tell you right now. Let me tell
On
you
the
right
deck.
now. Let me tell you
Peekaboo.
right now. Peekaboo.
Not
First
like
of all-
us.
Oh, hold on.
Not like us, I don't hear Draco.
Oh, really? Really? Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
First 45
Hold on.
seconds.
Not like us, I don't hear Draco.
Peekaboo.
The
Peekaboo.
lingo and all that.
Peekaboo, I give you that.
Let's talk about
Not like us, I don't hear it.
Can we talk about not like us for a second? Okay.
Boogie man and niggas.
Oh, okay, I give you that. I
Niggas
give you
is a free throw.
I give you that.
So that's not bad.
I'm talking about the
Hold
lingo.
on. So
The lingo.
Okay,
You don't
all
have to
that-
necessarily vocalize your vocals to sound like Draco.
I
So,
thought they were
so
talking about
y'all
the
don't
flow.
consider
I'm talking about the lingo.
y'all don't consider that paying homage?
No, we paying homage.
So when y'all see people in the
Nas
comments,
paid homage.
when y'all see people in the
Nas
comments,
paid homage.
let me ask y'all. So when y'all see people in the comments and say we know the truth, is that not paying homage?
That's
Yes.
our fans.
That's the
I know.
That's
So
community.
so
That's
when
the community standing on 10 because niggas don't want to.
I know they're saying we know the truth. So by him using that lingo, it's still equivalent to knowing the truth.
no, but
Nas know the truth. Not we know the truth.
Hold on,
Like Draco.
look, like what you
that's
just
Nas,
said.
the nigga that they got at the
Drake-
top of the
Drake-
rap game.
Drake
that's
just posted
that's
a
a
caption
tilt his
saying we
hat.
know the
Like, you know what I'm
truth.
saying? That's
That's
a salute.
No,
But he never said his
regardless,
Hold on. Let me ask them. Let me ask
Go
you.
That's known
Have
to
you
the public.
have you ever used sliding in your raps?
There's a lot of words.
The word sliding, do you use it?
If I did, I would say that this word came from this people. If I ever did,
Have you ever said drilling?
if I did, I would be like, that's Chief Keef in them.
No, if they asked you in your music, did you come out willingly on your own and be like, you know what? I said sliding in the song. That ain't Southern Cali slang. We got that shit from up north. We start hearing that when Mozzie starts start saying
if
slide.
a nigga question
Drilling
me on
came
my
from
song
Chicago.
and say, "Oh, I see this song. This song got a lot of influence from Whoopty Whoop." I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I used to be fucking with the Bay Area niggas. I used to be fucking with the Detroit niggas. I'd be fucking, you know what I'm saying? I was off a lot of Sauce Walker. That's what a lot of Dipset and shit, a lot of fly niggas shit that encouraged our flow and style." I'm not gonna be like, I don't know nothing.
Did someone directly ask Kendrick, hey, where'd you get that sound from? Because that sound like Draco.
What do you mean? Yeah.
So what you saying then?
Can't. I'm not gonna say nobody's name.
Say the nigga name, man.
Fucking MacWop said it over here. MacWop said it here
in my DMs, and I posted some shit like, "Oh, Kendrick used GNX." I just like posted some shit I seen on Instagram on my story. He responded to my story. He said, "No, Dot never did that." And that's someone that's close.
That's
with
not
Kendrick.
coming from Kendrick though. That's that nigga.
But that's that nigga.
But that's because if I'm talking to
you
Ralphie,
think they not all gonna sit together and
no,
talk
man, that's you putting that together. We got to go off the facts. If I talk to Ralphie, and he say something that I think you said,
viral.
I still can't say you said
viral. So let's talk about
Ralphie.
Viral. Let's talk about
Ralphie, nigga.
viral. Let's talk about facts. Let's talk about facts. Let's talk about facts, right? Like, so in the song Peekaboo, after every bar, a catchphrase. That is the exact same format. If you look at it written music notation wise, from a music theory standpoint, it literally follows the exact same structure and format of the song Pow Right in the Kisser by Draco featuring other
so as much as you know music, you don't think that's paying homage?
Hold on. Can I finish my point?
So when Drake hop on niggas songs and start rapping like them, y'all don't consider that paying homage?
When I take a big verse, I'm only bigging up my brother. Jay told you niggas.
Okay,
I take a big verse.
That's Drake.
I'm only bigging up my brother.
There's a difference between taking.
I'm not thorough.
Like when Versace came out, he jumped on me.
Like I know exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because there's a difference between one mic.
Draco, fucking the nigga from New York.
This how I look at it. This how I look at it, bro. It's equivalent to when Jay-Z said, when I take a big verse, I'm only bigging up my brother.
Okay.
Bigging up my borough. I'm big enough to do it. I'm not thorough. Plus, I know my own flow is foolish.
However,
we know Kendrick can rap. I'm paying homage to Draco,
however, he didn't paraphrase or quote any direct.
I will get it if he like tipped.
That's what exactly.
So you want to
beyond
half the stuff? No. Half the stuff that half the stuff
said we know the truth.
Yeah,
and I would have took that.
But that's for your appeasement. What if he don't want to do that? What if that was his way?
Half the things Kendrick do, he makes you figure it out and have niggas talking about it. But it's clear as day he was paying homage to Draco.
No. It's no.
Somebody
back in the day,
that he paid homage to the Bay.
No, back in the day,
so you can't.
But we know the truth.
No, we don't know the truth.
But we know the truth.
But we know the truth.
If Les can sit down here and break down and say he took every piece of point and put that together, then who don't know the truth?
Let me use another example. What's the biggest record that Kendrick dropped last year? What's the biggest record that Kendrick dropped last year?
You tell us. Go ahead.
Okay, obviously we know Not Like Us is the biggest record. So let's just talk about the chorus of They Not Like Us. It's a 4-word repetitive phrase that's repeated a certain amount of times. The same way Draco's breakout single, produced by the same fucking producer, DJ Mustard, Mr. Get Dough, Mr. Get Dough. They not like us. They not like us. Shut the fuck up. Not only
what
that.
What are we even arguing?
No.
What point are you proving though?
What I'm proving is
that
no, because I'm borrowing us. You can minimize
my
the point.
nigga, land your plane because what are you arguing?
No, I'm arguing because there's a difference between when Jay-Z was doing that, he would literally quote a Biggie bar. And then people be like, yo, what's that from? Then eventually.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Shut the fuck up. This what happened. This what happened.
No, that's not what happened.
This what happened.
You
niggas started saying,
young, viral.
What the fuck? You crazy
too
as hell.
young.
Listen, this is what happened, nigga. They started saying, hey, Jay is stealing Big's lines. That was a narrative for a long time.
Yes.
Then that's when he said that.
Yes.
But prior to that, he didn't say, hey, I'm tipping my hat to Biggie.
There's a difference
they said,
between...
Jay, you stealing big shit.
First of all,
he got tired of hearing it.
Jay and Big were homies. Jay was big. That's like that's like Ralphie using a Draco fucking reference.
That's his brother. That's not the same.
No,
you smoking. The whole industry know Jay was taking the hell of that nigga bar.
This nigga's crazy.
No, I'm not. Y'all can try
to out of here,
crazy. There's a difference between using lyrics and then paying homage than taking someone's entire cadence, using a bunch of phrases they use, not acknowledging them, making what could be perceived as a subtle nod in one of your videos where you use your eyeballs literally in the same way that Draco did.
His eyeballs?
Yes, his eyeballs.
Oh, this nigga paying too much detail.
His eyeballs? My nigga said his eyeballs.
Am I lying?
They were breaking
you
down,
niggas is crazy.
Eye roll. He did the little.
But that was his paying homage.
Draco the only nigga in the world who ever wrote his eyes in the music video.
Why do y'all act like Kendrick ain't? How do y'all act like Kendrick ain't been Kendrick before all of this?
Like
that's the point.
That's the point.
My nigga, I can
Kendrick was Kendrick before all this.
Exactly. So this is the point.
So that means Kendrick has a specific way he rap in specific style.
He doesn't have a specific way though, because he rap in a lot of ways.
Yes, and that's why it literally was acknowledged by his own media page.
No, fuck that. No,
my nigga said a high road.
Give me a list of ways he rap.
He's versatile. He's versatile.
In the time this flow came up.
Every single album he uses a different sound and a different flow.
Okay, but this flow.
Yes, we're saying
he
uses it. That's what we're acknowledging it.
Came into play.
But what are y'all arguing? Because we're acknowledging that. What I'm saying is,
I'm acknowledging it too. But y'all saying like it's
bro, you're arguing.
If tipping the hat is like, yeah, we know the truth.
Yeah,
like,
no, but look. No, tipping the hat is the way you want him to tip his hat.
No, that's true.
Exactly. Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you just sat here and said he never rapped like this, and
but he tipped his hat vocally to hell of other artists.
It doesn't matter if he chose to do this, and you know he never rapped like this. Obviously, we know he's tipping his hat. He's paying homage
because he did a whole song called "Corrupted" where he rapped like corrupt.
Think Team fan don't say nothing. He did. The world goes by and say Kendrick went crazy.
That's Kendrick.
No,
he still went crazy.
No, but that's yes.
No, what I'm saying is every single person
But if I
seen
say something, it's complaining.
was leaving comments saying, "Damn, this sound like Draco." So in a sense, he's still keeping Draco's name alive to the point we're talking about it right now.
So let me ask y'all this then. Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. All these niggas that's rapping like Draco right now.
Way more visibility.
Let me ask y'all this.
They're not gonna know.
I say, yeah, this shit hard because the sound was familiar. It was hard.
So all these niggas.
The moment the tape dropped, I was probably first comment. Oh, this shit hard. Dropped it on my Twitter. Whoop. Bam.
Okay, so
now it goes down. Oh, Ralphie fucking with this tape. It gotta be hard.
Is it safe
now,
to
if I say this song sound like this? Now it's not. Now my opinion don't matter no more.
Is it safe to say Draco?
When I say it's hard, my opinion. Oh, here, Ralphie.
No, is it safe to say? Is it safe to say Draco created the new West Coast sound where everybody?
Yes,
100%. So what's the difference between back in the day when Snoop, Nate, Warren G came in and was pushing the G-Funk, and then everybody was doing it. But nobody was saying, I'm copying Nate, I'm copying Snoop. We know that.
The difference is they had a major label system pushing them.
Kendrick never denied it.
But he had a major label system pushing them back then.
Kendrick never denied it, though. You're acting like somebody asked Kendrick, hey, is this Draco flow? He said, hell no, I just made it up. That's how y'all talking right now.
But no one, he doesn't do interviews to even be asked that, though.
Who's so what?
He doesn't do media.
What do you want him to do? Go on Twitter and tweet, hey, this Draco's flow.
If you say if it's a hat tilt, then I'm saying it's not, because like if I don't acknowledge it, if the fans don't acknowledge it, then everybody act like, why is it a debate if it is then?
Look,
if you didn't
we're fans, and we're acknowledging it.
Yeah, that's right. Because we're all here on camera on the podcast acknowledging what we're talking about.
Everybody has acknowledged it since the project dropped.
No.
Lush just sat here and broke it down. You just said he took everything and did exactly the same.
Here's the difference.
There's someone in the South right now that never heard of Draco, that heard that Kendrick shit and was like, oh, that shit is hard. I like this.
So you mad that they don't know that?
No, but that's not.
Why would you not be? Why would you not be happy?
That's not keeping his name alive.
How is it not? Because we having a conversation now. So now they're gonna see it. And they're gonna be like, oh, okay.
No, it's just not sufficient.
So are y'all mad about all the people that rap like Draco right now?
No,
they doing what they do. We not mad about him rapping like Draco.
But they not tipping their hat. They're not mentioning Draco.
A lot of them are.
They literally.
None of them are saying.
A lot of them are. A lot of them are.
R3 the Chili Man, the only nigga I seen say I stole it.
He's not the only one, bro.
That I seen.
But they use his direct slang.
Keyword, Lush.
If you say
Lush, keep up. Keyword that
I wouldn't say
I
he's
seen.
the only one
that I seen.
Okay,
there we go.
Fair enough. But back in the day, Kendrick did an entire song using corrupt style.
So what?
Because the song was called Corrupted, and he acknowledged it. And he said, "I'm corrupted." That was the hook.
So on GNX when he did the Tupac thing, was that when he on GNX when he did the thing with like Tupac?
The first reminder to me as a Kendrick fan is of ignorance is bliss and corruption.
So when he did the Tupac reference, was that paying homage to Tupac?
Yes.
Did you know that?
Because yes,
did you know that?
But Tupac has already been acknowledged.
So what are you talking about? Did he come out and say I'm taking Tupac?
He's acknowledged Tupac to such the umpteenth degree.
It's
not even
he
a
say
fair point.
I'm paying homage to Pac by rapping like
He's
Pac on the song?
acknowledged Pac and paid homage to
Did
Pac.
he say that on that song?
Yes or no?
Songs.
No. This is
on
a yes or no
songs,
question.
it doesn't matter.
No,
it doesn't matter.
You're not wiggling out of this. You're not wiggling out of this.
It doesn't.
You're not wiggling.
It doesn't matter if he said it on that song.
When he did reincarnate,
it doesn't matter. Here's the thing.
When he did reincarnate, did he do that?
On Money Trees? Yes. No, he didn't. On Money Trees? No, that's not a point.
Slam point.
That's not a point. On Money Trees, when he said, bumping that new E40 after school, or big ballin' with my homies, or Stevens had us thinking rational. He's acknowledging, he's shouting people out. That's paying homage
to you.
That's no to anybody.
He was talking about his life.
With a modicum of common sense.
About to you.
No, he's using I
don't gotta pay homage the way you want me to.
Okay,
I'm gonna pay homage the way I want to.
True, but
you don't dictate the way I pay homage.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that, and we don't gotta get specific, and I really don't want to, there might have been factors as to why Kendrick didn't feel comfortable vocally?
Who said he don't feel comfortable? This is all your mind. You keep creating narratives that's not there.
Because he's paying homage vocally to everybody else.
How do you know he's not going to do that? The nigga's on fucking tour.
The album's been out for a year and a half, bro.
But he's on tour now. The
album's been out for a while.
But he's on tour now.
Tyler, the Creator, did a freestyle over one of the Kendrick's beats, and he said, "Long live the ruler."
Boom.
And that's appeasing to you because that's what he wanted to do. Kendrick didn't want to do that.
I mean, okay.
But if you saying somebody tilting the hat,
that's like a hat.
what is tilting the hat?
To me, that's a tatty.
What do you
your perception? You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. That's what that was.
So which is a malicious thing that was done. He sampled it and then he used it in a diss track against him. You're making a reference to the
Dead Presidents was not a diss track, nigga.
No, it wasn't. But
the line was
exactly.
But when he did it, that's paying homage to Nas because he like, damn, this is so dope. I want to use it in my song.
That's an odd example to use.
What do you perceive as paying homage?
Paying homage is whatever I feel I want to do. Because
do you feel like that was paying homage?
It's a lot.
Somebody was doing that with your shit and your flow and shit and how you do what you do without tilting your hat to you. Would you feel like that was paying homage?
They do it all the time. They still are takes all the time.
You going left.
Nah, so for me,
would you feel
so for me,
answer the question.
Let me say this. Let me say
Imitation
this.
is the highest form of flattery.
No, to me,
is the highest form of flattery.
For questions.
To me, it's
answer, nigga.
Yes or no question.
No, it's more than one way. It's more than one way.
You gotta give me.
It's more than one way to pay homage, though. It's more than one way. Like I said, him doing that on the Reincarnated, that was paying homage to Pac. Him doing that was still paying homage to Draco. If I drop a bag off to you because you've been to a place with me in my life versus or me just helping you in your life, like buy you a house, either way, it's still paying homage. But you can look at it like me not paying homage because I only got you a house or a car versus you just wanted $1 million worth of money. So either way, it's still different ways to pay homage.
That's moving the goalpost.
Yeah, that's moving the goalpost.
I can pay homage. I can pay homage the way I see fit.
Scenario. Answer the question with a hypothetical.
I said he paid homage.
Like, it's like, what do you perceive as paying homage to you?
I looked at it like he paid homage.
Perfect example. Dion.
Look, another example.
Perfect
another
example.
Hypothetical.
Because you're not
getting an example. Perfect example.
I get the stimulation, but
Deion Sanders, when he got an interception and he returned it for a touchdown, what did he do when he hit about the 10-yard line?
So he started gigging. You feel me?
Well, no. What did he do?
What do you mean? What did he do?
He literally used to do this, right?
Gigging, yeah.
Everybody in the NFL started doing that. Did they come out and literally say, "I'm paying homage to Dion"? No. By them doing it, it's imitation.
Fools have their own dances.
Is the highest form of flattery. So by them imitating what I created, you're paying homage to me.
Dancing and
what are you niggas talking about?
Biting is not acceptable.
But then it's two different.
It's a different scenario.
Person doing
but see, we're not talking about no scenarios. We talking about if this was the situation in your shoes.
All you niggas is doing this in the rap game. Y'all paying homage to Young Thug and them Atlanta niggas? We don't do this shit out here.
Don't be doing no shit.
Everybody, we don't do that. We don't do that on the West. But all y'all doing that now, though.
But a little kid gonna see that and they not gonna think of Young Thug. They gonna think of whoever they saw.
That shit don't matter. It don't matter. You know. Oh, that's me right there. I created that.
But see, that's why I fuck with the young nigga.
Then when you do your history, you do your facts, and you run down. Damn, who even started that? It's gonna come back to you anyway.
See, no, but see, Draco not here, so when I be saying something, I'm saying something that's like, damn, this Draco shit. Like he would have said something for sure.
But niggas only
Draco would have been on live popping it.
But niggas, but y'all not gonna pop it.
Y'all been watching the live. Y'all been, man, these niggas always taking my shit. Niggas don't.
But I understand that point.
He predicted it. He had a whole live.
But y'all not gonna say nothing to the people that's taking his sound right now.
We do all the
time.
No,
but this is what I'm saying.
Most of them is
y'all
cool.
just.
That's why we do music with them because the sound is familiar.
Nah, I know, but y'all not mad at it. If they're not coming out.
I never said I was mad at Kendrick.
But niggas are basically saying Kendrick come out and just acknowledge what's going on, then y'all gonna be happy.
I'm not mad now. But y'all are
niggas
saying
sound
that.
furious.
No, y'all are saying that it's like a tilt. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's not.
It's okay, it's okay that he didn't
Tyler
acknowledge
gave a
it.
tilt.
What I'm saying is when you create something, The world is gonna copy if it's greatness.
That's cool, but long as you like,
especially in
like
the
Chief
music
Keef.
game. Once you
After
put
he blew
something,
up, he don't mind saying like, "Oh yeah, I used to
This
be
the
off that
thing.
Gucci man."
So
Like,
if
that's like them Atlanta niggas. I mean,
if
that's
Kendrick
like
doesn't rap like that no more down the line, would that be still considered paying homage? Like I said, when Drake got on the Versace song with Migos and rapped like them, that wasn't paying homage.
It was on a song
he
with
hopped
them.
on the song with him.
That was with them.
My
bro.
nigga.
That's
They
very.
was on the studio vibing. type shit,
What
bro.
can he do
Like,
now? Should he go just take a Draco verse and have put it on the album?
Why not?
Shit, if you want to.
Why not? Why not?
Shit, we can burn
Why
out the
fucking not?
paperwork.
my nigga, you niggas are nuts. When you put something into the game, it's gonna get taken, especially in the era of social media. Maybe before
No one
social
said it
media,
wasn't gonna happen.
it was
Yeah,
a
we
little
know it's
more
gonna
No one
reasonable.
said it
happen.
wasn't
We're
gonna
not
happen.
arguing that.
But so why even be mad that he didn't come out and literally say, "Hey,
No
to
one's
appease"?
mad.
Nobody's
mad,
mad, but you
mad.
can't say.
No, listen,
It's
this
just saying he didn't.
God damn, can I get a point out here? Y'all want Kendrick to say, "Hey, to appease Ralphie, his cameraman, and Lush One, this was Draco's flow."
Distinct Team community, bro.
Yeah,
Like, it's not. This has
bigger
nothing
than
to do
us.
with Ralphie. Just
Yeah.
it's this Distinct Team niggas. They fought hard to not even let this sound in. So now that the sound took over, it's like, nigga, damn, nigga, he did all that. Nigga still can't like. He changed the game.
We know the truth.
For sure, but
Words.
like bro said, it's
Comment
niggas.
section is like, we know the truth.
Facts.
Every
He
fucking
changed the
conversation.
game. So it's like they fought hard.
So why
when
not
he
be
first-
happy about that?
When he first came out, they fought hard to not let it in.
Yeah,
Look at the pop out concert when he did that last year. He brought out Ramble, a rapper that got his whole flow, his whole shit from Draco and the Sting Team, and he brought him out. But he can't even put a fucking "Long Live Draco" shit on the shit. And
Again.
another rapper did that.
Again, that's to
Niggas is
appease
never
you,
good.
though.
Bottom
Good
line
point.
is niggas ain't never
But
gonna
they
be
don't-
happy
they
about
don't
nothing.
point.
That's to appease you niggas.
But
We
they do
not
all-
saying we mad.
I ain't saying
All I'm
y'all.
saying
But if
is
you saying
people.
like if you saying it's that, then I'm gonna
That's
say it's not.
That's not a
All I'm
sufficient
saying
shout out.
is-
It's biting.
All I'm saying is to appease you niggas.
They had a
No.
whole moment of silence for Nipsey. They could have just said "Long Live Draco."
What do you mean? He knew Nip. He didn't know Draco.
Here's
He
the thing
personally
though.
knew Nip.
Viral.
You're just saying that he didn't tip his hat.
That's
Yeah,
all we're
that's-
saying.
that's it.
Y'all
was the
saying that. That
moral
don't mean
point.
it's
Like,
true.
you could have did something.
That don't mean
Viral.
it's true.
You didn't have to.
He
make
didn't
a
tip his
whole-
hat the way
you
y'all
didn't have
wanted
to
him
do
to.
all hour-long speech.
Case closed.
and saying, "Oh, I got all this from Draco."
He didn't
break
tip his
down
hat the way
every
y'all
bar.
wanted to.
You
Case
just
closed.
said "Long Live the ruler."
We know.
No,
the
you know
truth.
Because
what?
look, this what would have happened. This what would have happened. He would have came out, tipped his hat the way y'all wanted to. Then it would have turned into, well, why you didn't put an unreleased Draco verse on his album? Why don't you
No.
get a Draco verse? Why you ain't got nobody from
No.
Stink Team on that? It's
No.
never good enough for you
No.
niggas.
We ain't even
That-
tripping.
It's never
No.
good enough for
No.
niggas.
No.
It's never
No.
good enough for
But see,
niggas.
that's good for you.
No.
We're not even tripping off that. But if you say he tipped his hat, I'm
On
gonna
the
say
set.
he didn't.
Bro, he did
Shout out
his
to
entire
Long
style.
live the ruler.
And that was why
shout
he
out
won.
to Kendrick on the Dead Homies.
Yeah, but
What's
that's
the next
why he
topic?
won the
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
beef.
What's the
That's
next
was
topic?
biting his
That's
style.
That's the moral of the story. He did. He gassed it. You know what I'm saying?
Far way up
Cool.
1-0.
He won the beef by
Far way up
biting
1-0,
his
Lush
style.
0.
He won the beef by biting his style.
He won
But
a
that-
beef by biting his style. He won a beef because he
Yes.
out-rapped Drake.
By biting Drake.
He don't need to do that. Kendrick got a mini style.
Let's get to this next one.
Yeah, what's
With
this
that
next
being
topic,
said,
man?
with that being said, Viral Way down 0-1. Clearly,
Lush,
you
definitely
could,
Drake
You need to go smoke again.
with asinine points.
Because you getting smoked.
Asinine points.
You
Just
gotta
because
go
you
take
talk
another
more
pull of that
doesn't mean
cancer stick, nigga.
just because you're talking more doesn't mean you're talking better.
Just because you glaze.
Hey, loosen them pants up a little bit at the bottom.
Drake responds to T-Pain's comments about him gracefully exiting from the music industry. This guy always had resentment for me.
And it's the guy you talking about only won because of somebody's style.
I mean, two things could be true.
No.
Drake responds to Payne's comments. Toronto, what do you say?
He said, this guy always had resentment for me. You can hear it every time he speaks on my name, talking about T-Pain. So Drake is in the comments, responding to T-Pain.
You ain't got the
you got the video?
Is this his second take on Drake though?
This
negative?
might be his 10th take
You
on
know what I'm
Drake.
saying? But if you always got a negative take on me, like now I'm about to say, like, I'll let you now you popping in the time where everybody want to hate Drake. Like, nah, we ain't letting this slide, nigga.
I feel it, but Drake is.
He got a reason.
Drake is too big. Drake is too big to be
clip.
responding to T-Pain.
The one thing I learned from Drake, and here's the crazy thing: one thing I learned from Drake, but one thing he hasn't followed his own words.
Your child.
Drake said, "I want to be one of the people that gracefully bow out and not get
we know the truth.
I have ever since said,
Yeah.
thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all. I see y'all when I drop. Don't worry about it. I'll just drop something.
Yeah.
Let me know if you heard it.
Yeah.
Drake is like, no, listen. Okay, I got another one. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Y'all didn't like that one? Okay, real quick. Just one more. Let me try one more. And then he's the person that he said, he didn't want to be. And I learned that from him. Like when he said that, I want to gracefully bow out and not get kicked out. I was like, you know what? I'm out this bitch.
This is live shows.
You can cut it right there.
He just telling him take his own advice though, because he got smoked.
So
now-
hold on, because it's a backstory to this. It's a reason.
As a musician, you can't tell a bitch Drake got smoked. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They out here.
I hear females saying he got smoked. We got to kill that narrative. I know females.
I agree. He don't have to stop rapping
though.
Yeah.
Hold on, but there's a backstory.
Slap it though.
Hold on, there's a backstory to this T-Pain Drake beef.
Break it down.
This is a 10-year beef going on. So apparently Drake and T-Pain was supposed to do a song, and T-Pain drove from Atlanta to Canada to Toronto.
Oh, so
he took his tour bus. He drove to Canada to do a song with Drake. Boom, he get there. He there for 3 days. They kicking it. In between them 3 days, Drake finessed him to do 4 songs for his project. Boom, T-Pain do the 4 songs, automatic. When it come to doing his song for T-Pain's album, Drake curve him. T-Pain go back to Atlanta. Drake up 4 songs. T-Pain got 0. So T-Pain says his manager told him, man, you need to tweet about this and let's force him to do the song. He goes home, tweets, hey, Twitter, tell Drake to finish the song. Drake gaslight him and say, man, y'all know T-Pain don't want to work with me for real. Curve him, never do the song again. So ever since then, you've seen T-Pain critiquing every Drake album. He starts saying, yeah, that sound like me. That's my sound and whoop, whoop. So he's still mad about Drake getting them 4 songs for free and sending his ass back home like a bitch late night.
Did he get paid?
I don't even think he got paid.
If he got paid, he good.
I don't even know if he got, nigga, you drove from Atlanta to Toronto, nigga.
No, but
he didn't have to do that.
To do
if he got paid on them 4 features, that was potentially bigger than anything he could have did on his shit. Then
Did the songs get played? So they
if
wind
he
up
got
being
his
records?
percentages, and did they do any charting numbers? Like all that plays a key.
My
role.
nigga, he treated him like a bitch,
Then we shoot the video to him.
Hell no.
Do y'all know have y'all
song.
heard a Drake T-Pain song?
No, that's all.
He said only 1 song made the cut, and I forget which, and it was just, I think, production. It wasn't even.
Okay, I can't think of it.
I didn't even know they
he
worked
might have
together.
wrote on it, if anything.
That's like you driving to a female house. You driving 2 hours away thinking you finna hit something. She gassing you up. Yeah, you finna hit.
Don't answer.
You go over there, bring her food, everything, wine. You got her smoke, drink. You get to eating her out. You eat the pussy, and it's time for you. She like, you know what? I'm cool. Send you back
68
home
and all you
on
want.
the gang. Like you gonna be mad as hell, nigga.
In the wrong shoe by eating the
Facts.
pussy.
You went straight head first. Yeah, you blew it already.
Nigga, like I'm finna
on the cliff. And hope I survive.
the bitch get her nut off and send you home, nigga.
Girl said you were goofy for driving out here in the first place.
I mean, he drove all the way out there. He was gonna knock the work out. You don't know what happened in the studio session of why it was just production.
I don't know,
about
but
what
you
happened.
never know. He probably heard some shit like, man, I need T-Pain was talking shit about you, nigga. He was gonna be a Rihanna and them.
In reality, and I hate to say
You
this,
don't know what's going on behind the door.
nigga.
Yeah, like, get folks out of that nigga and dub him, nigga.
T-Pain is
Make him do his best shit, nigga.
T-Pain is
Don't
super. There's no like modern landscape of music without T-Pain. He's a godfather of like the entire sound that people have. He literally like is the reason he had the company that made autotune change like their whole way that they produce it. Like,
yeah,
because that's how influential he is. However, by the time Drake started popping off,
he even
T-Pain
got
was
Wayne
already
to
like
get on his like route.
T-Pain's mainstream relevance was already waning.
That auto-tune low-key bump.
No, he just did it good. Only
yeah,
him.
he was good.
Shout out to the Godfather, Zapp and Rogers. So,
But
pay homage.
They really it comes from Zapp and Roger, but the difference is that's a talk box. There's a difference between a talk box and auto-tune. So it's emulating the same aesthetic as Zapp and Roger.
The technology advanced, but still pay homage to the creator.
Robot Boy starts with Zapp and Roger.
But you see, these young kids wouldn't know about Zapp and Roger.
Yeah, he was singing, but it was like robot singing. You feel me? Like
Hey,
all
Lush.
that old funk shit. Yeah.
You see how this proves my point? You ask kids his age, they probably never even heard a Zapp Rogers song, but
Well,
they
no,
know auto-tune. But
they're a little
hold
younger.
on, but by T-Pain doing
You know Zapp and
by
Rogers.
T-Pain doing auto-tune, you're always going to go back to the creator. So Zapp and Rogers is always going to get the credit for it, even though they might not know. The same way Draco is always going to get the credit for GNX.
Because
Viral Way, W's in the chat for Viral Way, up 2-0.
Because viral,
up 2-0. Somebody
viral. I don't
hit the
disagree
horn,
with
nigga.
you on that, but that's literally because people keep the lore alive because of what you just did. You being like, oh yeah, that really come from Zapp and Roger.
Yeah,
you're
Somebody
correct
like
about
you,
that.
You're the tip in the hat.
But yeah, so that's tipping the hat. Not T-Pain. If T-Pain never acknowledged, which he did acknowledge, that Zapp and Roger originated the talk box and all that shit, and there's many people that were using that. But if he didn't do that and just ran with that sound, was like, I'm the original robot voice, motherfuckers would be like, it's different, fool.
Everybody in the game would have said, no, you're not. That's Zapp and Rogers, nigga.
Everybody in the game like you.
Everybody in the game who knows of Zapp and Rogers.
I don't know Zapp and
They don't
Rogers.
even know-
T-Pain started that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It wouldn't
I
have
never heard
mattered.
of Zapp
The
and Rogers.
people who mattered in the game would have said, nigga, that's Zapp.
They wouldn't have had a voice back then.
Who?
Because there wasn't that many media platforms. Niggas didn't have an iPhone and just record themselves.
You didn't need to. You had double XL.
You wasn't
Exactly.
gonna, your message
That's the
wasn't
whole
gonna get
point.
to double XL or source.
Crazy.
You
That's
had to
the
be in
whole
them
point.
rooms. Like, so back then it was way easier to blackball. It was like, if you ain't in the rooms, you can't even get your opinion across.
hiphopgame.com.
How was you gonna
had,
get
you had listen, you had SOHH.com.
You out, nigga, like, nah, nigga, back then, hell no.
You had hiphopdx.com.
But
you had
no,
mixtape murder.
That's later.
Get your opinion.
But
across.
if somebody that's already in the game has a voice, they would have been able to debunk what he's saying.
Yeah,
not just a regular.
Everybody's not
just
vocal
regular
enough.
people.
That's the point.
Jay, you talking about the vets in the game? They're gonna be like, nah, that's that.
But everybody's not vocal enough to do that.
But you only need one. It don't matter.
But who said they were going to do that?
They've
been
the
doing
fucking goalposts on a
They've been doing it.
And claiming it as a W is the most.
I didn't move the
ass-backwards thing
goalpost
I've
one
ever seen
time.
you guys do.
I gave examples.
Like, no.
And niggas call examples moving the goalpost.
And
No,
even
you can't give a hypothetical scenario as an example.
Yeah, you do. You give a
But it's all
hypothetical.
Mental gymnastics.
That's
bro.
not even hypothetical.
Gabby Douglas, gold medalist gymnastics, mentally. You feel me? That you guys are doing there. Like,
Listen, just
insane.
because you only understand basic math, and I'm talking supreme mathematics, does not mean
This has nothing
I'm not
to do
making
with the
sense.
fucking philosophies.
If you
of the
only
5%ers.
understand 1 plus
this
1,
has nothing to do with the philosophies of the 5%.
if you only understand 1 plus 1, and I'm in here
studied
doing
supreme
geometry,
mathematics.
you're gonna be like, man, what the fuck you talking about? This shit crazy. No, you just don't understand it.
I over, enter, and understand it. I hear and listen to Jimmy.
What did Daylight said? Just because you don't understand it,
we're not quoting fucking Daylight.
don't
here,
mean
bro.
I'm not in here killing this nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
We are not
Viral
quoting
Way
Daylight.
3-0.
Viral Way, like
Bring some competition in here, man.
Viral Way is like 0-3.
Bring some competition in here.
In unwanted fades. You feel me? Like, but with that being said,
don't mean he not dying.
This is gonna be a good one for you guys. I'm excited about.
Oh yeah, run this up.
Oh, French. Oh, the Sauce Walker.
Sauce Walker.
Another story about this that hasn't been posted.
Oh yeah. So after we break down so originally, they asked that Mexican OT about his use of the N-word. He was on a podcast. He kind of had like what I considered, I don't know about y'all take, but I considered a bit of an aggressive response. He kind of said like, although
disrespectful response.
And no aggressive. That was complete disrespect. He was completely out of pocket, and nobody black should be supporting him until he come out and apologize. Period.
Okay.
No, that's why I was saying last week. I was saying last week, I'm like, damn, he was aggressive. Like, you got the pad, but damn, he was aggressive about it. Like,
He wasn't supposed to do it like
remember
that,
I tell you, he was like, nah, he cool. I'm like, nah, bro, he was a little aggressive, but like, I fuck with you if you say it, but like, damn, nigga,
Like,
why
let's
who
use
gonna
him
do
as an
something about it?
example.
Like,
I wish it was some niggas in here.
no, that's what
fuck you gonna do
I
about
was
it.
saying
What?
that shit last week. I'm like, like you was good, but like, damn, nigga, why you so hostile with it? Like,
He basically saying y'all. I'm saying it, and y'all niggas mark.
that's why. And then it's like, who was the nigga that was
exactly
here?
what he
Like,
said.
I want to meet the nigga that was here.
We need an interview from the nigga that was there. 'Cause
Like, how
where
do
was
you
your
feel about
antennas,
that,
nigga? Sure.
Hey, is there
No,
a
but
black guy
that's
here?
what I was saying.
Oh yeah,
though,
you.
It's
Nah, but
three
Sauce Walker
females
went back on
trying
this.
you on a hard topic though. It's like, why
changed-
y'all even like asking me this? Like, this is like, why y'all?
But they
even,
saying they're
like,
not even from out here or something like that. Like they're
No.
not even really
No,
black.
the females.
No,
they
but I'm
from,
saying,
like,
but like, it's
overseas.
3 females, and you asking me this, like, it's you notice the topic that's like, come on, like, why are y'all even asking?
Because they
me
want the
this?
clicks. They don't really give a fuck.
But no, but look,
Yeah.
let's say he respond nice, and then they try him like, oh, so you think you like, you know what's going on?
Because
bro.
anything with the N-word and other
it's like,
races
it's gonna go there.
is instantly viral. It's
Yeah.
race bait. They monetize the N-word. That's basically what's going
But
on.
since
For
he was
real.
so aggressive, they just took the answer like, oh yeah, I mean, he said what he said.
Well,
he was aggressive though.
Nah, for real.
Him like looking for like a black guy in the room and like specifically being like, oh yeah, you bro over there, like.
He sized him up though. Whoever that nigga
what the fuck is someone gonna do about it?
I'm gonna use him as an example.
Nah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you gotta respect that too.
Hold on, you can't respect it because let's say because
you can't, nigga,
you can't respect that shit.
You can't respect is the nigga that he said it to.
No, for sure, I definitely don't respect him.
Fuck you talking about, nigga? Like he said what he said to whoever he said it to.
Man, they pick.
But it's like looking around, you know, you got an easy W. I'm not gonna respect that. If I know this nigga don't do no type of fighting, he don't even want no problems. He don't even look like he'd have an altercation.
He got the sickest squabble, like.
And let's not act like Cuz not there with his entourage. You know, Cuz got a couple niggas with him off camera.
For sure.
He not walking in a room like this and doing that.
He probably
guaranteed.
He might have. It's a podcast of females.
Crazy. I'm saying a podcast full of niggas. Let's say he got it's 5-4 extras in here. You think he finna man?
If it's
what the fuck you gonna do about it?
You know what you pulling up to.
I mean, but if he said what he said, I'm pretty sure he said what he said. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
niggas, they know how to pick and choose on when to use it.
No, it wouldn't have been as aggressive, but like,
yeah.
It wouldn't have been the whole speech until he said who gonna do something.
Yeah.
So just take out the who gonna do something about it. And now these my niggas. I grew up fighting these niggas. Like we was wrestling and shit. We on the same block. I'm from Texas. It would have been that speech, except the
they not stepping on one
what I'm saying?
California prison yard or nothing out here in Cali. You doing that?
No.
Inside or outside where niggas is
Cali,
at.
in Texas is different though. Like
That's why I said Cali.
Yeah, exactly.
So niggas be wondering why we had a different take or you feel a different way because that shit is not just normalized. Yeah, people say it, but it was just blatantly disrespect. That's all it was.
He said it was aggressive for sure. That's why I did.
He
didn't
have to do all that. He did not need to do that, bro.
That's rage bait. That's rage
but it's to get us to do what we doing now. But even Sauce Walker went back and recanted everything he said.
Well, first Sauce Walker, he tried to pander to the Hispanic crowd, thinking he was gonna get the support.
He saw talking to Alicia.
I know he saw the clip, bro. What they do is they know Hispanics are one of the largest consumers out here in like Texas or wherever they the majority at of hip hop. So they'll pander more to them than niggas because niggas really don't go to the shows. They really ain't buying music. They really ain't putting money behind the support. We'll champion you from a distance. So when you see these platforms, they'll low key turn their back on niggas for the support of Hispanics. So that's what he did. But he got so much backlash from niggas.
Community, bro. He's going state to state, pulling up to the trenches.
He got so much backlash from niggas that he had to come out. Oh, I didn't even see the clip. You was tripping now, fool.
He was tripping, but Sauce Walker's not.
He saw the clip. He compared it to a damn burrito or a taco or some shit.
Okay, exactly.
He saw the clip because he spoke on it.
No, all he did was he was speaking on. What do you mean? You tell him that Mexican OT and my Mexican people of Texas that they can't say the N-word? What? Like, hell no. That's essentially what he said. He never said, I saw the clip, and he never stated that it was a direct.
He commented on a Sage Cheese post with a screenshot of an Anicia tweet of talking about the N-word.
My nigga posted that.
He put a whole video out talking about
that's why.
That's what he did.
They posted his response on her shit, and then that went viral around. And then people were responding to that. Then he responded, doubling down on the tacos and all the shit. And he gave another scenario.
So do
which
they?
is arguably a racist statement too.
Do Hispanics, Mexicans got the pass to say the N-word? And don't make it situational. I'm talking about all across the board, black and white.
In LA, I feel like they
worldwide. No, worldwide.
It is a situation.
It is a situation.
Because some gangbang.
Yeah, and some don't say. Some are don't.
What you mean? The gangbangers are saying?
No. You gotta listen, bro. Some gangbang hard Southsiders, we don't say the N-word, and some don't bang. They just cool regular dudes that hang around whoever they feel like hanging around. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no politics. Some tag and some. You know what I'm saying? Some. It's just
y'all missing. Hold on. Y'all missing the question.
I'm from the east side. I'm from the low bottoms. I'm from the Westmont district in the area I grew up in. They been saying it, bro.
Yeah, but you're missing
black people and Mexicans.
Hold on, y'all all are missing the question. I'm not asking who says it. I'm saying, is it cool for them, period, to say it
if you're not saying it in a disrespectful way? If you saying it like, oh my nigga ganging them, like, yo, what's up, my nigga? If you saying it like how I said, nigga. Ganging them. If you saying it like maliciously or like you're trying to be disrespectful, then it's like nah, like you.
So if a Southsider's like, yeah, my nigga ganging them, you cool with that?
It depends on what kind of Southsider he is, because some of them is like my nigga ganging them, and then some of them is like they not saying it how you say.
Okay, even the ones that's ganging them when they go to prison.
Ganging them.
Oh no, when they go to prison, what they got to be?
That's politics.
Okay, so then they
That's
shouldn't
politics.
be saying it at all. If you're
that's
under
politics, that's prison. That's a different structure.
No, it's
Real
not.
Life, yes, it is.
The
bro.
prison
Some people
politics
don't go
follow
to
the
jail,
streets,
bro.
The prison, man, you going
Some
to jail.
people don't go to jail.
This
is
the
what I'm
difference.
saying.
This the difference.
So some niggas don't have to follow those rules.
Bro,
and shit,
that's
bro.
cap. Southside politics come from the prison to the streets. When they green light shit in
some niggas
prison,
get put on and
they gotta
already
follow in the
talking
streets.
like that, though.
But listen, what I'm saying.
And the big homies might not like it, but that's how they talk.
Southside politics come from the prison.
Yes, all politics.
And it dictates the streets. What
like
they
that.
do around you personally is different than what they got to do in public when they around the Raza.
That's
it's
true.
different, nigga. And their politics
That's jail, though, bro.
is
We can't
anti-black.
add jail to real life.
You gotta
bro.
add jail to
Because
real
in jail
life.
shit, if we gonna be honest, shit, I was functioning with a couple, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like if you do it,
I
some
was
niggas-
too.
And joints, if you do it, and you fucking around. Like if you know what I'm saying?
But they doing it on the low. They're not doing it in front of their people.
But that still don't.
So I'm not-
If
no.
something happened, you still gotta. You know what I'm saying?
No,
You
I'm not
still-
fucking with that. I'm not fucking with that. If you,
But you was doing it.
If you are,
that is contradictory. That is a
listen.
contradiction.
Fucking around,
I'm gonna tell you why it's not a contradiction. I'm gonna tell you why it's not a contradiction.
Why?
My politics is not anti-Hispanic or Mexican. So when I'm doing it, I can
Your
do
gang
it.
beefs with them.
Yeah, we beefing with certain sets, not
Yeah.
Mexicans in general.
But they was pushing NK and all that.
Right. So it's fuck them niggas.
Okay,
and this
exactly.
This is what I'm saying. If you are under anti-black politics, don't ever come to me about no black and brown, nothing on the streets, because I know as soon as I go to jail, you're going to try to stab my ass. You're going to go team up with the neo-Nazi white boys instead of teaming up with the niggas. The white boys who got a fucking a swastika, and the swastika mean fuck Mexicans too. But you go team up with them? Backwards, nigga.
No, but see, look.
Makes no sense.
Look.
What are we talking about?
No, look.
The white boys don't like you either.
Some niggas.
But you're teaming up with them instead of teaming up with us.
But black,
some blacks
and you come
are
from
not
them.
going to jail.
But blacks
You
click
gotta
up with the
take that into
Norteños.
consideration.
My
Big
nigga.
poppers,
But
it's a
blacks
big
used to click up with the
population
Norteños.
of
My
niggas
nigga.
that don't go
What
to
do you
jail,
mean?
bro.
Let's get
Way
down.
bigger than the community of niggas that go to jail, bro. So if that's the homie, he has no. He's
I
worked
hate-
every
I
single
hate
day.
when niggas
He's
say
not
that.
going to jail. He
I
don't
hate-
have to get his brain to think like
Bro,
that.
I hate when niggas say that because the jail politics run the streets. Even though
In a way,
let's
but
say
it's a
no,
big
ain't no in a way,
population.
nigga. We finna
In
keep it
a
all the
way.
way
That's
100.
the culture.
No, listen.
I hear you, but that's
Hold
the
on.
culture.
Let me get it off. You could be a non-gangbanger. The Mexican set that run that neighborhood, they make the rules. You over there selling corn, you getting taxed. You selling hot dogs, you getting taxed. Because they love to say, oh, niggas robbing the corn man. You're taxing them for selling in your neighborhood. So what the fuck are we talking
Stall
about?
the corn
But
man
at
out.
the same time, look, that's going left because that's their business. Blacks, we got our business. So it's like-
Exactly. So
it's
don't
like-
scream black and brown and don't be like, oh, it's cool to say niggas black
But
and
what
brown
you're saying
and
is
then
like
go to
that's
jail
what
and
they
don't
do
fuck
with
with
their
them.
people. You can't say, oh, they do it, so we gonna do it too.
No,
that
no,
don't make no sense.
but viral like this is
But
a
black
gang-
niggas rob black niggas.
viral-
It's the same shit, bro.
This
Come
is a
on, bro.
super like Long Beach perspective.
No, it ain't just Long Beach,
It is,
nigga. That's
dude.
where that's not
It
just
is.
Long
It's
Beach.
everywhere.
It is because
No,
no,
it is different.
It's
Y'all
everywhere.
be dealing with racist shit out there,
it
bro.
is,
Like
yeah.
LA, bro. I grew up on the east side, bro.
You
It's
niggas
not
cap so much for this
grew up,
internet.
I grew up in the Bay, bro, and it's
And
an
everybody
Asian,
say
a
nigga,
white,
Asian,
a
white.
black, a Mexican.
This ain't the Bay.
West
everyone.
LA, we all roll
But you said
together.
just all
fool,
across the
same
Yeah, you
board.
shit
said
too.
all around
All
the whole
across the board.
universe.
What I'm saying is it cool? It got to be a yes or a no. Y'all saying, oh, you know,
For me,
he
if you
could,
using it not
he couldn't.
disrespectfully and you talking like you ganging them, like that's you my nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you saying it in a malicious way, it's not good. Period.
Viral, is it cool
It's
for
not saying
anyone to use
nigger.
it?
It's like period. It's not saying
I
the
don't
ER.
understand why you want.
Is it cool for
I understand
anyone to
why
use
they.
it?
I understand why they want to. I'm saying no. You shouldn't be using it. Why
No,
do
I'm
you
saying,
want
what
to?
about you think like what are your thoughts on black?
Here's my
people?
thoughts. We got Mexican homies from the set. We look at them like you grew up just like us. They use it. We know that. We know it's not in a racial, disrespectful manner. But guess what? They're also not under anti-black politics. They don't get mad and call us the N-word with the hard ER because the same ones y'all saying, oh, they cool. Man, they not like that. They don't gangbang. Soon as you get mad, you a monkey now. You Maate now. You the N-word with the hard ER.
I've heard
Y'all are making the exact same point.
Is he calling you a bitch ass N-word with the hard ER?
He might call me
With the hard ER? Come on, girl.
If you calling me a bitch ass nigga, you calling me a hard R shit, nigga.
And let's be honest. The N-word.
I've heard black Southsiders say that too, by the way.
Do you know? Well, they confused anyway. You gang banging for some shit that's anti-black. You lost.
From a gang that beefs with essays, right?
You could say they lost too.
But really, isn't it lost in general for black people to be beefing with each other? Why are like so the whole?
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Is backwards,
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
If you want to break it down,
I'm going to keep it a buck.
Please.
If you are Hispanic, if you're Mexican, and then you were colonized, not even colonized, you were mixing with the Mayans, the Aztecs, you were mixing with the blacks, the indigenous. Who was there before y'all? Who literally you come from? You're an idiot because you're beefing with yourself. Now, the ones who got colonized by the Spaniards, I understand why they're racist, because you were colonized and you were taught that racist rhetoric from them. So Mexico, Mexico is split. Mexico, hold on, Les, hold on. Hold on.
By that definition,
Mexico is split. If you go to Mexico, they got whole towns where they look like us and speak Spanish.
Correct.
And they're racist against them. You know why? Because the Mayans, the Olmecs, nigga, do your history on where that come from. Then do the history on the N-word. Do you know where the N-word come from?
Yes.
Do you know where the N-word come from?
Yes. There's varying accounts, but the reality.
No. Tell me, where does the N-word come from?
Portuguese slave traders.
No.
Nigga.
I got a better point, bro.
Ralphie, let me get it off.
You're gonna talk about the NEGUS.
NEGUS, niggas. That means that. No, shut the fuck up, Lus. You ain't even black, nigga. Shut up.
That's not like
NEGUS.
I'm a historian.
Niggas.
I'm a historian.
No, this for the people that don't know.
Okay,
Niggas.
break it down.
NEGUS. It's Ethiopian. It means king. So when we calling each other niggas, we literally saying king. The colonizers, they like niggas. Okay, first of all, once they figure out what it means, we can't have them thinking they kings. We got to brainwash you. We have to make you believe you're lesser than. The same way they made you believe your hair was bad, so you put weaves on, that's called programming. So they programmed us with the N-word with the hard ER. Once we figure that out, we like, hold on. They took our word, weaponized it against us. We finna take it back. NIGGA. Never ignorant getting goals accomplished. So when niggas be like, why do you use the N-word? It's literally our roots. We created it.
Okay.
Not the white man, nigga.
So that makes sense. Respect that.
Not the white man.
So what about the indigenous people of Southern Mexico, Central America, or even just indigenous people through the United States that share that same lineage and bloodline, which, as you just stated previously, your previous statement, came from Africa?
Yeah, that's gang in them.
Okay. So
that's gang in them. That's gang in there. If you come from niggas, you niggas.
Okay, so but a lot.
What they said, the 1% rule, 2% rule, you got to drop a nigga in you nigga.
Okay,
but
so
see,
like,
is it a disrespectful term or not? Because like you described it as like, that's my niggas. Like
context matters. How you using it?
All right, so you cool if it's in a certain context then.
And no, I'm not.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
if a random
see, is the black community or
I'm
we all
not
trying to be
I'm
one
gonna keep it a buck.
One with
you guys are moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If I know you, of course we got some type of bond there. If a random Hispanic just come in and be like, "What's up, nigga?" I'm like, "Cuz, what the fuck you on?" I'm pressing cuz.
But what if
I don't know you like?
What if he grew up?
Like, what's up, my nigga? Like,
Even if it is, I'm
content, bro. You be going crazy, my nigga.
Oh, you fucking the content?
You know
I
what I'm
fuck with you then.
saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see, all right.
You gagging it.
I understand it now.
But you down there still look at it. It depends, like you said, context. Because a nigga can still look at it like he trolling you. Like, this nigga playing with me or what? Like,
but like if he directly talking to you, you might be like, you don't want to be like he fuck with the content. Like maybe the homie, like, what this nigga just say? Nigga, like, hey, bro, he just called you a nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you fuck with him. But no, it was like he said it mutual.
Because like Samoans and Tongans, they use niggas just like us, but we look at them like Samoan niggas.
But no,
you moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
Oh my God.
That's what I was just about
We're
to say.
in them.
Are we?
Pause.
Are
That
we
was
as
crazy.
black
No
people?
didn't, guys. That was crazy. Pause.
No, look, it's we as black people all trying to be one human race, or are we just want to stay on our own island? Because like, is us as black people, or are we trying to cross over and function with everybody, or are we just want to?
Do you think people gonna ever look at us like one human race?
We birthed a lot of these races.
If the mentality is that
exactly
the Polynesians, that's why I said like Samoan niggas, because literally if you do the lineage,
but
they
a
come
lot
from
of the
niggas
Mexicans in LA come from that lineage, bro.
Right.
So why can't they say it then by your own definition?
Like I said, we got to get some type of understanding. If you come from that Spaniard side, you anti-black, you better not say it.
So you
That's
want
over
to see
with.
his whole genealogy chart? You want to know where?
Yep. Walk around with your genealogy, nigga. Where you come from? Let me see your blood type, nigga.
But what if he knows that he grew up and functioned with blacks all his life, but you didn't know that?
What you mean?
You didn't.
This how it works. No, listen. This how it works. You gotta respect the culture because you know. Okay, if I don't know you, ultimately the history of the word to our knowledge was taught to us is this is a disrespectful word. So me just knowing that, I'm gonna respect you enough to not use it around you. The same way you know how to go to work and fix your motherfucking mouth around your boss. Same way you could come around me and fix your motherfucking mouth around me.
Yeah,
Just because my homie's cool with it, don't mean
that's cool.
everybody cool with it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna use it around y'all because we cool. But once I step in a room full of strangers, I'm gonna show you the respect that I want, and I'm not gonna use it around you.
But he's with his homies, and they all.
I don't
see
give a
you.
fuck.
And
that shit don't matter. I don't know them. I'm gonna respect them.
No. Okay, so wait. All right, better example. So if Hispanic, white, Asian, whatever, they with the homies, and they all just politicking and then talking. He my nigga, and you just walking down the street. You gonna walk up on him and say, "Hey, bro, I don't like the way you saying nigga. You got to stop that."
I'm gonna keep it G. The word, I don't let words control me. So if y'all over there saying it, no, I'm not finna go over there and put myself in a situation.
Fuck that.
I am.
But you'll be a dumbass.
You be a
All that
dumbass.
saying nigga shit, nigga.
No,
No, it's a nigga crash out moment. Nigga, you gotta pull up and crash out. Nigga, like,
Listen,
nigga,
I'm not
it's a
gonna
black
put-
nigga moment. Nigga, you all got this white boy over here.
I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where I possibly gotta kill 5 niggas or 5 niggas kill me over a word. That makes me an idiot. I got emotional intelligence. Your words
5
can't
black
control
guys
me.
in Trap Lord Ross, and Trap Lord Ross is saying it loud. You feel
I know
me?
Trap. I'm gonna check the fuck out of Trap. Trap,
Okay.
fuck you on. Nigga.
Not Trap, but someone of Trap Lord Ross looked just like him, but not.
Bro,
from
I'm not
America.
putting myself in unnecessary situations over a word. But if it's 5 of us chilling and they walk up saying that, we like, hey, what the fuck you on? Watch your motherfucking mouth, nigga.
Look, but like, here's the thing: you're a grown ass man, and you're perfectly capable of asserting your boundaries. You like, if I don't want people to say the word fucking orange soda in front of me, I'm gonna make, like, you feel me, and I stand on that, and that's a disrespectful word to my hood.
Yeah, because if you go press one nigga, you gotta go press them 5 niggas.
I'm just saying, like, you did move the goalpost from.
I
your
didn't move the
original argument.
goalpost.
You said it
If
first.
somebody's dissing your gang, that's with the intent of
I'm not even saying
disrespecting
this
you
is
as
the
a
gang.
man.
I'm saying, like, originally, like, at first you were like, nobody can say it. Why can Hispanic say it? And then you're like, then first you were like, well, there's a few people in jail.
So moral of the story is good if it's not disrespectful.
That's what
No,
I
it's not. It's situational. If you are
nope,
Hispanic,
nothing can be situational. It's good or not.
if you
But that was our original
listen, you
argument.
part of the stink team.
Situational, yes.
I'm pretty sure they cool with you saying nigga. You telling me
He don't even say it.
I know,
He
but I'm
could,
just
though.
saying as an example.
He's Taino,
Like if I'm
though.
talking, I'm
He's
reading
Puerto
something,
Rican.
and I'm saying.
Are
some shit,
you
I'm like,
comfortable walking in a room full of black niggas that you don't know and just randomly just start saying nigga the way you do around the stinks?
I'm not walking in no room alone. room full of 20 people. I don't know.
What you talking about?
I'm not about
Like a grocery store or anything. Like you just on the phone, you gonna be like, see 5 niggas and be like nigga.
Bro, like,
If I'm on the phone, that's just how I talk. Then it's how.
Are
I
you
talk.
gonna say it around random niggas you
Code
don't know?
switch, I don't give a fuck.
Are you gonna say it around random niggas you don't know? Say you in the club.
If
It's 5 niggas here, and they look like they own that.
I'm
You
not.
telling me you finna
If I'm not.
exactly,
I'm
nigga.
not.
He's
Say-
fucking cap. You know how to fix your mouth.
If I say,
You
it,
know
it's
how to
gonna
fix
be
your mouth when
me
it's time to
saying
fix your
what
mouth.
I'm saying, I'm just talking.
I feel like if anybody
My
said
nigga.
so you gonna tell Jen Lee not to say what he say? He neighborhood 60.
That's just how he
That's
talking,
how he
that's
crip,
talking.
nigga. You ain't gonna tell him, oh yeah, nigga, don't be saying nigga. He don't squabble you down in the store.
It don't matter. You gonna get squabbled down. You gonna just be squabbling.
But some
That's the
niggas ain't
point.
squabbling. So
I'm not about to
Right,
walk
some
up
nigga
to
might
nobody
blame
and
your
just
stupid
use
ass.
the
over a word,
just-
that's exactly
Hey,
the same point.
I'm
Okay,
just trying to
let's-
see
So
what
you walk up
defines
to
the
one nigga that
borderlines
might
of who
blame
can
you.
say
You might
it.
as well walk up to the 5 niggas that might blame
Let's
you.
have the intelligent conversation now.
What defines the borderline?
Why?
Let's have the intelligent conversation.
Okay, it's more
now.
so this. The ones that presume and you hate niggas or you hate blacks, why are you so infatuated
racism.
with doing the things that blacks do? It regardless, and you know what it's tied to is bigger than just being a fad word. It still ties to history and things and that such. So if you say you NK and then I see you walking down the street talking about nigga, how much NK are you?
No, I feel that.
What
No,
is
I feel
what
that.
is the logic
That's
behind that?
no.
That's different.
That's one.
But that's so. But
I agree.
but to
Hold
the
on, let's
point,
finish
for
bars up.
majority of them that's deep down, we know. Depending how, like you said, how mad you get, what you know the truth. When somebody's drunk or when they mad, they're going to use the words with the hard ER and certain things in that sense. A lot of people, it's a rare percentage of people that actually grew up around blacks that's just using it. They use it damn near more than we do. And that's a fact.
I feel like
So-
times has even changed from 20 years ago, bro. Like just times is
For sure
changing
it has.
every day. I
Yeah.
look up.
People
This
are
word
too
is getting
mixed.
So if I start getting on here, if I get on here and start saying essay, what's up, Holmes, and all that, how y'all gonna look at me?
That's a sick ass
You can
fool.
see, yeah, you on your
Y'all ain't
shit.
finna be on that. They gonna be thinking nigga on here trolling. Yeah,
weird ass.
No one would call you racist. No one would call you racist.
Yes, they will.
They'll be like you just down.
What happened?
They're gonna look at it like I'm playing with the Southsiders.
Depends on
listen
how
to
you
You gonna look at it like that?
No,
What's
not-
up with him? He on there trolling.
What happened to Holmes and Essay?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Holmes and Essay.
No, what happened
I
to
hear
him?
Mexicans still
what
say
happened
it.
to
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
the younger generation of Hispanics, whether they NK or not, are
what
calling
happened-
each other
what happened to-
niggas.
What up, G? What up, dog? Fools don't talk like that no more. The black people don't talk the way they did 20 years ago. You feel me? In California, there's completely different.
We
slang.
know the truth. Blacks set the trends. Everybody follows the trends of blacks.
Yeah,
period.
I don't.
We're the
disagree with
cool
that.
table of the world.
No one disagrees with that.
Everybody follows what we do. So I understand why. My question is, if you claim you hate niggas, why do you do everything?
I
So
agree.
they
No
can't
one
say it. I
disagrees
agree with
with
that.
Fuck them niggas.
If you don't
But
like
you
us,
think-
don't say it.
But you guys are implying.
But if
that-
you in the
that
part
most-
of like the community,
y'all are
like-
implying that most Hispanic people have a deep-seated hatred towards black people.
And
in LA,
that's not true.
In Southern California, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
That's
Crazy.
No,
If you go, if
Southern California,
hear
yes,
y'all,
they do.
but let me ask you this. So you think, okay?
Because
I'm from the
y'all love
low
the culture.
bottom, bro. I really
That don't mean you
grew
love
up
the
in-
people.
I moved, bro. I lived in every.
You love the
fucking
culture,
place
not
in
the
Los
people.
Angeles, bro. I'm talking about. I lived in every. If it's in Los Angeles, I probably lived there for at least 4 years, bro. And everywhere I was at, that's just been going.
So you
on, bro.
think? So you think if you?
cap.
So let me ask you this. So if you think you
It's
went,
racist people, yes.
Bro, it's whole
But
sections in
everybody
LA.
don't gang bang.
Let me-
bro.
okay, let me
That's
ask you
like
this, let me
trying
ask
to
you this,
explain.
let me
Everybody-
ask you this,
The percentage of people that don't gang bang is way bigger.
you run
than the
into
people
it.
that gang
Okay,
bang.
okay, I agree with that. But you say you walk to a random
I done
7-Eleven.
dealt with racist shit.
No, I'm not saying that. You walk to a random 7-Eleven and you think, and you squabbling a Hispanic or a Mexican one-on-one, just head up. You think, and 5 Mexicans pull up and jump out of a car. You think they're gonna ask questions and ask you,
No.
it's black and brown,
I
or you think they're gonna
respect
get cracking on you?
I respect that. Ain't no black finna do that. They gonna whip out their phone
That
and
was
start
his point.
recording.
That was his point.
But
Listen
no,
to what
that's
I'm
a
saying,
horrible
though.
point, because that's them as
No,
people.
that's
standing
not
together.
necessarily
black
true,
niggas
though.
are not standing together. They gonna whip
But
out
it's black and brown. It's black and brown. Give them a head up.
No, but that's
Give
not,
them a head up. It's black and brown.
you guys. So,
Why pack them out?
Wait, Ralphie.
Because you don't even know.
nigga,
They don't even know. Neither one of them.
respect
They
that.
don't know y'all though.
Ralphie, that don't
A
make
black
sense.
nigga, what is
I
a
don't
black
know
nigga
that. I
gonna
don't think
do?
that's
Ralphie, that don't make sense. If
Black
it's
on
black
black
and
or
brown,
Mexican on Mexican, they gonna
But
pack
they
them out
fighting. Why they
regardless.
fighting?
No, they're not.
it don't matter. I
If
don't
they
know
see
neither
two,
one.
if they see
Nah,
two
you know
Mexicans,
one-on-one.
if they see
I don't
two,
know them.
Break it up, or
If it's black and brown, let them
so
fade it
where's
out.
the niggas at in this situation? You can't apply the situation without adding the niggas in the
It's- and-
situation.
he
Where
was-
they at? They pumping their gas, getting somebody buying chips. Like where are the niggas at?
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying
His
is,
bitch
it's,
from over there. So
what
he
I'm
can
saying
go out
is,
to the store by himself.
all I'm saying is, it's not as black and brown as y'all making it seem like it's just clear cut, like we're in different times like that. The whole point is, when push comes to shove, it's going to, like you just said, they're going to go with their race, and
But that's
some
they
niggas
should,
might.
though. A black nigga, I'm like, oh no, he from
Not-
over there.
that's not
I just came to
necessarily
get my
true, though.
gas.
You think
I'm about
just-
to pull off.
Look. In West,
Or they might be like, hold on,
I'll
y'all
tell
about
you
to pack
straight
y'all
up.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it real.
Hold on.
Straight
I'm
up, keep it
Is
real.
the
Straight
homie
up.
getting
Hold
beat
up,
up? Real quick,
You know what I'm saying?
real
Like,
quick.
you good, bro? You getting
Real
jumped
quick,
like-
One mic.
In West LA, if a motherfucker pulls up and sees just a random Mexican fighting a random black person, and you don't know them, the essays aren't gonna just jump it. Oh, there's a homie getting jumped, fool. Her homie.
They getting cracking on you.
No, not as.
Let's shut the fuck up.
getting cracking on you.
No,
They
they're
getting
not.
cracking for sure.
They get cracking on you.
necessarily.
Let's knock it off.
Chain, you do
That's
anything,
unnecessary.
everybody chasing you, getting chased.
Okay, look.
Not
You-
necessarily.
sure,
I'm gonna make a point
It's not prison or
because
law.
I get tired of this.
They
cat.
get
No,
cracking
I
on
hear
you.
what he's
Hold on,
saying.
hold on, one mic,
But I'm
one mic.
saying,
Not
where's
always
the
like
black
that.
people in this scenario?
Hold on. Because we gotta stop saying it's just gangbanging. That's cap. If anybody ever worked any type of blue collar jobs, anything, went through any type of staffing agencies, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be like 90% Hispanic. And they don't gangbang. It be straight Pisces. But guess what? If
Some
you the
of them
only
do.
nigga on that crew, you're gonna get treated differently than everybody else. How do I know?
'Cause
Because I've lived it.
you got
I done
that-
been the only nigga on the crew, walked in, and while the
look-
boss showing me around, everybody speaking English. The second I'm on my own now, all right, what we doing, Jose?
I hear that.
All of a sudden, they speak only Espanol. They don't want to help you. Why? Because they want your ass fired so they can get their cousin,
look,
their
you gotta
brother,
really
or their
hear me
uncle.
now.
But this one y'all mistaken though. This one y'all
got in corporately. They got in through the mob, bro.
It don't matter.
Like,
if it's black and brown, show me what the fuck going on.
This where y'all mistaken.
But they got in through the mob. Like you got in.
Why does that matter?
They
You
give the
get
white
treated.
person the same treatment.
No, they don't, nigga. They respect white people.
They
Crazy.
give me the same treatment.
You niggas cap.
If they in charge,
give me the
If a
same
white
treatment.
person come on the job, they treat him like he the fucking
He said
boss.
they give him the same treatment. You don't understand because you ain't black. You can never understand that. That's like you going through.
If I go to a job when it's full of Mexicans, and I've done this before, and it's all Mexicans, and I'm Puerto Rican, but I'm part of the culture. I dress a little different. I talk a little different. I walk up, they gonna treat me the same way they treating you.
No, they're not.
Yes,
You're
they are.
cap.
They are.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not,
are.
man.
How you gonna tell? I'm
capping
giving you a
because you're
real
not
life
black,
example.
my nigga. They can never treat you the same. You're not black. It's a different struggle.
You can't say that.
No,
bro.
it's a different struggle, bro. Being a black
They're
man,
all talking in Spanish.
being a black
and they're all
man,
giving me the side eye.
being a black
What are they
man
doing to you
is
differently?
not the same. You don't get the same hostility as a Puerto Rican man from Mexicans. Get the fuck out.
There
of here.
is probably I'll
No,
give you
this
that.
nigga
I'll
cap.
give you-
He
I'll
said in
give
a
you that.
workspace
I'll
in
give
the
you that, but-
situation that you just described.
I've been through the exact same shit.
Bro, you're capping, bro. If me and you walk into a staffing agency together and it's one spot and Hispanics doing the hiring, 10 out of 10, you getting hired. And they gonna figure it out later.
Yeah, you look the part.
That's why he don't understand.
And even if I had,
he looked the part, though.
hold on, Ralphie. Even if I had a qualifications and he don't,
But
fuck are we talking
but
about?
that doesn't mean like look again like viral.
But if a Hispanic come
but
on an
you're-
all black job site, guess what? We gonna treat you like you ganging them.
Right, but at the same, like, look, I agree. Black people are some
Facts,
of the most
nigga.
inclusive, like, loving people that could be encountered, and motherfuckers will fuck with you if you cool more than any other race. Like,
For sure.
I'll give that to black folks. Like y'all are the most accepting and like of other races, damn near, and other cultures. Maybe like Filipinos, I'll say, are equal, damn near. You feel me? But y'all are
Equal is crazy.
no, just to keep it a sec. But like as far as like being accepting of other races, but like I feel like you're using a lot of your own personal experiences to speak for what the general consensus is, which is not necessarily the case.
This is what you
for overall
assume,
Los Angeles,
bro.
No,
What are
because
you
he's
talking about,
Because you're
Lush?
literally citing
Yeah,
examples from your exact life.
Yeah, and I'm from Los Angeles.
No,
Yeah,
my nigga.
Like so what makes your
What I'm
perspective
saying is
more
we
valid than
all,
his then?
you can go to any black in LA, Compton, Watts, Long Beach, Gardena, anywhere out here, they're gonna have a similar story. And it's not because we from Long Beach. I hate when y'all use that. It's Long Beach. Go to East LA and see how you get treated as a nigga. But it's not
a community of blacks.
But
So
what does that matter?
That
it
proves
does
my-
matter. It
Why?
does
Matters.
because they don't
proves
grow
my-
up with black people. They
What?
don't.
That proves my
that,
point,
that
nigga.
matters.
That's what breeds racism. Racism is bred
you don't-
by people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If you come
That's
to an
not
all
what
black,
breeded.
if you
Yes, it
hold
is,
on, one mic. If you come to an all black neighborhood, we're not bred to be racist.
No one said that. But
We
like,
gonna get on
but-
niggas more than any other race. Any other race can walk through the hood at night, and niggas will probably give them a pass. You see a nigga, bro.
Out there, nah.
No, unless
Just walking through your stores and shit.
that's on the gang, nigga. See
If
a
you
white
see
boy
if you
walk
see a
through the
white boy
store.
versus if you see a white boy versus a nigga, who you gonna get on first?
A nigga gonna look and be like, oh, that's a white boy. A nigga gonna look and see me and be like, oh, who is Cub? Man, we up on him. Who is Blood? We up on him. Cause we look the same.
Right.
Lush might get a pass.
Right, but
Oh,
here's
that's
the
a
thing.
smoker.
No, listen. First of all, that's it.
That's in the game. Everybody try to come serve Lush.
First of all,
That's on the
I'm the
game.
king of the smokers. First of all, I command respect when I come through to buy dope anywhere. All right, no matter what's said. With that being said, all right, it's clear and it's obvious that there are certain parts of LA. Like if you grew up in a spot where it's only Hispanic people, yes, you might have more of a proclivity to be racist against black people. And I'll even argue if you grew up in a neighborhood, for example, let's leave LA because there's no part of LA where there's not Hispanic people. Let's talk about somewhere like Mississippi or somewhere in the South, right? Where there's predominantly black areas and there's no other race. And the only other race might be the white people that are in another part of town type shit, right? They have no, like if they heard a Mexican person use the N-word, they probably trip out because they're like, what the fuck? Just like Cliff World, who's from where?
Oh, yeah, Arkansas, yeah.
What point are you trying to make though? Because if you go to that black neighborhood as a Mexican, they're not bred to hate Mexicans because there's no Mexicans around.
There's gonna be,
if you go to East LA,
there's gonna be a prejudice. There's for sure.
Hold on, Lush.
Antennas is going. The only reason antennas is going to go up is because how they've been treated.
No,
antennas is not going up because they're worrying about them being the threat.
No,
Antennas not going up because they're
antennas
not
always
embracing
go
it.
up when people don't understand. When people see something that they don't get, that they haven't been around, they have to, as a human survival instinct, make a blanket assumption about them. And that's going to be defined by what? By racism. Yes.
Black people don't do that.
Instinct. All
Black,
human beings do
Luece,
that,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you how stupid you sound.
Let's already said that. Black, we the most accepted.
Yes, I said black.
Ralphie, this how stupid he sound.
That's not
Blacks
stupid.
went and civilized Europe.
Correct.
Europe is taught to hate
After
niggas.
a lot of raping and pillaging. But
We
yes,
taught niggas how
don't
to take.
Don't act like the Moors ain't
Hold on.
fucking do their Dougie up there.
No,
You feel me?
we
What?
civilized. We went taught them.
Spanish
We said,
Inquisition?
"Hey, why the fuck y'all down here eating with the animals and shit?
Right.
Get
for
up,
sure.
take
For
a
sure.
shower,
For sure.
brush your teeth,
For sure.
use utensils.
Yes.
Here's how you do math. Here's how you do science. Here's how you do
was
medicine.
created by Middle Eastern
And-
people. That's Arabic.
No, it wasn't. Math
Arabic
was
was created by the math. Look it up.
the oldest evidence of mathematics.
Arabs
is in Africa.
Arabs.
What you want to bet? You want to bet
Middle
$100,
East.
nigga?
We already did this.
You want to bet $100? Hold on. No.
No.
Radio.
I don't have money to bet.
Do you want to
but
bet?
I'm right. I don't have money to
Let's
bet.
bet.
but I'm
We can
right.
bet 50 push-ups right now. The oldest
I can't even do
examples.
50 push-ups.
The oldest.
You gonna get them done?
The oldest.
Right,
Lush-
10 at a time.
Hey, look, this is what Lush do. Lush tries to over talk so no one can hear what
You
you're saying.
overtalk.
I'm letting you talk. The oldest examples of language itself comes from Africa. The oldest examples of music, Africa. The oldest examples of art, Africa. The oldest examples of science, mathematics. Everything starts from Africa
Oldest
because
examples of
we
life.
were here for exactly. So what the fuck is he talking about?
But math was
So what is he talking
Math
about?
was invented by the Arabs. That's all I'm saying.
Gavel, nigga.
In the Middle East.
W Varway. Lush, you cooked
you're
today.
like 0-6.
What's the next topic? Lush is cooked.
Hold
my
on,
nigga.
hold on. Which civilization invented mathematics? Boom. If I'm wrong, I'll do 10 push-ups right now.
Nah, you gotta do more
you
than
gotta do
10.
50.
No, I
No,
said
you gotta
10.
do 50,
Yeah.
bro. You
Nah,
gotta do
fuck
10
10,
out of 10.
10 more, nigga. And then 30 more, nigga.
Egypt, so we're both right.
No, you're not.
Egypt's part of the Middle East too, motherfucker.
Egypt is in
Where's
Africa,
Egypt in
stupid
Africa?
ass. Egypt is in Africa.
Egypt is in Africa.
That's that's not the Middle East. That's Africa.
Yeah, we're both right.
Hey, nah.
No, we're not.
What
Bro.
continent is the Middle East on?
Bro,
Asia. But it's
on
Africa.
Dip in Africa a little bit.
Egypt is in Africa. Africa is us. When you go into the pyramids, because I've been to Egypt, I've been in the pyramids. They look like me on the wall. Plus, can I get my push-ups?
No.
No. Fuck that. Can I get my
We
push-ups?
need your definitive answer.
Can I get my push-ups?
Yeah,
I'm doing with you.
Where's ChatGPT at?
That's what he looked up.
I'm doing.
I was about to
No.
say, what's
Stop
that?
looking. Egypt is in Africa. We're not gonna be this dense.
Egypt? No. Let me read it. Ancient Egyptians developed math for architecture and agriculture.
That's black
Egyptians were North Africans, part of an cultural group of black and brown people by modern standards.
Black and brown is us. We're brown.
I'm brown.
Did they develop it or did they?
We invented it. We were the first people.
I put who.
Give me my
who
push-ups,
invented
Lush.
math.
Nah, no. Come on, Lush. Let's go.
Hold on, wait. I'll do. Wait, what's Mesopotamians and Sumerians?
No,
But see,
hold on, no.
but see, that's
Before
the-
that, read this.
This nigga
Hold on,
is
no.
That's
but
the
see, no, that's-
answer.
What
That's
does it
the
say?
Give me my
second
push-ups, Lush.
description.
Hold on.
Lush, give me my push-ups.
Messiah, keep it a stack.
I said the oldest example
What does it say before
comes from
Egyptians?
Egypt, gang.
What does it say before Egyptians?
This nigga
Read
Lush.
it.
Lush
Read
on
it.
some smoker shit.
The Middle Eastern populations.
Lush on
Hold
some smoker
on.
shit.
But it's showing everybody though. It's showing Chinese, Indians. It's just probably
what does it say first?
it's just showing.
Who invented
That ain't what it say first. You went down.
Egypt is in
It said what I
Africa,
read
period.
first.
And Lush, this is before people migrated
Whoever they
there.
said first, whoever was the top result, that's what we gotta go by.
No, fuck a top result.
says
Let's use common
Sumerians
sense.
first.
Lush, we got to use common sense. A lot of these people didn't even exist. You got to realize
You can do
the
10
middle,
push-ups together
the
right
Middle
now.
Easterns who are in Africa
Just
now,
for health.
they weren't there then. Let's go.
Good.
I'll do them with you.
All right. But
Yeah,
the
you-
reality
real
is,
push-ups.
You need
No,
some push-ups,
no,
too,
no,
Lush.
the reality is, I was right.
Oh yeah, that 10 gonna hurt, Lush. I ain't gonna lie. Oh yeah, Lush, you can feel it in the air.
Come on.
14, 15.
All right. He did 5 for the
He said a
cause.
good
He did 5 for the
15.
cause.
Yeah.
Nigga can't tell me nothing about human history
But I was right.
because we the source, nigga.
But I was right.
Next
But
topic.
next-
W Varway again. This is a clean sweep.
We'll see what the internet
This is
says.
a clean sweep.
We'll see what the internet says.
This is a clean sweep.
We'll see what the internet has
Who's
to say.
next?
Go ahead, read that off, Les.
Diddy and Justin Combs sued. They whoa, okay, yeah, I saw this.
Man.
Why they still trying Diddy is all. By the way, so first of all, before we read this,
there was probably bringing up
Tony Busby is the lawyer.
They not.
Tony Busby is the lawyer.
Going, nigga.
He taught the son.
Yeah, he taught the son. Like, hey, man, you know these little bitches be hoeing.
Hey, this how I got all the power, nigga. Yeah.
I got that pink shit for you.
That's crazy.
Up here right now.
They trying to make sure Diddy die off in every form possible. Yeah. We ain't getting you, nigga. You ain't getting up out of this. We gonna get your heritage too.
You know they still got the other shit on ice. They got the Keepy D shit, nigga. So
oh yeah.
So
that's in the back pocket. On the
that's in the back pocket. Like, this don't work. All right.
He done beat all this. Okay.
All right. Now we believe you all that.
On the set.
Nah, but the cold part is the lawyer for this case is Tony Busby, the same fucking ambulance chaser that tried to sue Jay-Z. He was involved. Like,
so he known for going after them type.
He was 100%. The Cleveland quarterback. He was involved in that.
Yes,
shit.
yeah. Literally any like egregious claim, there's a good chance that Tony Busby is involved in some capacity. If Tony Busby won't take your case, then like you're probably not like a relevant or important person in any capacity. With that being said, I mean, like the details apparently, like, so what I derived of it, they said that
kind of fly. That's what.
So what they're alleging is that Diddy's son Justin.
I thought
I'm like, wait, they were sliding
got the cameraman.
They had it going.
That's on the game.
That would be like a super high tech way to traffic women, quote unquote, allegedly. Diddy's son Justin Combs lured a woman to Los Angeles with promises of getting her a job in entertainment. When she arrived in the city, she was kept in a house for days and ended up being R-worded by multiple men, including Diddy, allegedly, at least according to a new lawsuit. So they basically said that
let's call it what it is. She came to LA, got flipped, got promised a job, didn't get it. She felt finesse, and now she going after their ass.
If it's even true,
sound about right. Sound about right.
This whole case is a bunch of prostitutes that act like they wasn't selling pussy.
Right, didn't get cracking like they wanted to, and then this what's going on. Now you're going after the son.
Because hey, Luce, you got to remember they just dropped 3 charges on Diddy.
Yeah, well, he's pretty much about to walk.
He about to skate, so now they got to pile more shit on.
For sure.
That's basically what they doing right now.
The young niggas, they like, damn, Dad, I thought you said it was just gonna be you.
Right.
I thought we was good, man. I thought you were gonna take the rap.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, we know Diddy innocent, man.
We talking about Snapchat from 2017.
I mean, his defense team responded and was basically like this is retarded.
Like
y'all have no basis here.
Hey, Lush, because we got to keep it G. Diddy been having these parties doing what he was doing. It didn't become a problem till 1, he sued that alcohol company. 1 and 2, he started telling black people, hey, why we don't got our own political party? Let's get together, get a political party from us, by us, that represents us. Let's detach from these and create our own. Oh yeah, sex trafficking. Lock his ass up.
He might have did some freaky shit though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
he doing freaky shit. He got the pink cocaine. He doing the freaky shit.
Did he for sure?
I ain't about to keep cashing out on my boy, man. Like he was a freaky nigga.
He was all good on that other shit.
He for sure a 69 guy.
Yeah,
for sure. Freak ass nigga. Hey, what they say in Philly, he a freak bull.
Nut ass freak bull.
Nut
ass freak bull for Shosky. But with that being said, like you said, it really wasn't an issue until really the whole deal with the alcohol company, with the liquor company.
I ain't never seen the feds fuck up like that though.
Yeah, they dropped the ball.
Like, we talking about the feds, the federal.
They blew it.
They don't come unless they come.
But no, I really think, and I'm gonna stand on this. I've said it from the moment it happened. When CNN lost the raw footage of that Cassie thing, and that was no longer admissible evidence, the whole entire case was done. I said it at that moment. People were still calling me crazy. ChatGPT was saying I was wrong. All of that. But I was like, no, he's finna walk. He's finna walk. All the charges are going to be dropped. This is the only piece of substantial evidence that they even have. So the entire case is hinging upon. And guess what? It happened because why? Diddy bribed them motherfuckers. He's slick. His paper long. He had the fucking backyard stash, and he shot like 30 milliwatts or whatever. I don't know how much, but I just know that CNN and all mainstream media outlets are losing relevance. They're losing.
Like it's facts.
I just scoop.
Put that on that nigga name.
Why it can't be that it just ain't true?
What's not true?
Everything you just said. You said why he walking only because he paid. He just everything we seeing is him looking.
Because
everything we seeing is looking at him being guilty
because it's not about him actually having done it or not. We're talking about the logistics of the case and him being a free man or not. You feel me?
Right.
And what that hinged upon, like the main thing they were trying to use against him, because there's all these claims, right? A lot of them which are proving to be baseless, right? But of all the allegations, the main thing that they had was this whole visual of this incident with Cassie. Now, you're CNN, right? You're CNN. Your whole entire purpose is to be the #1 archivist, the archive of all news history and everything.
Sure.
You have one of the most important pieces of footage
in a time like this,
and you lose it. You lose the raw
mainstream
footage.
media.
Imagine that was fucking Nathan or
let's
Steven
keep it
or
a
someone
buck though,
working
Lush.
here, and they lost it. They're fired. You feel me?
Mainstream media
Nigga
is
go on his
dead.
phone and get more information and then CNN.
And let's
who?
Fuck you talking about?
Who ain't mad at Adam? But look, let's keep it a buck though, because you can go back on any video we ever did on Diddy. We told everybody from day one, innocent until proven guilty.
Sure.
Don't just go with what they saying in the media. Don't go with all these documentaries and all that. Let's wait until the facts come out, because all y'all going off of is rumors. So to the black community, I'm only speaking to the black community right now, because y'all are the main ones who crucified Diddy and said he was guilty of everything before y'all even got any facts, which is crazy. Because if you look at any other community, they don't even speak about they people when they in the media. What happened to the Nickelodeon nigga? What happened to the Abercrombie and Fitch nigga? They said one of them was too old to even go to jail.
They shut the
even though he
Epstein.
guilty.
They shut the Epstein.
What
down
Epstein
quick.
files? None of that shit coming out. But soon as a nigga on the forefront, y'all making memes. Y'all saying he guilty. Y'all doing a prosecutor job for him. Stop doing that shit. Let the facts come out. Go off of the facts. Stop crucifying your own.
You mad at the culture, nigga?
Yes, nigga. It's called stay on code.
Nigga, you don't think Malcolm X was frustrated, nigga? He got some time. He start trying to beat niggas, nigga. Like, y'all gonna get down or lay down, nigga.
Malcolm couldn't believe the nigga turned on that nigga.
Everybody got popped, nigga. Malcolm X was like, nigga, we ain't doing that no more, nigga.
No, that's
that
what
shit
it
still
said.
don't work, nigga. You can beat that shit into a nigga head all day long, nigga. Some niggas ain't gonna accept it, bro.
These niggas crazy, cuz stay on code. That's the whole point of the whole spiel.
Fools can't have jokes about Diddy. Like,
No,
they was going.
Some people wasn't joking.
No, they was like, some niggas had some
Niggas was
real,
talking about. I knew that nigga was like that.
Yeah. That's why I never went to them parties.
Nah, but the cold part is,
And some niggas called strays just for even being there.
he don't deserve what he's going through now. But we all know, like, Diddy's janky. You feel me? He's done a lot of
He did some
janky
freaky
shit.
shit,
Yeah,
man.
not just
I ain't
freaky,
gonna
like
lie.
poor business
You can't
practices.
look at Diddy the same after
Them
all
bitches
this.
that was
Even if
selling
he innocent
pussy,
and he
all
walked.
right, they was selling.
How did y'all look at Diddy before?
Exactly.
Because we knew all this
Yeah,
before.
I knew he
Some
was,
niggas knew he thought he was a prominent businessman,
He
good,
was
take
getting
care of his
money,
family,
doing
buy houses and shit. And then now you gotta look like, oh, he was fucking niggas in the ass. He was raping bitches. and
50
shit.
been telling niggas for years Diddy was
No,
sweet.
the culture, no. But
Yeah.
you gotta
Oh, you
think
talking about like the
somebody who
world?
looked at him
Like a
as a
regular
noble
person.
citizen.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like they just like tore him all the way down. Like nigga,
Nah,
like,
yeah, we been knew he liked to, he liked to play at them parties. That ain't nothing new. We know it. I didn't know about the pink cocaine. I just found out what that even was.
Oh,
Y'all
that's
got some pink cocaine? Fuck
Hey,
y'all
the
got.
juicy go crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
The what?
The juicy, the pink cocaine.
Oh, okay. Oh, you be off that.
no, it's new shit. They got what is
Oh,
it?
oh, the Bovada too?
Zyvaline,
Shit.
what's that shit?
That's some whole different. That ain't
Yeah.
a party drug.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
seeing that shit, nigga, all over. Niggas is slumped over, looking like zombies and shit.
When did you niggas start sucking Nas or whatever the fuck is in them balloons out of the balloons?
Nas been a thing.
No, I'm saying niggas.
Oh no,
That was never no nigga shit. That was the car racers.
Crystal, nigga. Fuck
Yeah,
you talking about, nigga. Don't skip to the Nas, nigga. When did niggas start doing crystal, nigga?
That shit not
Let's
cool.
start there, nigga. If we gonna skip to the Nas, nigga, niggas start. I just looked up and there young niggas off. I'm like, y'all niggas off crystal.
Nah, niggas doing gang drugs. Used to be just a little weed.
Little
Maybe
powder,
you got some little
maybe, like,
ecstasy,
you might see somebody
or
do
you got some liquor. But other than that, these niggas is
I
crazy.
start seeing niggas like, oh, I'm in the county. I'm like, wait, nigga, you younger than me. How the fuck you? This your first county trip? You doing crystal?
Niggas used to get DP for doing shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, hold on, cut you off crystal, nigga. Take your ass to the back.
I'm
Fuck
not
is
gonna
you
lie,
on?
and
That's what I'm
as someone that's been affected by it, and a lot of my people been affected by it, there's nothing cool about crystal ever. It's never. It's not an acceptable drug. There's no real circle. There's no real like hood or anything that's gonna actually actively co-sign it, regardless if they be off it or not. Like
See, that's why
that shit
I
is
don't
all
do
bad.
drugs no more. I'm smoke weed, little Ross.
Listen, I barely even drink. I'm healthy. Listen, sober body, sober mind.
Adderall's great though.
Stay the fuck off them balloons. I'm tired of seeing niggas walking around. You niggas is weirdos. You don't look cool. They having these balloon fests where they all getting together 100 deep to suck out of balloons and pass out.
Right,
you niggas is weirdos, cuz. Get in the gym. That's what y'all really missing.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seen like I'm not gonna say the dude's name, but he's like a legend in LA as far as like the Nas community goes, the nitrous community. I was kicking it with this fool at a function, and I seen bro literally to the face 2 tanks over the course of like 4 or 5 hours. It wasn't just him on it.
Lose their legs, so I know that's crazy.
Yeah, they did that. And we was doing other drugs too. Like this was a while ago. I'm not like that anymore.
You say he the king of the tanks?
What happened to getting pussy and money? You niggas just want to do drugs all day long. Like, what are you niggas running from out here?
Drugs are fun, but they
a lot of these niggas don't want to get no money, nigga. That's what they running from, nigga. Money, nigga. They don't want no fucking money, nigga. They don't want to work, nigga. They don't want to do shit, nigga.
But you gotta get money part of the equation
they
where it's like
see a nigga with something and take it.
I'm not gonna look. It's me, and I'm clearly not like the most functional human being. I still do what I need to do to get my bills paid. I work really hard. I have, you feel me? Like I'm a
functioning addict,
a functional human being
that's he don't hide it.
That's hindered by addiction.
He says
you feel me?
Drugs.
Like, yeah, you can say functional addict.
What you think you addicted to the most?
Balls.
Yeah, alcohol is probably like my biggest hindrance at the moment. You feel me? Like there's certain like prescriptions.
But this the thing though, Lush. It's like you born with the upper hand, so like everything you doing, you making your life hard.
I'm not asking for sympathy.
No, I know. I'm saying, why you niggas out here cracked out, knowing we got all these obstacles, and then you gonna add on more shit, crystal and balloons and all? Like, what's wrong with you, niggas?
That's why niggas cracked out. They losing their motherfucking mind.
Niggas is 20, looking 35,
look at 45.
But y'all know exactly why what happened with the crystal shit, right? It's 2 things. 1, powder became more and more expensive. 2, the cartel started whacking it down and putting more and more crystals. So the fools I was doing powder, they actually started getting strung out. They started to get strung out on the crystal, didn't even know it. And by the time it was too late, you feel me? It's infected the community.
Some niggas I've seen go to jail and they just chose violence, nigga.
Yeah, that's fact.
Nigga, I ain't going for that shit, nigga. All that, nigga.
No, because
niggas just get near, niggas just like, yeah, nigga.
Some niggas get around certain niggas, start doing it, and then they easily influence.
Cool niggas, they punching on niggas. All right, let me try.
It wasn't county though. Like when one of my homies that hit me from county, he was talking about one of my black homies. This is like a while ago, years ago, and he said, "Go fast," and I was like, "What the fuck? Like you doing what?" Like. Because that's typically like a white or Hispanic drug mainly. You feel me? It's never been. But nowadays,
I feel like once niggas started doing it, then it became like the epidemic.
Yeah,
like,
it was
damn, it's over with.
You know, once niggas take over, so we gonna make it seem
niggas gonna overdo that shit.
That shit just
nigga trying to make anything seem cool. He doing like shit, nigga. It's cool because I do it. You want to try something?
Nah, for
too,
sure. You niggas are fiends, cuz y'all really dope fiends. Y'all fly ass dope fiends. They got designer on doing crystal. Weirdo.
No.
Get 30 days in the gym and change your motherfucking life.
Nah, and that's just not gonna. Like, that's not like the thing is that gives you an illusion when you do shit like
right there
crystal for the first time and shit is gonna make you feel like, oh, like this is making me function at an elite level. I'm doing way better. Like it really creates that illusion.
This is the crazy thing though. Whatever you running from, it's gonna be 100 times worse once you sober up.
Yeah.
So you never gotta stop running. So you might as well just face that shit head on.
Running.
Yeah, because some niggas just like feeling this shit.
What else you doing?
Some like getting high.
You don't just like getting high.
Some niggas really like just getting high.
Who just like getting high?
Niggas that get high like getting high, nigga.
Who just like being a smoker? Cause I don't know no smoker that just like being a smoker.
Say smoker.
I'm talking about the hard drugs.
Yeah. That's different.
But niggas that consider lean as hard drugs.
Yeah, you a crackhead. You on lean, you a fiend.
I don't know. No
liquid heroin.
Yeah, because in order to consume,
shit, I know broke lean heads. Niggas are damn near suck a dick to hit that last line.
Hell, dog.
Some of these niggas.
That's some green head.
That's what I'm saying.
That's green and yellow. I'm talking about like a
no, those fools are gonna wind up doing heroin,
that's
bro.
Nigga that just drinking.
They're gonna wind up doing fentanyl. If they're like that, what you just described, if they're that pressed about some syrup, they finna be on that Fetty Wap ASAP. I promise you.
Why do you want to sip cough medicine and feel tired? I don't get it.
Well, I mean,
at least with an upper, you like a nigga want to go to sleep. Like what is the infatuation? I don't get it, nigga.
Like the real answer
I
is,
swear it's the community.
Like, what the fuck is that?
Like real juice, the community is crazy.
I get it, but
there's some niggas that got some real money that's like
Ralphie. You got to tell me though.
Not the niggas that drinking yellow and green. Not we not talking about this. We talking about the niggas that spend 200 plus a line on juice, Quagan, and what?
You paying 200 to go to sleep?
Yes, it's bad. But the community of niggas I know that drink juice, they be probably dealing with some shit, and that's what they
Hold on, keyword, say it again.
They dealing with some
Yeah,
shit.
and that's what I mean.
But
Yeah,
some
niggas
of them
be
dealing with
running
it, but some niggas really do just like the feeling of it, like being high.
If you
Some
just
niggas
like
just,
I mean,
You like the
if you
feeling
rich,
of going to sleep, cuz?
everybody
Cause that's all you
every
doing off
nigga ain't
lean.
immediately
But
going to
They're
sleep.
going to
off of it.
sleep, nigga.
Some people sip lean, and
Yeah.
that they drink that cup the whole day. They handle all their business, and they just love the taste.
Love the taste of cough syrup.
It should be
good,
tasting
bro.
like candy. You
That
mix
shit
it with the
taste
soda.
like
Go buy candy.
Niggas wasn't mad at Wayne dropping hits off the lean.
buy
nigga.
candy.
Yeah. Nigga, there's a lot of niggas that was getting bold, nigga. This shit is good, nigga. But I don't drink juice no
Every
more.
human being got vices, though, right? Everybody got
You do
vices.
some shit you know you're not supposed to be doing, but you do it anyway.
We all got
Yeah,
vices.
I'd fucked a couple bitches raw I wasn't supposed to be fucking.
Type
You
shit.
gonna do some
that might be a vice,
and
but
you know that you're not supposed to be doing that, but you gonna do it. Fuck it. Who gives a fuck?
And like, look,
nah, you got to start giving a fuck,
and if you
gang.
really, if you're that disciplined,
People got to start giving a fuck.
if you're
That's
that
the issue.
disciplined, respect to you, because like
Yeah.
most people don't have that ability, like, or not ability, because that's everyone has the ability, the discipline to actually execute.
You have to train your
Such
mind
a-
to do some shit like that.
Yeah,
bro.
You gotta have
We in a
willpower, too.
society.
Yeah, because everybody, it's you robots. You wake up, you do what you do.
Yeah.
It's just, you got a constant
Some
program.